Chapter 1. The Basketball King of Ruthlessness System. In the parallel world of Blue Star, Yen City. Ouch, that hurts like hell. A loud exclamation erupted as Charles Barkley, nearly driven mad, found himself in a predicament. He had rushed over to mediate a conflict, only to become a victim of deceit. Damn it, Mafe, let go. You've bitten the wrong person. Carmelo has already escaped. At that moment, Mafe was in a frenzy, standing at a formidable 175 centimeters, his face smeared with blood. His eyes, once fierce and bloodthirsty, now appeared entirely crimson, the result of a brutal encounter with Carmelo Anthony that had nearly cost him his life. Fueled by desperation, Mafe was prepared to fight to the bitter end, ready to inflict harm on his assailant. Carmelo Anthony, witnessing Mafe's reckless determination, had long since fled in terror. Barkley, observing the relentless fury of Mafe, felt a twinge of fear himself. Concerned for his own arm, he delivered a swift blow to the back of Mafe's neck. As others arrived on the scene, they rushed forward to subdue Mafe, pinning him down. In the heat of battle, Mafe felt a sharp pain in his neck, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. His vision faded, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lying on the ground, although Mafe was bloodied, Anthony was not left unscathed. He too bore the marks of injury. Barkley, clutching his bloodied arm, cursed, "You're a real piece of work. I came to help you, and you bite me." The late arriving Don Nelson, upon seeing the gruesome sight of Mafe, urged the others to swiftly transport him to the school infirmary, fearing the repercussions for the basketball team if anything were to go awry. As the players from Agricultural and Forestry University hoisted Mafe onto a medical stretcher, he began to regain consciousness. Still somewhat dazed, Mafe suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. Ding! Blood analysis in progress. Body repair initiated. Neural connection established. Basketball King of Ruthlessness System successfully bound. Startled, Mafe jolted awake, and with a mere thought, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. On the screen, information only he could perceive was displayed. Basketball King of Ruthlessness System Beginner. Energy value, 01000. Learning quota for Ruthlessness, 1. System description. Acquire ruthless skills from basketball-related athletes. The player from whom skills are learned must have a friendship level of 60 or above. Excess energy expended by the player daily can increase the system's energy value, with a daily settlement at 8 a.m. Mafe stared blankly at the description, noting its straightforward nature. The system was still in its infancy, requiring 1,000 energy points to advance to the next level. Yet he struggled to grasp the calculations of energy. Beneath the system description was an attribute panel. Main attributes. Name Mafe. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 30. Endurance, 20. Speed, 25. Jumping, 20. Physique, 20. Flexibility, 15. Explosiveness, 15. Injuries, 0. While excitement coursed through Mafe, a sense of embarrassment accompanied it. He surveyed his lackluster attributes, fully aware of the arduous journey ahead. Since the mass migration to this world, remarkably similar to his former one, each individual had acquired an 18-year-old body clone from their DNA. Mafe's current physique mirrored that of his past life, standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 70 kg, mere face in the crowd. He was somewhat familiar with the data on attributes. Amateur players averaged around 30, professionals at 60, stars at 80, and superstars at 90. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this world, Mafe, lacking any skills, had resorted to odd jobs to sustain himself, eventually finding work at a basketball court where he met the players from Agricultural and Forestry University, especially Charles Barkley, who was far from popular on the team. In this world, where the buttock strike technique was unregulated, Barkley frequently used others to practice, causing teammates to keep their distance, as no one wanted to be on the receiving end of a hefty body slam. Mafe, in a bid to earn some tips, found himself reluctantly serving as a human shield for Barkley. Barkley and other former NBA players had videos available online, generating some income for them. Moreover, Barkley was currently moonlighting as a commentator for the New World's TNT, earning significantly more than any scholarship. Thus, he was rather generous with his spending. However, encountering Carmelo Anthony, who not only played the villain but also sought to evade consequences, was another matter. After enduring his provocations a couple of times, Mafe had finally reached his limit. Today, Anthony's foul language had ignited a fire within him, leading to the ensuing chaos. Mafe was confident that Anthony would flee as far as possible, for the basketball court was under surveillance. If caught, the consequences would be dire, as the Shienzu were the ruling class of this universe and would show no mercy. As Ma Fei sat in the medical room, cleaning the blood from his body, he felt a bit awkward when Barkley stormed in, visibly enraged. Noticing that Ma Fei appeared to be entirely free of blood, Barkley curiously circled around him, eyes wide as if playing a game of spot the difference, scanning Ma Fei from head to toe. "Buddy, this blood isn't yours. I thought it was yours," making quite the scary scene. Indeed, the blood was Ma Fei's, but the system had repaired his body. However, he couldn't let others know and shifted the blame onto Anthony. "Charles, this blood is all from Anthony. I acted impulsively today and bit you. I apologize." Barkley waved his bandaged arm. "If you manage to scare off that scoundrel Anthony, you're quite the man. My arm has already been repaired by the medical robot, and they say it will be fine by tomorrow, though I'm not so sure. As for your actions today, you owe me a week of feasting." Ma Fei hadn't anticipated Barkley's generosity, but given his monthly income of 1,000 star credits, treating him to a lavish meal was out of the question, though breakfast might be feasible. Considering that the system required target for learning ruthlessness, and given that Barkley was the player with whom he had the best rapport, he decided to attempt a binding. Ma Fei silently commanded, "Bind Barkley." Ding! Learning quota bound to Charles Barkley, rewarding a chance to draw a Barkley exclusive skill. Ding! Skill recovery exchange, shop activated. Ding! Friendliness detection function activated. The 3 consecutive notifications from the system left Ma Fei astounded, prompting him to open the skill recovery exchange button. He discovered that the exchange section contained only one item, a medicine called Height Enhancement Bone Strengthening Pill. Acquiring this pill required the recovery of skills or energy for exchange. Each skill could be exchanged for 10 energy points, with every 10 energy points redeemable for 1 pill. Gasp! Ma Fei nodded sharply. This pill was of immense significance to him at present. Though the system contained only 30 pills, allowing for a maximum height increase of 30 centimeters. With Ma Fei's current height of 175 centimeters, he could potentially reach 205 centimeters. Such a height would significantly bridge the gap in his physicality. Chapter 2. Joining the school team. Ma Fei recalled that he had yet to extract Barkley's skill and immediately shouted back to the basket post up 3 times in his mind. He then clicked to extract the skill. Based on Ma Fei's understanding of Barkley, his most formidable skill was undoubtedly the back toe the basket post up, followed closely by his defensive prowess. He could guard anyone from Shaquille O'Neal to Allen Iverson. There was no one he couldn't defend against, excelling in strength, speed, rebounding, and orchestrating offensive plays. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn Barkley's exclusive skill. Buttock strike. Ding! Temporary system task issued. Join the Agricultural and Forestry University basketball team. Ma Fei nearly spat out blood. The skill was utterly incongruous. Buzz. Suddenly, a surge of information rushed into Ma Fei's body, imprinting the complete technique of the buttock strike from its development to application within his cellular structure. In less than a minute, he mastered the technique as if it were an innate ability. He quickly opened the buttock strike skill for review. Buttock strike. Skill description. The divine technique that allowed Barkley to dominate the league, possessing the ability to repel all obstacles with one's posterior. Upon reading this skill, Ma Fei felt a pang of frustration. Not everyone had a posterior as substantial as Barkley's. With his current height and weight, without the system's intervention, this skill would undoubtedly rank as one of the most useless. However, in this world, the skill proved to be quite useful, as the NBA did not prohibit its use, allowing anyone to employ it. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Agricultural and Forestry University, heated discussions regarding this matter had already commenced. Nielsen's expression darkened ominously, as if a tempest were about to break. "Everyone, share your thoughts. What shall we do next? Once Ma Fei exposes this, Anthony will undoubtedly face repercussions." Isiah Thomas, with a grin, remarked, "Tang, this is the consequence of your negligence towards Anthony. You know that fellow aspires to turn the Agricultural University team into his personal playground, constantly forming cliques. Now he's met his match." Nielsen shot a cold glance at Thomas. "Humph, aren't you guilty of forming cliques as well? Your entire team is in disarray because of you lot. Just look at you all. You think you're impressive, but have you even considered where you are? This is the NCAA. We barely have a year to play, and you insist on stirring up trouble during this time? If it weren't for you, Harden, Tony Parker, and Horry wouldn't have left." Stephon Marbury sank despondently into his seat. "Damn that Carmelo. He should be locked away for a few years. We cannot keep cleaning up after this fool. He ought to just leave." Isiah Thomas, still smiling, interjected, "Tang, let's not dwell on Harden and the others. Our immediate priority is how to stabilize Ma Fei and how to handle the monitoring room." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, supporting Thomas' view. "Anthony certainly cannot remain on the team. Let him pay his dues first." Now, how do we placate Ma Fei? That kid has a wild streak, and judging by today's events, he's not one to back down easily. Nielsen forced a wry smile. It's not a significant issue worst-case scenario. We might have to pay a little compensation. Can he really overpower us? As for Anthony, do you think he would dare to show his face at school, even if we didn't address it? What Nielsen remained oblivious to was that Ma Fei truly intended to devour them. Upon exiting the campus hospital, Ma Fei and Barkley headed straight for the basketball arena. What on earth are you going to the basketball court for? Barkley inquired, puzzled. Ma Fei muttered, of course, him seeking an explanation. This matter isn't over. The basketball team must provide me with answers. Barkley had nothing to say after all. It was not his issue. He was a victim too. Nielsen felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Ma Fei. If not for this individual, one of his key players would not have been forced out. After painstakingly gathering a group of former basketball stars, signs of defection had already begun to emerge. Thus, he impatiently asked, "What do you want?" Ma Fei shot Nielsen a disdainful glance. The once mad scientist now resembled a tall, striking young man with golden hair. "I'm here for an explanation and compensation. Surely you're aware of what your team has done? There's video evidence, so you can't wriggle out of this." Nielsen initially intended to intimidate the young man into backing down, but it turned out he was there to demand benefits. "Our team can offer you 10,000 star coins that should suffice for a year's living expenses." Upon hearing Nielsen's offer, Ma Fei shook his head, his expression stern. After suffering so much, how could he settle for a mere 10,000? Not enough. Nielsen realized he was dealing with someone difficult. However, this matter was not directly related to the team. Even if it escalated, it was Anthony who would face the consequences. "Kid, your people have an old saying, know when to stop. Our team is under no obligation to compensate. This 10,000 is already a show of goodwill." Ma Fei understood he shouldn't be too greedy, but he had not yet achieved his goal. "Money is one thing, but I want to join the basketball team." Uft, uft. Kenny Smith, Thomas, and Marbury erupted in laughter at Ma Fei's words, staring incredulously at the young man. Nielsen, astonished, scrutinized Ma Fei. "With your physique, even a cannon fodder would surpass you. Where do you get the confidence to play? Do you not have any self-awareness?" Ma Fei, neck stiffened, retorted angrily, "This is my condition. If you agree, let me join the team. If not, I will shout it from the rooftops." Marbury burst into laughter and rushed over to put his arm around Ma Fei's shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Brother, I welcome your addition to the team. Rest assured, with me around, they'll train you to become the strongest 175 on earth." Isiah Thomas shot a furious glare at Marbury. "Don't be so condescending. That 175, although sharing my name, is an entirely different person." Marbury looked at Thomas with disdain. "What? Am I referring to you? What are you projecting?" Thomas immediately confronted him. "What? Do you want to practice?" Kenny, caught between amusement and exasperation, separated the two. These two were destined to be lifelong adversaries, battling from Madison Square Garden to this world, and still not finding peace. Nielsen had never felt so frustrated. While Ma Fei's extortion could be ignored, if it escalated, it could tarnish the team's reputation and morale, which would be counterproductive. Casting an irritated glare at Ma Fei, he turned to Marbury and said before leaving, "Let him officially join the team tomorrow. Stephen, assist him with the paperwork." As soon as Nielsen's words fell, "Ding! Congratulations! Host has joined the school team. Reward: 1 learning quota for skills." Ma Fei was unsure why Marbury was aiding him, but he felt compelled to grant him one of the new learning quotas as a gesture of gratitude. However, it wouldn't hurt to scan the team's rapport before making a decision. Ding! Tang Nielsen's rapport: 10, Marbury; 68, Barkley; 72, Kenny Smith; 61, Jason Richardson; 52, Eddie Curry; 38, Isiah Thomas; 10. Chapter 3, New System Task. Seeing that Thomas' rapport had dipped into the negatives made Ma Fei want to punch him. It was infuriating. How could rapport even be negative? Was he even human? Ding! Learning quota for skills bound to Stephon Marbury. Reward: 1 exclusive skill lottery from Marbury. This time, Ma Fei decided against any ceremony. Given his unfortunate luck, he would be satisfied as long as he could draw a skill. Draw! Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired the skill Lone Wolf Breakthrough. Gasp! This skill was somewhat troublesome. The team already had a lone wolf. Would acquiring another lead to his demise at the hands of his teammates? Opening the skill menu, he indeed found the Lone Wolf skill added beneath the hip check category. Lone Wolf Breakthrough. Skill description: upon receiving the ball, ignore all teammates and opponents, directly attacking the rim. Ma Fei's eyes nearly bulged out. This Lone Wolf skill was practically a death wish. No wonder Marbury was dubbed the Lone Wolf. In his previous life, this skill was akin to a suicidal charge. Even if he weren't taken down by opponents, he would surely be berated by his teammates. Upon opening the skill recycling panel, I swiftly discarded the lone wolf into the recycling bin. Ding. Skill recycling successful. Energy 10. Concurrently, the lone wolf breakthrough skill within my body was also eradicated. Without hesitation, Ma Fei exchanged 10 points of energy for a growth and bone-strengthening pill. Gazing at the dark brown capsule, which bore a striking resemblance to the vitality pill, he closed his eyes and swallowed it whole. A potent taste surged within him, nearly provoking a gag reflex, but he managed to suppress it with a sip of water. Upon reopening the skills recovery tab, he noted that the bone-strengthening pill count stood at 29. A glance at the description revealed that one must wait 3 days between doses, with each pill promising an increase in height of 1 centimeter. This posed no issue, as it was early September and the NCAA was still some time away, allowing ample opportunity for growth. The following morning, Ma Fei eagerly awaited the daily report at 8 a.m., akin to the anticipation felt before the stock market opens. Ding. The host learned about 2 individuals, earning an energy value of 2. He opened the energy value timeline for both individuals, clearly observing their activity trajectories throughout the day. Barkley had an energy surplus of 0.8, while Marbury's energy value reached 1.4. Ma Fei gently rubbed her cheeks. An energy value exceeding 2 at this hour was quite commendable. In just 5 days, she could exchange it for a pill. However, upon observing Barkley's energy value graph, it was evident that he had indulged in a lengthy slumber during the afternoon, contributing not a shred of energy. At present, what occupied Ma Fei's mind most was the coveted opportunity to learn the rigorous skills. Only with an increase in available slots would the energy value experience an explosive surge. At 10 in the morning, after completing the necessary formalities with Marbury, Ma Fei proceeded directly to the gymnasium. At that moment, Nelson was on the sidelines, observing the players as they trained. Marbury clapped his hands and called out to the players who were training, "Hey, everyone, gather around to welcome our new teammate, number 99, Ma Fei." Isiah Thomas, grumbling, began to vent his frustration. "Damn it, even when Jordan came, you didn't let me welcome him. Now you expect me to welcome this kid? What gives you the audacity?" Marbury was instantly enraged, exclaiming that his entire family were ungrateful wretches, merely swine that could only engage in empty rhetoric. Nelson has resolutely chosen to abandon any hope of remedying the situation. This team is utterly unmanageable, with several prominent figures entrenched as fierce adversaries. It remains a mystery how these individuals have managed to resurrect themselves in this city. At this moment, Ma Fei's mood was far from cheerful. The intense rivalry between Marbury and Thomas was palpable, and it was evident that Barkley also harbored strong animosity towards Thomas. Now, Ma Fei understood why Harden and Tony Parker chose to leave. One was a lone wolf, the other a smiling assassin, both guards. With so many guards clustered together, it was inevitable that chaos would ensue, especially given the presence of long-standing rivalries. Throughout the morning, Ma Fei listened intently as Marbury and Thomas exchanged pleasantries regarding their respective families. Under Barkley's tutelage, he practiced the fundamentals of basketball, though it was termed as guidance. It felt more like harassment as Barkley shamelessly used Ma Fei as a target, relentlessly showcasing his skills through back-to-the-basket plays. After all, it was only fair since he had injured Barkley the previous day. Nonetheless, seeing that Barkley's arm had completely healed brought a sense of relief to Ma Fei. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. Ma Fei felt an overwhelming force emanating from Barkley's posterior, propelling her body into an arc as she soared beyond the baseline. "Hey kid, now you understand the might of Lord Barkley, don't you? With your slight frame, you disappeared in an instant." Ma Fei rose to her feet in a fit of anger, declaring, "Come again, watch as I unravel your shameless technique." Barkley, brimming with excitement, shouted exuberantly, "Come on, let us engage in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. This time, Ma Fei adjusted her center of gravity, placing her hands firmly against Barkley's backside. Just as Barkley was about to deliver a backward thrust, Ma Fei pinched the tender flesh of Barkley's posterior with 2 fingers and executed a vigorous 360-degree Thomas spin. A piercing scream startled everyone in the basketball court. Buckley, in excruciating pain, retaliated with a furious elbow thrust backward. Fortunately, Ma Fei had his arm positioned in front, preventing a direct hit to his body. Otherwise, that elbow would have surely resulted in severe injury or worse. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the exclusive skill of the iron elbow from Barkley. Ma Fei was filled with excitement, a rush of information regarding the iron elbow skill synchronizing with his body. Skill introduction, the iron elbow. A striking technique essential for Barkley's survival, doubles the power of elbow attacks. Barkley glared fiercely and exclaimed, "Maffei, you wretched boy. Why do you act like a coward, even resorting to using your hands?" Maffei rolled her eyes dramatically. "Charles, you should be content. This is a specialized method I learned online to counter your technique. In this world, such defenses are often governed by unspoken rules. As long as the focus is on the rear, referees typically overlook it. So you might as well showcase your back-to-basket skills." Barkley, taken aback, spoke hesitantly. "Is that for real? How come I've never heard of it?" Maffei was rendered speechless. It was indeed not mere nonsense on his part. The online community had thoroughly dissected this technology long ago, and only this naive fool remained oblivious to the truth. Who would be inclined to divulge such secrets? Others would relish the opportunity to exploit it against him during competitions. He must understand how many individuals he had once oppressed with this very skill in his previous life. Upon hearing this, Barkley became somewhat agitated, pondering whether many were plotting revenge against him. As the morning slipped away, his spirits lifted upon acquiring a unique skill. Later, Maffei encountered the other players from the Agricultural and Forestry University, becoming somewhat familiar with them. At the center position was Eddie Curry, the once promising little shark who had been signed by Thomas to the Knicks, though he ultimately transformed from a little shark into a hefty fish. The power forward was Barkley. The small forward was Jason Richardson, while the guards included Marbury and Thomas. This lineup constituted the finest roster that the Agricultural and Forestry University could muster, as the remaining players were either obscure or freshmen. After lunch, Marbury quietly approached Maffei. "Hey, are you looking to earn some extra cash?" Maffei was somewhat astonished. She possessed merely over 10,000 yuan, of which 10,000 was compensation from the school team. Having returned to the past, she fully understood the significance of money and naturally desired to earn it. Was there a viable avenue to achieve this? Chapter 4. A New Task. Marbury whispered to Maffei, "Just follow me later. It will be you, me, Jason, and Eddie, the four of us. We shall head to South Single Square, where amateur teams are about to take the court for a 3-on-3 basketball match. Let us go and join in the excitement." Maffei was overwhelmed with excitement. When NBA-level players face amateur athletes, it is akin to slicing through melons. The disparity in skill levels is stark. With their superhuman physiques, they can leave amateur players utterly disheartened. "No doubt about it, Stephen, you truly are a remarkable individual." Marbury rolled his eyes dramatically and remarked, "All right then. Spare me the fade of goodwill. Let me be forthright from the outset. Should you lose, you shall bear your own share of the loss. However, if victory is ours, you must relinquish half of your winnings to me." Without a moment's hesitation, Maffei acquiesced, stating, "Fine, as long as you possess the confidence to triumph. Let us first observe the situation and refrain from recklessly charging in. After all, we might just encounter a seasoned professional lurking in the shadows." Marbury made an okay gesture, assuring everyone that understanding both ourselves and our opponents is crucial for achieving victory. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the four of them agreed to head towards the basketball court. By this time, the Southdan Sports Stadium had already attracted a considerable crowd. Although referred to as a stadium, it resembled more of an outdoor basketball court. The four friends eagerly observed the teams playing basketball from the sidelines, noting that several teams had already commenced their matches, predominantly featuring half-court 3-on-3 games. After watching a few rounds, Marbury felt well informed and decided it was time for him to take the court. Maffei observed carefully for a while, finding no particularly formidable teams, which allowed him to feel at ease to join in. "Hey, are you here to play? Would you like to have a game?" A stranger's voice echoed from nearby. Maffei raised her eyes and beheld a towering figure, a robust man exceeding 9 meters in height, who was gazing at them with palpable excitement, resembling someone who had just encountered a long-lost friend. Marbury was troubled about how to lend a hand when an opportunity presented itself before him. A veritable prize that required no effort to obtain. "No problem," he declared, "as long as there are no more than 3 participants. We can even engage in a game of bullfighting. The choice is yours." The burly man pondered for a moment and said, "Then let it be 3 against 3. Are the rewards prepared?" Marbury nodded, already well acquainted with the rules of the place. The referee charged a fee of 130, with the victor taking all. He promptly signed the contract using his smart terminal watch. Upon witnessing the contract amount reaching 40,000, Maffei felt a surge of desire. Subsequently, Marbury and the robust man engaged in a coin toss, resulting in Marbury triumphantly securing the possession of the ball. At this moment, Marbury quietly instructed Richardson and Eddie Curry, "Gentlemen, let us not be excessively ruthless. We must exercise restraint and ensure we do not frighten away these plump opportunities. Richardson and Eddie Curry nodded in agreement, exchanging no words, but instead gazing at the unsuspecting prospects with amused smiles. Marbury once again grasped Maffei's shoulder, saying, for the time being, you need only focus on serving and fend off your opponents. The rest is not your concern. Shortly thereafter, the appointed referee blew the whistle. Beep. To illustrate the relative lack of prowess in his team, Marbury allowed Eddie Curry to rest on the sidelines, opting instead to have Maffei start the game. Maffei was merely an amateur player, participating for the thrill of the game, and promptly passed the ball to Marbury. As the match commenced, Marbury, eager to showcase his skills, released the ball with excessive force, whether intentional or not, resulting in the basketball striking the rim and ricocheting away. Witnessing the ball veer away from the hoop, Maffei instinctively extended his arms, prepared to seize the rebound, paying little heed to the opposing player. The rival, standing at 1.8 meters, though slightly taller, was also an amateur. Thus Maffei felt no pressure whatsoever. However, just as he was about to collect the rebound, he was suddenly struck by a powerful force. Instinctively, Maffei attempted to defend himself, yet the opponent executed a sneaky elbow maneuver, inflicting a searing pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. A cry of agony escaped Maffei's lips as he was sent sprawling 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Maffei was somewhat bewildered. It was only the beginning, yet the intensity was already so fierce. If this continued throughout the match, would they not end up in the crematorium? The referee immediately called an offensive foul. However, Maffei was infuriated. Was such a malicious foul merely deserving of a standard penalty? He was ready to charge forward. But at that moment, 3 referees intervened, separating the 2 teams. They promptly activated the video review on their communication devices. It was then that Maffei noticed the 4 corners of the basketball court were equipped with more than 8 miniature network cameras, with at least 4 cameras covering half the court. No wonder the referees appeared so professional. In less than a minute, a decision was rendered. The opposing team was assessed a technical foul, resulting in 2 free throws and a subsequent shot. Marbury delivered a resounding slap to Maffei's backside, asserting that this is how one should play the game. It is essential to safeguard oneself and harbor no reservations. For the realm of basketball is governed by prowess rather than any other considerations. Maffei nodded, then awkwardly grasped the basketball handed to him by Marbury. Standing at the free throw line, he took a deep breath and released the ball. Whoosh! The basketball soared directly from beneath the hoop, missing entirely. Richardson immediately began to comment, "Are you certain that this abysmal free throw isn't the work of an elementary school student? Even Shaquille O'Neal's free throws are infinitely superior." Maffei felt as if she wished to vanish into the ground, overwhelmed by the scorn directed at her. Haha, are you here to amuse us? Your basketball skills are truly subpar. We are eagerly yearning for a victory. The burly opponent across the court displayed a condescending expression, giving Maffei a thumbs up before toppling over. Ding. The system issued a temporary task, secure a victory in a street amateur basketball match. The sudden task took Maffei by surprise. She had not anticipated facing provocation during the game, nor the presence of such a challenge. It seemed she would need to explore alternative avenues to secure opportunities for learning and improvement in the future. Maffei immediately took the second penalty shot. Clang. Indeed. After feeling that the first attempt was too gentle, he exerted a bit more force this time, only to strike the iron once again. Marbury said nothing, merely shaking his head, while Richardson nearly pressed his head against Marbury's face to vent his frustration. Maffei opened her hands and squeezed tightly, reflecting on how, in her previous days of playing basketball, she had rarely experienced a shot that completely missed the rim. What could possibly be the reason for such a performance today? Marbury approached and gently patted Maffei's shoulder, saying, "Relax, my friend. There's no shame in a lack of success. Your physical control needs improvement, and you require more time for training. Only through diligent practice can you truly achieve mastery and effortless command." Maffei nodded helplessly, signaling that he was fine. The match continued. The strong man, known as Black Jack, was one of the formidable forwards in this region, possessing considerable prowess. Otherwise, he would not dare to engage in contract negotiations. From the very beginning of the game, he utilized his experience to impart a lesson to Maffei. Basketball requires a wealth of experience and lessons learned. However, Maffei paid little heed to this. Having been provoked, he was determined to retaliate. In Maffei's mind, the image of the Spade Jack mockingly giving him a thumbs up was incessantly replaying. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I must return the favor and teach you a lesson." Jack, recognizing that Maffei was merely an amateur player, decided to take the opportunity to bully this newcomer. Chapter 5. The first victory, however, Maffei's offensive skills were lacking, and his defensive techniques were equally subpar. Yet, having witnessed the defensive prowess of the smiling assassin Thomas, which resembled a brawl with a shrew, he realized that such an approach was indeed suitable for this game. Whenever Jack had the ball, Maffei would dart towards him, either poking with a finger or inadvertently pinching him, occasionally delivering a rough elbow reminiscent of Barkley's style. Employing every underhanded tactic he could muster. As long as he perceived that the referee's attention was diverted, he would relentlessly harass Jack. Originally, Jack was Richardson's target. But now Maffei had snatched his chance, leaving Richardson both astonished and begrudgingly impressed with this rookie. Setting aside offensive capabilities, Maffei's defensive tenacity delighted his teammates. Jack was thoroughly frustrated by Maffei's antics, repeatedly shouting at the referee, "Ref, are you blind? This guy is pinching me, shoving me, and elbowing me. Doesn't that count as a foul?" The referee merely blinked, ignoring Jack's outburst, thinking that if he couldn't handle such minor infractions, he had no business playing basketball. Especially given Jack's nearly 2-meter stature. Seeing the referee's apathy, Jack began to mimic Maffei, subjecting him to his own form of torment. This resulted in a peculiar scene on the court, with both players shouting and putting on a theatrical display of rough play. At that moment, Jack's team called for a 30-second timeout. Maffei took several hearty gulps of water and vigorously wiped away the beads of sweat with a towel. With a smile, Marbury remarked to Maffei, "Defending against these robust individuals must be quite a challenge, wouldn't you agree? If you choose to tread this path, you must learn to adapt. However, your ability to adjust appears remarkably swift. It seems you have quickly picked up Thomas's despicable tactics." Richardson chuckled, exclaiming, "Ha! This is the first time I've encountered someone akin to that scoundrel Thomas, truly a being that confronts everything and anything." Maffei continued to lament, "Stephen, Jason. That fellow is utterly unscrupulous, preying on a newcomer like me." As 30 seconds flashed by, the match resumed, with Maffei continuing to grapple with Jack while Richardson took a breather, making way for Eddie Curry. Curry loomed like a colossal mountain before Jack. Yet he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Jack to pass and engage Maffei. With a simple crossover, Jack, leveraging his agility, successfully maneuvered past Curry and charged toward Maffei. Faced with this challenge, Maffei was resolute, refusing to back down, regardless of the circumstances. As Jack penetrated the paint, Maffei stepped forward, positioning himself squarely in Jack's path. With animosity palpable, both Maffei and Jack felt a surge of adrenaline. Jack planted his right foot firmly on the court, launching himself in an attempt to dunk over Maffei. In that moment, Maffei's frustration peaked. Being shorter, he was already at a disadvantage, and now he was being mocked for his leaping ability. "Get lost," he shouted as he leapt, gripping Jack's thigh and forcefully pushing him back beyond the three-point line. "Beep. Haha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Jack has been sent to the bridal chamber." Maffei taunted, "You fool, Jack, you fight like a girl." The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against Maffei, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Maffei awkwardly touched his nose, while Jack's face had turned a deep shade of purple, being carried like a small wife by a large man and placed beyond the three-point line. This was a blatant display of indignity. Marbury, Eddie Curry, and Richardson were laughing uncontrollably. Marbury gave a thumbs up, remarking that this move would be most effective against O'Neal in the future. Richardson also applauded, officially acknowledging this young brother. Jack made both of his free throws. Marbury has also called for a brief timeout. The current score stands at 13-10, with the Maffei team leading by 3 points. Less than 4 minutes remain on the clock. Maffei wrapped a towel around his head, feeling rather mediocre in today's competition. Although he possessed Barkley's signature buttock technique, opportunities to employ it were scarce, as his primary responsibility today was serving. Meanwhile, the iron elbow proved instrumental in defense. As he made his debut as a starter, Maffei fantasized about vanquishing all adversaries. Yet reality soon revealed that his aspirations were somewhat naive. This disparity compelled Maffei to reassess the significance of acquiring the fierce skills of others. Only by mastering the relentless techniques of many could he hope to achieve his goal of effortless victory. Maffei reflects on the sidelines. Yet the match is about to commence. After all, Marbury and his companions are seasoned NBA players, more than capable of competing at an amateur level. The score steadily advances towards 21 points, and the rhythm of the game appears to have fallen into the hands of Maffei's team. Marbury and Richardson were determined to bring Jack's team to an equal score of 18. Marbury took command of the game, demonstrating to Team Jack the essence of professional basketball. He swiftly orchestrated a decisive 3-0 run, reaching 21 points first and securing victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an additional learning opportunity. Upon scanning Richardson and Eddie Curry again, Richardson's favorability rose from 52 to 61, while Eddie Curry's increased from 38 to 53. Maffei patted his chest, feeling that his affinity was just sufficient, and promptly bestowed his learning opportunity upon Jason Richardson. Initially, he intended to study under Kenny, but this elusive figure was rarely seen. Constantly engrossed in his phone conversations, whether with Earl Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, or Draymond Green, his chats far outnumbering his training hours. Having observed Richardson yesterday, Maffei discovered him to be a promising candidate for mentorship. His endearing demeanor coupled with unwavering dedication and focus during training, never shirking from hard work, justified his two-time NBA Slam Dunk Contest championships, an achievement undeniably earned through rigorous practice. Now, Maffei found himself reminiscing about Kobe. Had he the opportunity to mentor someone under Kobe, he could likely sleep in blissful peace. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound Jason Richardson as your learning object. And as a reward, you receive one exclusive skill lottery for Richardson. Upon hearing the delightful sound from the system, Maffei eagerly commenced the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn Richardson's exclusive skill, Spring Man. To his astonishment, this unexpected boon was indeed a pleasant surprise. Skill description for Spring Man, an exclusive skill of Richardson, enhancing vertical leap by an additional 50 points. Given Maffei's currently abysmal jump attribute, this skill would allow him to leap higher. And with the potential to exchange attributes in the future, his vertical could only ascend further. Imagining a maximum attribute of 100 combined with the Spring Man skill, he envisioned effortlessly achieving a jump height of 1.5 meters. After winning a game, Maffei received his promised share of 2,500 yuan, a considerable sum. Observing his team narrowly triumph over Jack's squad, other moderately skilled teams began to take notice. Following this, 2 additional matches passed, with Marbury and Richardson resembling Oscar statuettes, nearly collapsing from exhaustion on the court. Chapter 6. Martial skills. The consecutive victories instilled a sense of vigilance among the others. They were not oblivious. These recent games revealed a strategic depth, clearly a case of feigning weakness to conceal strength. A closer examination unveiled that Marbury and his companions possessed distinct differences from amateur players, particularly in their solid foundational skills in dribbling and shooting, far exceeding the capabilities of mere amateurs. Marbury, dissatisfied with the lack of customers, observed the joyous demeanor of Richardson and Eddie Curry, who had garnered profits surpassing their scholarships throughout the day. Although Marbury felt irked by the swift decline of business, he nonetheless accompanied a few others to the bustling market at the North Fifth Ring. Here, he operated a pizzeria named Buckley, located within a newly established supermarket that primarily catered to small enterprises and the food service industry. The pizzeria, though modest in size at approximately 150 square meters, thrived with business, and robots continuously scurried in and out, delivering orders. Steven, your restaurant is incredibly popular. I've noticed that the delivery robots have hardly paused for a moment, remarked Maffei, enviously observing the incessant activity of the delivery robots. Marbury placed his arm around Maffei's shoulder and said, "My friend, if you aspire to achieve something significant, you must act swiftly. After all, we all begin from scratch upon arriving on this planet. Now is the opportune moment to seize the market. In 6 months, our advantage may diminish considerably. The most crucial element in our culinary endeavors is our people, not machines. Those accustomed to mechanical meals greatly appreciate the diverse flavors we offer. However, the competition is intensifying. Numerous pizza parlors, burger joints, and hot dog stands are experiencing a surge in delivery orders." Richardson chimed in, "Then why not hasten to open several more establishments? The market in this world is vast, and expanding our ventures could yield greater profits. I have already launched 10 burger outlets." Eddie Curry concurred, "Indeed. My hot dog stand is also thriving. We must not let this opportunity slip away." Upon hearing the words of Richardson and Eddie Curry, Marbury shook his head. "All the money I have earned has been invested. The returns are not as swift as I would hope. It requires a certain period of time, unlike the agile turnover you enjoy with your modest establishments." At that moment, Marbury instructed a few individuals to take their reserved positions. When the 2 12-inch pizzas arrived, his appetite surged instantly. Without regard for others, Richardson reached out and grabbed a slice to indulge in. Marbury, feeling no need for further politeness after a long afternoon of basketball, began to devour the food voraciously. Ma Fei was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor of the pizza from the Marbury household, finding it to be on par with the pizzas of her previous life. The sauce was rich and flavorful, while the crust was tender and fragrant, making it exceptionally delicious. Indeed, Stephen, you can confidently consider opening a branch. Marbury observed the two individuals dining with great satisfaction, their remarks exceedingly astute, which instilled a measure of confidence within him. After their evening meal, Marbury took Ma Fei by the hand and swiftly departed, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "Stephen, where are you taking me?" she inquired, as they sat in the speeding vehicle. Marbury playfully patted Ma Fei's thigh and remarked, "Your battle with Cameron the other day was rather amateurish. If you wish to avoid being bullied in the future, you must learn some self-defense skills." Ma Fei instinctively nodded. He had already mastered the techniques quite well that day. However, he could not deny the inherent advantage that Anthony's tall and robust physique granted him. "How much will it cost for me to learn this combat skill?" As he expressed his concern about the expense, Marbury looked at him with disdain. "If you wish to establish yourself in the basketball realm, you must acquire a broader array of skills. Self-defense is an essential ability to learn. The basketball landscape in this world differs significantly from that of our past lives. At the very least, mastering combat is crucial." Ma Fei pondered the situation, realizing that the system was uncertain about how to initiate tasks. If a sudden temporary task were to arise, he would be in a favorable position. Nodding in agreement, he acknowledged Marbury's point. Indeed, as Marbury had stated, the rules of basketball in this world had become far more ferocious and brutal than the style of play prior to the 1990s in their previous existence. After both men got into the car, they reached their destination in just over 10 minutes. Ma Fei was quite pleased with the transportation options available in this world. At that moment, her heart began to race, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that owning a flying car had now become a goal of hers. With such a marvelous invention, one could travel effortlessly to any destination. Arriving at the underground parking, she found herself before a modest-sized sports arena. Marbury said nothing as he took Ma Fei into the gymnasium. "Hello, Masua. I am here to introduce you to a business opportunity." Ma Fei followed the sound of Marbury's voice and beheld a towering middle-aged man, approximately 1.9 meters tall, with a close-cropped hairstyle and a robust physique. His broad shoulders and powerful build were accentuated by the beads of sweat glistening on his rugged cheeks as he meticulously struck the heavy bag on the training platform. The dull thuds of his punches echoed in the ears of the two men. Upon hearing someone call his name, Masao abruptly ceased his strikes, leaping down from the ring to envelop Marbury in a hearty embrace. "Hey, Stephen, it has been quite a while since your last visit." Marbury, without any superfluous words, pointed towards Ma Fei and stated, "This is my brother. Please assist him in mastering a few combat techniques." Mo Su examined Ma Fei for a moment, then rubbed his hands together and replied, "No problem. I guarantee he will learn, but the training fee cannot be less than 2,000. Ma Fei indeed yearned to acquire more combat skills. Currently, he was only proficient in techniques such as the jab, hair pulling, eye gouging, groin kicking, and sweeping kicks, all of which could only serve as surprise attacks and genuine confrontations. Thus, he nodded in agreement to the proposed price, expressing his eagerness to learn several effective techniques for swiftly achieving victory in combat. Marbury chuckled and said, "Ma Fei, you should learn well from him. This fellow once claimed the championship belt in the Blue Star fighting competition." With great enthusiasm, Maso invited Ma Fei onto the stage, urging, "Your protective gear is up there. Hurry and change into it. We will commence shortly, and you should practice as I instruct. While you may not become a professional fighter, mastering self-defense and counterattacks will be a piece of cake." Ding. The system issued a temporary task. Learn at least 5 self-defense techniques. Ma Fei, filled with excitement, nearly kissed the system in gratitude. Just as she pondered whether there was a task at hand, the system promptly released one with thoughtful consideration. Ma Fei's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon Mo Sua. "Coach Mo, could you please enlighten me on the techniques available for learning? I would like to be mentally prepared." Mo Sua was taken aback by the newcomer's persistence. She swiftly leaped down to the arena and retrieved a page from a book that was resting on a table. "Here, it contains all the introductions. Take a look, and let me know which specific techniques you wish to master. I can teach you, but it will only be the fundamentals." Upon encountering a crumpled promotional leaflet adorned with an array of ostentatious skills, such as the lightning triple whip and the lethal scissors kick, Ma Fei dismissed the seemingly implausible abilities without a second thought. Addressing Mo Su, he declared, "I shall choose the elbow strike, throat lock, knee strike, cannon fist, and oil consumption technique. Imosu was taken aback by this individual's audacity to learn 5 self-defense techniques, encompassing strikes from the hand, elbow, knee, fist, and leg. For 2,000, I can only teach you 3 techniques, he replied. Should you wish to learn 5, an additional 2,000 will be required. Chapter 7. The eccentric Thomas with a pained heart. Maffei reluctantly handed over his money, losing a third of his hard-earned 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Yet, the thought of the energy-draining technique ignited a spark in his eyes. Upon seeing the skill in the promotional material, Maffei had already resolved that it was a must-learn ability, for he had encountered similar energy-draining techniques in the vast expanse of the internet. This energy-draining technique was said to bear some resemblance to those found in arcade games, but the reality was vastly different. In arcade games, the energy-draining technique was merely a flashy move that appeared devastating, yet its actual impact was rather mediocre. Conversely, the energy-draining technique in this realm was meticulously designed to strike the area beneath the jawline, as targeting this region could easily incapacitate an opponent. The jaw is the most vulnerable part of the body, prone to fractures, breaks, and dislocations. In essence, this technique was more akin to a hook punch aimed deliberately at this sensitive area, rarely producing the airborne effect seen in arcade games. However, with Maffei's inevitable dedication to consuming potions, his attributes would surely strengthen over time, allowing him to dream of the day he could send opponents soaring. Wait, no. You've struck the wrong area with that energy drain. It should be the side of the jaw, not the chin. Are you certain this is a cannon punch? Your strikes must be fierce, precise, and stable. Is this how you employ any strike? This is meant for vanquishing foes, not for a mere kick. Stop. What is this nonsense with your elbow strike? This ISNT basketball, elbowing the chest or ribs is utterly useless. Aim for the head with your elbow. If you wish to avoid being struck down, shield your head with your fists. It should be with both arms. Do you understand? A chokehold is not merely about squeezing someone's throat. It is a technique meant to bring your opponent to the ground. Marbury observed with keen interest as the two engaged in their training on stage. Although he held reservations about Maffei's basketball prowess, he still hoped for the young man's ability to defend himself during the NCAA competition, not to inflict harm upon his opponents, but merely to avoid being overwhelmed on the court. 30 minutes later, utterly exhausted and feeling as though he had been through a grueling ordeal, Maffei found himself devoid of the strength to even raise his arms. Reduced to merely gasping for breath on the platform, Maffei did not anticipate that training for this combat style would be so exhausting. This was merely a few techniques. If he were to master the majority of combat moves, he would likely find himself utterly fatigued, lying prostrate on the arena floor. Marbury has not departed. During his initial training, he was quite similar to Maffei, recognizing that this is the moment when assistance is most essential. He promptly uncapped a bottle of water and poured it into Maffei. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, Masuwa resumed the training of Maffei, this time opting not to have them engage directly, but rather to continuously demonstrate the application of the skills. Thus, they alternated every half hour, and after 2 hours, Maffei had grasped the fundamentals of the 5 techniques, although he could not yet wield them with the same fluidity as Masuwa with a bit more intensive practice. He could deepen his understanding and mastery of the skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned an additional slot for learning advanced techniques. Upon returning to his dormitory, Maffei collapsed onto his bed, utterly unwilling to rise. The morning was spent in training, the afternoon in basketball, and the evening dedicated to mastering combat skills. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, just as he was about to wash up and retire for the night. Maffei received a notification from Nelson. The team would have a joint practice the following morning and the day after. They were scheduled to compete in a friendly match against the Kentucky varsity team. This opposing team was composed of former key players from the Mavericks, including Finley, Jason Terry, Josh Howard, Dampier, Bradley, Jose Barria, Stevenson, and Brendan Haywood, under the guidance of their head coach, the young General Avery Johnson. This team could undoubtedly give the Agricultural and Forestry University team a formidable challenge. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Maffei gazed intently at the system as usual. Ding! The host has learned from 3 individuals, acquiring an energy value of 2. 4, bringing the total energy value to 4. 6. The energy value time chart of the 3 individuals has been unlocked. Barkley holds an energy value of 0. 6. Marbury possesses 1. 6. And Richardson stands at 0. 2. Just after taking a sip of soy milk, Maffei was utterly disgusted by Barkley. This fellow had only trained with him for a short while in the morning, and thereafter had hardly moved throughout the day. The moniker Flying Pig was certainly well-deserved. he had undoubtedly reached the later stages of laziness. With a new learning opportunity available, Maffei initially intended to allocate it to Kenny Smith, but witnessing Barkley's daily antics left him in a state of indecision. Upon arriving at the gym, Maffei discovered that neither Marbury nor Kenny was present. However, even at the training point, there was still no sign of the two. It remained a mystery what they were up to. Nelson, infuriated, began to scold and instructed the others to commence their warm-up, advising Thomas to provide thorough guidance to the other players. With a twinkle in his eye, Thomas turned his gaze towards Maffei and said, "My friend, I shall teach you some fundamental offensive and defensive skills, and I will defend against you." Maffei was somewhat astonished. How could this individual, whose favorability rating was in the negative, exhibit such kindness? Nevertheless, she chose not to contest it. Thomas picked up the ball and tossed it to him, urging, "Come now. Unleash your most formidable technique and let me gauge the extent of your prowess." Maffei chuckled, uncertain of the mischief this fellow was plotting. Yet her longing to unleash her hip attack skill had reached a fever pitch. With Thomas standing at a height of 185 centimeters, merely 9 centimeters taller than herself, she was confident that she could overpower him with her technique. After receiving the ball, Maffei instinctively tested Thomas's position with his backside. Sensing that the fellow had already placed his hands on his waist, clearly preparing to make a move. With a sudden and forceful impact, Maffei collided forward. Thud. Thomas was unexpectedly knocked back a step, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the newcomer before him. It was no wonder he mingled with Barkley. Such audacious skills were indeed daring to emulate. Did he not fear being overwhelmed by the entire league's players? Maffei paid no heed to Thomas's taunts, turning away to take her shot. Bang! She struck the iron with fury. Thomas, incensed by his dismissal, immediately seethed with rage and called for another attempt. This time, he resorted to the same old tactics, yet being the scoundrel that he was, he quickly devised a strategy to counter Maffei after suffering his initial defeat. Just like Maffei's method against Barkley, it was evident that he had thoroughly analyzed Barkley's skill set. A piercing cry echoed, instantly drawing the attention of the other players engaged in training. Maffei glared furiously at the scoundrel before him, clearly realizing that his previous technique was ineffective. It was time to unleash a more formidable move. Once again in possession of the ball, Maffei seized the opportunity as he pivoted, delivering a sharp elbow reminiscent of Barkley's iron strike directly into Thomas's ribcage. The impact forced Thomas to double over, clutching his side in discomfort. Fortunately, Maffei's strength was not overwhelming. Had it been the force akin to Barkley's, Thomas would undoubtedly have collapsed to the ground. Maffei was also curious to see if he could provoke this fellow to the point of reducing his favorability to a staggering -100. Scanning Thomas's favorability. Ding. Isiah Thomas's favorability. 3. Chapter 8. Teaching by example, what on earth? Thomas's negative favorability had inexplicably transformed into a positive one. Maffei exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting that the more unscrupulous his actions, the faster Thomas's favorability would rise. Could this fellow possibly be a pervert? The thought sent a chill down Maffei's spine. Thomas growled fiercely, "You little brat. It's your turn to defend. Now it's my turn to attack." Without waiting for Maffei's consent, he seized the ball, preparing to take him on one-on-one. As Maffei observed that this individual seemed to revel in fierce confrontations, she decided to resort to personal attacks. The ensuing moments were engulfed by Thomas's vehement outbursts within the arena. "You scoundrel! Only now do I realize that in comparison to you, I, Thomas, am a paragon of virtue. Is your sole talent in elbowing and choking others? How dare you? You wretched creature, I shall end you. You've grasped my throat. This is a foul play. You rascal. The great smiling assassin will teach you how to truly score. Goodness. From whom did you learn that eye-gouging technique?" At this juncture, the two had become embroiled in a fierce scuffle. Maffei noted with delight the rapid ascent of Thomas's favorability rating, nearly bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Thomas was transported back to his days with the Pistons, relishing this limitless style of defense, with its almost villainous tactics thrilling him to the core. Nelson, however, wore a grim expression, troubled by the emergence of yet another rogue within the team. Although he did not entirely oppose a more aggressive defense, this boundary-less approach was particularly distasteful to him. Barkley, on the other hand, was enthusiastically cheering on Maffei. "Yes, this is exactly how you should play. Annihilate this scoundrel. Indeed, gouge his eyes out, preferably blinding him." Richardson and Eddie Curry, evidently familiar with Maffei's defensive style, watched with keen interest as the two engaged in their explosive confrontation. Ding. Thomas's favorability reached 60. Upon scanning again and discovering that Thomas's favorability had met the required threshold, Maffei unhesitatingly awarded him a learning opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the learning of Isiah Thomas, granting a special skill lottery once. Maffei did not hesitate and directly proceeded with the lottery. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have drawn the exclusive skill Assassin Strike from Thomas. Immediately, an enigmatic stream of information and energy coursed through Maffei's body. He sensed a profound understanding of basketball emerging within him, as well as an enhanced tactile sensation, evidently instilled during the transformation of Assassin Strike. When one mentions Thomas, the general perception often categorizes him as the quintessential rogue of the bad boys, yet his abilities extend far beyond mere defense. His offensive prowess is equally commendable. It is essential to recognize that he faced formidable opponents such as the Showtime-era Lakers, the Bulls led by Jordan, and the Celtics of Larry Bird. Despite such fierce competition, he managed to maintain an impressive career average of 20 points per game with a shooting percentage of 44. This exemplifies the sheer audacity of his game. Skill Introduction: Assassin Strike, a mid-range shooting skill of Isiah Thomas, boasting a 55 shooting accuracy under defensive conditions and 70 when unguarded. Upon reviewing the effects of this skill, Maffei nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that he could achieve an average of 20 points at a height of 185 centimeters in an era dominated by towering athletes. This skill indeed held considerable merit. Thomas tossed the ball back to Maffei, signaling it was his turn to attack. Don't think you can win just by using petty tactics. Now, let me show you how to defend. This time, Maffei refrained from using his hips and began to adjust to mid-range shooting under Thomas's defense. Thus, the two engaged in a peculiar training session filled with banter and rivalry. Nielsen shook his head, relinquishing any hope. The now darkened Maffei seemed irretrievable. If anyone could teach him, it would undoubtedly be Thomas, the unconventional mentor. Despite his seemingly erratic behavior, he was a leading figure in training newcomers. Perhaps it was Maffei's fierce approach that earned Thomas's recognition, prompting him to impart defensive techniques with unwavering dedication. Stop, stop, stop. Buddy, you're being too gentle. I just told you, your elbows need to be in motion. Don't keep your gaze fixated on the ball. Focus on the referee. Thomas was unabashedly conveying his basketball philosophy. The surrounding players were taken aback by his almost obsessive teachings. Barkley piped up, Thomas, could you perhaps adopt a more civilized approach? Constantly committing fouls will only infuriate the referees. Thomas ignored Barkley's interjection and continued his instruction to Maffei. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the referee? Avoid committing fouls intentionally. When you use your elbows, do it naturally, within the confines of the rules. You must create space for offense, so don't hold back. As he spoke, Thomas demonstrated a few elbowing techniques. Maffei stared in astonishment. Truly, this fellow was a scoundrel within the realm of basketball. His elbow strike was undoubtedly masterful. Although lacking professional defensive skills, his defensive techniques, albeit still somewhat rudimentary, began to flourish under Thomas's tutelage. When positioning himself, he would deftly insert his leg against the inner side of his opponent's leg, using his bone to forcefully press against the opponent's side acupoints and joints. At that moment, Thomas epitomized malevolence, maliciously instructing Maffei on defense, positioning, and movement with wicked intent. Thomas, we could practice the fundamentals of basketball, or perhaps some combat techniques would be delightful as well. Maffei had grasped the basics of defense and was now reluctant to continue. It was simply too repulsive. Thomas nodded. Very well, we shall conclude for today. There is a fierce battle tomorrow, so take the time to become familiar with your defensive skills. Maffei contemplated for a moment and decided it was time to set a short-term goal. Firstly, he planned to engage in basketball training every morning and in the afternoons. He would seek a place to practice his combat skills, ensuring his days were fulfilling. The next day, Maffei rose early, eagerly anticipating the arrival of 8 o'clock. Ding! The host had learned from 4 individuals, garnering an energy value of 7. 6, with a total energy value of 12. 2. He accessed the energy value time chart of the 4 players, Barkley at 1. 6, Marbury at 0. 8, Richardson at 2. 3, and Thomas at 2. 9. Observing that he had amassed nearly 8 points of energy in a single day, Maffei mused that if Marbury had not wandered off, he might have surpassed the 9-point threshold. What surprised Maffei was that Thomas had trained even more fervently than Richardson, contributing an impressive amount on his own. He promptly exchanged for a bone-strengthening pill, which, upon consumption, would elevate his height to 177 centimeters. At precisely 9 o'clock, he returned to the basketball court. Hey, you. The Summer Clan kid, you've wandered into the wrong place. This is a basketball court, not a ping-pong hall. Chapter 9. The Ugly County Horse Entering the Gym. Ma Fei was taken aback by the sight of a headband-wearing individual. Instantly recognizing him, he thought, "You imbecile, perhaps your eyes should be gouged out and used as marbles." Indeed, you are aptly named the Ugly County Horse. Your appearance is frightful enough to offend everyone. Josh Howard was enraged. Kid, mind your words. Do not presume that because the Summer Clan reigns currently, you can speak without restraint. I have dealt with Yu Ming before. Huh? Where's your face? How can you be so arrogant? You think you can handle Yao Ming with that puny frame of yours? Let us see if I can send you to your grave and play a tune on a Swona in your honor. Ma Fei spat directly at Josh Howard. Just as Josh Howard was preparing to deal with this brash young man, he was swiftly pulled away by Finley and a few others who had just arrived. Josh Howard continued to hurl insults, while Ma Fei, undaunted, retaliated in kind. Ma Fei had no intention of showing any kindness to this individual. In the NBA, a significant number of people harbor animosity towards the Asian community. The experiences of Yao Ming and Jeremy Lin clearly illustrate the challenges faced by Asian players in the league. Unscrupulous players like Kudo dare to extend their legs in front of Yao Ming, while Jeremy Lin endures the unfortunate consequences of exclusion. In the past, there was a sense of helplessness, but this world is now one where Asians hold sway. Other races are merely considered minorities, and those who escape eradication should count themselves fortunate. It is baffling that some still dare to provoke the Asian community, and they should brace themselves for dire repercussions. At this moment, Nelson wore a frown. He had initially arranged a friendly match with the young General Johnson to foster mutual learning and improvement. However, with the uproar caused by Josh Howard and Ma Fei, the two teams were suddenly at odds. Thomas patted Ma Fei on the shoulder, advising him to temper his aggression and learn to endure. He reminded him that he once faced the deafening roars of tens of thousands of Bulls fans while contending with Jordan. It is only by prevailing against opponents on the court that one can earn the respect of all. Ma Fei nodded. He had already resolved to bestow upon this unattractive county horse the title of Dead Horse. Suddenly, the system issued a temporary task to contest against Josh Howard, restricting his score to within 10 points while ensuring that the host surpasses 10 points. Just as he pondered how to deal with Howard, the system's mission arrived most opportune. However, it was evidently unrealistic for Ma Fei to confront an NBA player head-on. Fortunately, if a direct approach proved unfeasible, one could always resort to more cunning tactics. After all, the task bore no penalties. Achieving it would be splendid, while failing could simply be regarded as experience gained. The conflict erupted swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. After both sides engaged for over half an hour, the match commenced promptly at 10 o'clock. In the first round, Dan Pyre won the jump ball against Barkley. Terry, in possession of the ball, initiated an offensive while Finley found himself ensnared by Marbury, failing to make any successful attempts, which left Terry hesitating as he considered passing the ball. With the 24-second shot clock dwindling, Terry began to deliberate. Casting a glance at Dan Pyre, who was still vying for advantageous positioning with Barkley, Terry gritted his teeth and signaled to the tall Bradley. Upon noticing Terry's gesture, Bradley immediately positioned himself at the top of the free throw line, standing firm like a bamboo wall on the verge of collapse beside Terry. Thomas' defense was commendable. Yet today was merely a friendly match, rendering such intensity unnecessary. With Bradley's obstruction, Thomas completely lost sight of Terry. Thomas did not intentionally pursue his opponent, Eddie Curry. Starting today, did not follow Bradley's advance. It seemed he recognized that the interior strength of the agricultural and forestry team was formidable. Yet he also wished to gauge its intensity. Thus, after shaking off Thomas, Terry refrained from hastily taking a shot, instead driving towards the paint. Terry's aspirations were ambitious. Yet he faced Barkley, a player with extensive defensive experience. Barkley was well aware of how to counter smaller players like Terry. In his previous life, Barkley could effortlessly rotate between positions 3 and 4, completely neutralizing even the fastest defensive guards. Terry took his shot, lofting the ball high into the air, attempting to circumvent Barkley's defense with a lob. However, the distance between him and Barkley was exceedingly close. Before the basketball could reach its apex, it was intercepted by Barkley's formidable hand. The sheer force exerted by Barkley sent the ball soaring towards the Kentucky half of the court. Before it could even touch the ground, a figure darted forward, heading straight for the ball. Thomas, moving with the swiftness of a whirlwind, pushed his speed to the limit, gliding past the basketball with the grace of the wind, seizing it with an elegant flourish, and racing towards the opposing hoop as if chasing the stars. Just a step before the free throw line, Thomas, harnessing his momentum, leapt powerfully, positioning the ball behind his head, mimicking Jordan's iconic tongue-out gesture, and with a single, vigorous motion, unleashed the ball like a cannonball through the net. As he hung from the rim, Thomas descended, exhilarated, pounding his chest to assert his dominance, proclaiming this territory as his own. Terry and Finley seethed with frustration, their teeth clenched in irritation. This was nothing short of a provocation. Unbelievable! Mafe rose from the bench, letting out a fierce shout, instantly transforming into a spirited cheerleader for Thomas. Witnessing such fervor from Thomas, Nelson couldn't help but smile. However, he had no intention of sending Mafe onto the court just yet. He aimed to avoid a chaotic brawl, as this was merely a friendly match. Under Thomas's leadership, Nonglin University scored an impressive 35 points, while Kentucky managed only half that number. Today, Thomas truly embodied an assassin, deftly maneuvering left and right, executing both sudden jump shots and aggressive drives with unerring precision. 8 attempts, 8 successes, his hands ablaze with fervor. With each basket, Thomas cast a cheerful glance towards Terry, a clear provocation known to all who understood him. As the second quarter commenced, Barkley and others were substituted out, finally granting Mafe his opportunity to step in. Mafe, are you ready? Nelson approached him. Although he dismissed Mafe's offensive prowess, he believed there was potential for development in his defensive skills. The opposing team played at a rapid pace. While you may struggle to keep up with their rhythm, I need you to delay their attacks. Can you manage that? Mafe remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yet the fierce battle spirit emanating from him was unmistakably captured by Nelson's keen gaze. It is of no consequence whether someone surpasses you or scores over you. What matters is that you unleash your skills to the fullest. Furthermore, avoid any conflicts. Today is merely a friendly match. Do you understand? Nelson resolved to start Mafe with the simplest tasks, before engaging in offense or defense. It was imperative for the amateur player Mafe to first brush up on his experience on the court. Rising once more from his seat, Mafe abruptly shed his shirt, the wild fervor that once adorned his face now replaced with an intense aura of determination. Rest assured, my friend, I shall not dispatch that decrepit horse directly to its grave. I intend to utilize him as a mere pawn. Without a backward glance, Mafe strode towards the technical area, awaiting the moment a dead ball would arise. Chapter 10. Challenge. Kenny's foul provided Mafe with the opportunity to re-enter the game. However, by the time Mafe returned to the court, Kentucky had already executed their first substitution. Kentucky's coach, the young General Johnson, stared incredulously at Mafe, muttering under his breath, "Is this really a player? Surely they haven't brought in a student to fool us. This height and build hardly seem fit for basketball." Opposing Mafe now is Josh Beria, who, during his NBA tenure, was a somewhat viable backup point guard, possessing unimpressive statistics with an average of 8.9 points per game. Presently, Beria existed in Kentucky as a mere bystander, a gritty point guard willing to fight but lacking in true impact. Although Kentucky's bench boasted decent shooters like Beria and the tenacious Stevenson, the undeniable truth remained. Their overall strength paled in comparison to the starters. Stability. This was the most pronounced distinction between starters and substitutes. With Eddie Curry, Mafe, Richardson, Kenny Smith, and an inconspicuous player forming the lineup, Nelson's intention was clear: to cultivate playing experience for some newcomers. Leveling up typically begins with the simplest challenges, and Nelson had chosen to target the opposing substitutes to enhance their competitive experience. On the defensive end, despite facing Beria, Mafe did not relent in his defensive efforts. Having learned from previous lessons, he now played with even greater ferocity. However, this transformation bore down heavily on Beria, who initially aimed only to secure a scholarship. Now, he found himself fervently competing against a newcomer. Why should I care? I am not a core player. I am merely here to fill the gaps. Beria, feeling disheartened, muttered to himself. Yet the response he received was the even more ferocious and domineering defensive approach of Murphy. Of course, Murphy was not foolish enough to concentrate all his thoughts solely on Beria. While guarding his opponent, his eyes remained keenly observant of the dynamics on his team's perimeter. Among Kentucky's bench players, Josh Howard possessed the liberty to unleash his shooting prowess, and indeed, he had the talent to do so. In Terry's absence, he was the player most capable of satisfying Johnson's expectations. It was precisely for this reason that Kentucky's first choice for passing became Josh Howard. With a feint beyond the three-point line, Josh Howard successfully disrupted Richardson's balance, and this slight misstep granted Howard ample space to shoot. As Richardson watched helplessly while Howard darted past him, he found it impossible to regain his balance and pursue his opponent. At that moment, Kentucky's interior duo, Haywood and Barkley, were not offensive juggernauts, and given that Howard was a small forward, he would not recklessly pass the ball without assurance. With determination, Josh Howard charged towards the paint, disregarding whether any defenders awaited him ahead. Eddie Curry, noticing an intruder in his territory, immediately positioned his formidable frame to obstruct Howard's path. Realizing the lack of offensive space, Howard sought to pass to another teammate, but Murphy, who had been vigilant on the perimeter, began to shift towards the weak side the moment Richardson lost his defensive position. As Howard barreled into the paint, Murphy ambushed him from the side, arms wide, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Observing Murphy's attempt to double-team him, Howard, who had initially intended to pass, swiftly altered his plan. Intentionally leaping towards Murphy's incoming direction, he sharply swung his elbow outward. Under the same conditions of a jump, Murphy instinctively retracted his chest upon observing Josh Howard's movements. He swiftly raised his palm and executed a powerful strike aimed directly at Josh Howard's face. Taken aback by this audacious display, Josh Howard, who had initially prepared to shoot, abruptly redirected the ball downwards. With a resounding thud, Josh Howard's shot collided forcefully with Murphy's face, while Murphy's hefty palm simultaneously struck Josh Howard, sending him crashing down from the air. The two engaged in a most direct aerial confrontation. A piercing scream escaped Josh Howard as he tumbled onto the ground, writhing in pain, his face aflame from the impact, prompting an involuntary cry of distress. The Kentucky bench erupted in uproar, exclaiming, "Is this how you defend? That's a foul. This individual must be penalized." Such a foul is utterly reprehensible. Murphy touched his face and exhaled deeply. Damn it, he was fortunate that the blow landed on the side of his face. Otherwise, it would surely have marred his appearance. Thomas waved a towel and shouted loudly, commending the effort, "That's how you do it. Just like that. Don't make it too clean. Add more flair." He gestured animatedly beside him. Nelson frowned at the scene, realizing that if Thomas continued to coach like this, Murphy would inevitably become a mere shadow of his potential. Johnson, observing the brutality of the new player, felt a twinge of irritation but nonetheless substituted Josh Howard to allow the medical robot to assess him. Terry also took the opportunity to replace Howard. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. Your kind of defense is unethical. Soon, you'll experience the fiery wrath of the Jet." Murphy curled her lips, gazing at the boy with the headband who had the audacity to challenge her upon arrival. "Your nickname is indeed apt. You are perfectly suited to be a manure sprayer. I wonder which genius dubbed you that. Leave. It's a Jet, not a manure sprayer." Murphy chose to ignore him. Terry executed the free throw bang. The first shot clanked off the rim. Watching the man miss the shot brought a smile to Murphy's face. "You foolish amateur. This is your level? How dare you call yourself a point guard? Even Shaquille O'Neal shoots better than you. Get lost. You are nothing compared to someone like him." Ignoring Murphy, Terry took a deep breath and hurled the basketball again. Bang. Once more, he struck iron. Fuming at Terry's outbursts, Eddie Curry seized Bradley's body, effortlessly securing the basketball and passing it to Kenny Smith. Kenny then unleashed a whirlwind of skill, driving straight to the opponent's basket for a layup. As Bradley inbounded the ball, Stevenson controlled it and crossed half-court. Observing Terry's relentless calls for the ball, Stevenson felt a rush of anxiety. He had witnessed Murphy's ferocious defense earlier and found it utterly intimidating. Terry, already consumed by anger and having lost his composure, was determined to retaliate against Murphy's mockery. After receiving the ball, he inhaled deeply and forcefully collided with Murphy, who was defending him. Bang! Step, step, step. Terry knocked Murphy back 3 steps, nearly causing him to travel. Had it not been for his exceptional body control, he might have fallen. He was astonished by Murphy's lack of physical prowess. Chapter 11. The dirty work. Murphy raised his hands, resembling a gesture of surrender. Yet devoid of fear in this physical confrontation, he continued to charge forward, entangling with Terry. Terry, prepared to launch another attack, found himself at a disadvantage as Murphy had learned well. He kept a distance of half a meter that effectively thwarted direct assaults while allowing him to disrupt Terry's rhythm. Consequently, Terry found himself unfortunate, as Murphy's relentless pinches and twists shattered his composure. Fueled by anger, Terry's determination surged, and without hesitation, he launched a frontal assault. After dribbling the ball, he leaped between Murphy's legs. However, upon ascending, his knees thrust upward. Should he make contact below, it would spell disaster for Murphy. The players from the agricultural and forestry team watched in astonishment, rising involuntarily, acutely aware that this was merely a friendly match, not a knockout round. The sudden and perilous nature of Terry's maneuver sent shivers down Murphy's spine. Lacking defensive experience, he instinctively sidestepped the impending threat. As a result, Terry's leg brushed past Maffei, propelling him outward. A collective gasp of relief rippled through the agricultural and forestry team as they returned to their seats. Had he failed? Terry pondered this question, but as a steel-like hand enveloped the opposite side of the basketball, he felt as if struck by a hammer, his body involuntarily soaring backward in free fall. Had he been blocked? Though reluctant to accept this reality, the sensation of the basketball slipping through his fingers left Terry feeling disheartened. This was not Terry's first encounter with being blocked. Such occurrences were commonplace in the NBA. Yet, Eddie Curry, known as Little Shark, was not nicknamed so without reason. In the face of sheer power, Terry's slight frame resembled a mere piece of paper blown away. The ball had been swatted away, but it did not bounce far. As Bradley noticed the basketball beside him, he wasted no time in snatching it up, preparing for a second offensive. At that moment, the tall, slender figure of Deju Gon was brimming with excitement, having been bullied by this hefty opponent in past encounters. Now, he finally had the chance for revenge, and if he could dunk over the hefty opponent, it would undoubtedly bring him immense satisfaction. While Bradley was momentarily lost in his thoughts, another figure suddenly soared toward him. Bang! Richardson directly tackled Bradley, his leap for the ball transforming him into a forceful projectile, treating Bradley as merely a cushion beneath his weight. Despite Richardson's mass of just 100 kilograms, the ferocity of his dive was overwhelming, nearly sending Bradley into unconsciousness. Had it not been for Stevenson intervening to pry Richardson away, it is conceivable that Bradley might have fainted from the impact. At this juncture, the referee arrived, signaling a jump ball. Bradley contemplated voicing his grievances but ultimately chose silence, swallowing the bitter pill of his own lapse in concentration that allowed Richardson to gain the upper hand. Observing Bradley's diminished state, Johnson promptly substituted in Dampier to stabilize the interior defense. Meanwhile, Terry emerged relatively unscathed, as Eddie Curry had merely pursued the ball without inflicting any bodily harm. At this moment, Maffei included Terry among his list of adversaries, vowing to exact revenge whenever opportunity permitted. Even in this world of advanced medical technology, where life can be preserved as long as breath remains, such malicious acts of injury transcended the boundaries of sport. The game resumed with Richardson effortlessly winning the jump ball, immediately propelling Maffei into the team's offensive strategy. Following a deceptive feint, Kenny swiftly passed the basketball to the positioned Maffei, who towered over Stevenson, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor in his passing. Receiving the ball comfortably, Maffei noted Stevenson's reluctance to apply close defense, opting instead for a posture that defended against drives rather than shots. Recognizing his still-developing fundamental skills, which rendered him susceptible to turnovers, Maffei chose to leap and shoot rather than risk a dribble. Stevenson, caught off guard by Maffei's immediate shot, nevertheless sprang forth to contest the attempt. The ball thrown by Maffei narrowly grazed the fingertips of Stevenson as it soared past. Whoosh! Maffei scored for the first time. This moment left Nelson, Thomas, and others on the sidelines in utter astonishment. In their perception, it seemed that Maffei possessed little offensive capability. A mere amateur had just shot over the towering Stevenson, standing at 196 centimeters, and surprisingly, the ball found its way into the basket. It was uncertain whether this was sheer luck or if he truly had a knack for scoring. Meanwhile, Dampier executed a play against Eddie Curry. On the other side, Kenny Smith was also curious to see if Maffei's initial success was merely a fluke, so he promptly passed the ball back to him. After receiving the ball, Maffei made a swift dribble, while Stevenson immediately lunged forward to attempt a steal. Maffei cradled the ball in her arms and charged forward. A dull thud echoed through the air. Maffei collided directly with Stevenson, akin to an egg striking a rock, resulting in Maffei being pushed several steps back. The referee raised both hands, signaling a traveling violation. In a fit of anger, Maffei slammed the ball onto the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, I distinctly remember taking only 2 steps." Terry approached with a mocking tone. "Are you truly unaware of how many steps you've taken? What a novice. The referee is clearly on your side, granting you home court advantages. What is there to be proud of?" Maffei shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing such shameless words from Maffei nearly caused Terry to explode with rage. On the sidelines, Nelson and Thomas covered their faces. With such a fragile physique and amateurish skills, it was indeed an eyesore. Substitute. Johnson was growing impatient, observing Terry's inexplicable fixation on the opposing number 99, not understanding the reason behind it. The opponent was evidently a player of inferior skill, so why the relentless pursuit? As Terry exited the court, his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Maffei could sense that this individual harbored some ill intentions towards him, especially with the way he gritted his teeth. Ignoring this fool, Maffei gradually found his rhythm with Thomas's mid-range shooting as the game progressed. Now that Josh Howard and Terry were no longer involved, the imposing interior duo of Barkley and Eddie Curry from the Agricultural University held an undeniable advantage in both height and strength, as they firmly controlled the rebounds. The Agricultural University team began to take control of the game, recognizing the collapse of the interior defense. Johnson realized that their weaknesses had been exploited and promptly substituted Terry and Josh Howard back in, aiming to keep the score close. Since you enjoy playing dirty, I'll send in a tough defender to challenge you. Johnson had complete confidence in Josh Howard's physicality, believing that a rookie like Maffei could not possibly contain Howard, who was far beyond the capabilities of Barria. As a key player of the 2011 championship team, he felt no concern facing Maffei, although Howard could be quite rough. Basketball is not akin to a street brawl. It is not merely a contest of underhanded tactics. Even the illustrious Dwayne Wade could not find an advantage against his defense, let alone this rookie. Chapter 12. The novice's shot. Underestimating an opponent comes at a cost, as Jason Terry learned before. And now Josh Howard was destined to face the same fate. Howard's muscles were indeed formidable, and the backcourt duo he formed with Terry could pose a challenge for most players. But who exactly was Maffei? If the opponent desires a more intense game, then Maffei will undoubtedly become ecstatic, as nothing frightens him more than engaging in technical play. Can he pass the ball to Maffei, intending for him to serve as a pivot, a notion shared by their adversaries? Although Josh Howard closely guarded Maffei, his attention was not wholly fixated on him. The amateur player failed to pique much of his interest. In contrast to Maffei, the movements of the other players on the Agricultural University team were far more captivating to him. Feigning a pass to the advancing Kenny, Maffei swiftly pivoted on his left foot, maneuvering Josh Howard behind him. Ahead lay an open space. However, Maffei had no inclination to attempt a dunk. Despite possessing the skill of a spring-loaded jumper, which could elevate him several dozen centimeters, and with his height, he could barely manage a dunk. Yet, compared to Josh Howard, he was at a significant physical disadvantage, and given Howard's extraordinary leaping ability, he was certain to be blocked. The risks of attempting a layup or a shot were exceedingly high, with Howard right at his heels. Maffei was compelled to execute a remarkably astonishing maneuver, pivoting and skillfully shooting the basketball with one hand. One hand braced against Josh Howard to prevent him from stealing the ball, while the other hand deftly launched the basketball towards the hoop. Swish! It truly went in. Josh Howard was left in a state of bewilderment. If one were to enumerate the most unrefined shooting talents in the entire NBA, Shaquille O'Neal and Michael Jordan would undoubtedly be among them. Yet today, in comparison to this remarkable individual, they could only concede defeat. The bench of Nonglin University erupted into sheer madness, with all players waving their towels in exhilaration. Nelson's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary shooting technique, although there was a foul involved. It was merely a friendly match and of little consequence. Kenny had long since rushed over, giving Maffei a hearty slap on the back, proclaiming, "Buddy, that shot of yours could easily make it into Shaq's top 5 bloopers. It's simply too novel." Maffei executed his movements with such fluidity that not a single opportunity for a foul was granted to Josh Howard. It was only then that Josh Howard realized that the very individual he aimed to retaliate against was, in fact, an exceedingly amateur player. "Young man," he remarked, "your actions constitute a foul. Extending your arms in such a manner is tantamount to pushing someone." Maffei remained unfazed, questioning what the fuss was about. The referee hadn't called anything, so what was the commotion for? Josh Howard found himself at a loss for words. Engaged in conversation with a basketball ignoramus was exceedingly tiresome. It's worth noting that whether among the Summer Tribe or other nations, the penchant for reveling in chaos and inciting disturbances is ever present. Bravo, Maffei. Next time, retract your arm and aim your elbow directly at him. That would constitute no foul. Listening to Thomas's on-the-spot coaching from the sidelines, the Kentucky coach erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth, you trash. All you do is teach these filthy tactics." Who is Thomas, you may ask? He is known as the king of garbage. And how could he possibly be reprimanded by Johnson? With formidable bravado, he shot back, "You little punk, if you're dissatisfied, step onto the court and let me enlighten you to reality, just as I did in a past life." Angered, Johnson was momentarily taken aback. Although he is often referred to as the young general, in the presence of Thomas, he truly was insignificant. He had never witnessed a player roll up their sleeves ready to brawl. despite having been dominated by this garbage countless times in a bygone era. Decades have passed since then. Yet it was astonishing to see that Thomas had not changed one bit, ready to confront anything and everything. Maffei never anticipated that scoring a single basket would nearly incite a brawl between the two teams. To humiliate the opponent, the most effective method is to repeatedly sink the basketball into the hoop right before their eyes, and Terry had precisely that in mind. Whenever Terry was on the court, the ball would inevitably find its way into his hands, and this occasion was no exception. Holding the ball, Terry bore down on Kenny. Although Kenny possessed considerable strength, it was merely a match of equals. With a swift turn and a jump shot, Terry scored and stood his ground, fixating his gaze on Maffei for a full 2 seconds before finally retreating to defend. In response to Maffei's earlier attempt to obstruct him, Josh Howard, who was grappling with Maffei beneath the basket, taunted, "Kid, learn to shoot before you talk. That last shot was definitely a foul." Casting a cold glance at Josh Howard, Maffei shook his head, replying, "The referee didn't call it. What right do you have to critique me? Perhaps even my amateur shooting percentage surpasses yours." The words of Maffei were merciless, and they struck Josh Howard's ears with a particularly piercing resonance. However, just as Josh Howard was about to unleash his frustration, Maffei had already sprinted towards the front court. "Just wait, I shall show you." Josh Howard seethed inwardly. He yearned to teach Maffei a lesson, yet Maffei offered him no opportunity. His sole objective was to limit Howard's scoring to below 10. As Kenny received the ball, Maffei immediately elevated his position to set a screen for Kenny. His intentions were unmistakable: to create a defensive mismatch for Kentucky, thereby allowing himself to face Terry. With Maffei's imposing figure obstructing him, Terry was unable to keep pace with Kenny, but he managed to jostle Maffei in the process. The opposing screen and roll strategy left Josh Howard in a quandary. He wished to impart a lesson to Maffei, yet he could not allow Kenny to penetrate the paint unchallenged, especially with Thomas lurking beneath. After much hesitation, Josh Howard ultimately relinquished his pursuit of Maffei and dashed towards Kenny, his demeanor fierce as if he were prepared to devour Kenny whole. However, Kenny was evidently unwilling to grant Josh Howard the opportunity to close in. With a bounce, he passed the basketball to the descending Maffei. Right beside Maffei, Terry shadowed him closely. Terry, possessing greater speed, swiftly positioned his body against Maffei. Given the significant disparity in strength, Maffei refrained from making any reckless moves. Having yet to master the art of back-to-the-basket play, Maffei, lacking a spin or any feints, could only resort to his signature hip check. Thud. Although Maffei's hip check paled in comparison to that of Barkley, it proved effective against the relatively slender Terry. 2 successive hip checks sent Terry stumbling back 2 steps. Nelson, observing from below, was left agape. Despite Maffei's physical shortcomings, his tenacity on the court was undeniably fierce. Chapter 13, The Fierce Battle. Thud. Another collision ensued. Fortunately, Maffei managed to retain possession of the ball. Had he lost it, the humiliation would have been monumental. As Maffei surged towards the basket, Josh Howard abandoned any concerns about leaving players open, joining Terry in preparation to double-team. Had it been anyone else, they might have already passed the ball at this juncture. Maffei has now become indifferent, completely disregarding the situation. In his pursuit of overcoming Terry, he never even considered passing the ball. Confronted with a double team, Maffei did not retreat. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration and an unabashedly bloodthirsty expression. With hands like a vice, he firmly grasped the rim, executing a half-turn. His shoulder and right elbow collided forcefully with Josh Howard, who was closing in from the flank. Ignoring Terry, who stood directly in front of him, Maffei leaped into the air. His iron elbow and the resilience of his body struck against Josh Howard, and the pain radiating from various parts of his body rendered any thought of stealing the ball futile for Howard. Ultimately, Maffei's knee collided with Howard, causing him to stumble. The fiery pain in his side, exacerbated by Maffei's relentless aggression, left Josh Howard gasping for breath. Before Maffei stood Terry. Upon witnessing Maffei's elbow swing, Terry leaped into action, initially intending to employ some devious tactics. However, upon observing Maffei's descending posture, he swiftly retreated from Maffei's line of sight. Maffei had contemplated executing a downward elbow strike on this nimble opponent, yet he was taken aback by the latter's remarkable speed. It was evident that Maffei was overthinking. His previous high elbow foul prompted the nearby referee to blow the whistle immediately. At that moment, Nelson's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Maffei's defense. Although the actions were rather unsportsmanlike, was not basketball defense meant to be this way? As Bradley re-entered the game, forming a formidable new Kentucky front line alongside Dampier, Nelson opted to substitute Maffei for a brief respite, acknowledging that he was merely a substitute amateur player. Following this, the two teams exhibited contrasting styles of play, engaging in a gripping contest. With just 20 seconds remaining before halftime, the score stood at 45-42 in favor of the Agricultural University team. Johnson needed to restore his players' confidence, while Nelson had no such concerns. He was thoroughly pleased with the team's performance in the second quarter, particularly the unexpected contributions from Maffei, the novice. In the first quarter, the Agricultural University displayed a distinct lack of desire, their offense uninspired. However, as Maffei began to confront Kentucky's perimeter duo, the entire team seemed invigorated. By the third quarter, both Terry and Thomas ignited the game, resulting in an exceptionally tight contest. The unfolding events of the match created an air of suspense as the fourth quarter commenced. During the early moments of this final period, Maffei sat on the bench, observing his teammates, while Josh Howard, also scrutinized by Maffei, occupied a seat on the sidelines. Thus far, Maffei had accrued 12 points, while Josh Howard had managed only 4. Maffei, your physique is undeniably frail. It is imperative that you enhance your physical training henceforth. At the very least, you must strive to match Kenny Smith's physical attributes. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly challenging for you to thrive in the NCAA. Nelson sincerely wished for his well-being. Maffei nodded, fully aware of the vast disparity between his physique and that of NBA players. However, mere practice alone would yield limited results. It was imperative to cultivate a learning mindset to address the issue once and for all. Rest assured, Coach, I will strive diligently. At the very least, before the NCAA tournament, I am certain I will make significant progress. Thomas patted Maffei on the shoulder, remarking, your defense remains rather inexperienced. It simply cannot deceive the referees. This afternoon, I shall teach you the art of defense. Maffei found himself somewhat bewildered by Thomas's intentions. Was he preparing to educate him? Yet, observing Thomas's beaming countenance, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, suggesting ulterior motives. As the fourth quarter unfolded, both teams played with caution, recognizing that ensuring a high success rate was the hallmark of astute players. After all, a single squandered opportunity could ultimately lead to defeat. With the intensification of defensive efforts, physical confrontations became increasingly fierce, and the referee's whistle pierced the air at almost regular intervals, signaling that this friendly match was far from the tranquil affair it was presumed to be. Even Barkley found himself challenged by the formidable Dampier of the Western Conference, raising the question of whether some past grievance existed between them, which stirred Barkley's ire. Presently, Barkley preferred to allow his opponent to score from the free throw line rather than grant him an easy shot in the paint. As for dunks, if Dampier wished to be forcefully brought down, he was truly tempting fate. Halfway through the fourth quarter, the passage of time felt agonizingly slow. This was basketball. Without physical collisions, it hardly qualified as such. It was a sport for men. After enduring an entire quarter on the bench, Maffei finally received his reprieve. The moments had stretched out like an eternity, and witnessing Josh Howard scoring on the court ignited a sense of urgency within him. Josh Howard had already amassed 8 points. Should he secure another 2, Maffei's mission would be in jeopardy. Following a foul by Eddie Curry that resulted in a dead ball, Maffei seized the opportunity to enter the game. At that moment, alongside him, Kentucky's leading scorer Terry also took to the court. Standing before the technical area, Terry glared at Maffei with frigid eyes, as if Maffei had desecrated his ancestral grave. With a disdainful huff, Terry replaced his teammate Beria, stepping onto the court, while Maffei, observing Terry's silhouette, allowed a faint smirk to curl at the corners of his mouth. As soon as he entered the game, Terry became the primary offensive force for Kentucky, shouldering the responsibility of their attack. The moment Terry received the ball, Thomas unexpectedly appeared at his side. Meanwhile, Maffei focused intently on Josh Howard, preventing him from receiving the pass. Together with Richardson, Thomas effectively cornered Terry, while the 4 flailing arms severely obstructed his line of sight, making it exceedingly difficult for Terry to protect the ball, let alone make a pass. Terry was taken aback by the ferocity of the defense from Agricultural and Forestry University, never anticipating such an aggressive approach. In a moment of vulnerability, he failed to secure the ball, providing Thomas with an opportunity to strike. He forcefully snatched the basketball from Terry's grasp. Almost simultaneously, Maffei darted ahead toward the opponent's south half of the court. It was only then that Josh Howard registered the situation, pushing off with his left foot and resolutely pursuing Maffei's retreating figure. As Thomas dribbled and observed Maffei crossing the halfway line, He executed a precise quarterback-style long pass directly into Maffei's hands. Initially, Howard contemplated intercepting the ball if Maffei struggled with his dribble, which would certainly alter the dynamics of the game. However, Maffei's audacious maneuver left him utterly bewildered. Instead of dribbling, he took 2 giant steps beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. While others executed layups in 3 steps, Maffei bizarrely opted for a 3-step jump shot, which appeared distinctly peculiar. Chapter 14. The Brute Thud. The basketball struck the rim before bouncing out of bounds. Kentucky erupted in laughter. "Are you sure you're playing basketball?" they jeered. "Where did Agricultural and Forestry University find such an oddity?" Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Kenny was doubled over in laughter, capturing the moment on his smart device. Unable to contain his amusement, Maffei clapped his hands nonchalantly, recognizing that he was in the midst of his developmental phase. Being ridiculed held little significance for him. The time would come when he would rise in the NCAA, and then it would be his opponents who trembled in fear. Glancing at the clock, he noted that fewer than 5 minutes remained in the game, ample time for Josh Howard to score 10 points, a scenario he found utterly unacceptable. Currently, Maffei had amassed 12 points, while Josh Howard had secured 8. In pursuit of a coveted scholarship, he was determined to take Josh Howard out of the game, even if it meant resorting to a foul. Bradley initiated the play, and Terry, ball in hand, advanced past the half-court line, defying Thomas's defense as he lofted the ball towards Josh Howard. With his height, strength, and speed giving him a significant advantage, Josh Howard effortlessly maneuvered past Maffei's defense. However, Maffei had no intention of guarding him. Spotting an open lane to the basket, Josh Howard prepared for an impressive dunk. Yet, Maffei quickly caught up. And as Josh soared into the air, he executed a powerful double-leg takedown, summoning all his strength to bring Josh crashing down. This action stirred a hornet's nest. As the Kentucky bench erupted in shock, the sound of impact resounded, an agonizing scream accompanied by the sickening crack of bone as Josh Howard's arm was broken by Maffei's brutal maneuver. "Damn it, I'll kill you, you executioner," Terry exclaimed, lunging forward to deliver a flurry of punches. At long last, Maffei employed his martial arts skills, first executing a swift chokehold, followed by an upward elbow strike, and then a knee strike that sent Terry crashing to the ground. This series of combat maneuvers left both teams in a state of bewilderment, aside from Marbury, who stifled a laugh with his hand over his mouth. The others rushed onto the court to quell the altercation. Although Maffei's actions were far from honorable, he found himself compelled to resort to such desperate measures, as he and Josh Howard had been largely at odds throughout the match, with only a few encounters sparking conflict. Consequently, Maffei had no choice but to employ the most ruthless tactics to achieve his objectives. Ultimately, Josh Howard exited the game due to injury, and Maffei was substituted by Nelson. With the remaining time, both teams abandoned any thoughts of contention. Maffei's harshness stemmed from the fact that medical technology in this world was astonishingly advanced. Injuries such as broken limbs could be healed in a week, leaving no lingering effects. The final score was 121 to 113, with Agricultural University emerging victorious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 1 additional learning slot. For this 5th learning slot, Maffei decided to bestow it upon Kenny Smith. Although he often took on a part-time role as a TNT commentator, his skills were undeniably impressive, particularly his remarkable 3-point shooting, which left Maffei in awe. It remained uncertain whether his 3-point prowess could be deemed ruthless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding with Kenny Smith. Reward: 1 exclusive skill lottery draw. In her heart, Maffei silently chanted, "Extract. 3-pointer move." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the exclusive skill, deadly 3-pointer, of Kenny Smith. How splendid. Maffei clapped his hands in excitement. With this 3-pointer, his shooting skills had evolved from mid-range to long-range proficiency. "Hey, what are you so jubilant about, you rascal? Remember to come by this afternoon. We shall engage in some rigorous practice," Thomas remarked before turning to leave. Maffei shook his head. Thomas was eager to train and was quite pleased. It would be best if this fellow could be like Kobe, showcasing the scene of Yin City at 4 in the morning. At 2 p.m., when Maffei arrived at the gym, he could already hear the rhythmic sound of dribbling inside. Among them, Thomas was grinning playfully as he observed Barkley and Kenny filming a video. Maffei rushed over, initially believing that these 2 fellows had finally seen the light. To her surprise, they were merely filming a promotional video for TNT. "You arrived far too late. I've been practicing for half an hour already." Thomas expressed his dissatisfaction while holding the basketball. "Well then, let us get to it and spare you this boredom." The two moved to the other half of the court, and Thomas tossed the ball to Ma Fei, saying, "You take the offensive." Ma Fei furrowed her brow, while she could assert some control in defense. The prospect of attacking against this ruthless adversary, who had honed his dirty tricks to perfection, was exceedingly daunting. Thud, thud, thud. After a few consecutive dribbles, Ma Fei swiftly positioned herself to attempt a maneuver around the side. However, Thomas stepped forward, blocking her path, his arms incessantly reaching for the ball. Ma Fei delivered a fierce elbow strike to the man, as Thomas had crossed all boundaries, his hands wandering into inappropriate territories. Thomas immediately erupted in curses, exclaiming, "How dare you elbow me? I shall not hold back." With that, he retaliated with an elbow of his own. "Damn you, Thomas," rang out in disbelief. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the common skill of elbow strike. Ma Fei widened her eyes in bewilderment. It was the first time she encountered the concept of ordinary skills since obtaining the system. Previously, every skill had been unique to the individual. To discern the distinction between the two types of skills, she promptly decided to retrieve the skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have recovered the elbow strike skill, energy value 10. Hiss. Ma Fei inhaled sharply. The fact that the two skills could be reclaimed for the same value suggested she might have stumbled upon an extraordinary bug. During her previous practice session with Thomas, she had primarily taken on the defensive role, yet today, she astonishingly unlocked a skill right from the onset. Was she perhaps intimidated by the elbow? Ma Fei sought to ascertain whether she could still acquire other ordinary skills. She cast a scornful glance at Thomas, declaring, "Which eye of yours perceived my fear? Be prepared to face my wrath." "Oh, so you've learned to resist, have you? The more you resist, the more invigorated I become." Thomas replied with a grin. As Ma Fei continued to control the ball, he suddenly exerted force with his hips, pushing Thomas back by half a position. However, before he could turn to shoot, Thomas executed a one-handed 1,000-year kill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ordinary skill 1,000-year kill. Arg. Damn you, Thomas, you freak. You will pay for this. Ma Fei was utterly enraged and immediately retaliated with a fierce punch. Yet, Thomas was too swift. By the time Ma Fei threw his punch, Thomas had already taken a step back. If you can't even tolerate such minor fouls, then what's the point of playing basketball? Ma Fei glared furiously at the demon before him, feeling utterly incapable of keeping pace. Otherwise, he would have fought him tooth and nail today. Is this truly how one plays basketball? Have you devoted all your cunning to devising petty tricks? Thomas offered no reply, instead tossing the ball to Ma Fei. Are you coming back? If not, I shall practice alone. At that moment, Barkley and others, alerted by the commotion, gathered around, directing their cameras at the two. For their actions were exceedingly foul. Barkley even contemplated a fitting title for the video, Assassin's Duel, Scoundrels Clash. Little did he know, this video would spark an immense uproar. Chapter 15, Intermediate System. The two continued their practice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the ordinary skill leg sweep. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the ordinary skill chicken flies, eggs break. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the ordinary skill tiptoe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the exclusive skill king of scoundrels. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the ordinary skill evil abounds. For an entire afternoon, Ma Fei practiced defense with Thomas. Yet none of the skills related to fingertip dribbling, passing, or footwork that Ma Fei desired materialized. Instead, he amassed a total of 11 ordinary skills, averaging nearly 4 skills per hour. King of Scoundrels skill description, Isiah Thomas's signature defensive skill, subjecting the defender to an array of physical assaults that even the divine would struggle to withstand. Upon witnessing this skill, Ma Fei resonated deeply with its essence. The dirty techniques employed by this individual had been elevated to an art form, seamlessly integrated into his very being, whenever he wished. These unsavory tactics could be unleashed at will, leaving one with no room for dissent. This afternoon of practice not only yielded a plethora of skills but also elevated Thomas's favorability to above 90, prompting Ma Fei to exclaim in astonishment at his opponent's absurdity. Furthermore, through keen observation, he noted that as favorability increased, the rate of skill acquisition correspondingly accelerated, progressing from 4 skills per hour to 5. Upon returning to the dormitory, he promptly exchanged all the skills he had yet to redeem. Ding. Skill recovery, 11, energy value 110. Ding. The system has detected a flaw, which has now been rectified, rewarding the host with 100 energy points. Ding. No duplicate skills will be generated on the day of learning. Ding. Skill recovery energy value has been adjusted. Exclusive skill recovery value, 100, ordinary skill, 10. Maffei was nearly driven to the brink of despair by the system notifications. After much effort in discovering a bug, it was promptly rectified. He was aware that he had accumulated skills, intending to exchange them all at once. The memory of having only redeemed 10 points for Marbury's exclusive skill felt like a dagger to his heart. However, upon reflection, if repeated skills could still be utilized without issue, then within 2 months, Maffei would surely soar to great heights. Although one could not learn duplicate skills on the same day, the following day offered that possibility, marking it as a significant yet minor bug. As for the 210 energy points, Maffei planned to conserve them until he reached 1,000, at which point he intended to elevate the system to an intermediate level, promising to refresh other potions. Given his current pace of learning 5 individuals daily, exchanging for a potion each day would suffice, allowing him to remain unhurried in his quest to become extraordinary. In the days to come, Maffei set his sights on Marbury, Barkley, and Kenny Smith, aiming to hone his skills through training or competitive play with these 3 icons. Maffei has successfully activated Marbury's Lone Wolf breakthrough once again, and has acquired a unique skill of the Body Slam from Barkley, coupled with the daily harvest of 45 ordinary skills. The occasional emergence of a unique skill has significantly boosted the energy levels. In less than 10 days, the accumulated experience points for leveling up have reached a remarkable 1,000. Maffei promptly clicked to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host on upgrading to the Intermediate Basketball Master System, rewarding an additional learning opportunity and unlocking the basic basketball attributes panel. Name: Maffei. Energy value, 110. 000 age, 18. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Strength, 35. Stamina, 22. Speed, 28. Jump, 25. Constitution, 25. Flexibility, 25. Explosive power, 30. Injury, 0. Basic basketball attributes. Shooting, 49. 2. Layup, 20. Dunk, 10. 3-point, 35. Dribbling, 20. Passing, 10. Breakthrough, 30. Steal, 10. Free throw, 13. Block, 11. Defense, 70. Vision, 10. Note: attributes below 60 consume 10 energy points, while those above 60 require 100 energy points per attribute. After reviewing his attributes, Maffei nodded, although his statistics remained rather unimpressive after nearly half a month of training. The ability to acquire skills and the daily learning energy were sufficient to gradually enhance his attributes. Additionally, the energy exchange panel presented 2 types of pills and an energy formula. Upon seeing the names of the legendary medications, Maffei was momentarily dazzled. The first, a peculiar rat tail collagen pill, purportedly enhances skin resilience, thickness, and elasticity. The second, the muscle gain pill, is designed to increase muscle mass and body weight. The absence of quantity restrictions for these pills ignited a gleam in Maffei's eyes. However, he was aware that excessive consumption could lead to drug resistance, particularly with the bizarre rat tail collagen pill. The thought of others being repelled upon close contact nearly made him leap for joy. The final energy formula intrigued Maffei, as it was described as a dietary remedy for replenishing energy deficits post-enhancement. The following morning, upon returning to the gym, Maffei was greeted by Marbury, who immediately proposed a business venture for the afternoon. Let's head to the Dunguin court and see if we can earn some extra cash. Since their initial profitable visit, they had returned a few days later, but only managed to play 2 games before finding themselves without opponents, thwarting their plans for additional earnings. Now, they had no choice but to seek another court. Meanwhile, in the morning, Nelson and Barkley were mysteriously absent, having not been seen for several days, while the basketball team members practiced on their own. In order to enhance his skills, Maffei took the initiative to engage in practice sessions with Marbury, as he had discovered another bug: exclusive skills, once recovered, could easily be reactivated. For instance, Marbury's Lone Wolf breakthrough had already resurfaced 3 or 4 times. It is noteworthy that the cost of recovering exclusive skills is tenfold that of ordinary skills. Marbury continues to collaborate with Maffei to earn some extra income, primarily due to Maffei's exceptional defensive prowess. Although it does not yet match the intensity of Thomas's skills, it is more than sufficient to handle amateur players. After a morning of training, Maffei successfully accumulated 3 skills, along with the Lone Wolf breakthrough skill. Regrettably, he lacked any other exclusive skills, yet he deemed his objectives for the day accomplished. However, upon catching a glimpse of Thomas's forlorn expression, Maffei couldn't help but shudder. In the afternoon, Ma Fei and his trio continued to scour the basketball courts. Their aspirations were lofty, yet upon arriving at another venue, they managed to play only a single game before being recognized. Many onlookers pointed at them, causing a wave of frustration to wash over the four, who felt like weeping. Today's populace is astutely aware. Even the slightest commotion is quickly disseminated across forums. Furthermore, lacking the transformative abilities of the four divine arts made their identification all too easy. The entire afternoon passed without anyone willing to engage with them, leading the quartet to abandon their intentions of exploring other courts. Given that this location had become untenable, it was unlikely that any other venue would offer them anonymity either. Contemplating the need to replenish their energy later that evening, Ma Fei ordered the necessary cookware and various meats and vegetables online, planning to prepare a meal in the dormitory. Chapter 16. The Shock of the Big Shots. Fortunately, Ma Fei had applied for a single dormitory, which spans merely 20 square meters and includes a compact bathroom. This arrangement suffices for everyday living, albeit at a steep price of 500 yuan per month. Otherwise, attempting to pursue this dietary regimen would prove quite cumbersome. Following the dietary recipe, he began by simmering the base in broth. After nearly an hour, he managed to transform the 10 kilograms of beef bones into a rich stock, complemented by a medley of over a dozen herbs and spices for the base. Once the pot of energy-boosting soup was completed, the delightful aroma wafted throughout the room, causing the other students in the building to become increasingly agitated, cursing and complaining from their quarters. Who is poisoning us? This is utterly despicable. What a beast. No one should unleash such a scent. Whoever it is, come out and take a step. Just let me have a taste of that soup, and I would gladly call you father. As Ma Fei surveyed the scene, all was prepared, and he chose to disregard the cacophony of complaints echoing around him. Immediately, the unnecessary skill lone wolf assault will be retracted, along with 6 ordinary skills, totaling 160 energy points, coupled with an average daily learning energy of 15 points. One can elevate their strength attribute to an impressive 50. The strength surged dramatically from 35 to 50, overwhelming Ma Fei with a sensation akin to faintness. Her mind buzzed incessantly, and her body succumbed to a profound state of anxiety and hunger. The discomfort was unbearable. In that moment, she yearned to devour raw meat and gnaw on tree bark. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, having placed beef and lamb into the pot for a brief blanching. Upon tasting the cooked meat, Ma Fei was astounded by the exquisite flavor. It was simply divine. Her taste buds erupted in delight as the tender, aromatic meat and the enticing broth tantalized her senses, an utterly sublime culinary experience. At this moment, Ma Fei cast aside all notions of decorum, transforming into a voracious eater, vigorously chewing and relishing each bite. Before she knew it, the 3 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of lamb, and several plates of vegetables had vanished into her stomach. Phew! Ma Fei exhaled deeply and gently rubbed his stomach, finally satiated. At this moment, his entire body radiated warmth as countless energies were rapidly absorbed, replenishing his previously depleted physique with substantial nourishment. Ma Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. In the future, she would undoubtedly need to prepare the medicinal hot pot in advance. Otherwise, she could truly find herself in peril, experiencing that terrifying sensation of anxiety, trembling limbs, and dizziness. However, the thought of the flavor of this soup base caused her to lick her lips in delight. With this culinary remedy, it would be difficult not to achieve prosperity. This soup base could indeed be developed into a hot pot business. Given that we are currently in the early days of newly arrived humans in this world, it is the perfect opportunity to amass initial capital. Yet, the 20,000 yuan she possessed was evidently insufficient to open even a small shop, so she would need to wait a little longer. The next day, Ma Fei returned to the gym, ready to bestow the learning opportunity from her intermediate reward upon Eddie Curry. Upon entering the gym, she momentarily thought she had gone to the wrong place, as she saw a dozen individuals playing basketball under the gaze of several cameras. Ma Fei instinctively took a step back and suddenly noticed a flying motorcycle parked by the entrance of the stadium. The dazzling metallic sheen and the aggressively sleek contours struck her with an undeniable allure. Ma Fei reached out and explored the object with vigor, exclaiming to herself, "Goodness, this contraption seems rather expensive." She recalled having seen the prices of flying motorcycles on the official website, ranging from 100,000 to several million. The only inconvenience was the necessity of obtaining a flying license. Otherwise, ascension would be utterly impossible. "Ma Fei, what are you doing over there? Come here. I want to take your album photos." Upon hearing Barkley's call, Ma Fei paused to admire the motorcycle, utterly perplexed as she replied, "Charles, what album am I supposed to be taking?" Barkley rushed over, grabbing Ma Fei and pulling her inside. "Come on, everyone. Another scoundrel has arrived. Quick, let us take an album while he has just come in. It will serve as a memento of his college days. Once he enters the NBA, he won't have time for such things." Ma Fei was bewildered. With his capabilities, did Barkley truly believe he could enter the NBA? And what was the meaning of the title scoundrel? With a head full of questions, Ma Fei stepped into the center circle. There, aside from Isiah Thomas, stood a remarkably familiar cinematic mogul, Dwayne Johnson. "Johnson, come here, let me introduce you to a young brother," Barkley called out to Johnson. Upon seeing Ma Fei, Dwayne Johnson immediately broke into a smile. "Haha, Ma Fei, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your videos are absolutely phenomenal. Do you have any idea how many people cheer for your courage and exploits?" Beside them, Thomas awkwardly chuckled while rubbing his nose. Ma Fei was utterly astonished. Did even Johnson recognize her? "Hello, Johnson. I have never missed any of your films. I am indeed your fan." "Thank you, Ma Fei. I have watched your training videos as well, and I must say, you play exceptionally well," he replied, giving her a thumbs up. After Barkley's explanation, Ma Fei finally understood why everyone seemed to know her. It traced back to the video Barkley had filmed 10 days prior during her practice session with Thomas. Once this video was uploaded to the official basketball website, it was immediately featured on the homepage. It was precisely due to the infamous reputation of Isiah Thomas that this video, titled Assassin Showdown, The Battle of the Beasts, attracted the attention of all the NBA legends from past eras. Countless prominent figures, stars, and athletes flooded the video with their comments. Ma Fei glanced at the barrage and comments in the video, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. Jordan remarked, "Yet another scoundrel has emerged. Everyone, beware." Pippen questioned, "Is the league not going to intervene? A character more repugnant than Thomas has surfaced." Bird exclaimed, "Thomas is utterly worthless. How could he be humiliated to such an extent by this young fellow?" Johnson lamented, "This individual truly has no limits. Does he not fear for his life?" Abdul-Jabbar ominously predicted, "I can already foresee this young man's dismal fate." James declared, "Scoundrel." Wade echoed, "Scoundrel." Carmelo Anthony added, "Super scoundrel." Numerous luminaries, superstars, and athletes inundated the comment section. Conversely, another faction emerged. Bill Laimbeer exclaimed, "Finally, a kindred spirit." Dennis Rodman chimed in, "Kin." Draymond Green followed suit, "Kin." Dantley echoed, "Kin." Arteas declared, "Kin." Stephen Jackson joined, "Kin." Truth be told, Ma Fei believed that his actions stemmed from his inability to physically contend with Thomas, hence resorting to various underhanded tactics for defense. After all, the disparity between an ordinary person and an NBA player in physical prowess is indeed vast, a chasm not easily bridged. Although his character was tarnished and his reputation shattered, there were still silver linings, at the very least. The video's revenue could be split evenly between him and Thomas. Barkley patted Ma Fei on the shoulder, saying, "My friend, though you have been harshly criticized online, this video is generating income. I envy both of you. Remember, traffic equates to money." Chapter 17, The First Bucket of Gold. Seeing the bewildered expression on Ma Fei's face, Barkley chuckled and explained, "The basketball official website categorizes videos into long-form, short-form, and micro-videos, both paid and free. Paid long-form videos exceed 30 minutes and are charged at $1 per viewer. Short-form videos, ranging from 10 to 30 minutes, are charged at 50 cents per viewer, while micro-videos under 10 minutes cost 20 cents. According to the short video standard, with a subsidy of 50 cents per viewer, your view count of over 10 million will yield substantial returns. You and Thomas could each earn over 2 million. Upon hearing Barkley's answer, Ma Fei felt a sudden rush that nearly left her dizzy with excitement. 2 million? Is that truly the case? In that moment, she cast aside any concerns about her reputation or the possibility of being labeled a scoundrel. With this substantial sum as a foundation, she could finally embark on the long-cherished journey of developing her desired dietary therapy. Ma Fei promptly opened her short video, revealing traffic monitoring statistics that indicated over 11 million views. Among the details was a contract statement and a withdrawal explanation. The contract indicated that the video rights were co-owned by her and Isiah Thomas. As for the withdrawal process, it was straightforward. Both Ma Fei and Thomas had individual accounts, making withdrawals quick and uncomplicated. Ma Fei was utterly exhilarated, choosing to withdraw her funds immediately. This was undoubtedly her first substantial fortune in this world. Overcome with excitement, She could hardly resist the urge to purchase a flashy flying car to flaunt her newfound wealth. She promptly navigated to the flying car section of the marketplace to explore potential acquisitions. Meanwhile, the others observed Thomas and his companion engrossed in collecting their earnings, choosing not to intrude upon their excitement, instead gathering around to assist in selecting a mode of transport. The prices for these flying vehicles were astonishingly steep. The least expensive model was priced at $300,000, and even that was a single-passenger variant. As the group busily deliberated over their options, the roar of a flying motorcycle echoed through the air, attracting their attention toward the entrance of the arena. A striking flying motorcycle descended gracefully at the venue's entrance. Barkley and his companions frowned. It was well known that the technology in this world surpassed that of their previous existence by a century. Rarely did flying vehicles create such a commotion, yet today, one boldly obstructed the entrance to the training facility. Shortly thereafter, a burly man disembarked from the motorcycle. "Hey, Charles, are you not aware that you should line up to welcome a new teammate?" Maffei was utterly astonished to behold this drowsy fellow. "Is that really McGrady speaking? Am I still dreaming? Is McGrady truly joining us?" A bewildering trifecta of thoughts caused Maffei to widen his eyes in disbelief. Kenny Smith and Don Nelson were the first to approach. Barkley clapped his hands, summoning the entire team. "Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming two new members into our family, Tracy McGrady and Dwayne Johnson. They will be competing with us in the NCAA at our Agricultural and Forestry University. Johnson also intends to use this year's training and competitions as material for a film, so let us all extend our support to him." The atmosphere was filled with joy. Not only had a superstar joined our ranks, but also a film star, ensuring that our popularity would soar to new heights. Maffei was elated. Initially, he contemplated casually aligning himself with Eddie Curry, but now he could directly absorb the formidable skills of Tracy McGrady. Thus, Eddie Curry could be entirely disregarded. While lost in his daydreams, Maffei suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. "Buddy, I must say, your technique with Thomas is truly remarkable. You may not realize it, but countless individuals are applauding you." Johnson chuckled heartily, giving Maffei a thumbs up. "You are now a household name, my friend. Remember, those who emerge unscathed from Thomas's grasp are destined for the annals of NBA history." Meanwhile, Thomas, overhearing the jibes from McGrady and Johnson, was so incensed that he nearly lunged forward to confront them. Maffei cast an awkward glance at McGrady, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the exquisitely designed flying motorcycle outside. "Goodness, did you purchase that magnificent machine? It is simply stunning. When I heard the roar of its engine, I felt as though I had been transported back to a previous life." McGrady chuckled lightly. "Indeed. This is my Mechanical Man flying motorcycle. What do you think? Would you care to acquire one for yourself?" Aware of the marvel that was MCDY's motorcycle, with its futuristic aerodynamic design, nearly twice the speed of sound, and an impressive range of 3,000 kilometers on a full charge, the onlookers were left in awe. However, the price tag of $1.5 million was enough to send shivers down their spines. Initially, Maffei was quite exhilarated, but upon glancing at his wallet, he decisively relinquished the idea. With such funds, he might as well become a miner and dig for gold instead. After witnessing high-end flying vehicles worth millions, the mere thought of those priced in the hundreds of thousands seemed utterly unappealing. To fulfill his dream of soaring majestically, he realized he must continuously earn more money. Matty observed the gleam in Maffei's eyes and promptly activated his communication watch to introduce alternative flying apparatuses. "My friend, there is no need to invest heavily in a flying car right away. You should consider that flying motorcycles are also quite convenient and not particularly slow," he suggested. "What do you mean, my friend? Why would I buy a flying motorcycle? Isn't that unsafe? Besides, those aren't exactly cheap either," Maffei retorted. Matty chuckled, gazing at Maffei with amusement. "Brother, you've misunderstood my intention. Start with an affordable flying motorcycle to tide you over, and when you amass a fortune, you can then upgrade to a superior flying car. Isn't it customary for your people to establish their careers first before indulging in luxury cars and grand residences?" The others unanimously concurred with Matty's perspective. After witnessing the exquisite options available, the inferior one seemed truly unpalatable. It would indeed be more economical to procure a budget-friendly flying motorcycle for transportation. Upon accessing the flying motorcycle sales page, the array of models was quite enticing. Ranging from 100,000 to several million, Maffei was taken aback by the sight of the one priced at a mere 100,000. The shopping platform projected an image of an adorable red motorcycle, impeccably crafted with an endearingly clumsy design. Most astonishingly, The specifications of this motorcycle were beyond belief. My heavens, can this little motorcycle truly bear such weight? Surely, this must be a false advertisement. Thomas scoffed at the projected motorcycle. Barkley was equally bemused, exclaiming, "This is utterly ludicrous. A weight capacity of 200 kilograms? Absolutely impossible." The others shared his incredulity, all taken aback by the exaggerated claims of the motorcycle advertisement, with not a single individual willing to accept them as truth. The red flying motorcycle, dubbed Little Goat, was produced by a company named Isiah Heavy Industries. Boasting a weight capacity of 200 kilograms, a flight altitude of 300 meters, a range of 500 kilometers, and a rapid 5-minute charging capability. Its maximum speed reached 100 kilometers per hour, with a cruising speed of 80 kilometers, equipped with an emergency landing device, a promise of compensation for false advertising, and a 5-year warranty covering 200,000 kilometers. This is simply outrageous. Just wait until I prove you wrong and dare to make such outlandish claims. Excitedly, Maffei decisively placed an order for a blue Little Goat, completed the payment, and promptly selected a license plate number online, eagerly awaiting the delivery of the motorcycle. Witnessing Maffei's swift acquisition of this small vehicle, everyone around was filled with a sense of schadenfreude, eager to see if the motorcycle company truly lived up to its promise of 100-fold compensation for any defects. If it were indeed the case, it was likely that each person would soon procure one for themselves. Chapter 18. Starlit Harvest. Having purchased the motorcycle, Maffei no longer pondered the affairs of the motorcycle company. Instead, he discreetly scanned the affection levels of the two individuals, McGrady at 72 and Johnson at 61, both having reached the desired thresholds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding with McGrady, granting an exclusive skill lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning McGrady's exclusive skill, I-Defense. What on earth is I-Defense? Maffei was taken aback. Is this a unique skill? I-Defense skill description. Dare to gaze at me? If you try, you shall perish. It instills a sense of contempt and disdain in the attacking player. A signature taunting skill of McGrady. Hiss. Maffei was taken aback to discover that this skill could also provoke. If she were to master this ability, would she not be at risk of being overwhelmed by her opponents? In the morning, to welcome the two new members, Maffei filmed a 30-minute video, after which he went to practice with Marbury. "Stephen, do you happen to know any professional managers in the culinary field?" Marbury quickly realized that this individual had just earned his first pot of gold and was undoubtedly eager to invest. "I recommend that you access a smart terminal and explore the talent market, where you will find verified job postings that correspond to previous experiences. No one can impersonate those credentials. However, one must exercise discernment, as I have discovered that many individuals with a troubled past in their former lives have no records in this world." Maffei pondered for a moment before promptly activating her smart terminal. She navigated to the recruitment section, where a plethora of job postings awaited her. Recognizing that her connections were rather limited, consequently, she entered the keywords restaurant manager, and instantly, thousands of listings materialized before her eyes. Marbury chuckled softly beside him, suggesting that one could refine the criteria for potential hires to facilitate the search for the right candidates. Indeed, upon entering the query for managerial positions within large restaurant chains, a plethora of information spanning dozens of pages emerged. However, this was sufficient for him to make a selection. Ultimately, Maffei set her sights on Zhang Xingli, a district manager who had dedicated 10 years to Haidaleo. His resume indicated that he was a person of integrity, having consistently worked within the food and beverage industry without any blemishes on his record, and his professional ratings on job websites were notably high. They arranged to meet at 6 o'clock in Maffei's dormitory, after which she promptly ordered beef, lamb, vegetables, and fruits online. During lunchtime, the arrival of McGrady and Johnson allowed everyone to indulge in a hearty meal, further fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. In the afternoon, as others returned to rest, Thomas reappeared, inquiring, "Shall we continue our practice this afternoon, mate?" Maffei couldn't help but exclaim that not everyone is capable of being a villain. To be frank, even at Thomas's level, he pales in comparison to Barkley, let alone others. Yet, this so-called bad boy of the league prioritizes training above all else. This realization left Maffei pondering that there are no shortcuts to success for anyone else. If Eddie Curry possessed Thomas's drive, he might not reach the heights of O'Neal, but he could certainly outshine other second-tier centers. However, without a commendable mindset, one is destined to remain in the shadows. Upon noticing that Thomas's friendliness had inexplicably soared to 95, Ma Fei couldn't help but wonder if he had become an unfortunate entity himself. Come on, Thomas. Let's see how much you've improved these past few days. Thomas's eyes sparkled with mischief as he thought, just wait, my friend, you'll soon be in for a surprise. Without further ado, the two dove straight into practice. Goodness, Ma Fei, you're a monster. The world calls me bad, but you are 100 times worse. Ma Fei's relentless teasing prompted a reaction. What on earth, Ma Fei? Has your deadly technique transformed into a mere two-finger gesture? The astonishment continued, my goodness. What is this sinister grip of yours? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have learned the exclusive skill of fingertip dribbling, unique to Thomas. The unexpected announcement caused Ma Fei to halt, as a wave of experience and technique flooded into him. Moments later, with a sly smile, he gazed at Thomas and declared, now it's your turn to defend against me, and let us see how you handle the consequences of defeat. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Ma Fei incessantly altered his dribbling style. Astonished by Ma Fei's fluid maneuvers, Thomas exclaimed, who taught you such skills? I don't recall you ever being able to dribble like this. Do I need to inform you of my abilities? Ma Fei shot back, charging towards Thomas with the ball. Oh, how dare you use your foot? That is blatantly a foul. Indeed, the spectators were keenly observant, no matter how much Thomas smiled. He was still a brute. The two were once again embroiled in a fierce battle. However, Thomas grew increasingly exhilarated, while Ma Fei felt increasingly distressed. Thomas, playing like this will get you hurt. Thomas shook his head and replied, I don't employ this defensive style against just anyone. I reserve my special moves for the likes of Jordan, Pippen, and Johnson. Is there a major scoop here? Come on, Thomas, tell me how these individuals have wronged you. These are historical grievances. Elaborating would serve no purpose. Right now, I have but one desire. Jordan may live, but Pippen must perish. Thomas dramatically gestured across his throat with his hand, mimicking a knife. Ma Fei was somewhat aware of the entangled grievances from his past life. When it comes to the NBA, Isiah Thomas undoubtedly stands out as one of its most eccentric figures, emblematic of the league's antagonists. He was the one who compelled Michael Jordan to exclaim that the Dream Team would have him, but not Jordan. In that era, legends like Karl Malone, John Stockton, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Charles Barkley were all well aware of their place under Jordan's dominance. Yet, this peculiar individual managed to turn the tables and bested Jordan on the court. Even more astonishing were his post-retirement exploits. It remains a mystery how he persuaded James Dolan. Since taking the helm of the New York Knicks, he has plunged the entire team into the Mariana Trench, rendering it irretrievable, a veritable black hole of despair for the franchise. Witnessing Thomas's whimsical antics, Ma Fei seized the opportunity to slip away during a bathroom break. That evening, he had arranged to meet Zhang Xingli, initially conducting an interview to gain insight into his current situation. It became evident to Ma Fei that the new generation faced significant challenges. In this technologically advanced world, most service and technical sectors have been supplanted by robots, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a satisfactory job. After sampling the fare, Zhang Xingli was thoroughly impressed and completely enchanted by the therapeutic hot pot, leading him to decide to join Ma Fei's culinary chain. The restaurant had already been aptly named by Ma Fei, Xing Halao, or Galactic Delicacies. After all, this world is not limited to just Blue Star, the Moon, Mars, and Europa hosts substantial human populations. A name with grandeur would serve them well as they venture beyond Blue Star, eliminating the need for future rebranding. Moreover, humanity has long since left the solar system, with reports suggesting thousands of planets in the Milky Way. Following final negotiations to finalize the contract, Ma Fei decided to procure a robotic system dedicated to preparing the broth for the hot pot. Ma Fei intends to make an initial investment of $2 million. Zhang Xingli serves as the executive president, overseeing all management tasks related to Xing Halao, including the leasing of storefronts, renovations, and the configuration of various dining establishment tools. At this moment, Ma Fei was filled with excitement. Having arrived in this world, she had swiftly established her first enterprise. Although she found herself slightly lagging behind others, Ma Fei remained confident that, given the local residents' distinctive palate and the dietary therapy recipes she had acquired, success for Xingha Hot Pot was unequivocally assured. Seizing the opportunity to indulge in a therapeutic hot pot meal, Ma Fei expended all 200 energy points she had earned today. Energy value, 10. 000 strength, 60. Endurance, 32. Speed, 40. Jump, 30. Physique, 35. Flexibility, 30. Explosiveness, 40. Her strength had surged to 60. and her speed had reached 40. Consequently, any further enhancement in strength would now necessitate an investment of 100 energy points for each increment. Mafe has no intention of breaking through to 60 just yet. She prefers to enhance all her foundational attributes to 60 first, which proves to be more advantageous. Chapter 19. Warm-up match. The following day, upon arriving at the gym, Mafe noticed Nelson sitting in a chair with a furrowed brow. "Boss, have you fallen into a state of despair? Why does your demeanor appear so dismal?" Nelson shot her a glance, exclaiming, "Despite my aging limbs, I still wish to contribute to the team. I attempted to persuade the players on behalf of the team, yet I achieved absolutely nothing." Mafe could hardly believe Nelson's words. Just yesterday, McGrady and Johnson had joined the team, having played only a single season in the NCAA. Who could say that this individual might not leap into the NBA as a coach next year? It seemed implausible that he would selflessly contribute to the team in such a manner, especially considering that Agricultural University had never even entered the NCAA finals. Anyone with ambition would surely not come here. Barkley approached with a hearty laugh. "Boss, I told you it would be futile. Nowitzki has no intention of forming a coalition. He'd rather spend the time enjoying a drink. Charles, I have aspirations too, you know. I don't wish to merely drift through my college years. Even if I coach in the NBA next year, I want to prove myself here first. Unlike you, who seems to have a rather lackadaisical approach." Barkley, now agitated, retorted. "Hey, enough of that. When have I ever been aimless? I have my work to attend to, and I train diligently." Upon hearing Barkley's self-aggrandizement, Mafe rolled her eyes dramatically. "I doubt you even believe your own words. I haven't seen you at the training facility this afternoon. You merely clocked in this morning and called it a day." Barkley shot Mafe a fierce glare. "What's the matter? Are you planning a rebellion or something? You still owe me a week's worth of dinners." Mafe truly forgot about it. She once owed a debt to Barkley. That afternoon, she accompanied me to Stephen's Pizzeria for a meal. "Once my dining establishment opens, I shall assuredly repay your debt." After a week of continuous training, with the camaraderie among teammates steadily improving, the skills and energy levels enhanced remarkably, with an average of 150 to 200 energy points accrued daily. By the end of the week, Mafe's fundamental attributes had been significantly upgraded, with all physical attributes reaching 60, thus marking his initial entry into the realm of professional players. This astonishing progress left his training partners, including Thomas and Marbury, utterly astounded. As for other basketball-related attributes, Mafe opted to refrain from further enhancements for the time being, as these metrics could be cultivated through training, allowing for incremental improvements when necessary. On October 1st, the team was set to face their first warm-up match against Northern University of Economics and Trade, a formidable team from the Dian City competition area that had reached the global top 64 in the NCAA championship the previous year. From the onset of the game, the entire team appeared to be in a daze, particularly Barkley, Thomas, McGrady, and Kenny Smith, who seemed to be merely toying with their opponents. Moreover, Northern University's espionage efforts were impressively thorough, having conducted extensive research on Agricultural University. Nelson, visibly anxious, resorted to utilizing Marbury as the team's primary offensive focal point. However, during his NCAA warm-up debut, Marbury appeared overly isolated, missing all three of his initial attempts, and crucially, he seemed oblivious to his teammates, fixated solely on driving to the basket. Consequently, Northern University quickly expanded their lead, and with the rest of the team lacking focus, the halftime score reflected an 11-point deficit at 48-37. As the second half commenced, Nelson began devising various isolation plays for Barkley, who then initiated a series of successful inside and outside shots. Yet, at a critical juncture, Agricultural University's defense faltered, allowing Thomas to be mismatched against a taller opponent. Frustrated, Thomas unleashed a series of fierce maneuvers against the opposing player, nearly escalating into a 5-on-5 skirmish. With approximately 15 minutes remaining in the second half, Agricultural University found themselves trailing by nearly 20 points. Nelson remained unfazed, considering it merely a warm-up match, leading to a foregone conclusion. Ultimately, although Mafe only played as a substitute, he managed an impressive performance with 23 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal from 12 attempts, reflecting his current capabilities. Nevertheless, Agricultural University succumbed to a disheartening defeat at home, with a final score of 83-105 against their warm-up adversaries. This initial loss instilled unprecedented pressure in head coach Nelson, as numerous students and faculty from Agricultural University gathered around the arena, vociferously denouncing him. Historically, Agricultural University's basketball program had never been particularly formidable, with their best achievements failing to reach the NCAA elimination rounds. After a two-day respite, Agricultural University hosted Law College, the bottom team in the NCAA league, and finally secured their first warm-up victory with a score of 98-78. However, the win was anything but decisive, especially considering they allowed such a weak opponent to score 78 points, revealing glaring deficiencies in their defensive strategies, reminiscent of McGrady's lackluster defensive efforts. Following another three-day break, the team traveled to face Capital Model University, where they unexpectedly embarked on a winning streak. In the match against Model University, Eddie Curry delivered an exceptional performance, amassing 32 points and 19 rebounds, thoroughly dominating the opposition's interior defense. In the recent matches, Mafe accompanied the team, albeit occupying a seat on the bench, while Nelson refrained from deploying him as a starter. The warm-up games yielded a commendable record of 3 victories and 1 defeat for the Agricultural and Forestry University, a notable improvement considering their previous string of losses. This achievement has certainly invigorated the enthusiasm among the faculty and students of the institution. Tang pondered, why has Mafe been relegated to the bench in these matches? His defensive skills are quite commendable, and he ought to be given the opportunity to hone his abilities on the field. After the day's training session, Kenny approached Nelson for a private conversation. Nelson cast a casual glance at Kenny Smith and remarked, "My friend, Mafe no longer needs to adapt to the game. With his defense being even more formidable than Thomas's, do you think he requires adjustment? His capacity to acclimatize to the game surpasses even yours." After training alongside the team for an extended period, Nelson has developed a substantial understanding of Mafe's capabilities. In terms of defensive prowess, currently, only Isiah Thomas can match Mafe evenly. Anyone else who encounters him finds themselves thoroughly outmatched and bruised. Moreover, this individual has begun to exhibit ball handling and shooting skills that rival those of Thomas. The sole aspect warranting criticism is Mafe's free throw shooting, which is glaringly poor. Achieving a success rate of 20 would be considered commendable. At this moment, Mafe reclines on the massage table, indulging in a massage, a common aspect of his regimen since joining the professional team. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello, this is Mafe. Boss, it's Zhang Xingli. I have a few inquiries I'd like to discuss with you. Zhang Xingli, I'm in the midst of a massage. What do you need? Please, be succinct. Boss, I would like to know if Nonglin University has a chance of making it into the NCAA Summer Division's top 64 this year? Mafe was bewildered. Has his subordinate also begun to take an interest in basketball? With so many prominent players, failing to reach the top 64 is simply absurd. One might as well indulge in folly. Have you even considered who is on the team? It's filled with heavyweights. Do you truly have an interest in basketball? No. Boss, I intend to acquire the advertising rights for the main venue of Nonglin University. If they manage to qualify for the top 64, it could be quite lucrative for us. What? The main venue's advertising at Nonglin University? That hasn't been sold yet? It can't be. Indeed, boss. Nonglin University has consistently been a weak team, and very few sponsors are willing to invest in advertising. I have already contacted the university's administrative office, and they require that we only secure the rights for 1 year, at a cost of $1 million per year. Goodness, that's incredibly cheap. The price is almost like a gift. Let us prominently feature our Xinghe hot pot on those billboards. Understood, boss. I will take care of that shortly. There is one more matter I need to bring to your attention. Speak up. What is it? Boss, Xinghe hot pot has officially opened, and we are currently generating a daily revenue of at least 200,000. In the future, we can potentially open a new location every month. Mafe is well aware of the current popularity of her restaurant. After a single taste, patrons are invariably captivated by its flavors, becoming devoted customers of Xinghe Lao. Very well, Zhang Xingli, I entrust all of this to you. Simply let me know if you require my signature or any electronic documents. With the business now on the right track, Mafe felt a sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 20. The world is astonished. On October 9th, Agricultural and Forestry University hosted a formidable challenge from Space University, marking their 4th exhibition match of October. The atmosphere in NCAA arenas is unparalleled globally, even surpassing that of the NBA. This was merely a friendly match, yet the Plant Center Gymnasium at Agricultural and Forestry University, with a capacity of over 23,000, was already brimming with eager spectators, every seat occupied. The rise of the basketball team has stirred excitement among countless fans and students of Agricultural and Forestry University. Supporters proudly held various signs backing their team, with many going so far as to emblazon their faces and clothing with the university's emblem, passionately displaying their fervent support. This is the NCAA, the premier collegiate basketball league in the world. As the players engaged in their final warm-up exercises, Nelson stood at the sidelines, lost in thought. Ma Fei gazed with keen interest at the plethora of advertisements lining the perimeter of the competition venue, as well as the projections displayed on the stands. The prominent characters Galaxy Hot Pot flashed across the screen, followed by a video of Ma Fei himself indulging in a hot pot feast. All who laid eyes on this advertisement found themselves captivated by the delectable array of food and ingredients showcased, particularly as they witnessed others devouring the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. Involuntarily swallowing in anticipation, Marbury emphatically slapped his forehead, casting a wistful glance at Ma Fei. "Your habit of hoarding everything is quite unseemly. I too wish to promote something." "And I," chimed in Richardson, "my hamburger is in dire need of attention." "My hot dog," Eddie Curry hurriedly interjected. Barkley, growing increasingly fervent, seized Ma Fei by the collar and declared, "My stout must be prominently displayed." Ma Fei gazed silently at these individuals. After all, the vast expanse of advertising barriers was merely a series of projected screens. Far more than necessary, it would be more prudent to monetize some of it, potentially earning greater advertising revenue in the process. "All right, my friends, I shall provide you with the contact details of my company's president. Feel free to reach out if you wish to place an advertisement." As the warm-up concluded, the starting players from both teams began to make their appearances. Despite the impressive form of the Agricultural and Forestry University, the Space University, playing as the visitors, remained vigilant. On the agricultural and forestry side, Nelson had opted for a tactical shift, with Thomas and Ma Fei positioned on the perimeter, while Buckley and Richardson took up the forward roles, and Eddie Curry assumed the center position. Notably, the freshman Deng Tianhao from Space University was the team's star player. Once heralded as one of the top 30 high school talents globally, a veritable prodigy among local athletes. As the match commenced, the audience erupted in rhythmic drumming, their fervent cheers resonating throughout the arena. "Let us go. Agricultural and Forestry University, defeat them." Such vibrant enthusiasm had never before been witnessed at the Agricultural and Forestry basketball team's games. Amidst the jubilant shouts of the fans, Eddie Curry deftly maneuvered the ball back to his half, granting Agricultural and Forestry the first offensive opportunity. Thomas advanced the ball to the front court and passed it to Ma Fei. Like their previous adversaries, Space University recognized Ma Fei as the weakest link on the team and immediately engaged him in a double team, inadvertently leaving Richardson unmarked. Ma Fei observed an opponent ambushing and promptly passed the ball into Richardson's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Richardson effortlessly elevated and attempted a wide-open three-pointer. Bang! The shot ricocheted off the iron. As Ma Fei observed Richardson approaching, he angrily struck the iron, muttering under his breath, "Damn it." Richardson is developing a trend akin to that of a blacksmith. He is becoming increasingly formidable. Fortunately, at that moment, Barkley had already spread his arms wide, effectively securing his position, allowing Eddie Curry to effortlessly snatch the offensive rebound. Subsequently, Eddie Curry made a direct assault on the basket, but the opposing center extended his arms to successfully interfere with his shot, ultimately securing the defensive rebound. A wave of restlessness surged through the crowd. After two promising opportunities at the start, Nonglin University had failed to capitalize. As Space University advanced into the front court, Deng Tianhao, with the ball in hand, suddenly executed a rightward breakthrough, forcefully maneuvering past Richardson. Nonglin tightened their defensive formation, with Ma Fei closing in on the basket. Yet, amidst the double team, Deng Tianhao managed to dish out the ball, leading to a guard who promptly executed a mid-range jump shot. Swish! The basketball fell gracefully through the net, granting Space University the early lead. Initially, both teams showcased adequate performances, but it was evident that Space University was performing significantly better than Nonglin. Upon reaching the front court, Barkley found himself double-teamed. This time, he leveraged his strength to forcefully break through, penetrating the paint and scoring with a bank shot, while also drawing a defensive foul from the opponents. The additional free throw was successful, breaking Nonglin's scoring drought. Barkley's south-aggressive drive had ignited the home crowd's enthusiasm. However, shortly thereafter, Deng Tianhao managed to surpass Richardson, scoring just before Ma Fei could assist in defense. "Wow, this kid is quite impressive," Ma Fei remarked as he watched the opposing number 10, Deng Tianhao. Nonglin's defense, at this moment, appeared rather ineffective. Coach Danielson, From the sidelines, roared Thomas, Maffei. Stick to him. Don't give that number 10 any room to attack. Do you understand? As Maffei heard Nelson shout, he squinted and cast a glance at the opposing player wearing number 10. Initially dismissive of the young lad, he decided to indulge him in his bravados, closing the distance between them. When Maffei shifted into a serious defensive stance, the opposing team's ace found himself in dire straits. The match continued. After 13 minutes of the first half, Agricultural University led by 8 points with a score of 38-30, quickly heading towards a double-digit advantage. With Maffei effectively neutralizing the opposing team's star player, the entire squad seemed paralyzed. Had it not been for Nelson's timely intervention, the players from Space University might have faced a complete rout. Ultimately, Agricultural University triumphed effortlessly with a score of 105-86 against Space University. The following day, October 10th, a globally explosive video was featured on the homepage of the basketball official website. This was soon followed by a cascade of shocking news that reverberated across the planet and the solar system. First, a video clip titled "This is Basketball" was released. However, viewers quickly realized that the match depicted was between the Blue Star Federation's All-Star team and the New Humanity Dream Team. After watching the game, everyone was left in a frenzy. Was this truly basketball played by the New Humanity? Witnessing their once proud stars being utterly outclassed, many felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The mesmerizing team play of the New Humanity captivated all, showcasing an unparalleled blend of creativity and artistry. While it lacked the fervor and intensity characteristic of contemporary basketball, it was undeniably a visual delight. Meanwhile, in the Agricultural University gymnasium, Maffei, Barkley, and others were joyfully watching the video post-training. Goodness, is Jordan really teaching the youngsters? Is LeBron actually in this? Kareem's skyhook remains as precise as ever. What a sensational pass from Magic. Have these players truly united? Laughter filled the room as they observed Bird's antics, with the poor fellow struggling to convey his jokes. Despite the amusement the video brought, a hint of concern began to shadow their expressions. Marbury muttered under his breath, clearly sensing the rhythm of camaraderie forming. Upon hearing this, Maffei felt undeterred. She was now focusing on enhancing her strength attributes. In time, even if O'Neal were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. There was no need for fear. Even if they banded together, they would not be intimidated, and they would vanquish them nonetheless. Thomas, glancing at the news, scoffed dismissively. Their aspirations were indeed lofty. But with an abundance of stars, the notion of unity was already a common thread. It merely depended on the robustness of the legs they chose to lean on. They should consider themselves fortunate to be on the same team as him, for at least he could elevate their game. With Barkley and Maffei on their side, given their defensive prowess, not even the Bulls at their zenith, nor Olajuwon joining the Bulls, could withstand their might. Chapter 21. Team rosters. As Thomas continued his braggadocio, Barkley rolled his eyes in derision and remarked, "You're being utterly ridiculous. Who exactly do you think you can elevate? If it weren't for the substantial support of my leg, would you even dream of claiming an NCAA championship? Prepare for disappointment." Don Nelson jokingly addressed the group. "Charles is right. You have several strong players, but they're all limping along on one leg. If you truly united, you would be formidable. Fellas, it's time to stop obsessing over those old rogues. Jordan and his ilk. You will inevitably cross paths with them." Thomas chuckled. "I just saw in the news that David Stern is back." Upon hearing this shocking revelation, the others immediately referred to him as the old monster. Truly, he only grows more formidable with age. David Stern has been appointed as the executive commissioner of the NBA. This explosive news ignited a fervor worldwide, as local players could no longer maintain their lofty positions, having long viewed newcomers as mere fodder for harvest. However, when they faced defeat, their pride would evaporate, at least within the realm of basketball. Meanwhile, the astute universities began fervently pursuing former NBA players due to insider information, as the deadline for final NCAA registrations approached at the end of October. In the latest NCAA basketball Diamond Star rankings, Jordan claimed the top spot, followed by Jabbar, LeBron, Johnson, Bird, O'Neal, Olajuwon, Duncan, and Yao Ming. As for the players from Agricultural University, Barkley ranked 28th, Isiah Thomas 39th, McGrady 68th. While Maffei did not make the list at all, the students from Agricultural University were more concerned about the rosters of various college teams. Upon opening the basketball forum and discovering the information meticulously gathered by some keen observers, they were left in astonishment. Is this truly how the game can be played? The University of North Carolina boasts a formidable lineup featuring Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, Kukoc, Harper, Mourning, and Phil Jackson. Meanwhile, Shanghai Jiao Tong University showcases a stellar roster including Yao Ming, Botter, Wang Zhizhi, Yi Jianlian, Battier, Francis, Lowry, and Tomjanovich. At the University of Guangdong, we find LeBron James, Wade, Bosch, Chris Paul, Carmelo Anthony, Ilgauskas, Whiteside, and Tyronn Lue. Oklahoma State University is represented by Kevin Durant, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Gary Payton, Shawn Kemp, and D'Antoni. Liaoning University of Technology features legends such as Duncan, Ginobili, Tony Parker, David Robinson, Horry, Leonard, and Popovich. Witnessing so many teams banding together has left everyone astounded. Truly taken aback by such an impressive assembly. While we too have formed our own collective, we feel a sense of superiority as we have all been reborn in Yinching. Contrasting with these deliberately united squads, which seem excessively audacious. Ma Fei observed the assembly of illustrious stars and immediately began to jest. Thomas, your mischievous crew lacks cohesion. Just look at Jordan, LeBron, and Duncan's teams. They are so well organized. Thomas chuckled darkly. My friend, that is simply beyond our control. We were merely mischievous back then, indulging in a few underhanded tactics. But now, the NBA is a realm of genuine confrontation, especially during the second and third quarters, which are akin to brawls, you understand. It's even more ferocious than hockey. With that, Thomas shrugged. Eddie Curry nodded at this remark. Thomas, couldn't you get in touch with a few former teammates? Our team has plenty of honest players, and it would be disheartening if they were bullied during the game. Nonsense, Eddie. The NCAA environment is far superior. It lacks the frequent brawls characteristic of the NBA. With Barkley, Ma Fei, and Thomas on our roster, we are more than sufficient, Nelson interjected, attempting to reassure Eddie, fearing that these fellows might falter in crucial moments. Thomas sheepishly scratched his head. Guys, I have reached out to those individuals, but they have already been signed by numerous teams. You must understand, in this world, the rogues have quite a market, and it would be rather unseemly to pursue them relentlessly. Besides, we do not require them in the NCAA. Ma Fei paid no heed to their discussions, instead casting a sigh at the rosters of this year's teams. Indeed, this year's NCAA has become a veritable chaotic battleground, with all focus converging over the past 2 years. Undoubtedly, David Stern will stoke the flames once more to generate excitement for next year's NBA draft. Just take a look at the various rankings, and it is clear that David Stern has already intertwined himself within them. Don Nelson concurred. Ma Fei has grown weary of gossiping about these cliquish matters. Let them be as they will. In truth, this is not a significant issue. Rather, it serves to ignite my fighting spirit. As Thomas once remarked, Jordan may live, but Pippen must perish. With that, Ma Fei extended his hand outward. Marbury squinted his eyes, reflecting on the fact that everyone has had their moments of youthful exuberance, especially in a world as vibrant as this. He placed his hands on the back of Ma Fei's hand, declaring, Pippen must die. Subsequently, Barkley, McGrady, Richardson, Johnson, Thomas, and others joined in, raising their hands together and shouting in unison, Pippen must die. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of Jin D University, Pippen was engaged in one-on-one training with Harper. Achoo. Achoo. Who on earth is cursing me? Why do I keep sneezing? Relax, man. You're too tense right now. Mike said, Haven't you seen the posts on the forums? Look at the teams from Jiaotong University, as well as Liaogang University and Oklahoma State University. They've started to play without any scruples. Jordan chuckled dismissively, patting Pippen's arm in a reassuring manner. So what if we see that? The only real threat from Jiaotong University is Yao Ming. But haven't you noticed how many big men Phil has stockpiled? They're all prepared for him. Morning approached, seeing the two prominent figures conversing, and chimed in, but we cannot afford to be complacent. Liaogang University is formidable too. They are incredibly balanced. Phil Jackson adjusted his glasses and interjected, No, guys, you're only focusing on the strength of these current teams. But have you noticed the registration deadline for colleges? The old-timers from the Lakers and those damned Celtics haven't emerged yet. Do you honestly believe that Jabbar, Johnson, Bird, and the like will quietly spend a year in college before entering the NBA? Upon hearing this, Mike Jordan's eyes ignited with fervor, glimmering as he looked at everyone. Let us rally together and see who will ultimately emerge victorious. Since the Dream Team, led by Jordan, wreaked havoc on the Blue Star All-Star team in October, every college basketball arena has been bustling with activity, making final preparations for the impending NCAA basketball tournament. Numerous teams that had previously flown under the radar began to capture public attention. Notably, the team composed of the three generations of Jazz players, along with the Lakers and Celtics collective, sent shivers throughout the entire league. Chapter 22, Jordan's debut on November 1st. The Blue Star NCAA College Basketball League officially commenced. The opening match featured two particularly intriguing teams, the University of North Carolina versus the North Carolina Wolfpack. The entire world focused its attention on the forthcoming NCAA opener, as the new generation had already proven its mettle, and these two teams stood as representatives of that prowess. The University of North Carolina served as a gathering place for the new generation, while the North Carolina Wolfpack represented local power. In the TNT Network live broadcast studio. Hey everyone, have you missed me? I'm thrilled to see you all again. I'm your favorite, Charles. Friends, take a look at how handsome and dashing young Sir Charles was. Friends, Earl Johnson has gone live, and I truly did not anticipate our reunion here. Charles, must you be so shameless? No one would miss you. Your only allure is that ample posterior, and if anyone were to reminisce, it would surely be about the great Shaquille O'Neal. Earl Johnson observed the two exchanging banter and promptly interjected, "Gentlemen, let us reintroduce our NCAA to the audience." Many remain unfamiliar with the rules of this world's NCAA competitions. Indeed, it is imperative to revisit the fundamentals. After all, we still need to earn our keep. Charles patted his ample visage and continued, "Haha, Charles has a point. Let us now have the illustrious Shaq elucidate further." Barkley rolled his eyes dramatically. "Must you be so brazen? Do refrain from using the word great. You are nothing at present. We have entered a new realm, so let us not flaunt past achievements." O'Neal, sensing the need for moderation, shrugged and said, "All right, Charles, let us forego the frivolities and get to work." Barkley chuckled, rubbed his head in contemplation, and decided, "Very well. Let us commence with the Blue Star Federation NCAA. The NCAA is the collegiate basketball league of this planet, encompassing 32 provinces and autonomous regions of the Summer Tribe, due to the parallel world lacking Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Each province may field 2 universities, culminating in a total of 64 teams, marking the inception of the Summer Tribe's 64-team tournament. This runs from December until the conclusion of Madness February. Earl Johnson continued, "Subsequently, the Summer Tribe's 64 teams will compete against 64 teams from the Americas, 64 from Africa, including Oceania, and 64 from Europe, aggregating 256 universities divided into 64 groups, each comprising 4 teams. The top team from each group advances, resulting in the final 64 teams, known as the Global 64. The competition is incredibly fierce and exhilarating." Barkley entered into a playful tirade. "Indeed, this is the rule of our planet, far more thrilling than the NCAA of our previous existence. The current world is rife with deities and extraordinary talents." O'Neal concurred with Barkley's assessment and added, "We must also discuss the NCAA rules, which differ from our former experience. This world's NCAA adheres to the NBA's timing regulations, divided into 4 quarters of 12 minutes each, rather than the 2 halves of 20 minutes we previously witnessed." O'Neal glanced at Barkley and Earl Johnson, summarizing, "That is the essence of the rules. Now, regarding the outcome of this match, what are your thoughts?" "Huh, Shaq, is that even a question? My grandmother could win if teamed with Jordan." Barkley jested fervently. O'Neal, irritated, retorted, "No, no, no. Charles, did you not claim that only when teamed with me could your grandmother secure the championship?" Earl Johnson interjected, "That's enough, gentlemen. This is a live broadcast. Must you be so unreserved? At present, countless legendary figures are forming alliances, rendering this discussion utterly meaningless. Do you genuinely believe that you, Barkley, can secure a championship? Despite your team boasting talents such as Thomas, Marbury, and McGrady, you still fall short compared to the current University of North Carolina. And you, Shaq, your team merely possesses a facade of superiority. Look at your roster: Shaquille O'Neal, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, James Worthy, Odom, Bynum. My goodness. You have hoarded an abundance of centers and power forwards. What is your intention?" It is essential to recognize that UCLA has essentially established an invincible presence in your region. Barkley, incensed, retorted, "Earl Johnson, what point are you trying to make with your incessant prattle? Are you suggesting that those ancient relics from the Celtics can claim a championship?" Earl Johnson shrugged nonchalantly. "I said nothing, Charles. Those are your words, not mine." O'Neal, with his massive hand, gestured emphatically. "Charles, if you wish to seize the NCAA championship, you must cling to the great Shaq's coattails. Upon witnessing the audacious expressions of Johnson and O'Neill, Barkley scoffed, "You two have no shame. Our team is formidable enough without needing to cling to anyone. Rather, it would be advantageous for you to seek our favor. We have Marbury, Thomas, McGrady, Richardson, and even Maffei. Mark my words, we will surely triumph over North Carolina." Enough. Apart from Isiah Thomas, the only players worth mentioning on your team are McGrady and Marbury. The rest are lackluster, Earl Johnson retorted dismissively. Indeed, Charles, your team is inadequate. The talent pool in Yinching is already scarce, and several have departed, unless you have me. The Great Shaq. Hold on. If you claim past failures, I have no retorts. However, in this world, we all start anew. I refuse to believe our team is weak. You only see Jordan and Pippen reassembling their squad, yet our Thomas and Maffei are more than capable of holding their own. Mark my words. The true nemesis of North Carolina is our agricultural university. Our team is the Achilles heel of Jordan. O'Neill, unable to bear Barkley's continued argument and boasting, interjected. Are you referring to your two miscreants? The entire league is aware of the aberrations your agricultural university has produced. Earl Johnson, incensed by the mention of Maffei, erupted. Indeed, Shaq's description of miscreants applies to your Maffei. I have watched his videos, and he is nothing short of a disgrace in the NCAA. Moreover, his popularity has surpassed a staggering 100 million views, eclipsing even our past celebrities. Tell me, is that miscreant truly playing basketball? Barkley, intending to conclude this fruitless debate, suggested, "Gentlemen, shall we postpone this discussion? I have no desire to engage in arguments. Let the facts speak for themselves. The game is about to commence." Earl Johnson, disinterested in berating Barkley any further, found himself exhilarated upon witnessing Jordan warm up. Roar. Jordan's debut is about to commence. Are we all feeling the excitement? He exclaimed, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Jordan's lifelong rival, Sir Charles, was attentively monitoring the proceedings in the live stream. Chapter 23, latest matchup at this moment. The summer sports broadcasting booth was graced by the presence of Zhang Weiping, Su Jiqing, and Su Kun, who appeared on screen. Su had just enlightened the audience about the NCAA's game regulations, which, I must say, are far more extravagant than anything we've previously encountered in the NBA. Now, let us inquire of Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts on this match? Su Kun directed his gaze towards Zhang. My perspective aligns with that of the majority. North Carolina will undoubtedly triumph. The North Carolina Wolves simply do not compare to them. The local factions may boast loudly, but in reality, there is no competition. Zhang asserted confidently. And what of you, Mr. Su? Any insights? Su shook his head, replying, No, I too support North Carolina's victory. But I hope for a balanced contest and not a one-sided affair. It seems both gentlemen favor North Carolina, which indeed appears significantly stronger than the former Bulls. With Longley and Kukoc now on the bench, Mourning has reinforced the center position, addressing the Bulls' weakest link. Su remarked, Indeed. North Carolina is being highly regarded by numerous betting companies, swiftly becoming a favorite for the championship. Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that North Carolina's current lineup is considerably more coherent and robust than that of the previous Bulls. Furthermore, in a couple of days, we shall also witness Yuming's formidable team. Su Kun, curious, inquired, which universities are the esteemed gentlemen currently affiliated with? Please enlighten us. Su and Zhang exchanged awkward smiles. Mr. Zhang and I are at Yin City, affiliated with the United University, Su revealed. Su Kun feigned surprise, asking, Oh, why did neither of you join the Agricultural and Forestry University? Su scratched his head, admitting, at the time, we were unaware of where the other players had gone. Zhang chuckled heartily. Su and I were puzzled. Where had all the Yin City players vanished to? Had we known they were at Agricultural and Forestry University, we would have surely sought their favor. Su, grinning amiably at Su Kun, added, Indeed, dear viewers in the live stream, do not be deceived by North Carolina's current prowess. There are numerous truly formidable teams, such as Yoming's Shanghai Jiaotong University, Duncan's Liaoning University of Technology, Shaquille O'Neal, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Magic Johnson's UCLA. Bird and Garnett's MIT, the legendary Malone and Stockton's Utah, and the Thunder 5's Oklahoma State University, along with Barkley, Thomas, and McGrady's Agricultural and Forestry University, among others. Teacher Zhang erupted into hearty laughter, showing no signs of frustration despite the error. A bright future awaits everyone. This year marks the inaugural year of our journey into the NCAA, undoubtedly filled with tumultuous battles. I am confident that many talents will ascend to the NBA next year. As it is a commercial league, and with David Stern's return, this NCAA season promises to be the most fiercely competitive yet. As the clock struck 7:30 in the evening, the North Carolina arena buzzed with an electrifying atmosphere, the fans erupting like a tidal wave. When Michael Jordan made his entrance, the crowd went wild. As he firmly clenched his fist and gestured to the audience, he noticed numerous handwritten signs among the throng, proclaiming, "Welcome home, Michael. You are the eternal God." To the average fan, regardless of which team Jordan represented, he will forever be a source of pride in the basketball realm. A legendary superstar with 6 championship titles to his name. During the pregame handshake between the players, the audience was treated to the sight of another basketball luminary, Scottie Pippen, who also graced the court. Remarkably, he was starting as the point guard for the North Carolina team tonight, a position he had traditionally occupied as a small forward, occasionally filling in as a shooting guard. It remains uncertain whether he volunteered for this role or if it was a deliberate arrangement by Phil Jackson. With a sharp whistle from the head referee, the game officially commenced, and North Carolina's center, Mourning, faced off against the North Carolina Wolfpack for the tip-off. In the opening play, North Carolina made the first contact with the ball as Mourning deftly redirected it back to his half of the court. Meanwhile, Pippen swiftly seized the opportunity to snatch the basketball, while Jordan approached to engage the opposing forward in a modicum of physical confrontation. The starting quintet for North Carolina comprised Jordan, Pippen, Mourning, Rodman, and Harper. The North Carolina Wolves boasted an imposing lineup, with an average height of 206 centimeters. Intelligence reports highlighted their explosive physicality, yet their technical skills remained rudimentary and their tactics monotonous, primarily relying on individual plays. Pippen brought the ball to the front court, pausing just beyond the three-point arc. Once Mourning established his position, Pippen delivered the ball, then began to sprint across the court. Upon receiving the pass, Mourning swiftly initiated a one-on-one confrontation with the opposing center, effortlessly evading the defense before skillfully banking the ball into the hoop. From that initial basket, North Carolina seized absolute control of the game, gradually widening the score gap. Spectators were enraptured as they witnessed Jordan operate like a scoring machine, relentlessly dismantling the North Carolina Wolves. However, midway through the second quarter, a nefarious foul by Rodman ignited a massive brawl, resulting in Rodman, Longley, and Mourning, along with 3 players from the North Carolina Wolves, being ejected to the stands for a period. This incident escalated the excitement in the arena. Although North Carolina faced penalties, several key players from the Wolves were also sidelined, leaving the team unable to mount any further resistance. Ultimately, North Carolina triumphed effortlessly with a score of 109-82. Following the conclusion of the match, global tensions ignited as journalists from various media outlets fervently pursued their stories. In the projection room of the Agricultural and Forestry University basketball arena, spectators engaged in animated discussions post-game. Don Nelson rapped on the table, exclaiming that North Carolina remained formidable. Thomas, with a dismissive smirk, crossed his legs and remarked, "True, North Carolina is indeed strong, but I don't believe our team fears them. When Jordan encounters us, he is likely to be overwhelmed." With Maffei's exceptional defense, while we may not completely nullify Jordan, we can certainly contain him. Marbury nodded and said, "Indeed, boss. If Mourning dares to attack with such reckless abandon as he did just now, I am certain Barkley would make him regret it profoundly." Maffei observed the eager anticipation among the group and decided to share her perspective. In fact, she felt that the favorites often meet their downfall, and we would not encounter them until the Summer Tribe's Top 64 competition. Instead, she believed that institutions like ICE Engineering University and the University of California posed a greater challenge. Nelson concurred with Maffei's sentiments, noting that while North Carolina appeared formidable on the surface, they still paled in comparison to the super teams formed by the former Lakers and Celtics. "All right, everyone." Nelson clapped his hands. "We are about to face our divisional rivals. Though they may not be particularly strong, let us not underestimate Waterwood University, who reached the NCAA quarterfinals last year. A lean camel is still larger than a horse, and we must respect every opponent. Naturally, since they're a rival at the school, everyone had been training diligently, their excitement palpable. Once we complete our first match, we shall organize a celebration," he added. The team responded enthusiastically to the coach's announcement of the impending match, expressing their eagerness to celebrate. "Thank you, Coach. We've been looking forward to this." Chapter 24. The latest attributes. Nelson flashed a smile at the team. "We will discuss the celebration after the match. For now, let us examine our competition lineup." As the projection displayed the match schedule against Agricultural and Forestry University, the team seemed unfazed. There were a total of 10 matches, 5 at home and 5 away. And only the final game against Waterwood University warranted serious consideration. The others were merely formalities. Ma Fei merely cast a cursory glance, indifferent to the threats posed by those teams. After all, the school had assumed responsibility for intelligence operations. By merely activating the communication system, one could access all necessary information. Thus, for the current basketball team, there were no secrets to be found. A few months had swiftly passed since enrollment, and through relentless study and skill enhancement, Ma Fei's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation from his initial state. Upon returning to the dormitory after the game, Ma Fei opened his attributes list. Name: Ma Fei. Energy value: 952. 5'10 height, 205 centimeters weight, 90 kilograms strength, 100 stamina, 60 speed, 100 vertical leap, 60 physique, 60 flexibility, 60 explosive power, 100 injury. 0 basketball fundamental attributes: shooting, 49, layup, 60, dunking, 30, three-point shooting, 39, dribbling, 80, passing, 20, breaking through, 30, stealing, 30, free throws, 73, blocking, 20, defense, 90, vision, 30, his exclusive skills had proliferated, including butt slam, iron elbow, bear hug, lone wolf breakthrough, springman, assassin strike, lethal 3, king of scraps, finger dribble, among others, significantly enriching Ma Fei's arsenal. Even his previously abysmal free throw percentage had achieved a commendable rate under Thomas's guidance. Gazing at his comprehensively enhanced attributes, Ma Fei felt a surge of joy. Not only had his height and weight increased, but his strength, speed, and explosive power had also reached their maximum potential, with further improvements in other attributes forthcoming. However, it was noteworthy that there had been no system tasks in the past 2 months, and the learning quota remained at 6 individuals. The camaraderie with his teammates had continuously elevated, leading to a daily surplus of energy points that had swelled from less than 10 to 15. Moreover, Ma Fei and Thomas frequently engaged in one-on-one duels, which had instilled a sense of trepidation among the other team members. Even when Ma Fei refrained from exerting himself, Barkley, McGrady, and Kenny tended to avoid him, perhaps due to some psychological shadow. This circumstance had resulted in Ma Fei being able to seek skill enhancement solely from Thomas. In his absence, the only recourse was to practice during training matches, which significantly hampered the efficiency of energy point accumulation. This underscored a major flaw in the system. Given Ma Fei's current attributes, he could easily withstand Barkley during training matches, even overpowering him at times, which had led to Barkley experiencing bouts of despondency. Thomas and the others speculated that Ma Fei might have consumed some performance-enhancing substances. After all, the transformation he had undergone over a few months was nothing short of astounding. His height had increased, and his strength, speed, vertical leap, and stamina had all escalated remarkably, presenting an uncanny anomaly. Were it not for their shared pursuit of basketball, they might have considered subjecting Ma Fei to scientific scrutiny. Furthermore, in this world, there were no regulations against the use of performance enhancers. As long as one was willing to endure the consequences, consuming stimulants was entirely permissible, eliminating the issues of asthma that plagued their previous team. As Ma Fei neared the threshold of accumulating 10,000 points for an upgrade, he found himself in a quandary, deliberating whether to upgrade first or focus on enhancing his physique. He now intended to invest in 2 new types of elixirs to ascertain their effects. Ding. The host exchanged 100 points for a single capsule of rat tail juice collagen. Ding. The host exchanged 100 points for a single muscle gain capsule. Holding the pitch black pills in her hand, Ma Fei pinched her nose and reluctantly consumed both types of medication. Ugh. After swallowing the 2 capsules, Ma Fei nearly retched. The taste was utterly repugnant. The mere thought of pills made from rat tail juice sent her stomach churning. However, as she observed her muscles gradually bulging and her skin becoming more elastic, Ma Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. These pills were indeed effective, but she knew she couldn't rush the process. Otherwise, anyone who saw her would suspect something was amiss. On the evening of November 3rd, at 7 p.m., Agricultural and Forestry University faced off against Timber University in their inaugural away game. This match lacked any allure, as the current lineup of Agricultural and Forestry University suggested it would merely be a formality. Consequently, the media showed little enthusiasm, merely dispatching a reporter to fulfill their obligations. The 15-man roster for Agricultural and Forestry's NCAA campaign was finalized. Head coach, Don Nelson centers. Eddie Curry 213 centimeters. Lou Sudong 218 centimeters power forwards. Barkley 198 centimeters. Ma Fei 205 centimeters. Zhao Lei 201 centimeters small forwards. Tracy McGrady 203 centimeters. Jason Richardson 198 centimeters. Wang Jinsher 201 centimeters shooting guards. Kenny Smith 191 centimeters. Don Johnson 195 centimeters. Don Nelson 198 centimeters point guards. Isiah Thomas 185 centimeters. Stephon Marbury 188 centimeters. Sunbin 186 centimeters to complete the roster of 15. Old Nelson even assigned himself a position as a guard. As the warm-up concluded, a whistle blew, signaling the official commencement of Agricultural and Forestry University's NCAA match. Meanwhile, Ma Fei sat on the bench, bored, chatting with Kenny while watching the game unfold. Just as the match began, Marbury swiftly found his rhythm, dominating the court with an aggressive display that quickly overwhelmed the competition. Ma Fei observed his opponents, feeling a pang of anxiety over their apparent weakness. This team is so feeble. Kenny, do you think the coach might prevent us from taking the court? Kenny, noticing Ma Fei's naive complaint, replied, "That's improbable. Soon, Tang will definitely send us into warm-up." With little interest left in the one-sided match, Ma Fei leaned in closer to Kenny's ear and whispered, "Kenny, do you have any fresh news?" Kenny raised an eyebrow, glanced back at Ma Fei, understanding his curiosity. "Indeed. I have heard that Nowitzki is forming a team at Munich University, which includes Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Doncic among others." Ma Fei stared at Kenny in bewilderment. Were these people truly out of their minds? Was it so casual, so effortless, and so natural to form such a coalition? Kenny shook his head, patting Ma Fei's arm. "There is no choice. If you don't band together, survival becomes impossible. This is the trend, my friend." Just then, Barkley, who had just stepped off the court, scrutinized Ma Fei for a long moment. "Dude, how did you manage to achieve that devilish physique? I don't recall your muscles being this impressive." Ma Fei chuckled foolishly, gesturing with great enthusiasm to indicate strength, and remarked, "Charles, your focus has shifted entirely to making money. How could you possibly pay attention to someone as inconspicuous as me? This is the result of relentless practice." The others were equally curious, yet none spoke up. Indeed, Ma Fei diligently recruited individuals for training each day, causing everyone to avoid him, perceiving him as a training fanatic. As they watched the match, they engaged in conversation until halftime, which concluded with a score of 63-38, with Nonglin University leading by 25 points, effectively seizing control of the game. Noticing Ma Fei and Kenny engrossed in conversation, Nelson decided to send both of them onto the court in the second half to accumulate some statistics. The final score was 132-85, with Nonglin University effortlessly securing their first victory. Delighted by the win, Don Nelson expressed his joy, stating, "At last, the first game is behind us. Let's all relax today. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to drinks at the Sanliton Bar Street." Barkley's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheered for Nelson, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Don. You've done something commendable. Finally, we can unwind a bit. I've always wanted to experience Sanliton." Richardson, with a cheeky demeanor, chimed in, "Indeed. I've heard the ladies there are quite beautiful. Are we all well prepared?" He accompanied his words with a rather inappropriate gesture. Thomas snorted in disdain at Richardson's feigned innocence, urging him to hurry along. "You've been cooped up for half a year." Laughter erupted among the group of mischievous fellows, reveling in their unrestrained mirth. Chapter 25. Indulgence at the bar. Ma Fei gazed in exasperation at the group of individuals preparing for their evening merriment. "You lot are truly affluent. The moment you acquire wealth, your thoughts turn to indulgence, unlike my own innocent disposition." Kenny shot an angry glare at the conniving Ma Fei and retorted, "Scram. That video of yours has netted you and Thomas tens of millions in funding. Your restaurant chain has expanded to 5 locations now, hasn't it? Are you really saving all that money just to raise children?" Ma Fei was taken aback, gazing at Kenny with trepidation. "Goodness, Kenny, your intelligence is quite remarkable." Kenny chuckled and replied, "Of course, my sources of information are unparalleled." Nelson waved his hand, swiftly interrupting the idle chatter. "All right, everyone. Let us hasten to Ma Fei's establishment for a hearty meal. I am absolutely famished. After we dine, we shall promptly indulge in some merriment." Ma Fei stared blankly at Nelson, hearing that they were going to dine at her establishment. Wait a moment, wasn't it agreed that they would have a gathering at school? Nelson shot a glance at Ma Fei, remarking that the cafeteria food at school was utterly terrible. Your place is spacious, and the food is decent. Why not go there? Is it inconvenient for you, or are you reluctant to spend the money? Ma Fei awkwardly touched his nose, noticing that everyone was gazing at him with eager, mischievous eyes. Having already made his intentions clear, he graciously welcomed everyone to his establishment. At present, Ma Fei's Star River Hot Pot has grown to 5 locations after nearly 2 months of development, expanding rapidly at a pace of 2 to 3 new outlets each month. Soon after, the enthusiastic crowd from the agricultural and forestry community quickly boarded the school's shuttle bus, arriving at Ma Fei's Hot Pot restaurant. As everyone settled at the table, the sight of them devouring their meals with reckless abandon left Ma Fei wearing a look of exasperation as he humorously chastised them for their apparent hunger. Thomas, casually picking his teeth and casting sidelong glances, relished the complimentary feast, exclaiming that he wished he could indulge in such lavish meals every day. Marbury chuckled in a peculiar manner, exclaiming, "Ha, I share the same sentiment, though I wonder if Ma Fei will feel any heartache." Ma Fei took a sip of the dark beer and shook his head, remarking, "I see you all are in pain from head to toe, yet your hearts remain unscathed. Ha. As long as there is some ache in the body, that's a sign of life, my friends. Now, I shall call Big Beard and inquire which nightclub is the most vibrant." With that, McGrady dialed Hardin's number. A chubby young man came into view at this moment. Hardin was just 18 and not yet adorned with a full beard. Upon spotting McGrady, he greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hey, brother, it's been ages since we last connected. What brings you to me? I have a question for you. Which bar in Yen City is worth visiting?" Hardin's expression of surprise lingered for a mere few seconds before he sighed. "Well, brother, are you all heading to a bar? If only I were in Yen City. I could join you for some fun." Thomas, irritated by Hardin's response, exclaimed, "You traitor. Just tell us which bar is decent. No need for all this sentimentality." Hardin, eyes wide with indignation, replied, No, Thomas. I am not a traitor. I never agreed to join Agricultural University. Besides, it was too chaotic there, with Anthony always stirring things up. I simply couldn't stand him. Kenny intervened, cutting through their banter. "Enough of this useless chatter. We're about to head out. Quickly tell us the address." "All right, my friends, I think a place called Nightshade is quite good. You can find it on your navigation. And you know what I mean." Hardin winked at the group. Upon hearing the name of the bar, McGrady immediately urged Barkley to look it up. "Okay, we're off then. Next time we visit you, you must show us a good time." Hardin laughed heartily. "Don't worry, brother. If you come over, I'll ensure you have a splendid time. I'll make sure everything is arranged so you feel right at home." With no further ado, their minds already drifting to the nightclub, they ended the call with Hardin, hopped into the car, and navigated directly to the venue he had mentioned. It was now 10 p.m., the prime time for the nightclub, with a steady stream of diverse patrons entering and exiting. As soon as they stepped into the bar, the pulsating music enveloped them, igniting an atmosphere of excitement. And the hormones in the air surged. The burly men, having been pent up for months, could think of nothing but indulging themselves. They immediately dove into the dance floor, while Ma Fei, after a brief moment of revelry, made his way to the bar to order a chilled beer. Nelson approached Ma Fei and inquired, "Haven't you found a suitable target yet?" Ma Fei sighed helplessly, feeling a lack of direction for the time being, as my expectations are rather lofty. Marbury approached and patted Ma Fei on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, just find someone pleasing to the eye. If you adhere to the standards of a model, you may find yourself quite lonely tonight. All right, just wait a moment. I haven't even warmed up yet." Ma Fei decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and, with his eyes sparkling, began to survey the beautiful women around him. Tin Shaoling, the owner of Hei's Heavy Industries, was infamously dubbed the venomous widow of Yin City, rumored to have been the cause of her 2 husbands' untimely demises. Her family had intended to marry her off, but fortunately, the substantial inheritance left by her second husband allowed this formidable businesswoman to vehemently reject her family's plans and sever ties with them. She buried herself in work to numb her feelings. Today, she had initially planned to return home for a restful sleep, yet as she passed by Samleton, an urge to indulge in a drink and release her pent-up frustrations began to stir within her. Upon entering the nightclub and arriving at the bar, Tan Shaoling ordered a bottle of red wine. As she sipped her wine, she observed the throng of revelers dancing wildly in the dance floor. After only a couple of glasses, a warmth began to envelop her body. Setting down her wine glass and donning her high heels, she plunged into the dance floor to surrender to her desires. Ma Fei was still lost in the oblivion of his own self, contorting his robust physique, when, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as if a large nail had pierced his foot. "Ah, that hurts." Who trampled on me? He exclaimed, glaring ahead in anger. Fortunately, he had consumed collagen pills made from rat tails, which had enhanced the elasticity of his skin. Otherwise, this blow could have punctured his foot. Before him stood a tall and strikingly beautiful woman with a mature, elegant oval face, dressed in understated attire. Her willow-like eyebrows framed cherry-red lips, and her flowing long hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her alluring curves that instigated a primal desire for possession. Goodness, this woman is stunning. Upon seeing her for the first time, Ma Fei felt a surge of hormones coursing through his body. At that moment, Tan Xiaoling, startled by the scream, immediately halted her movements. Glancing apologetically at the muscular man before her, she said, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't notice you." "Oh. I just felt a nail jab into the top of my foot. Could you assist me to my seat?" Ma Fei looked at the beautiful woman with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Of course, let me help you," Tan Xiaoling replied, wrapping her arm around him as she guided him to a booth. Tan Xiaoling, with a casual demeanor, said to Ma Fei, "Sir, please remove your shoe. Let me see if your foot is injured. If it is, we should consider heading to the hospital." "Oh, my name is Ma Fei. Just call me by my name." Referring to me as sir feels quite awkward. He chuckled. "All right, Ma Fei, I'm Tan Xiaoling. It's a pleasure to meet you, but let us check your foot first. We wouldn't want to take any chances with an injury." Just then, Tan Xiaoling seemed to have a sudden realization. Pointing at Ma Fei, she exclaimed, "Ma Fei? The scoundrel Ma Fei." Chapter 26, New Skills. Upon hearing a woman call him a scoundrel, Ma Fei, who had just taken a sip of water to calm his nerves, couldn't help but spit it out in surprise. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and turned his head, spraying it outside the booth. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing to douse the beautiful woman. Ahem. There's a wretched scoundrel who orchestrated a video about me. It was just for fun. My foot doesn't hurt as much now. It should be fine, he said, standing up to move his foot, confirming that no bones were injured. Tan Xiaoling had now firmly identified him as the scoundrel from the video. Little did she expect that after 2 months, he had grown into such a tall and robust figure. She couldn't help but entertain the thought of giving him a little pinch. It's peculiar how women are. They often find themselves drawn to the bad boys, and some even relish that very allure. At that moment, everyone began to notice that Ma Fei was conversing with the stunning beauty. Wow, Ma Fei has managed to charm a phenomenal woman without a sound. Marbury felt a twinge of envy. Goodness, do these beauties not possess any discernment? Have they not noticed the dashing Marbury? Kenny's beer can crackled ominously. That rascal had just claimed there was no one appealing, yet now he was ready to make a bold advance. "Kenny, your envy is palpable. You simply acted too late. Spare me your sardonic remarks. Thomas, you managed to secure a date while the rest of us remain unattached." Thomas smirked and replied, "Then for heaven's sake, make your move. Are you waiting for the lady to leap into your arms?" Meanwhile, Ma Fei and Tan Xiaoling were engrossed in conversation on the dance floor, their spirits lifted by the intoxicating effects of alcohol. Suddenly, a chime echoed. The system announced a temporary mission. As a man of the ruthless system, how could he possibly remain idle? The conquest of beautiful women begins with me. The unexpected intrusion of the system nearly sent Ma Fei into a euphoric faint. The system had been dormant for far too long, and now it was finally issuing new tasks. Although this mission was somewhat suggestive, the promise of rewards compelled him to see it through, even if peril lurked outside. It was not yet midnight, and with impatience, Ma Fei seized Tan Xiaoling and departed. Throughout the night, in the confines of the hotel room, Ma Fei transformed into an industrious farmer. By 8 in the morning, the incessant buzzing interrupted his slumber. Who on earth is it? Must I be deprived of sleep? With his eyes still shut, he unleashed a tirade upon opening his communicator. "Ma Fei, you truly went wild last night. Are you still in bed? Just look at the time." Recognizing Thomas's mischievous voice, Ma Fei remained reluctant to open his eyes. "What time is it? Is today not a holiday?" "Indeed, it is a holiday. I merely wanted to check on you. Do you have any idea when you all left last night?" "Oh well, I'm fine, Thomas. I'll hang up now." After disconnecting, sleep eluded him. Groggily, he opened his eyes. "Wait a moment. Did I not return with a girl named Tan Xiaoling last night?" Ma Fei lifted the covers, only to find that there was no woman in the bed, though it was indeed quite disheveled. Beep. Ma Fei opened the communication email. The young man was quite skilled, as evidenced by the service fee of 10,000. Upon receiving the message, Ma Fei was jolted awake, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth? Have I been voted by a woman?" The notification chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of conquest. Reward, 1 opportunity to learn fierce skills. And an additional skill." Thrilled by this unexpected boon, He reflected on how, despite feeling disoriented from the previous night's revelry, he had effortlessly fulfilled the impromptu mission. The introduction of the super endurance skill read, sacrificed a kidney, yet possessed countless others. Endurance attribute limit doubled. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ma Fei as he absorbed this information. With the endurance limit set at 100, it meant he could elevate his attributes to 200. Could this attribute potentially render him a perpetual motion machine? Yet, despite the newfound limit, he found himself disheartened by the lack of energy to allocate points. Determined, he picked up his communicator, hoping to search for information on a woman named Tan Shaoling. To his astonishment, she turned out to be the owner of Hiai's Heavy Industries, the very company that manufactured the small goat flying motorcycles. Ma Feiming shouted in surprise, "No wonder I found the name Tan Shaoling so familiar while at the bar. She is indeed the infamous Black Widow of Hiai's Heavy Industries. It seems everyone aspires to be the next Chow Chow." Seated upon the couch, Ma Fei wore a mischievous smile, contemplating the inevitable encounter with the venomous widow. "Patience, dear widow. Fate has intertwined our paths, and time is on my side." Dismissing thoughts of the widow for the moment, his mind turned to whom he might bestow his newfound opportunity for learning. As for Eddie Curry, Ma Fei had resolved to forego that option, recognizing that assigning this opportunity to him would be a mere squandering of resources. However, Dwayne Johnson presented a viable alternative. After all, this individual hailed from an acting background, and acquiring some skills in performance would be quite beneficial. Basketball, after all, is akin to acting, as exemplified by the Brazilian film icon Valerio and the Argentine star Ginobili, both of whom captivated fans with their remarkable displays. Crucially, Ma Fei sought a reliable ally. For Thomas had become rather indulgent since coming into wealth, reportedly opening a training school and becoming increasingly elusive. This left Ma Fei at a disadvantage in honing his skills. The following day at the Agricultural and Forestry University's basketball gym, Nelson observed the bright spirits of the team. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, "it appears everyone has enjoyed a rejuvenating rest." Thomas, with an air of self-satisfaction, regarded Nelson and replied, "Indeed, boss. Activities like this should be held more frequently." "Have you not noticed the remarkable state of our team?" Marbury chimed in, laughing, "Haha. Although I detest that fellow, he speaks to the hopes of us all. Rest assured, such events will occur frequently in the future, provided you all perform admirably in the games and maintain your training regimen. Now, let me observe your current state. Do not squander your vigor on trivial matters." "Ha!" The crowd erupted in laughter. "Tang, let us commence. I am eagerly anticipating this." As everyone witnessed Marbury's enthusiasm, they began their warm-up exercises. I remarked, "Marbury, have you taken some performance enhancers? Your energy is quite remarkable." "Nonsense. I am merely maintaining an excellent condition, unlike you." Shark Eddie Curry, who was playing king yesterday, right? Upon hearing this juicy tidbit, the crowd gasped. "Really? Is that true? Eddie Curry, you are quite impressive. Playing king just yesterday? All right, everyone, we can discuss the gossip later. Let us start with the training match. Can't you see Marbury is already impatient?" Nelson addressed the group. After assistant coach Kenny Smith announced the commencement of the practice match, Marbury formed one team with Johnson, Eddie Curry, and Marbury himself. On the opposing side, McGrady, Thomas, and Barkley comprised another team. As Kenny assigned the teams, Marbury immediately chose to bind with Johnson. Ding. Learning opportunity bound a day in Johnson. Reward. Exclusive skill lottery. Draw ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive skill, King of Action Movies. Skill description. From the court to the set, there is no action I cannot execute. Ma Fei felt a pang of annoyance at the name alone. However, upon reviewing the skill description, he realized it would indeed prove beneficial to him. The court was already rife with exaggerated maneuvers, and if such theatrics were to be displayed on the court, one could only wonder how the likes of Jin Billy would fare in a duel of performances. Would the two thespians receive accolades from the Oscar judges simultaneously? Chapter 27. A distinct Ma Fei. The training match consisted of two halves, each lasting 10 minutes. The competition was quite formal, and the referee, Danielson, blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the game, tossing the ball into the air. Without a hint of doubt, Ma Fei, with his superior height, strength, and explosive speed, effortlessly outperformed Barkley. Coupled with the enhancement of his skills, he was the first to redirect the ball from the air to the rear. Johnson promptly seized the ball and advanced toward the front court, crossing the midline before passing the ball directly to Ma Fei. As Ma Fei positioned himself beyond the three-point line, he observed McGrady crouched, a mere step away from the arc. although his expression appeared intensely focused. Those familiar with McGrady's defense recognized this as a mere day of engagement. Notably, McGrady's feet remained anchored, devoid of the customary shuffling or movement typical of a vigilant defender. It was evident that McGrady was inviting him to shoot freely, merely putting on a show for the spectators. Maffei paid no heed to whether McGrady was exerting himself or not. Instead, he took a shot from beyond the three-point arc with a commanding pull-up. Swish. The ball sailed through the air, effortlessly finding the net. His gentle touch led everyone to believe that Maffei's shooting had become more precise than ever before. Barkley initiated the play, passing the ball to Thomas, who then dribbled past the midcourt line before relaying it to McGrady. As Maffei observed that McGrady had possession of the ball, he decisively closed in, enveloping him like an octopus, ready to unleash his skills as the king of scraps. McGrady initially had no intention of playing earnestly. He merely sought to find his rhythm. However, upon witnessing Maffei's fervent effort, McGrady, fearing that Maffei might snatch the ball away, swiftly passed it to Barkley in the penalty area. Barkley, seeing the ball hurtling towards him, quickly lowered his center of gravity and extended his arms to receive it, preparing to confront Eddie Curry head-on. Yet, before he could secure the ball, a swift whoosh echoed as a shadow darted in front of him, intercepting the ball with remarkable agility. Both McGrady and Barkley gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Maffei. His speed was truly astonishing. Just moments ago, Maffei had been tightly guarding McGrady, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had stolen the ball. As McGrady turned to pursue, he realized he could only watch Maffei's departing figure. Maffei, like a bolt of lightning, dribbled swiftly past the halfway line. Noticing that Eddie Curry and his teammates had yet to return to defense, he charged directly into the paint and leaped for a one-handed, axe-like slam dunk. Boom. The rim trembled violently, as if the backboard and hoop were on the verge of shattering. As Maffei landed, a nearby player immediately approached and celebrated with a chest bump. The teammates on the sidelines erupted with exuberant shouts, as if Maffei had accomplished something monumental. The second team continued their offensive, with McGrady receiving the ball and advancing. To be candid, Maffei had previously regarded basketball merely as an enjoyable pastime. Yet the exhilarating sensation of slamming the ball into the hoop had become utterly addictive, accompanied by an innate sense of destruction. In the past, he lacked the ability to dunk, but now he could execute a ferocious tomahawk dunk, providing him with immense satisfaction. Observing McGrady advance without his usual smile, Maffei realized that the man was now taking the game seriously. What Maffei desires now is the earnestness of McGrady. After finally getting the opportunity to engage with McGrady, it is only natural to play with fervor, for who knows when he might have the chance to practice with him again. Meanwhile, Nelson, acting as the referee on the court, gazes at Maffei with a peculiar expression. It is no wonder that this fellow is so exhilarated today. There is a sense that his physique has indeed grown stronger, and his build appears more robust. Maffei remained oblivious to the fact that Nelson had already turned his attention towards him. His immediate concern was to effectively guard the formidable McGrady, although it felt somewhat disloyal given that McGrady had not intended to defend him earlier. Maffei was determined to utilize McGrady as a testing ground to gauge his own defensive prowess without committing any fouls. Speed, strength, and rhythm, these three attributes were McGrady's innate gifts. As McGrady approached the front court and caught sight of the defending Maffei, he felt a surge of irritation. It was imperative to teach this young fellow a lesson. Otherwise, he might become too overconfident. The others, observing McGrady's serious demeanor, instinctively created space, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Following Maffei's impressive coast-to-coast dunk, characterized by remarkable speed, vertical leap, and enthusiasm, the others recognized that he possessed a certain level of talent. In a training match, the prospect of a one-on-one showdown between these two was far more captivating than a mere display of collective strength. While McGrady sought to impart a lesson to Maffei, he was also somewhat wary of Maffei's explosive power and quick hands. With everyone stepping back, McGrady dribbled and accelerated, aiming to break through on Maffei's left side. Thud, thud, thud. Maffei swiftly closed in, preventing McGrady from easily bypassing him, as Maffei was no slouch in speed. This did not astonish McGrady. He had often witnessed Maffei's impressive lateral movement during their training sessions. At the moment of contact, McGrady leaned into Maffei, utilizing his opponent's body elasticity to propel himself, and then deftly changed direction to penetrate through the center. As Maffei was jostled, he sensed that McGrady intended to slip past him on the left. Coupled with McGrady's sudden change of direction, Maffei swiftly lost his position. With no time to contemplate further, he realized that McGrady had already bypassed him and immediately turned to pursue. As McGrady surged into the free-throw line, he caught a glimpse of the approaching Maffei out of the corner of his eye, but he felt no concern. Upon stepping past the free-throw line, he smoothly grasped the ball with one hand mid-stride and leaped into the air. Observing McGrady's ascent, Maffei unhesitatingly followed suit, leaping from the side in an imposing effort to block him. Yet McGrady paid no heed to the impending challenge. Instead, he executed a deft maneuver, transferring the ball to his left hand and deftly laying it in. Upon landing, McGrady exhaled deeply, still somewhat shaken, realizing he had narrowly avoided being blocked by Maffei. Meanwhile, Barkley had already rushed over to celebrate with McGrady, their chests colliding in jubilation. Teammates on the sidelines were so astonished that they leapt from their seats. Truly, McGrady's physical prowess is remarkable, particularly his attributes of strength, speed, and vertical leap, with his rhythmic control of the body serving as his ultimate weapon. Maffei now finds himself in a bit of a predicament. Although consuming the mouse-tail juice collagen pills enables him to push opposing defenders away, it equally affects his own defensive capabilities, rendering him quite exhausted during defensive plays. One cannot gain without incurring some losses. It is an unavoidable reality. As the game progresses, Maffei receives a pass and decisively uses his hips to strike against Barkley, propelling him beneath the basket and dunking the ball effortlessly. Barkley, with an expression of sheer disbelief, exclaims, "Maffei, have you installed 2 massive springs behind you? How can you be so springy?" Maffei had no time to elucidate to Barkley the myriad pills she had consumed. Meanwhile, the McGrady team pressed forward with their offense, and for once, McGrady adopted a serious demeanor, typically dismissive of exerting additional effort during scrimmages. This time, he was earnest. Positioning himself against Maffei, he executed a sudden collision, utilizing the rebound's momentum to launch a backward jump shot, which found its mark once more. Maffei, lacking defensive experience against McGrady, looked at him in astonishment. "Wasn't it agreed that you would drive to the basket? Why are you shooting instead?" McGrady chuckled and replied, "Buddy, I'm quite close to the rim now. I've reached my shooting range. There's no need to drive every time. Besides, your robust frame is simply too advantageous." Maffei awkwardly touched his nose, his initial intention being to leverage his physical elasticity on the offensive end to create ample shooting space. However, this same elasticity had revealed significant drawbacks in his defense. Although he could jump higher and run faster now, his current experience left him somewhat unable to grasp the essentials of defensive play. In the past, when his body lacked elasticity, employing Thomas's king of trash skill at close range was undeniably effective, akin to a divine force that could vanquish any foe. Yet, this skill has been rendered half ineffective due to his newfound elasticity. Moreover, this particular skill should be sparingly utilized with teammates, lest it diminish future opportunities. Defensive prowess primarily hinges on the accumulation of game experience, with physicality and technique being secondary. Maffei inherited more than just the title of King of Trash from Thomas. He gained invaluable experience in performing the grittiest and most challenging tasks. Although Tracy McGrady may not be considered a particularly robust guard, he is a seasoned player with nearly a decade and a half in the NBA, where the level of physicality is unparalleled. Moreover, the clones possess the vigor of their youth, allowing for significant potential for development, thereby rendering McGrady even more formidable than in his previous life. After scoring, McGrady felt no particular excitement, as his opponent was merely a rookie in the league. When it came time for the first team's offense, Maffei executed a sudden change of direction after a burst of speed, driving into the paint for an effortless layup that secured 2 points. Chapter 28. Media visit. During this offensive maneuver by Maffei, the referee Nelson was taken aback. Had I misjudged Maffei's potential? Nelson felt that. In just these 2 rounds, Maffei had outshone McGrady significantly. The only reason McGrady was able to maintain an upper hand over Maffei was due to his extensive NBA experience spanning over a decade. Initially, Nelson had categorized Maffei as a defensive forward. However, after witnessing Maffei's performance against McGrady, he began to question the accuracy of his assessment. Even the assistant coach, Kenny Smith, who was temporarily officiating from the sidelines, couldn't help but steal a few glances at Maffei. Sensing that this player had undergone remarkable transformation over the past few months, McGrady's second defensive attempt was evidently more earnest, his reaction swift, and his footwork in sync. Yet, Maffei's ability to change direction and accelerate while in motion was truly astounding. It is worth noting that Ma Fei stands at 205 centimeters and weighs over 100 kilograms, making him a formidable opponent that McGrady simply could not contain. In this one-on-one situation, even with Barkley occasionally providing assistance and Thomas attempting to double-team, Ma Fei effortlessly maneuvered past McGrady to score. Throughout the 20 minutes of ball handling and driving to the basket, Ma Fei undoubtedly dominated McGrady in this aspect, given that his strength surpassed all others. McGrady, after playing diligently for several rounds, realized that not only was he unable to overpower Ma Fei, but he couldn't even suppress him, only managing to achieve a relative balance. After over 20 minutes of intense competition, Ma Fei had been contending against McGrady and Barkley, taking 11 shots and successfully scoring 9, totaling 18 points. On the other hand, McGrady had attempted 9 shots, making 7 and accumulating 15 points, including 1 three-pointer. Ultimately, the first team triumphed with a score of 38-36, securing a 2-point victory over the second team. The victory of the Ma Fei team is not particularly significant, as their performance was undeniably superior. In contrast, the McGrady team initially exhibited enthusiasm while matching the Ma Fei team's intensity, but subsequently adopted a more lackluster approach. The crux of the matter lies in the exceptional performance of the Ma Fei team. In comparison to his teammates, Ma Fei's performance has once again illuminated the astonishing pace of his progress. A 20-minute practice match serves merely as a warm-up for him, with his boundless stamina. He hardly breaks a sweat. Meanwhile, his peers have opted to either continue with fundamental training or engage in competitive drills. Ma Fei once again sought out Thomas, intent on honing his skills to elevate his proficiency within the advanced system. In the midst of a gathering of astonished players, Ma Fei unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration upon Thomas, exacting a fierce retribution. It was inevitable, as Ma Fei's physique had begun to mirror that of LeBron James, and the elasticity of his movements left Thomas bewildered and unable to counter effectively. After an hour, while Ma Fei still yearned to continue his training, Thomas was summoned away. When Ma Fei found himself alone in the now desolate gym, he decided to venture outside to ascertain the situation, only to discover Tracy McGrady, Charles Barkley, and Kenny, surrounded by reporters at the entrance, engaged in an interview. As the curious onlookers gathered, Ma Fei strolled leisurely behind the reporters, eager to hear the inquiries posed to them. Isiah, are you suggesting a lack of faith in North Carolina? During the interview, Pippen remarked that you no longer captured his attention, stating that you both belonged to different echelons of players. Upon hearing the media's comments, Kenny erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I told you, Thomas, your character is quite lacking. Look." Yet another has emerged. In an instant, Thomas's expression darkened. What does Pippen amount to? He is merely a coward hiding behind Jordan. Tracy, may I ask why you did not join forces with Yuming and others? Initially intrigued by the gossip surrounding Thomas and Pippen, McGrady found the conversation unexpectedly shifting to himself. Well, I was born in Yinching, so it is my home, but I have many friends here who need me, you understand. McGrady shrugged after his explanation. He then acknowledged the fans' greetings before sharing his thoughts on participating in competitions and the future of the NCAA. Tracy, are you certain that you just claimed your agricultural and forestry team could reach the global top 64 in the NCAA? McGrady shot a displeased glance at the oblivious reporter. Is it really that difficult to make it to the global top 64? No. Tracy, you may have misconstrued my words. I meant the global top 64. Not just the summer league. Regardless, whether global or summer, our team will conquer any adversary. With that, McGrady brusquely dismissed the reporter with a wave and strode away with an air of confidence. This left only Thomas, Barkley, and the remaining reporters for the interview. Ma Fei had no intention of continuing to watch. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to return and devote that time to training? He turned to leave. Ma Fei. Over here. In that moment, Ma Fei nearly lost his temper and was about to flee, only to find himself cornered. Who called me? Let us be clear. I do not consent to interviews. Su Kun, observing the robust Ma Fei, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, pondering how grandiose one must be to assume anyone would seek to interview him. Ma Fei, I am not here to interview you. Rather, I wish to request your assistance in connecting with someone. We aim to conduct an exclusive interview with McGrady, but he has declined our request. It would be greatly appreciated if, considering our shared roots, you could lend us a hand. Teacher Su, he has already refused. How do you expect me to persuade him? Moreover, your media outlet is now backed by substantial capital. Why not simply throw money at him? We tried that. We offered $500,000, but McGrady did not agree. We merely wish to ascertain the going rate on his side, and we hope you can speak a few kind words on our behalf." Upon hearing this, Ma Fei was utterly astonished. "Are you certain it's 500,000? That seems implausible. Given McGrady's current stature, a single interview should suffice. Please hold on. I shall inquire for you. Hey there, I've just left the arena, and you're already reaching out to me. What is the matter? Are you heading to the bar?" "No, it's not Tracy. Someone has entrusted me to convey a message to you." McGrady gazed at Ma Fei, puzzled. "What message? Who NGJ and asked me to tell you?" "No, almost let it slip." Ma Fei swiftly corrected himself. "Shazhou Sports wishes to conduct an exclusive interview with you. They are offering 500,000. I'm curious as to why you haven't accepted. Is the offer too low?" McGrady was taken aback. "Wasn't it stated to be 50,000? When did it escalate to 500,000? Ma Fei smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Teacher Su, you see. Your method of expression is certainly flawed. Although everyone can speak Chinese nowadays, the matter of numbers must be emphasized thrice. Otherwise, why not find a way to add some funds, and perhaps indulge me a little?" Su Kun chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I'm sorry, Ma Fei, but we have no plans to interview you at our station." "Oh, that's rather awkward," Ma Fei thought. Feeling disheartened upon hearing that Shazhou Sports had no plans concerning him, he promptly ended the communication with McGrady, stating, "You may contact each other on your own." Su Kun's face darkened, his frustration palpable as he gritted his teeth. Just when he intended to finalize the interview time with McGrady, Ma Fei had rudely dismissed him. Ma Fei paid no heed to Su Kun, pondering what good fortune he might wish for. How could one expect to receive assistance without compensation? Previously, there were consultation fees for such services domestically, not to mention that he was now a notable figure in his own right. Chapter 29. The melon competition. As Ma Fei was about to return to the gym for a shower, he noticed Barkley rushing towards him, brimming with excitement. "Everyone, come with me. There's a celebratory event at the stadium, and I've heard that there are rewards for the top 10 participants. The first prize is a set of colorful peony seeds valued at 1,000,000 star credits, along with planting rights." This announcement instantly piqued everyone's interest, including the reporters who had come to cover the event, all eager to witness the spectacle. Half an hour later, freshly showered and ready to head to the stadium, Ma Fei was met with a cacophony of noise from outside. Ma Fei followed the sound and saw several individuals holding filming equipment, capturing footage alongside McGrady. Ma Fei, feeling a sense of exasperation, remarked, "Must you be so dramatic? Nowadays, one can simply record videos using a smart wristwatch. What is the point of wielding such cumbersome equipment? Don't you find it exhausting?" The few media personnel shot her furious glares, their minds swirling with discontent as they thought, "Is it so easy for us to find a job? Hey, Ma Fei, are you currently in training?" Upon hearing someone call her name, Ma Fei joyfully approached two individuals emerging from the group interviewing McGrady. "Could it be Mr. Su and Mr. Zhang? What brings you both to our agricultural and forestry university?" "Ah, we are here for a special interview with McGrady, and we thought we would stop by for a visit." Ma Fei was not surprised by this revelation. "By the way, I heard that both of you are now part of the university's team. How is it going this year? Will you make it to the top 64 of the summer tournament?" Ahem. Mr. Zhang found himself at a loss for words, feeling rather awkward. "Ma Fei, it is difficult to say how our university team will fare this year. We possess considerable strength, but it pales in comparison to yours." Ma Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this year, the team from the Agricultural and Forestry University was formed by Don Nelson, Thomas, and Buckley. Otherwise, everyone would still be uncertain about where to play. Teacher Su looked at Ma Fei and said, "You must strive to improve. I have watched your videos, and your defensive skills are now widely recognized as comparable to those of the smiling assassin." Ma Fei was uncertain whether Teacher Su was joking or merely trying to provoke him. There was little he could do. When first engaging with basketball, one must embrace challenges, lest one become an easy target for others. "How exaggerated!" Ma Fei exclaimed. "Have you only just begun to play basketball? I recall you started out as a guard. What position do you play now?" "I currently play as a forward." "A forward, indeed. That is splendid. You can learn a thing or two from Barkley, who is reputed to excel in all 5 positions." "Yes, in my spare time, I practice post moves and rebounding with him." Teacher Su sighed enviously. "How wonderful. I just observed the camaraderie within your team. The atmosphere seems quite pleasant. There have been persistent rumors online about turmoil within your team. Yet it appears those rumors are unfounded." Haha. Although our team comprises fierce individuals who delight in playful banter, the atmosphere is indeed very positive. "Do you see Johnson over there?" Teacher Zhang, following the direction of Ma Fei's finger, gazed in astonishment at Dwayne Johnson. I had only heard that Dwayne Johnson joined Agricultural University. I never imagined that the superstar could actually play basketball, Ma Fei explained to teacher Zhang. The entertainment industry is quite intricate, and it is unlikely for Johnson to break into it anytime soon. Instead, he decided to engage in basketball to enhance his visibility and cultivate popularity, while also planning to document this year's experiences into a film. Both teachers were astonished by Johnson's performance, noting that he appeared to be playing exceptionally well. Indeed, this individual had been meticulously trained by Thomas and Kinney for quite some time. His height and strength were commendable, even surpassing that of many NBA players. Teacher Sue remarked, "Impressive. Your team seems remarkably balanced, with strength in every position." Ma Fei pouted with a hint of pride, asserting, "Of course we are formidable. I believe that reaching the top 64 of the Xia clan is merely the beginning." "Very well, Ma Fei. Let us extend our congratulations to your team and encourage you to strive for victory against North Carolina," replied Zhang. "No problem. Rest assured, Teacher Zhang. Encountering us will only lead to defeat for North Carolina. All right, Ma Fei, practice here while my companion and I conduct an exclusive interview with McGrady." Watching the two depart, Ma Fei felt a twinge of regret. After all, these two had once been professional basketball players in their previous lives. If not for the twist of fate leading them astray to Agricultural and Forestry University, it could have been even more formidable. With nothing else to occupy her, Ma Fei made her way to the sports arena of Agricultural and Forestry University, drawn by the sounds of jubilant cheers up ahead. As she leisurely approached the lively gathering, she noticed a throng of people lined up at the entrance of the stadium, though she could not discern the reason for the commotion. After scanning her surroundings and finding no sign of her basketball team, she decided to join the queue, adhering to her principle of enjoying the spectacle. As her gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure in front of her, Ma Fei's attention sharpened. Goodness, how striking! The devilish curves before her were utterly captivating. The silhouette was tall, at least 1.7 meters, exuding strength and allure, long legs, a slender waist, everything perfectly proportioned and enticingly accentuated. Zhang Tianjiao, accompanied by her father, had come to Blue Star to pay homage to their ancestors and to partake in the quincentennial celebration of her father's alma mater. Upon learning that the melon-throwing competition was about to commence, she insisted on bringing her father along. At this moment, Zhang Tianjiao stamped her foot in impatience, glancing around in search of something. How frustrating. She wondered where one could procure snacks. The event was about to begin. Turning around, she was taken aback to find a tall individual standing behind her, a discovery akin to unearthing a new continent. She scrutinized the figure closely. "Hey there, are you a basketball player?" Upon catching sight of Zhang Tianjiao's countenance, Ma Fei was taken aback, nearly losing her overnight meal in the process. Her voice resembled that of a golden oriole, yet her appearance was lamentably unattractive, with a face that seemed distorted, adorned with a multitude of freckles and blemishes, an amalgamation of a devilish figure and a demonic visage. "Ah, I play basketball. Do you often watch it as well?" The girl seemed unfazed by the gazes of others. Noticing Ma Fei's notably more robust physique, she chuckled while covering her mouth, stating, "Indeed, we watch it quite frequently. Basketball is a spirited sport on our planet too." Curiously astonished, Ma Fei inquired, "Another planet? Aren't you from this one?" Zhang Tianjiao smiled, "Yes. I came with my father to his alma mater for a celebration, and now we are waiting to participate in the watermelon tossing registration." "Watermelon tossing? What an odd event." Zhang Tianjiao elaborated. "It is a traditional competition at the Agricultural University held during the annual school festivities, where participants throw watermelons." Intrigued, Ma Fei pressed on, "Throwing watermelons? Isn't that rather wasteful? What happens if they break?" The girl shook her head. "These watermelons are not just casually discarded. They must be purchased for 20 yuan each. And the thrown watermelons are collected afterward to be juiced." Now understanding, Ma Fei continued to question, "I never expected the school to profit from it. It seems they always come out ahead." Chapter 30. The overprotective guardian Zhang Tianjiao observed the towering figure of Ma Fei, clearly oblivious to many things, and felt a desire to exhibit her pride as a sage. Naturally, the watermelons cultivated by the Agricultural University are the finest in the entire galaxy. Should you secure a ranking, even the school's beauty, the 7-color peony, will grant you the right to cultivate it, which is renowned as the divine flower. Ma Fei was utterly delighted. Was this not a reward freely bestowed? Tossing a watermelon bore little distinction from shooting a basketball. With his strength and explosive power, Was this truly a challenge? Had he never seen a pig run before? With his immense strength at full capacity, this was no jest, combined with his explosiveness and speed. Securing a place should be well within his grasp. How splendid. I shall participate as well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Fei. I am immensely grateful for your enlightening words. Hiss. Ma Fei. A scoundrel? Zheng Tianjiao found this tall individual quite intriguing. Although initially feeling some aversion, it soon became clear that this fellow did not judge others superficially. He chuckled. No need for formality. I am Zheng Tianjiao. I have watched your videos. They are truly captivating. Ma Fei felt an unusual embarrassment. Has his notorious reputation spread to the Blue Star? Noticing the change in Ma Fei's expression, Zheng Tianjiao promptly shifted the conversation. By the way, Ma Fei, why don't you consider live streaming? As a basketball player, you could potentially earn a fortune. Moreover, the videos you produce can be quite lucrative. Your recent video has garnered over 1 billion views. Ma Fei was aware of the concept of live streaming, having witnessed its immense popularity in his previous life. Yet, he harbored a persistent aversion to it, reluctant to expose his privacy to the public. Live streaming? In our community, we're like impoverished souls, treating $1 as if it were 10. No one would even consider tipping. Zheng Tianjiao chuckled. But you still need to go live. You can initially build your audience. Once your fan base grows, things will gradually improve. Besides, there are plenty of Blue Star inhabitants who would gladly support you. You are quite the celebrity. Ma Fei pondered and indeed realized that the inhabitants of this planet belonged to the same race as herself, and many fans would generously offer their support. All right, I shall also host a live stream shortly, especially since this match has not yet garnered much attention. She began to say. However, before she could finish her thought, she felt a shadow loom over her from behind. A pair of enormous hands clasped around her neck, lifting her into the air. You big fellow, what do you think you are doing with my daughter? She is still a minor. It seems you are not in the mood for a confrontation. An enraged voice echoed from behind her. In an instant, Ma Fei was engulfed by a suffocating sensation, as a large hand constricted around his neck, rendering him immobile. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Fei pivoted and struck fiercely at the arm that gripped him. With a resounding thud, Zheng Qianli was sent sprawling across the ground, rolling twice before dissipating the force of impact. Ouch! Goodness, that stings. Is this towering figure really that strong? Observing his swollen arm, Zheng Qianli calculated that the force exerted must have been no less than 500 kilograms. Ma Fei was somewhat taken aback. The extraterrestrial before her, whom she had just sent sprawling, appeared utterly unscathed, rising to his feet with the resilience of a cockroach. Had it been anyone else, even O'Neill would have been incapacitated by such a brutal blow. Zheng Tianjiao glared at Zheng Qianli, exclaiming, Father, please refrain from such nonsense. This is my newly acquainted friend. At that moment, Ma Fei finally discerned the true culprit attempting to strangle her. He was a strikingly handsome man in his 30s, towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, and his looks were on an entirely different level compared to Zheng Tianjiao. In an instant, Ma Fei's head felt like it was about to explode as he exclaimed vehemently, Have your eyes gone blind? He then pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Tianjiao, declaring, Are you certain this is your daughter? Your cosmetic enhancements are exceedingly poor. Even the sorcery from our region pales in comparison to your ineptitude. At this moment, Zheng Tianjiao, the youngest granddaughter of the prominent Tu clan from the ancient lineage of Qi Yu, realized the gravity of the situation. She hurriedly grasped the handsome man's arm, urging, Father, please remain calm, do not act impulsively. Zheng Qianli also recognized that his previous actions were rather irrational, yet the assault had been excessively brutal. Observing the lingering pain in his arm, he cast a cold glare at Ma Fei and warned, Listen here, kid, I advise you to keep your distance from my daughter. Regardless of your apparent strength, I could extinguish you as easily as one would crush an ant. A crowd of onlookers quickly gathered, pointing and murmuring about Ma Fei, eager to witness the unfolding confrontation. Why aren't they fighting yet? Someone exclaimed. Just take him down already. Who is this giant anyway? Is he from the school? At this moment, Ma Fei felt utterly vexed, inwardly cursing Zheng Qianli. This is truly a significant loss. After all, he is the father of Zheng Tianjiao. To persist in his grievances would only reveal his pettiness. Moreover, there is a possibility that he truly possesses the power to make him vanish. Since he has not suffered any substantial loss, he must reconcile with the situation. At that moment, he sensed a slight discomfort at the nape of his neck and instinctively began to rub it. Ma Fei, with a sheepish grin, remarked, Brother, my relationship with your daughter is merely that of ordinary friends. Your thoughts are rather unhealthy. Get lost. Who are you calling brother? Zheng Trenli retorted, dismissing Ma Fei and taking Zheng Tianjiao with him. Jia, let us head inside for the competition. We needn't queue. From now on, steer clear of that fellow, he added, casting a fierce glare at Ma Fei as they departed. Zheng Qianli had not anticipated encountering such a formidable newcomer at the melon tossing competition. Zheng Tianjiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, approached Ma Fei to bid farewell, anxious to avoid any further conflict between them. Watching the father-daughter duo leave, Ma Fei was beset by vexation, having been unjustly scolded without recourse to defend himself. The onlookers, seeing the excitement dissipate, promptly dispersed. Noticing the queue dwindling and recalling Zheng Tianjiao's words, Ma Fei decided to open a live stream to familiarize himself with the broadcasting rules. He swiftly activated his smartwatch and established his streaming channel. Aptly named Ma Fei, the ascendant star of the melon tossing competition. After grasping the live streaming and tipping protocols, he turned his attention back to the event. After approximately 10 minutes, it was finally Ma Fei's turn to register. He quickly filled out the necessary information, and the staff reminded him to remember his registration number, 999. Awaiting his call. Within those 10 minutes, over 1,000 viewers trickled into his live stream, and upon seeing Ma Fei, they were taken aback. Instantly, they began to promote his stream, exclaiming, "The scoundrel has gone live." The numbers swelled like a viral contagion as words spread rapidly. This phenomenon was partly due to Ma Fei's surprising presence, as he had been filmed at a height of less than 180 centimeters, and partly due to the intriguing nature of the venue. The chat room buzzed with comments from curious onlookers. Wow, how dare the scoundrel go live? Isn't he afraid of being roasted? What is he up to? Is the scoundrel still recruiting? Why doesn't he just disappear? What is this melon tossing competition? Explain yourself, scoundrel. Have you been eating pig feed? How have you grown so large? Ma Fei glanced at the vibrating terminal, startled to see that the live stream had attracted over 10,000 viewers. Chapter 31, Live Stream. The comments flooding in from the audience nearly caused her to choke in disbelief. Dear friends, the host exclaimed, today I invite you to experience the watermelon tossing competition organized by the Agricultural and Forestry University, a tradition I heard about from Barkley. According to a charming young lady just now, this sport boasts a history spanning several centuries and is a hallmark event during the university's anniversary celebrations. I'm not entirely certain of the specifics of the toss, but I do know that the one who throws the farthest will claim the title of champion. The rewards are quite generous, reportedly. The top 3 winners will be granted the right to cultivate and receive seeds of the university's prized rainbow peony, while those placing 4th to 10th will receive rights to grow exceptional fruits and vegetables. Before the host could finish, many eager freshmen from the Agricultural and Forestry University were already buzzing with excitement in the live stream chat. Meanwhile, Barkley, seated in the stands, was engrossed in his video feed when he unexpectedly stumbled upon the live stream link recommended by O'Neill. Intrigued, he clicked on it and was delighted to discover Ma Fei broadcasting live. Without hesitation, he decided to connect with her, hoping to draw some of his audience to her stream. Bro, why are you only just arriving? We've already completed the competition. Ma Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since these individuals had concluded their competition, they surely understood the specifics of the game. Charles, what is this watermelon tossing sport, and how is it played? Barkley chuckled lightly. It's akin to throwing a basketball. The objective is to see who can throw it the farthest. Each watermelon weighs 10 kilograms, and each participant is limited to 1 toss, costing 20 yuan. Charles, how did you fare? Did you manage to break into the top 10? Barkley sighed with a wry smile. Don't even mention it. I barely made it into the top 100, and the others fared no better, all languishing beyond 1,000. Is it truly that challenging? Ma Fei drew in a sharp breath. It is worth noting that in her eyes, Barkley's strength was at least rated above 85, yet such a remarkable attribute merely secured him a spot within the top 100. How formidable must the top 10 be? However, with her maximum strength and the enhancement of her explosive power, she was confident that she could break into the top 10. Charles, she declared, just watch how I seize the championship later, and all you need to do is to shout 666 for me. No sooner had she spoken than the surrounding students turned their heads in unison, casting her disdainful glances. Ma Fei cast a fearless glance at the students, continuing her live broadcast nonchalantly, uttering grandiose statements without a care. Just then, a message flashed across the screen. Come on, brother Fat. I am the beautiful girl you mentioned. A row of colorful text appeared, accompanied by a generous gift of 100 flowers. To my astonishment, is it the enchanting Tianjiao girl? Gratitude pours forth for the lovely Tianjiao maiden's generous support. Ma Fei gazed at the colorful text with a sense of excitement that belied her true feelings. This marked the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she received gifts during a live broadcast. Although she considered herself a millionaire, the allure of free money was irresistible. One always yearns for more of that which they possess. The platform's gifts were categorized as follows: a droplet for 1 yuan, a canine excrement for 2 yuan, a glaring eye for 5 yuan, a bouquet for 10 yuan, a flying motorcycle for 100 yuan, a flying car for 1,000 yuan, and a spaceship for 10,000 yuan. As Ma Fei gazed upon the scene, she could not help but marvel at Zheng Tianjiao, who seemed to embody the essence of a petite fortune. In a mere moment, she had amassed an income of 1,000 yuan. Even with the official live-streaming platform taking a 10% cut, a handsome sum of 900 yuan remained in her pocket. It is no wonder that people extol the virtues of live streaming as a lucrative endeavor. Had she not already been relatively affluent, she might have found herself increasingly reliant on it in the future. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no response from Zheng Tianjiao. Ma Fei, growing impatient, approached the stand laden with watermelons and picked one up, tapping it lightly. "Is it ripe, boss?" At this moment, the watermelon vendor was taken aback, for this was merely a discarded item. The notion of ripeness was meaningless. "Do you want it or not?" "Why the hesitation?" "Haha. Are you sure you came here to compete? If Brother Chang were present, he would undoubtedly take a knife to you. It is certainly ripe." The live streaming room erupted in laughter. Ma Fei suddenly recalled that the watermelon was not meant for consumption but rather for tossing. Awkwardly, she picked up one of the watermelons to weigh it. Surprisingly, the watermelons here were meticulously selected, each weighing no more than 2 kilograms, all within the standard range. She spent 20 yuan to purchase a watermelon, cradling it as she ventured forth, eager to follow the path to witness how the athletes would throw the watermelons. Following the athletes' passageway, Ma Fei entered the stadium. Upon her arrival, she was immediately captivated by the vibrant atmosphere. The stadium was distinctly shaped like an elongated triangle, clearly designed specifically for this unique event. In her previous life, she had never encountered such an unconventional venue. Ma Fei had already spotted Barkley and others in the stands. Engrossed in the spectacle, the audience on both sides was a throng of humanity. Glancing at the enormous projection above the arena, she noted that they had only reached number 850, indicating there was still a considerable way to go. "Dear friends, as we step into this stadium, isn't it breathtaking? This is my first encounter with such an unconventional arena." Indeed, upon her arrival, she was taken aback. Yet she reassured herself that soon she would astonish those students and teachers. While speaking, Ma Fei traced a circle in the air with her finger, exclaiming, "Come. Let me guide you around the stadium to admire the charming young men and women from our agricultural and forestry university." No sooner had she finished speaking than a cheerful voice called out, "Hey, Ma Fei, I'm over here." Upon hearing the call, Ma Fei immediately followed the sound and found Zheng Tianjiao. "Is that you, Tianjiao?" Indeed, Zheng Tianjiao was engaged in her warm-up exercises, seemingly preparing for a competition. "Let us take this opportunity to interview the enchanting young lady." Ma Fei hurried over and inquired, "Tianjiao, are you about to compete?" Zheng Tianjiao responded with a proud smile, "Indeed. It will be my turn shortly. Just watch, I am certain I will secure a place in the top 10. As she spoke, she confidently patted her chest. Ma Fei, with a heart full of enthusiasm, exclaimed with fervor, "Tianjiao, go for it. I am supporting you in spirit." To all the dear friends, this is the enchanting lady introducing the competition, a truly passionate girl. However, the audience in the live stream went into a frenzy, and the screen was inundated with a barrage of comments. Is this what they call beauty? Truly, the tastes of scoundrels differ vastly from those of ordinary people. That figure is astounding. Scoundrels certainly have peculiar preferences. How very unconventional. Gazing at the subtitles on the screen, Ma Fei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Have I summoned you? You scoundrels!" He paid no heed to the jests in the live stream. At that moment, Zheng Tianjiao approached the designated starting line, took a deep breath, grasped the watermelon with both hands, and, channeling her energy through her legs, began to spin, akin to a hammer thrower. With great force, she hurled the watermelon from her hands. Witnessing Zheng Tianjiao's successful watermelon toss, which reached an impressive distance of 18.3 meters, the audience was astonished, as this feat placed her among the top 3 competitors in the women's category. Everyone observed that this young lady was indeed formidable. Tossing an 8-kilogram watermelon a distance of 18 meters, who among you my friends, can contest that? With the beautiful watermelon throwing concluded, I took on the role of a reporter for an interview. At that moment, Zhang Qianli noticed Ma Fei preparing to approach Zhang Tianjia once more. And in a fit of anger, he pointed at Ma Fei's nose, vehemently scolding, "You fat fool, keep your distance from my daughter. I have already warned you. If you dare to entangle with her again, you will experience the taste of my fist." As Ma Fei approached, she noticed the fervent protector, Zhang Qianli, vehemently berating her. Chapter 32, Headshot. Witnessing the antics of this overzealous guardian, Ma Fei promptly abandoned her intention to greet Zhang Tianjiao and, without a second thought, turned back to the waiting area. It was not out of fear of Zhang Qianli, but rather a reluctance to engage with such an overprotective figure. Finally, the scoundrel has met his match. What a splendid display, the villain truly deserved it. Am I the only one to notice that the girl is not his biological daughter? This is precisely how one ought to confront a rogue. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were amused to see Ma Fei being challenged by a dashing gentleman. All right, dear friends, my turn is imminent, but I must first undergo a check to ensure that I have not ingested any prohibited substances before competing. I am now number 985. I never anticipated the competition would progress so swiftly. At this juncture, a service robot approached, holding a circular object to place around her arm. Ma Fei merely felt as if her arm had been pricked by a mosquito. Little did she expect that a blood test would be required. Beep. Passed. After the examination, Ma Fei entered the waiting area with a watermelon she had purchased. At that moment, the announcement came, "Number 999, please prepare." Upon seeing her number, Ma Fei promptly entered the competition track. Ma Fei called out to the live stream, "Dear friends, pay attention. The moment of my triumph has arrived. The current record stands at 24.5 meters for men. If you haven't shown your support yet, please do so quickly. Once I break the record, I expect a flurry of flowers from you all." Taking a deep breath, Ma Fei mimicked Zhang Tianjiao's movements, cradling the watermelon in his arms. He spun around twice to gather momentum, then, like a shot-put thrower, he engaged his core, tightened his arms, and with all his might shouted, "Here we go." He launched the watermelon into the air. However, despite his good intentions, his inaugural throw sent the watermelon soaring off at an angle. Although it did not go out of bounds, it created a stunning arc in the sky. Meanwhile, on the side of the stands, the school leaders were enjoying the competition. "Principal Zhang, it seems this year we won't break the record either. Our 500-year celebration lacks a good omen," remarked Zhang Chund, the principal of the Agricultural and Forestry University. Shaking his head, "The historical record has remained unbroken for over a century. There's no need to dwell on it. Let us just finish the event." Before Principal Zhang could finish his thought, a small black dot in the sky began to grow larger. As it approached, Zhang's hair stood on end. A watermelon. Bang. With a dull thud, Principal Zhang was struck squarely by the watermelon before he could react, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the competition venue fell silent. Everyone staring in horror at the principal, whose head was now covered in crimson. Someone shouted in panic, "Someone's been killed." The entire school community was thrown into chaos, with bewildered students and teachers fleeing the scene. The venue descended into pandemonium, while witnesses in the stands could only express their astonishment. Barkley, Marbury, and others were watching Ma Fei's watermelon throw. Never expecting such a shocking turn of events, Ma Fei was equally taken aback, unable to fathom the unexpected turn of events that had led to such a shocking incident. At that moment, a multitude of news media representatives were present on site, eager to seize upon this sensational story. If they failed to capitalize on it, their innate curiosity as journalists would be squandered. Countless cameras were trained on Ma Fei and the principal. Meanwhile, the vice principal and other senior officials hurriedly arranged for medical robots to administer aid. Just then, a colossal virtual projection in the center of the venue displayed Ma Fei's score, 28 meters and 16 centimeters. Following this, a dazzling display of virtual fireworks erupted above the stadium, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, the entire stadium fell into a hushed silence before erupting into a cacophony of noise. All the students and teachers present were left in a state of shock, utterly speechless. They began to murmur and express their disbelief. How could there still be a score after such a calamity had befallen the principal? This audacity was truly astonishing. Could that score be legitimate? Incredible, indeed. It was a boldness I had always wished to emulate but never dared to pursue. The principal had certainly met with misfortune. Who could have anticipated that the throwing point was a full 28 meters away? At this moment, Zhang Tianji was equally exhilarated by Ma Fei's achievement. Despite the unfortunate incident with the principal, This score was undoubtedly a record-breaking feat, Dad. Let us go see that scoundrel. He is so impressive, having shattered the historical record. Zhang Qianli's lips twitched involuntarily. It was undeniable that this scoundrel possessed remarkable strength, yet each time he encountered this detestable individual, he fought the urge to deliver a resounding slap. The thought of his daughter wanting to see him irritated Zhang Qianli. Even if they were to visit a zoo, they should not be going to see this scoundrel. Zhao Jiao, we need to head home soon. Isn't this scoundrel live streaming? We can watch as we walk. Observing her father's demeanor, Zhang Tianjiao understood his disdain for Ma Fei and did not press the issue further. All right, then we'll watch as we go. At this moment, Ma Fei was surrounded by teachers and senior officials from the Agricultural and Forestry University. Ma Fei touched his nose, seemingly aware that he had caused a significant mishap. However, this was merely an accident. Dear teachers, I have already set a new record. Should this not elicit some measure of joy? Yet, here you all stand, brimming with indignation as if I had detonated a bomb at your feet, and I assure you, it was not intentional. Which department do you belong to? Do you comprehend the severity of your actions? If anything were to befall the principal, you shall find yourself facing dire consequences. As Ma Fei surveyed the group of agitated individuals, he furrowed his brow but chose not to confront them directly. This incident was indeed an accident. And with so many journalists present, he could not believe they would distort the truth. Just as Ma Fei was being bombarded with a torrent of accusations, fortunately, the watermelon, upon reaching the principal's head, had lost much of its force. Otherwise, the principal could have faced a grave incident. Principal Zhang regained consciousness, his fury palpable as he thundered, "Who? Which beast has attempted to take my life?" The vice principal and several teachers immediately intervened, urging, "Principal, please temper your words. The media is present." At this moment, the principal was on the brink of losing his composure. He had nearly been struck down and was expected to express gratitude. Taking a deep breath to quell his near-explosive rage, Principal Zhang demanded, "Which student is responsible for this? Step forward and speak." Shortly thereafter, Ma Fei was brought forth. Principal Zhang's gaze was fierce as he regarded Ma Fei. "Though you have shattered a historical record, your conduct is utterly reprehensible. Therefore, all due rewards are hereby revoked. Return and reflect on your actions in solitude." Ma Fei would not tolerate the principal's arrogance. "How can you simply revoke a reward with a single sentence? I shall report you. This school does not belong to your family." The vice principal, unable to bear the situation any longer, quietly remarked to the principal, "Principal, this cannot continue. The media is present. If we rescind his reward due to an unfortunate incident, no one will participate in future competitions, which would tarnish our school's reputation." Chapter 33. Replacement of Rewards. Principal Zhang rubbed his face with his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Ma Fei. "Do not claim that I have not bestowed a reward upon you. The vibrant peony is our Agricultural and Forestry University's flower, and you are certainly unworthy of it. In lieu of that, I offer you the rights to the pig feed variety 666, which I consider an act of utmost generosity. If you disagree, feel free to take legal action." At that moment, Ma Fei felt an overwhelming sense of nausea, akin to having consumed something repulsive. Though her actions, albeit accidental, had resulted in the principal's demise, she regarded it as a trivial matter, dismissing the significance of the so-called pig feed. After all, Ma Fei had little regard for such things. The vice principal's eyes widened in sheer horror, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he hastily interjected, "Principal, this information must not be disclosed. It is a prohibited substance within the alliance. You must think carefully before proceeding." Upon hearing that the principal had spitefully given him the forbidden herb, Ma Fei felt as though he had received nothing at all. Principal Zhang glared at the obstinate vice principal, questioning the value of this forbidden herb. Although the alliance had prohibited livestock from consuming it, it still held merit as an ornamental plant. After all, it matures in just a month, making it quite valuable. The other school leaders and teachers chose to remain silent. And Ma Fei, disinterested in the matter of pig feed, was too preoccupied with the burgeoning success of his Star River chain restaurant to bother with such trivialities. Nevertheless, the vice principal continued to earnestly explain the precautions regarding pig feed number 666 to Ma Fei. Meanwhile, countless live-stream clips replayed the moment when Ma Fei had struck the principal in the head. In an unexpected turn of events, the viewership in Ma Fei's live broadcast surged to an astonishing 300,000. The moment when Ma Fei shattered records and delivered a stunning headshot was subsequently featured in a promotional live stream by the federal website, inundated with a barrage of comments. While some expressed admiration, A significant portion conveyed jealousy, and many harbored resentment, wishing they could oust Ma Fei and take her place to claim the glory for themselves. Having regained her composure after the initial shock, Ma Fei glanced at the ongoing broadcast and declared, "All right, dear friends, this concludes today's live stream. Don't forget to follow so you won't lose your way. The performance of my comrades today has been commendable, and I hope you'll continue to support us in the future. Until next time." With that, she swiftly ended the broadcast. Ma Fei exhaled deeply, reflecting on the weariness of the day, primarily stemming from emotional fatigue. The upcoming match on the 10th against the University of Education felt like a mere formality, especially since they had previously dominated this team in a warm-up game. Although this contest garnered little attention, it marked the inaugural home game for Agricultural and Forestry University. At that moment, the university's central stadium, with a capacity of 23,000, was teeming with spectators. Even the aisles were crowded. Everyone was eager to witness the prowess of the players, particularly the highly acclaimed Barkley and Isiah Thomas. The NCAA had already included Barkley in the first round of the NBA draft, with Isiah also projected for the second round. Upon arriving at the arena, the team was greeted by the sight of numerous surrounding advertisements, eliciting joy among the players. Kenny embraced Thomas while conversing, and the glimmer in the eyes of Marbury, Barkley, and Eddie Curry illuminated as they beheld their own advertisements, a clear indication of financial gain. Ma Fei estimated that the effects of these advertisements could lead to substantial profits, potentially enabling these individuals to establish their stores within the school premises. With a sharp whistle, the first match at the Agricultural and Forestry University commenced. However, within less than 3 minutes of play, Barkley exited the game for a rest, making way for Ma Fei, which infuriated the unsuspecting audience, who erupted in shouts demanding Ma Fei's departure. Currently, the prominent figures representing Agricultural and Forestry University are Barkley, Thomas, and McGrady. During the warm-up matches, Ma Fei only played a few substitute appearances, exhibiting a rather lackluster performance. It is entirely reasonable for the fans of Nonglin University to express their disagreement. Ma Fei's expression darkened significantly. "I have already become quite formidable, you know." As he gazed at the fans who were criticizing him, he inwardly grumbled, "Have I ever consumed your family's rice? Barkley's absence has nothing to do with me. What a bunch of fools, if you wish to complain. Direct your ire towards the coach." Observing the displeasure on Ma Fei's face, Kenny Smith hurried over to offer some words of comfort. "Hey, calm down. The audience knows nothing of the situation. There is no need for you to take offense at them. Furthermore, they have only seen footage of your training. They have yet to witness your performance on the court." Upon hearing the persuasion, Ma Fei rolled his eyes dramatically, channeling all his pent-up frustration onto his adversaries. Upon entering the arena, he immediately transformed into an unstoppable force, bulldozing through the competition with relentless vigor, be it offense or defense. His presence sent both forwards and defenders of the opposing team to the brink of tears. It was sheer bullying. His robust physique was only part of the equation, as his dexterous hands relentlessly sought for weaknesses amongst his opponents. Who could withstand such onslaught? The audience, witnessing Ma Fei's fierce determination as he charged across the court, erupted in a chorus of jeers. They had come to see their beloved stars, only to be met with a substitute displaying his prowess. Yet, as time passed, the crowd found themselves utterly captivated by Ma Fei's performance. Indeed, they were mesmerized. This towering figure, with his extraordinary strength and speed, coupled with his audacious defensive tactics, seemed to take on anyone in his path. The entire first half marked the dawn of Ma Fei's reign as a defensive juggernaut. He was involved in every aspect of the game, from center to forward to defender, leaving his teammates hesitant to challenge him for the ball. Meanwhile, in a corner of the stands, a group of tall young men engaged in spirited discussion. "Is this the Agricultural and Forestry University you mentioned, Chi Hong?" "It doesn't seem that impressive," one remarked. "Indeed, Chi Hong. While that giant is formidable, the opponents from Agricultural University are undeniably weak," another agreed. At just 19 years of age, Shui Mu University's freshman was exceptionally strong physically and possessed remarkable skills. He had been heralded as the third future star during his high school years, drawing significant attention from the NBA, with his draft stock once soaring into the lottery, even briefly landing in the second overall pick position. However, the Federal Stars' humiliating defeat at the hands of the Dream Team left the prospects of rookie players on the rise. Currently, the entire first round of the NBA draft was dominated by rookie players, with not a single local athlete in sight. Hong found himself ranked a disappointing 55th, an outcome that was difficult for this future star to accept. He felt indignant, unable to comprehend why those with such frail physiques could rank higher than he. Having come to witness the showdown between Agricultural and Forestry University and Education University, he hoped to glean insight into the strengths of this enigmatic team. However, the match turned out to be a complete rout, offering little in terms of valuable intelligence. Hong furrowed his brow and addressed his friends. Though this match appears one-sided and lacks substantial insights, the main players from Agricultural University are resting on the sidelines, which indicates their strength. We should not underestimate them. Hong, you might be overthinking it. I won't deny that Agricultural University is significantly stronger than last year, but their main players are just mediocre. I watched them play for a few minutes. Their only advantage seems to be better teamwork than ours. Chapter 34. Consecutive victories following Maffei's relentless onslaught in the first half. Agricultural and Forestry University led the game with a score of 65-41. A staggering 24-point advantage. In the first half, Maffei transformed into an indomitable tank, amassing an astonishing triple-double of 36 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 steals. Don Nelson, witnessing Maffei's electrifying performance, was nearly moved to exclaim in astonishment. Fortunately, he opted to bench Maffei in the second half, allowing Kenny Smith to lead a team of substitutes. The game concluded with a score of 113-85, as Nonglin University secured another victory, achieving back-to-back wins. On the 14th, in an away match against Mincheng University, they triumphed with a score of 124-102. Following that, on the 18th, they hosted Yudian University, winning 133-110. On the 22nd, they faced the Music Academy away, defeating them 135-103. The 25th saw them host the Chemical Engineering University, where they emerged victorious with a score of 130-115. On the 28th, they played against Petroleum University away, winning 136-109. On December 3rd, they hosted Yincheng Jiaodong University, winning decisively at 113-86. After their victory on December 9th against Yincheng Foreign Language College, with a score of 122-93, they achieved a remarkable 9-game winning streak. This impressive series of victories sent shockwaves through the campus of Nonglin University, as they found themselves in a unique position, with only Shuemu University maintaining a winning streak alongside them. The impending match on the 12th would be a final showdown between the two universities. The victor would secure a coveted spot in the Summer Clan's top 64. In the basketball strategy projection room of Shuemu University, Hong and his teammates reviewed footage of Nonglin University, listening intently to the scouts' analysis, their composure unwavering. They never doubted their ability to win, after all. Shuemu University had reached the NCAA quarterfinals the previous year, with all key players still on the team. This year, bolstered by the addition of a formidable high school prodigy, confidence surged within the ranks of Shuemu University. On December 12th, the Shuemu University Gymnasium was adorned with vibrant flags and jerseys, a testament to their 15-time championship victories in the NCAA, all proudly displayed above. This venue had witnessed countless iconic moments and bore witness to a rich history of glory. When the team from Nonglin University arrived at the gymnasium, they were genuinely taken aback by the imposing atmosphere. A mix of envy and admiration washed over them. It was as if the gymnasium boldly proclaimed its numerous championships while subtly reminding them of their own lack thereof. Maffei gazed upon the champion's banner, devoid of any envy or jealousy, only harboring resentment. In her mind, the championship was solely hers. Anyone attempting to usurp her triumph would be met with her wrath. As the warm-up commenced, Maffei flexed her wrist and engaged in her customary dribbling drills, movements she had long perfected. However, the atmosphere in the stands was anything but tranquil. The cacophony of derision and unabashed insults left her furrowing her brow. Is this truly the university that boasts itself as the strongest in the Blue Star? The vulgarity spewing from these students was appalling. Did the institution not intervene? Kenny patted Maffei's arm and remarked, "Buddy, you must grow accustomed to it. During my stint in the program, I frequently encountered such taunts." Maffei was far less courteous, exclaiming in frustration, "What nonsense! I owe them nothing. I haven't consumed their rice nor desecrated their ancestors' graves." Sighing, Kenny chose to refrain from further commentary, acknowledging that the current generation of humanity exists within such an environment. Their initial anger has morphed into a numbness that has become habitual. "Hey, big guy, are you here to entertain us? Do you even know how to dribble?" Perhaps you should return home and practice diligently before making a fool of yourself. Individuals like you deserve to be discarded. Maffei glared at the fans who were heckling him and retorted fiercely, "Get lost, you bunch of garbage from Blue Star. Truly despicable. You call yourselves college students? I believe Shuai-Mu is the most pathetic university." His words ignited a powder keg, prompting 3 individuals from the stands to leap down, only to be intercepted by the mechanical security before they could approach Maffei. As Maffei observed the 3 individuals who had been intercepted, he erupted into a fit of gleeful laughter, arrogantly taunting them. "Come on, aren't you all so tough? Forget those mechanical security guards and come at me directly." The trio, who had jumped down with the intention of confronting Maffei, were momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly escorted away by the mechanical security personnel. This turn of events brought immense joy to Maffei. These individuals had failed to lay a finger on him and were instead expelled from the arena. What a foolish endeavor. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded on the court, with Maffei engaging in a verbal sparring match with the spectators. Meanwhile, the Summer Sports Network commenced its live broadcast. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am Yu Jia, and today, alongside the esteemed Zhang Weiping, we shall bring you the thrilling showdown between Nonglin University and Shuai-Mu University, you announced. Mr. Zhang. Today's match can be dubbed a battle for survival. The victor will secure a place in the prestigious summer tournament's top 64. Mr. Zhang sees the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, this match is critical, as the 2 teams exhibit distinct differences. Firstly, Shuai-Mu University is the top seed in this region. Renowned as the finest institution in the Blue Star, having reached the NCAA Global Top 64 last year and ultimately finishing in the top 8. As for Nonglin University, it remains relatively obscure. For those familiar with the name, it likely stems from agricultural news or perhaps the viral video featuring Maffei's astonishing dunk. Mr. Zhang continued. However, Nonglin University has truly arrived today, boasting an impressive 9-game winning streak in this region. I must express my support for Nonglin University. Had it not been for the fortuitous mishap that led Professor Su and myself to the United University, we might have found ourselves among the ranks of Nonglin University. With a chuckle, Mr. Zhang conveyed his regret at missing out on Nonglin University, reflecting on a missed opportunity. Yet, he had the fortune of interviewing the legendary Tracy McGrady. Nodding, Mr. Zhang recalled, "Just the other day, we posed an intriguing question to McGrady. Why did he choose to play in Yincheng? We previously addressed this query during our interview, and I believe our audience has gleaned some insights. For now, let us extend our best wishes for McGrady's team to secure victory today." As the broadcast continued, Yu Jia noticed some commotion on the sidelines. Mr. Zhang, upon a brief glance, recognized it was Maffei, the sole robust Zhajiran player on the Nonglin University basketball team. The audience is likely familiar with Maffei, particularly due to the viral video of his showdown with Isiah Thomas a few months back. Just days prior, Maffei shattered the school's record for 3-point shooting and made headlines by spectacularly dunking over the president of Nonglin University, propelling him to the top of trending searches. A status that remains unshaken. It appeared that Maffei was embroiled in a heated exchange with the fans in the arena. Indeed, mechanical security had recently intervened, expelling 3 rowdy supporters from the home team. As Maffei observed the robotic security guard ignoring her, she decided to transform into a jet, unleashing a torrent of spray upon the students. Thomas swiftly approached and pulled Maffei away, declaring, "The nickname Jet should rightfully belong to you. You truly embody the essence of a jet. Did you find satisfaction in drenching those students?" Maffei glanced at Thomas with a smile, exclaiming that these students were utterly outrageous, rivaling the antics of their former nation. Thomas shrugged, spreading his arms in a gesture of resignation. "Come on, mate. Can we not engage in a civil conversation? Our previous country is now but a relic of the past, so let us not dwell on it any longer." Chapter 35, Provocation. Maffei scanned the gymnasium with a sweeping gaze, then patted Thomas on the back. "Well, Thomas, wouldn't it be quite something if I could incite a riot in this venue?" Thomas wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. "Buddy, you're quite the character. But I fear that afterward, you might just be offering flowers to us, the unfortunate souls." "Ahem. Thomas, your sense of humor is rather unnerving." Thomas shot Maffei an exaggerated eye roll. "Oh, come on, are you still scared? If you provoke the audience into a riot, we'll all be in dire straits. Think about us, my friend. We're all just 18. Rest assured, Thomas, I was merely jesting. Who knew these students had such tempers? That's good to hear. I'm off to warm up now, but you must be cautious. Keep your distance from the audience. Let's avoid any unnecessary complications." Securing the victory is far more important than anything else. Ma Fei nodded indifferently. I need to practice too. I was just interrupted by these fools. Just as he was about to resume his dribbling exercises, unexpected trouble sought him out again. A towering figure, approximately 1 meters tall, pointed at Ma Fei and exclaimed, "Hey, you little brat, were you not just boasting that no one could take you on?" Ma Fei felt bewildered, questioning why she was subjected to bullying. Was it perhaps due to her seemingly gentle demeanor that made her an easy target? Ma Fei showed no leniency towards these indigenous people. What? Do you have other thoughts? I am ready at any moment. Haha. You better hope your body proves as capable as your tongue. Otherwise, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Indeed. With your foolish demeanor, you are far from understanding the essence of humanity. Soon, I will send you back into your mother's womb, so you can learn the fundamentals of existence anew. Chi Hong was utterly enraged, snorting disdainfully. Humph. You better pray you can walk off the basketball court alive, he exclaimed. Gesturing towards Ma Fei with a mock gesture of submission, Ma Fei was utterly speechless. Even before the situation escalated, threats had already begun to surface. However, the intimidation from Chi Hong was of no concern to Ma Fei. Suddenly, the system announced a temporary mission: defeat Shuemu University to secure a spot in the NCAA Summer Tournament's top 64. Upon hearing the unexpected system task, Ma Fei nearly burst into tears. It had been over a month since the system last made an appearance. This minor episode infused the match with a palpable tension from the outset. Nelson briefly outlined the essential points for the team's attention, while Thomas, as the assistant coach, felt compelled to add a few words. All right, everyone. I trust you all witnessed the earlier incident. I suspect those fellows on the opposing side are not exactly innocent. So prepare yourselves accordingly. Nelson felt a wave of dread upon hearing Thomas speak. He feared that Thomas might lead this group into becoming a band of misfits. It was evident from Ma Fei's demeanor that this individual was even more unruly than the original troublemakers. Ma Fei confidently patted his chest and declared, Thomas, rest assured. We are prepared. My fists are eager for action. Nelson, alarmed, grasped Ma Fei's arm and cautioned. No, my friend. You must temper your strength. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if someone were to be injured on the court. This is basketball, understand? It is not a brawl. Ma Fei cast a fierce glare at the opposing Chi Hong. Very well, I shall exercise restraint, but I merely wish to teach that arrogant young man a lesson. Am I devoid of dignity? Who dares to provoke me? The laughter that followed his lament about a lack of dignity echoed around the room. Ma Fei, you shall deliver a sound thrashing. We stand with you, they cheered. Now, gentlemen, allow me to announce the starting lineup. At this moment, Nelson, holding the tactical board, addressed everyone. The starters are point guard Isiah Thomas, shooting guard Tracy McGrady, small forward Ma Fei, power forward Charles Barkley, and center Eddie Curry. Nelson looked at them with a serious expression and said, Gentlemen, all you need to do is play as you have practiced. Ma Fei, you must master your strength and emotions. McGrady, strive to minimize your ball handling and refrain from penetrating the paint. Ensure that your passing and receiving are swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. When presented with an open opportunity, take your shot resolutely. Is everyone clear? Understood, Captain. All right, team. This is our last stand in the Summer Clan's top 64. We have no retreat. We must vanquish them. Release the shackles binding your bodies, and immerse yourselves wholeheartedly in this endeavor. We shall reach the finish line and claim ultimate victory. Let us defeat them. Go, Agricultural and Forestry University. At this moment, fueled by Nelson's motivational words, the players from Agricultural and Forestry University ignited with passion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now live from Summer Clan Sports, where today, Waterwood faces Agricultural and Forestry University. The match is about to commence, and during this interlude, let us invite Teacher Zhang to provide some analysis. Certainly, Xiao Yu. Allow me to share my insights. As I gaze at the projection with a smile, it is evident to all that I am a supporter of Agricultural and Forestry University. Why, you may ask? Many have affectionately dubbed me Wei Ping Bryant, suggesting I am a fan of Kobe Bryant. Indeed, I am a devotee of Kobe, a sentiment intertwined with the era of the four great shooting guards in the NBA. However, that illustrious era encompassed not just the likes of East AI, West Kobe, South McGrady, and North Carter, but also a plethora of extraordinary talents who shone brightly. Today, many fans recognize Marbury from his time in the CBA. Both as a player and a coach, let us take a moment to appreciate the brilliance of Marbury during his prime. At this juncture, a voice crackles through Yu Jia's earpiece. Good news. Our colleagues have compiled some highlight reels of Marbury's illustrious career. Teacher Zhang exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. During our official timeout, we shall showcase Marbury's prowess. Now, let us turn to Teacher Zhang for his evaluation of Agricultural and Forestry University's team. The reason I assert that Agricultural and Forestry University will triumph lies primarily in their overall superiority over Wadawood University. As our projection camera captures the scene, we can now reveal the starting lineup: Isiah Thomas, McGrady, Maffei, Barkley, and Eddie Curry. While we often speak of McGrady, allow me to introduce the other players. Isiah Thomas, objectively speaking, is undoubtedly a superstar, a key member of the Bad Boys era who once bested Jordan. Eddie Curry, known as the Little Shark, possesses a physique that meets NBA standards. However, his mindset and defensive skills are his Achilles heel. Observing the previous 9 games, it is evident that while Eddie Curry remains reluctant to engage in physical battles in the paint, when he truly commits, he poses a formidable challenge for others to contend with, given his considerable weight and strength. There is no need to elaborate on Barkley, a true superstar and the ace broadcaster of TNT, who has undoubtedly become the cornerstone of the Agricultural and Forestry University. Moreover, we have the sensational Maffei, who has shattered the historical record of three-point shooting that has persisted for 5 centuries at the Agricultural and Forestry University. It is evident that he possesses extraordinary strength. This individual is someone we must pay special attention to, as the extent of the Agricultural and Forestry University's success will largely depend on Maffei's performance, which will significantly influence the future trajectory of the university's team. Chapter 36. Defensive switch. Teacher Zhang deliberately paused before discussing the Shuai-Mu University team. Based on my analysis of the intelligence, this year's edition of Qihong poses a certain level of threat. Although the team reached the final 8 of the global NCAA tournament last year, I must honestly say that I do not hold high hopes for them this year, as their skills remain rather rudimentary. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your insightful commentary. The match is about to commence, and we can eagerly anticipate witnessing the appearances of McGrady and the smiling assassin once more. With a sharp whistle, the final life-and-death battle begins. At center court, the 2 centers position themselves on either side, ready to contest the jump ball. As the referee tosses the basketball into the air, Eddie Curry and Qihong leap simultaneously. Qihong effortlessly outmatches Eddie Curry, directing the ball to his teammate. It was rather unsurprising for Maffei to witness Eddie Curry lose the jump ball, as the latter's business had been flourishing immensely over the past few months. Thanks to several advertisements during home games, he had amassed a considerable fortune, leading to the opening of more than 20 stores. Thus, his focus had long since shifted away from the basketball court. As the match commenced, the confrontation between the Nonglin team and the Shuai-Mu University team was notably brutal, characterized by sheer physicality. Upon gaining possession, the Shuai-Mu team launched a swift counterattack. Qihong, disregarding the defensive presence of Nonglin's interior, charged straight into the paint, where the basketball quickly found its way into his hands. With sheer force, Qihong barreled into the defending Barkley, compelling Barkley to raise his arms in a futile attempt to absorb the impact. At that moment, Maffei was intrigued that Barkley was unable to withstand such an opponent, considering Barkley's core strength was known to exceed 85. He was certainly among the upper echelon of interior players in the NCAA, yet today he faced a foe who surpassed him in physical prowess. With a resounding thud, Qihong easily shoved Barkley back with 2 consecutive impacts before executing a nimble turn and delivering a thunderous dunk. The entire arena erupted as if ignited by gunpowder, the cacophony of cheers creating a tidal wave of sound that shook the venue. Tracy McGrady squinted and remarked, "Gentlemen, we ought to teach them a lesson rather than allow them to continue this madness." Maffei cast a glance at the distant Qihong and let out a peculiar chuckle. No problem. You are absolutely right. It is indeed time to apply some pressure on these fellows. He then turned to Barkley and inquired, "Shall we switch positions? Allow me to confront that giant. He has been incessantly chattering behind me." Barkley patted his chest, summoning his resolve. "What's this? I must retaliate. Although this guy possesses considerable strength, he is merely a brute. Let me deal with him first before handing him over to you." McGrady executed a swift pass to Thomas from the baseline. As Thomas advanced with the ball, the opposing players immediately closed in upon him, eager to physically impose their advantage over the diminutive figure. Despite standing at a modest height of 185 centimeters, Thomas had spent months honing his skills, maximizing both his strength and speed. Unfazed by the approaching defenders, he deftly maneuvered past them with rapid dribbling. However, as he anticipated a pass, The previously outmaneuvered defender quickly pursued him. Is he truly that persistent? Thomas thought, his demeanor shifting to one of rare seriousness. With a rhythmic patter of dribbling, he began to sway his body, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics on the court. Suddenly, with a swift move, he dribbled the ball between his legs, switching it to his left hand and darting decisively to the left. Seeing the impending threat, the defender attempted to shift laterally to block Thomas. Yet, with a flick of his fingers, Thomas deftly transitioned the ball back to his right hand, executing a flawless crossover that allowed him to slip past the defender with astonishing speed. The defender, caught off guard, stumbled in an attempt to thwart Thomas, ultimately collapsing in front of him. The entire arena was left in awe of Thomas's remarkable display of agility. He did not pause. Instead, he continued his drive, weaving through the defense and penetrating the paint with finesse. At that moment, the free throw line and the key were congested with towering players engaged in fierce physical confrontations. Yet, Thomas transformed into an assassin on the court, gliding with nimble steps as if dancing on the edge of a blade, deftly maneuvering to score at the basket. Maffei was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed over to embrace Thomas. Thomas, you're incredible! Why didn't you teach me this elusive assassin skill of maneuvering? Everyone gathered around Thomas to celebrate, while the substitutes on the bench wildly waved their towels in jubilation. At that moment, not only did the audience on site erupt with enthusiasm, but even the official live stream was in complete chaos. I'm in love. Thomas is amazing. Now I understand why he is called the Smiling Assassin. He is truly a warrior of the assassin class. Did you all see his dribbling? His hands left a trail of afterimages. Thomas's footwork is truly exceptional, rivaling that of Iverson and Wade. The sports host from the Sia ethnic group was also astonished by Thomas's dazzling and audacious shot. Mr. Zhang, Thomas just demonstrated to us what it means to embody the essence of an assassin. Mr. Zhang was equally taken aback, as he and Thomas belonged to the same era. Indeed, I just mentioned that Isiah Thomas undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier. One can see this from his dribbling and breakthroughs. His fundamentals are so solid that he plays with utter freedom. Thomas merely intended to give the opposing player a lesson, not expecting such a commotion to ensue. Hearing Maffei's audacious remark, Thomas rolled his eyes dramatically. You're nearly exhausting me, and do you want me to teach you? Why don't you just get a Master S certification instead? Chi Hong cast a serious glance at Thomas, realizing that there were hidden talents at Nonglin University. The game continued, with Shuimu University facilitating plays for Chi Hong. After receiving the ball, Chi Hong again backed down against Barkley, causing Barkley to grimace and groan in discomfort. Yet he stubbornly adhered to his previous words. Unfortunately, due to the height and strength disparity between Barkley and Chi Hong, the confrontation was indeed unpleasant. Maffei was reluctant to take on the responsibility of guarding Chi Hong just yet, as he wanted to maintain his teammates' dignity. After 3 minutes of back-and-forth play, the score stood at 12-12, prompting Shuimu University to call for a brief timeout. Nelson grabbed the tactical board and began sketching defensive strategies for Maffei. Charles, your task is complete. Now you will switch defensive duties with Maffei. Maffei, you'll take Charles's position. Remember, as long as you can contain their number 10, victory is ours. Don't worry about anything else. Leave that to McGrady and Thomas. Do you understand? Maffei nodded, casting a glance towards Chi Hong on the other side. No problem, boss. I'll ensure that fellow has nowhere to turn. Chapter 37, A New Bug Beep. The match resumed. As Chi Hong prepared to exploit the opponent's interior defense, he was pleasantly surprised to discover Maffei standing right behind him. Kid, have you finally mustered the courage to step up? I thought you were just a timid little chick. Chi Hong extended his hands to receive the ball. The player from Shuimu University, upon noticing that Chi Hong's defender had been replaced by a towering opponent of similar height, wasted no time in passing the ball over. At this moment, Maffei wished to test Chi Hong's mettle, thus refraining from intercepting the basketball. The instant Chi Hong secured the ball, he harnessed all his strength, combining it with his 110-kilogram weight to charge into Maffei with his back turned. Maffei was eager to test whether the prowess of this local player was as formidable as claimed. Moments prior, Barkley had clearly suffered a significant setback, prompting Maffei to elevate his own strength in response. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Maffei was sent staggering back 3 paces, nearly losing his balance. While Chi Hong was propelled more than a meter away, this spectacle reignited the fervor of the home crowd. After thrusting Maffei back, Chi Hong momentarily stood in disbelief, astonished by the remarkable strength of his opponent, who had withstood the full force of his assault. Regaining his composure, he swiftly pivoted with the ball and, in a single motion, descended to the basket, executing a one-handed, axe-like slam dunk to score. Both Nelson and the substitutes from the Agricultural and Forestry University shook their heads in unison. They were all acutely aware of Maffei's strength. Even someone they deemed a Superman could not overpower this local talent, underscoring the sheer magnitude of this individual's core strength. At this moment, Maffei could scarcely believe that there existed a native with maximum strength, one who outweighed him as well. This revelation dispelled any semblance of contempt he had harbored. In the ensuing round, McGrady received the ball and decisively penetrated the paint, executing a disdainful layup that resulted in a score. Shuim University advanced beyond the half-court once more, this time opting for Chi Hong. Unlike at the outset, Chi Hong no longer bore the demeanor of superiority. Instead, he had steeled his resolve, unleashing his extraordinary strength to collide fiercely with Maffei. Bang! Maffei was directly propelled into the air. The players from the agricultural team were startled, witnessing Maffei lying on the ground as if he had been struck by a heavy truck. They hurried over to check if he was all right. At the moment of impact, Maffei felt an overwhelming force thrusting him outward. His pupils involuntarily constricted as a notification chimed. Ding! Host has endured a collision exceeding energy limits. Energy value 100. Damn, he thought. It was fortunate that he had pushed his physical strength to the utmost limit. Otherwise, anyone else would surely have been killed by such an impact. Maffei exhaled softly. Conducting a brief examination of his body, all seemed well, which was a relief. But what was the situation? Was the individual opposite him exhibiting strength that exceeded the limits? It is worth noting that Maffei's strength, rated at 100, equated to an impressive 500 kilograms. No wonder Barkley was being thoroughly overwhelmed. In that moment, Maffei's composure began to wane. Were there truly many individuals surpassing the threshold of strength? However, a pressing issue plagued Maffei. His muscles and skin were exceedingly elastic. While this elasticity allowed him to easily repel others during an offensive, it equally resulted in instances where, upon impact, he himself was propelled backward during defense. The only solution seemed to be increasing his weight, thereby preventing others from being able to move him. Yet, considering that each collision could cost 100 energy points, wouldn't an entire match lead to an expenditure exceeding 10,000? Maffei's eyes began to sparkle as she fixed her gaze upon Chi Hong. For a long time, she had relied on her daily study quotas and training sessions with others to accumulate energy points. However, the pace of her learning had become exceedingly sluggish, and many had ceased to engage with her. Thomas had once again vanished from sight, and it would take years of relentless effort to evolve the system. Yet now, she had discovered a method to rapidly accelerate her progress, which filled her with exhilaration. Unfortunately, while she had trained alongside Barkley, he had yet to surpass the strength of 500 kilograms. It seemed she would still need to seek a powerhouse with strength beyond the limits. It is worth noting that in her previous life, O'Neill's bench press was merely 198 kilograms, allowing him to charge through the paint with reckless abandon. In contrast, the native players of this world exhibited significantly superior physical development compared to the new humans. As others approached and saw that Maffei was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Marbury and Barkley came over to lift Maffei to her feet, playfully patting her backside. Barkley, feeling frustrated, smacked his own head and said, "Sorry, mate, for letting this guy bully you. Allow me to handle this." Meanwhile, Maffei's eyes remained fixed on Chi Hong, her body involuntarily stirring with excitement. Maffei patted his chest reassuringly, indicating that all was well and that Charles should not be concerned. He had merely been inattentive for a moment. "This fellow is in my care, and I shall attend to him diligently." The competition resumed, and at this moment, Maffei had transformed into a relentless competitor, persistently clinging to Chi Hong with tenacity. Although his skin and muscles possessed extraordinary elasticity, which mitigated the risk of injury, it also had its drawbacks. Chi Hong, witnessing Maffei seeking physical contact with him despite being without the ball, burst into laughter, regarding Maffei as if he were a fool. "Young man, are you deliberately courting trouble? You cannot blame me for this. Surely you know that one who does not engage in reckless behavior will not meet with misfortune?" Maffei cast a disdainful glance at Chi Hong, then positioned himself outside the restricted area, leaning against Chi Hong with arms outstretched, signaling for the ball while initiating a taunt. "Come on, big guy. Show me what you've got. What good is all that trash talk?" Noticing that the hefty player dared to challenge him, Chi Hong realized he had perhaps been too gentle earlier. He charged forward, using his body to collide with Maffei. With a resounding thud, Maffei unleashed all his strength, standing firm against the impact. The two collided, yet this time Ma Fei did not fly away as before. Rather, Chi Hong merely gained the upper hand, causing Ma Fei to stagger forward while Chi Hong took a small step back. Initially, McGrady intended to pass the ball to Ma Fei, allowing him to make a return shot. However, just as he was about to pass, he spotted a gap between the two players. Seizing the opportunity, McGrady abandoned his plan to pass and drove straight through the opening towards the basket. The forward from Shuemu University was unable to contain McGrady's advance, prompting the center in the paint to rush out and obstruct his path. As McGrady faced the approaching defender, he pivoted on his left foot, executing a seamless 360-degree turn while maintaining control of the ball. With a swift dribble, he maneuvered past his opponent and executed an elegant one-handed dunk into the hoop. Instantly, the arena fell silent, the overhead screen repeatedly showcasing McGrady's dazzling move. The live commentary was overwhelmed, describing the moment as cataclysmic. "Oh my goodness. Just moments ago, we witnessed the Smile Assassin, and now it's McGrady. What a spectacle. Is this truly the legendary McGrady? His style is undeniably graceful. If only this guy could maintain a better mindset, he could easily be compared to Kobe." The intensity of that play was astounding. It was no wonder McGrady had amassed such a fervent fan base. Did I just witness the scoundrel from agriculture and forestry go toe-to-toe with Shuemu's number 10, Chi Hong? As Ma Fei observed McGrady's direct offensive approach, he paid little heed, for his entire focus was devoted to the opposing number 10. Even in the absence of an attack, he aimed to accumulate data from his adversary. After a brief celebration, Nonlin University retreated to their half, while Ma Fei promptly positioned himself in front of Chi Hong. Wherever Chi Hong moved, Ma Fei followed closely. As the point guard from Shuemu University dribbled past the halfway line, he began to search for Chi Hong. Noticing that Chi Hong had already established his position, Ma Fei refrained from making any movements, indicating that the opponent had no intention of shifting, believing they could exploit mismatches at will. Consequently, he proactively approached Chi Hong, pressing his chest against him. At this moment, Ma Fei neither sought to intercept the ball nor aimed to strike Chi Hong offensively. Instead, he intended to utilize him as a mere instrument to enhance his own performance. After receiving the ball, Chi Hong executed a swift turn, finding Ma Fei in defense before performing a between-the-legs dribble, followed by a rightward breakthrough. As Ma Fei was guided to the left by Chi Hong, an unexpected moment transpired. Chi Hong, in a swift maneuver, collided fiercely with Ma Fei using his left shoulder. However, an unusual scene left Chi Hong perplexed. Ma Fei merely staggered back a step. Unlike the first encounter where he was sent flying, having passed Ma Fei, Chi Hong found himself in the restricted area, poised to execute a slam dunk. Yet, before he could even reach the rim, Thomas deftly snatched the ball from his grasp. Chapter 38, Summer Clan District Top 64. After intercepting Chi Hong, Thomas initiated a decisive counterattack, dribbling effortlessly past half-court. Spotting Ma Fei already positioned in the opposing restricted area, with Chi Hong trailing closely in defense, Thomas contemplated passing to McGrady. However, noticing Ma Fei had established his position and was signaling for the ball, he opted to deliver the ball directly to Ma Fei. After receiving the ball, Ma Fei immediately began to back down against Chi Hong. Thud, thud, thud. On the court, Ma Fei and Chi Hong engaged in an intense physical confrontation. After colliding 3 or 4 times, Ma Fei shamelessly passed the ball to Thomas. When Thomas received the ball, he was utterly bewildered. It wasn't just him. This unexpected move left all his teammates and coaches from the Agricultural and Forestry University equally astonished. In everyone's mind, given Ma Fei's prowess in back-to-the-basket plays, it was inconceivable that anyone could effectively defend against him. Yet, what was happening now? The opposing center indeed possessed strength, but it shouldn't have been enough to stifle Ma Fei's offensive capabilities. As Thomas dribbled the ball, he noticed Ma Fei adjust his body and demand the ball once more. With a swift motion, the ball was once again in Ma Fei's hands. Ma Fei disregarded everything else and continued to back down Chi Hong. After 3 or 4 attempts, he passed the ball to the rushing McGrady. Even Nelson could no longer maintain his composure. What on earth was happening? This was a situation that should not be taken lightly. McGrady was furious. After nearly 20 seconds, he finally had possession of the ball. Immediately upon receiving it, he dribbled aggressively towards the basket of Shuemu University, executing a clever maneuver to evade the opposing forward, and finished with a deft layup. In the official live broadcast room, a torrent of criticism and insults ensued. This scoundrel is utterly useless. Thomas has assisted him twice, yet he dared not shoot. This wretch needs to be substituted immediately. What good is this imbecile? Let us get Barkley in. If Barkley is ineffective, then Eddie Curry will suffice. The Agricultural and Forestry University is doomed if they continue to rely on this incompetent as their power forward. In the Shazoo Sports live broadcast room, Isiah noticed the numerous comments from viewers. Teacher Zhang, the current momentum is quite unfavorable for Agricultural and Forestry University. I see many viewers expressing a desire for a lineup adjustment. Teacher Zhang chuckled lightly. Actually, everyone need not worry at all. You may have overlooked that Ma Fei was knocked over the first time, but in the subsequent encounters, it's evident that he has adjusted his level of physicality. They are now evenly matched. This is akin to the strategic play of Tianji's horse racing, where Agricultural and Forestry University's third-rate horse is wearing down Shui Mu University's top steed. Isiah concurred with Teacher Zhang's assessment, acknowledging that despite appearances favoring Shui Mu, the current phase is one of mutual exchange, and as long as Agricultural and Forestry University can field any player, they could potentially bring down Shui Mu University. Meanwhile, Shui Mu University initiated their offense. Chi Hong, upon receiving the ball, opted not to break through as his previous attempt had failed to displace Ma Fei, indicating that this young man possessed considerable strength. He could only rely on his weight and a modicum of extraordinary power to contend with him. Thus, he chose the safer route of backing down for a single play. The two titans continued their tussle, leading to exasperation among the players and coaches of Agricultural and Forestry University, particularly Nelson, who despised physical confrontations. Hey kid, have you tasted the thrill of a manly collision? I'll flatten you in a moment. Fool, have you been drinking? You haven't won either. Keep crashing into me if you dare. Good, you're the first one to make me serious. If you get flattened, don't blame me. Get lost. As if you're so impressive. If you flatten me, let my spirit rise and witness it. Don't boast too much, or you might just blow up. As Chi Hong heard this young man daring to challenge him, he gripped the ball tightly and, with great force, thrust his back against him. Ma Fei was acutely aware that the brute was about to unleash his strength once more, and he summoned all his power to withstand the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. For the moment, neither of the two could gain the upper hand in strength. Unlike at the beginning of the match, Ma Fei was now prepared and would not remain as defensive. His focus was solely on countering Chi Hong. He lowered his center of gravity, and although he was slightly outmatched in strength, he compensated in other areas. Chi Hong found himself in a bit of a predicament, surprised that the young man behind him proved to be so tenacious. After several collisions, both players appeared evenly matched. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ma Fei's physical rebound, Chi Hong swiftly pivoted and glided past him, making his way to the basket and executing a powerful dunk. The score was now tied at 22. To his dismay, Nelson had no choice but to call a brief timeout. The team, puzzled, gathered around him. With narrowed eyes, Nelson fixed his gaze on Ma Fei and began to roar. Buddy, the opposing number 10 is indeed formidable, but why have you not seized the opportunity to attack after gaining possession? Why haven't you attempted to intercept? You have had numerous chances that you've chosen to overlook. Ma Fei regarded Nelson with indifference, stating, Boss, this guy possesses strength even greater than mine. It takes considerable effort just to defend against him. I merely intend to utilize him as a tool to gain some competitive experience, which will undoubtedly benefit me in the future. A collective gasp arose from the team. This young man was audacious enough to treat someone they could not contend with as a mere tool for practice, displaying a remarkable lack of respect. Upon hearing Ma Fei's explanation, Nelson ceased further commentary. It was only this extraordinary individual who could consider using someone of such caliber in that manner. Presently, there was indeed no one at Agricultural University capable of rivaling Chi Hong. Furthermore, Nelson had genuinely set his sights on Chi Hong, as this individual possessed exceptional physical attributes. With a bit of training, he could undoubtedly ascend to become a premier player in the NBA. Ma Fei, you must not allow their number 10, to run rampant any longer. You must contain him, do you understand? I do not wish to witness a perpetually tense match, all right? Beep. The game resumed. As Ma Fei began to take the game seriously, he resolved that he could no longer allow his opponent to pursue their desires freely in defense. It was time for him to take action, refraining from overly civilized conduct. Whenever Chi Hong entered the key area, Ma Fei would position himself strategically, blocking Chi Hong behind him and deliberately engaging in physical contact, choosing to relinquish rebounding duties to Eddie Curry. This delighted Eddie Curry, as the absence of Ma Fei and Chi Hong's entanglement beneath the basket meant that rebounds were easily within reach. On the sidelines, Nelson and Kenny were left astounded. Was Ma Fei truly intent on risking everything against that opponent? Furthermore, during offense, Ma Fei refrained from attacking, instead opting for a close-quarters confrontation with Qi Hong. Initially, when Qi Hong managed to shove Ma Fei aside, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that dealing with this young man would be effortless. However, as the game progressed, Qi Hong soon discovered that this relentless adversary was extraordinarily tenacious, with his rapid hand speed frequently snatching the ball away, all while maintaining a constant watch over him. As the extended time elapsed, Qi Hong found himself unable to overpower Ma Fei again, leaving him hesitant to even handle the ball. The sound of their muscular collisions echoed throughout the arena as Ma Fei and Qi Hong transformed into fierce warriors, battling from the first quarter until just 3 minutes remained in the final period. Qi Hong, panting and holding his head, finally took a seat on the bench, utterly exhausted. Chapter 39, System Upgrade. At this point, the score had lost all significance. Shuimu University had been thoroughly dominated by Nonglin University throughout the game. Many spectators had already sensed the inevitable defeat as Ma Fei morphed into a defensive powerhouse, realizing that their star player had been bested by an unsavory opponent, leaving them too intimidated to even request the ball. Barkley had fully emerged from his earlier state of being overpowered, and in the second half, his formidable presence helped Nonglin University secure victory over Shuimu University, rendering any suspense moot. Meanwhile, Ma Fei sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, leaning back in his chair as if resting, and opened the attributes menu. Name: Ma Fei. Energy value: 115, 251 height, 205 centimeters weight, 95 kilograms strength, 100 stamina, 60, 200 speed, 100 physique, 60 flexibility, 60 explosiveness, 100 injury, 0. He noticed that his energy value had increased by 2,000, indicating that the system was ready for an upgrade. He clicked to upgrade. Ding. System upgrading. Please wait. At that moment, Ma Fei suddenly sensed something was amiss. After contending with Qi Hong at least 100 times, his energy value should have reached tens of thousands. He quickly opened the system for further investigation. Sure enough, the system provided an explanation for the anomaly. Ma Fei gasped in astonishment, realizing that upon advancing to a higher level, all primary attributes had unlocked their extreme limits. This phenomenon was akin to overclocking in the realm of computers. Previously, he had often heard tales of individuals lifting several times their body weight in life-or-death situations or performing astonishing feats to evade danger. These were manifestations of the human body's overclocking capabilities. Now, with the attribute data available, Ma Fei could potentially normalize this overclocking, provided he could enhance his attributes. However, the duration for such overclocking was limited to 3 minutes and could only be employed once every 48 hours. Upon glancing at the 100 attributes, he was disheartened to discover that each increment required 1,000 energy points, leaving him to ponder how many points would be needed to fully replenish his 200 stamina points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Basketball King system has advanced to a higher level. Ding. Reward. Host has gained 1 slot for learning advanced skills. Setting aside the concerns regarding overclocking, Ma Fei eagerly examined the differences between the advanced system and the intermediate one. Flushing through the data. Name: Ma Fei. Energy points: 15, 251. 000. Height: 205 centimeters. Weight: 95 kilograms. Strength: 100 to 110 stamina, 60 to 200 speed, 100 to 110 physique, 60 to 110 flexibility, 60 to 110 explosive power, 100 to 110 injuries, 0 to his excitement. Upon reaching the advanced level, he discovered the recipes for the Lotus Mist Eagle Eye Pill and the Immortal Divine Wine. Lotus Mist Eagle Eye Pill. Item description: a pill that enhances vision, granting the consumer the keen eyesight of an eagle. 100 points can be exchanged for 1. A total of 30. Celestial Elixir. Item description: a medicinal beverage that enhances mental acuity. It aids in alleviating insomnia and improving reflexes. As for the Eagle Eye Pill, its significance is self-evident, and it is undoubtedly the next step to comprehensive enhancement. The Growth Pill is no longer available, and I have already invested over 50 units into the Rat Tail Juice Collagen Pill, with no further effect from continued investment. However, the Weight Gain Pill can still be utilized, yet the efficacy has diminished from increasing one's mass by a kilogram per pill to merely a pound. It is anticipated that once my weight approaches approximately 110 kilograms, its effectiveness will wane entirely. The Celestial Elixir, on the other hand, causes Ma Fei to furrow her brow. While its benefits are undeniable, the The mention of its insomnia treatment evokes memories of the loathsome pig feed number 666 associated with the notorious Principal Baotou. To this day, the entanglement between Principal Baotou and Ma Fei continues to simmer, primarily due to this pig feed number 666. It has been deemed a federal taboo because it is a product developed over a century ago by scientists at the Agricultural and Forestry University. Not only is it high yield, but it also has a remarkably short growth cycle, allowing for planting and harvesting within a month, akin to weeds. Livestock consuming it would fall into a deep slumber. Over a century ago, when the population of Blue Star had ballooned to 30 billion, the demand for sustenance was colossal. Consequently, pig feed No. 666 was employed to nourish livestock, alleviating the food supply pressure. This resulted in livestock leading a life devoid of activity from birth to slaughter, spending their existence in a cycle of perpetual sleep and consumption of pig feed. It was not until 50 years later, with the advent of spaceship jump technology, that the Federation could transport various materials from farther reaches, leading to the federal prohibition on the accelerated maturation of livestock. Ma Fei glanced at the recipe for the divine elixir, noting that the primary brewing ingredient was sorghum. A modest quantity of medicinal herbs and grains such as wheat were also required for the fermentation process. In this realm, the maturation period for sorghum typically spans from 3 to 5 months, and its yield is quite meager. Most distillers cultivate it themselves. In the marketplace, it commands a lofty price and poses the risk of monopolization. Reflecting on this, Ma Fei realized that the pig feed encompassed not only cultivation techniques but also the methodologies for producing anesthetic agents. However, with superior elements available to replace anesthetics, this seemingly useless pig feed could be repurposed to extract energies, isolating the unique characteristics of sorghum to potentially serve as the primary ingredient for the divine elixir. With this thought in mind, Ma Fei felt an eager anticipation to commence his endeavors. Although he was still bound by the ongoing competition and could only wait impatiently for its conclusion. Casting a glance at the now incapacitated Qi Hong across the way, Ma Fei chuckled. This method of energy accumulation no longer seemed a flaw, for not everyone possessed the capability to attain maximum attributes, nor did they have the means to surpass their limits. Beep. At last, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Agricultural University triumphed with a score of 123 to 105, securing first place in their group and advancing into the top 64 of the Summer Clan region. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the match, earning an additional learning opportunity. Ma Fei contemplated the 2 slots she had already secured and pondered how to proceed with the binding process. First, she considered whether she could bind Ma Suo, the individual who had taught her the art of combat. That fellow was a training enthusiast and held the title of a championship fighter. Although the system stipulated that the bound individuals must be athletes related to basketball, Ma Suo was introduced to her while playing basketball alongside Marbury, who, as it was said, was the captain of the community basketball team. It remained uncertain whether this amateur basketball player qualified. For her second option, she could only select from the illustrious trio of Yao Ming, Shaquille O'Neal, or Stephen Curry. Ma Fei estimated that with Yao Ming's friendliness towards him exceeding 60. It was understandable, considering they hailed from the same hometown and had connections with McGrady. As for potential alliances, it all depended on the level of camaraderie. Ma Fei speculated that both he and O'Neal were unlikely to form a bond, yet he found himself coveting Curry's 3-point prowess. The advance of Nonglin University into the top 64 of the Summer Tribe region did not come as a surprise. But the subsequent victory of Yinqing University over Lian University the next day was indeed a minor upset. Everyone had anticipated a collaboration between Coach Zhang and Coach Su to secure another ticket to the top 64 for Yinqing District, yet ultimately, they were bested by Yinqing University. Chapter 40. Popular rankings. Following the conclusion of the Summer Tribe's top 64, the official NBA Rising Stars draft list underwent significant changes, catching many off guard. Notably, Yao Ming ascended from the 20th position to the 16th, ranking him highest among players from the Summer Tribe. Meanwhile, McGrady from Nonglin University surged to the 28th position, and Thomas made a remarkable leap into the top 30, just surpassing Pippen at 31. Barkley also maintained a steady rise, securing the 19th spot. Intriguingly, Ma Fei made the list, ranking 99th, which astonished many and sparked accusations of bias in the rankings, questioning how such a scoundrel could be included. The loudest outcry came from several players from the land down under, led by Bogut, who vehemently criticized the list, alleging that Ma Fei had purchased his position rather than earning it through talent. However, Numerous fans of Ma Fei rose to his defense, presenting his statistics from 10 games, an average of 18 points, 21 rebounds, 10 steals, 3 assists, and 2 blocks, a comprehensive display of his abilities. Faced with the data presented by his supporters, Bogut and Ben Simmons found themselves momentarily at a loss. This group began nitpicking, creating faults where none existed, and launched baseless accusations against Ma Fei, branding him a stat padder. Yet, Ma Fei merely stated in the media, "If you're not satisfied, come and challenge me. I'll defeat you." This declaration ignited a powder keg, prompting the Australian players to stoke the flames, with threats becoming their new mantra. During an interview with ESPN, Reggie Miller posed a question to Ma Fei, saying, "Hey, Bogut mentioned that if he were to face your team, he would turn you into a punching bag." Ma Fei responded with a chuckle, "I hope he stands by his words. I shall ensure he learns a lesson he will never forget." Amidst the clamor, the latest NCAA rankings from the betting company have been released, with the University of California, Los Angeles, led by legends such as O'Neal, Johnson, and Jabbar, now taking the top spot. North Carolina, spearheaded by Jordan, follows in second place. In third is Jiaotong University, led by Yao Ming, while fourth place is held by the University of Science and Technology, under the guidance of Duncan. The fifth position is claimed by Oklahoma State University, with Durant at the helm. Sixth place belongs to Guangdong University, led by LeBron, followed by Agricultural and Forestry University, headed by Thomas in seventh. The University of Utah, under the leadership of Malone, ranks eighth, while the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, led by Bird, is in ninth place. Finally, the University of Philadelphia, with Iverson at the forefront, rounds out the top 10. Meanwhile, in the basketball arena of Agricultural and Forestry University, Ma Fei is exceptionally exhilarated as he engages in practice with his teammates. After the conclusion of the match against Shuaimu on December 12th, Ma Fei has been contemplating how to master Thomas's elusive assassin footwork. During that match, Ma Fei witnessed firsthand the mesmerizing agility of Thomas's assassin-like movements, which left him envious. However, acquiring this skill proved to be quite arduous, as several months had elapsed without success in mastering various techniques, including Barkley's post-up, McGrady's pull-up, and Thomas's own skills. This lack of progress greatly frustrated Ma Fei. The following day at the training facility, Ma Fei approached Thomas, draping his arms over Thomas's shoulders. "My friend, could you share with me the secrets behind your assassin footwork?" Thomas, visibly annoyed, scoffed at Ma Fei. "You should abandon any thoughts of trying to steal my skills. You can forget about mastering my techniques. It appears you have begun to lose your sense of self. Perhaps it's time for the smiling assassin to teach you some humility." Thomas is the one whom even the most obstinate individuals cannot resist. This fellow possesses an indomitable spirit, akin to that of a cockroach, no matter the blows he endures. He stands resolute, continuing to rise after each defeat, much like a novice chess player oblivious to his own shortcomings, yet determined not to let his morale falter. Bang, bang, bang. What is this despicable maneuver you are employing, you wretched creature? Ma Fei, you are truly a brute. My arm is swelling. Goodness. What sort of technique is this? Are you grasping with both hands? Ma Fei chuckled, demonstrating a one-handed spin that was a flawless 360-degree Thomas move, while a two-handed grip was referred to as a knot. Thomas, infuriated, retorted, "Is that truly a knot? You shameless scoundrel, go perish." The dramatic exchange between the two once again drew the attention of other players on the training ground. Barkley, McGrady, and Johnson settled down on the ground to observe the duo-esque training, while Kenny seized his communicator to record the scene, intending to present it to O'Neal as material for the 5 Great Follies. After all, Ma Fei's popularity had surged to unprecedented heights, elevating Thomas's renown among basketball stars to surpass even that of Jordan. Ma Fei cast a dismissive glance at a few individuals on the sidelines. "Tracy, how about we engage in some practice? It has been quite a while since we trained together." McGrady, with a cheerful smile, waved his hand and replied, "I have nearly completed my training, so I shall not hold you back. You should focus your efforts on Isiah." Upon noticing McGrady's reluctance, Ma Fei suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, my friend, can you get in touch with Yao Ming? I would like to train with him and glean some insights into the center position." Nelson, who was watching the scene unfold, shot Ma Fei an incredulous look and remarked, "You truly have a knack for whimsical ideas. Yao Ming is in Shanghai, while you are in Yin City. How do you plan to train with him?" The members of the Nonglin University team chuckled, and McGrady shook his head, stating, "Have you lost your grip on reality with all this training? Ma Fei cast an exasperated glance at McGrady and exclaimed, "Have you all lost your minds? I never suggested that Yiming should be a lifelong practice partner. The Christmas lottery is about to take place in Yin City, isn't it? Of course, Yao Ming will be participating." McGrady suddenly understood. Realizing that the Christmas celebration for the world's minority communities was indeed approaching, marking the first Christmas for this new generation of humanity. "Ma Fei, hold on a moment. I will contact you right away." Beep, beep, beep. "Tracy, what do you need?" A towering figure entered everyone's line of sight. Upon encountering Yao Ming, Ma Fei was taken aback. Despite his own height of 205 centimeters, Yao Ming appeared to tower over him. Well, there are quite a few people here. Yao Ming was surprised to discover that he was meeting players from the Agricultural University team. "Yao, will you be attending the lottery ceremony in Yinqing on Christmas?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Ming replied, "Of course. I have already received the invitation. It's been a while since we last met. Let us enjoy a nice meal together." "That's fantastic. Our teammate Ma Fei is eager to learn from you, so when you arrive, please do mentor him," came the enthusiastic response. "I can't believe you called for this. I thought it was just a casual chat. But I will only be in Yinqing on Christmas Day, and I'll be heading back to Shanghai after dinner." Tracy McGrady shrugged at Ma Fei, then turned to Yao Ming and said, "Well, that settles it. If you come, I'll treat you to a grand feast." Yao Ming, beaming at McGrady, said, "All right, I will definitely come with an empty stomach for that banquet." He then turned to Ma Fei and added, "If there are any skills you wish to learn, just let me know. I will record a video for you to practice with." Ma Fei could only lament that she could hardly express her desire to learn fierce techniques. "Very well. I extend my gratitude to you, Yao Ming. I primarily wish to master the fluid motions following a back-to-basket move, as I have been rather clumsy in this regard. Mainly because Barkley has not instructed me." Upon hearing Ma Fei's attempt to shift blame, Barkley erupted in anger. "Get lost. You shameless individual. If it weren't for my guidance, you wouldn't even know what basketball is. It's no wonder the entire internet has dubbed you trash brother. You truly live up to that name." Thomas glared at Ma Fei. "Adding insult to injury, you know about Elijah's training camp, right? Learning skills requires a fee. You, my friend, are merely a freeloader among us. You have no shame." Yao Ming was quite taken aback by the jubilant performance of the Agricultural University team. He anticipated that this fellow compatriot was faring so well within the team. "All right, I will send you the instructional videos on back-to-the-basket moves in the coming days." Chapter 41. Unexpected Gains. McGrady sheepishly ended his call with Yao Ming. Although he was unable to assist Ma Fei directly, he nonetheless managed to extract some valuable insights from Yao Ming. Unfazed, Ma Fei thought that since there were no opportunities with Yao Ming, she might as well seek out Masua, the sparring partner, to see if she could enhance her energy levels. If successful, it would alleviate her worries in the future. In the afternoon at the athletes' dormitory of the Agricultural and Forestry University, just as Ma Fei was about to lie down for a brief respite after lunch, she was interrupted by Marbury's sudden entrance. "Ma Fei, do you have some free time this afternoon? Come with me." Upon seeing Marbury, Ma Fei's eyes lit up. She indeed had some free time and was just about to inquire if he knew any combat trainers like Masua. Upon hearing Ma Fei inquire about mixed martial arts, Marbury furrowed his brow in confusion. "Buddy, isn't Masua a professional in that field? You should be concentrating primarily on your basketball training. You've already ascended into the top 100 of the draft rankings. It's time to refrain from pursuing other endeavors." Ma Fei was rendered speechless. She merely inquired casually, "So why such an exaggerated reaction?" "I simply wish to ask if there were any more formidable fighters available. Just a moment ago, I called Masua, and that fellow mentioned he was currently busy filming a cameo for his nephew and would be unavailable this week." Marbury cast a disdainful glance at Ma Fei, remarking that the techniques taught by Maso were already sufficient. "With your current strength, speed, and physique, you could easily overpower O'Neill. Moreover, I brought you here specifically to Maso, who requested my assistance in finding a few individuals to play the role of the villains. If you have any concerns, it would be better to address them directly with him." Ma Fei was taken aback to discover that Marbury had ventured into acting. She scrutinized him with astonishment and remarked, "My friend, I must say, you need no makeup to play the villain. Get lost. Where could you possibly improve with that scoundrel's visage? Do you have any idea how the world refers to you now?" Ma Fei is indeed rather indifferent to online matters, particularly those concerning himself, as they are exceedingly distressing. It feels as though they are relentlessly dragging him into the ranks of the villains, as if they wish to raise a banner proclaiming him the leader of the antagonists. Marbury, Ma Fei, and Johnson each rode their flying motorcycles directly to their destination. It was Ma Fei who first purchased this small goat-like vehicle. After diligent study and examination, he realized his dream of soaring through the skies. Although the motorcycle appeared diminutive, it posed no issues for a robust man, albeit its appearance seemed somewhat incongruous. Upon arriving at Maso's training facility, they were greeted by a bustling scene with numerous individuals entering and exiting. "Steven, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you to take the stage." Maso joyfully approached from a distance. "Old Mo, you know Ma Fei. This is Dwayne Johnson, our superstar from the previous world. Be sure to look after your nephew." Maso eagerly promised, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Dwayne Johnson, who indeed appeared quite robust, ideal material for combat training. With a smile, Johnson replied, "Boss Missouri, I'm not just an actor, I was also a professional wrestler." Observing the instant camaraderie between Maso and Johnson, Ma Fei promptly evaluated Maso's favorability rating. Ding. Favorability rating with Maso, 75. Noticing that the favorability had indeed surpassed the threshold, he immediately attempted to bind Maso. Ding. Successfully bound the learning quota with Maso. Reward. One exclusive skill lottery for Maso. At that moment, Ma Fei was elated. Realizing that even amateur basketball players were still athletes, he wondered if this constituted yet another bug. Lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Combat Devastation. A surge of mysterious energy flowed directly into Ma Fei's cellular structure, with this infusion lasting longer than any previous skill, nearly 5 minutes in total. Combat Devastation skill description, an exclusive fighting skill for Maso, a lethal technique for real combat, achieving a power, endurance, speed, physique. An explosive force of 90 enables one to slay 10 foes. Reaching 100 allows for the defeat of 100 enemies. Surpassing the limit of 110 permits the annihilation of 1,000 adversaries. As Ma Fei gazed at the skill introduction, a surge of excitement coursed through her veins. Invigorated by the myriad of combat techniques, methodologies, and practical experiences that had just been imparted to her, it could be said that although she had yet to attain a perfect score across the 5 disciplines, she was more than capable of incapacitating 10 foes without resorting to lethal force. While she was lost in contemplation, a voice broke her reverie. Upon looking up, she discovered Maso approaching, accompanied by an extraordinarily handsome gentleman. "Come, let me introduce you all," Maso began. "This is my nephew, Mo Tienga, currently the most handsome man in our solar system, making waves in the entertainment industry. I hope you will all lend him your support in the future." He then proceeded to introduce Marbury and Johnson. "And this is the Ma Fei I mentioned to you, our esteemed client." Maso continued, "Jago, my goodness, I finally get to meet Jago." Ma Fei touched her nose, offering an awkward smile. To her surprise, the handsome man before her was indeed her little admirer. However, the term was rather distasteful. "I'm also quite pleased to see you. I wonder if I can portray a villain convincingly?" Mo Tienga exclaimed with excitement, clapping his hands. "Jago, all you need to do is stand there. Everyone can easily envision your character." Smoke billowed from the top of Ma Fiki's head. This unfortunate child was utterly inept at conversation. "Huh. Very well. I shall play the villain as well. Since basketball has earned the title of scum, I might as well embrace the persona of a true antagonist." Mo Tienga replied, "Scum go, let us hasten to film. May I seek your counsel for basketball practice in the future? I am but a substitute on the Yen University basketball team, and during this NCAA, I was merely a mascot for the team." Ma Fei was taken aback as she scrutinized Mo Tienga from head to toe, her mind racing with calculations. Could it be that she too could exploit a glitch? If Mo Su could be bound, surely this extraordinarily handsome young man could be as well. Yet, she pondered, what could be his unique skill? Ding. Learning quota bound to Mo Tienga. Reward. 1 chance to draw for a unique skill. Draw ding. Host's attempt to draw a unique skill has failed. Detection reveals that Mo Tienga lacks the inherent talent for a unique skill. Ding. A bug has been detected in the system, and repairs have been completed. Please proceed to draw for an alternative. Ma Fiki was nearly driven to expletives. This pretty boy surprisingly possessed no exclusive skills, which was utterly infuriating. Extraction. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the attribute of divine charm from the beauty gene. Ma Fei was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise. The introduction to the male deity's charm and exquisite genetic attributes stated that he possessed the most perfect genetic sequence of beauty known to humanity. The inheritance of this flawless beauty gene requires physical contact. The description was succinct yet capable of driving all of humanity into a frenzy. Unable to contain her excitement upon reading the introduction, Ma Fei immediately grasped Mo Tianga's arm, exclaiming, "Let me see if your physique is suitable for basketball." Mo Tianga, oblivious to her intentions, assumed she was merely conducting a physical assessment. Inheritance. Ding. The host's body is unable to inherit the male deity's charm sequence. System optimization in progress. Please wait. This time, Ma Fei was genuinely bewildered, once again feeling the unreliability of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the perfect gene sequence of the wickedly charming and audacious. Wickedly charming and audacious perfect gene sequence, possessing a godlike perfect physique gene sequence, which gradually optimizes beauty over time, influenced by emotions, aura, and other factors. Upon witnessing this lottery reward, Ma Fei ceased to criticize the system's reliability. Although the wickedly charming and audacious trait appeared somewhat unconventional, it undoubtedly surpassed the male deity's charmed gene sequence, for the beauty of a deity must surely exceed that of humanity. Chapter 42. Borrowing 500 more years from heaven in the afternoon, Ma Fei and her companions took 2 hours to complete filming for the role of the villain. Seeing that the crew had wrapped up, Ma Fei eagerly called for Mo Suo. "Old Mo, have you surpassed your limits?" Mo Suo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ma Fei. "Wow, you actually know about exceeding limits? It seems your strength has reached its peak." At this moment, Marbury and Johnson were utterly perplexed. Exceeding limits? Superman. Observing their confusion, Mo Suo patiently elucidated. "This isn't much of a secret in our homeland. The term exceeding limits merely refers to the immense power that erupts in the face of life and death terror. Generally speaking, strength, speed, endurance, vertical leap, and other specialized capabilities can unleash energy that transcends limits. In the affluent circles of our solar system, when your net worth surpasses 100 million, you might have the opportunity to encounter such genetic serums. Of course, to purchase such a thing, you must at least prepare 1 billion as bidding funds. Otherwise, you can only watch." Marbury forcefully slapped his forehead with a large hand, exclaiming that compared to you all, the rest of us resemble beggars. To acquire this item, we must toil relentlessly for money. Johnson, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need to amass wealth. Maso, not wishing to dampen their spirits, felt compelled to clarify the situation to avoid harm to themselves and others. "Gentlemen," he began, "let me be clear. This exceeding limit is not a trivial matter. Each time one surpasses it, there will be a depletion of one's physical well-being. To restore one's health, one must consume nutritional fluids, which cost a staggering 100,000 per bottle. Moreover, one cannot continuously trigger this limit. It is imperative to allow at least a day's interval between activations to prevent bodily harm." Marbury and the other individual shook their heads vigorously, aware that they still had a considerable distance to achieve maximum potential. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was contemplating the issue of nutritional supplements after exceeding limits. It was no secret that he had reached the pinnacle of his strength. While others required genetic serums to surpass their limits, he merely needed a little enhancement. Thus, it was prudent for him to clarify matters. "Old Mo, my strength has reached its zenith. If I were to inject myself with a genetic serum for exceeding limits, where would I procure the necessary nutritional supplements?" Mo Su chuckled with a mischievous grin, stroking his bushy beard, and wrapped his robust arms around Ma Fei. "You know, my friend, I've shared quite a few tricks with you. Will your restaurant offer me complimentary meals in the future?" Upon hearing Mo Su's shameless remark, Ma Fei felt an urge to unleash a fierce counterattack. Why was he bringing up his restaurant when the topic at hand was purchasing nutritional supplements? "In that case, I shall treat everyone to a meal at my place." Mo Su rubbed his hands eagerly, his tongue flicking out as he said, "Ma Fei, you needn't worry about purchasing nutritional supplements. Your galaxy catches the finest food to replenish deficiencies, far superior to any supplement." The moment Ma Fei heard this, he felt a chill envelop the air around him. He had never anticipated that this medicinal hot pot could counteract the repercussions of exceeding limits. Was he, then, selling gold for a mere pittance? Moreover, this was not akin to a newborn clutching a mountain of gold. It was a recipe for disaster. The thought sent shivers down Ma Fei's spine, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down. An innocent man is often punished for possessing something valuable. Why had humanity from parallel worlds been drawn into this one? It was certainly not out of benevolence. According to information divulged by Mo Su, the Federation sought to enhance competition throughout the solar system, aiming to migrate humanity towards the galaxy while simultaneously plundering the wealth of entire parallel universes. Ma Fei had seen online reports revealing that nearly all prominent brands from the past had been thoroughly stripped by the financial magnates of this world, with even the TNT logo having been repurchased at a staggering cost, illustrating the ruthlessness of these tycoons. However, now that the truth was exposed, there was no reason to remain hidden. The most pressing concern was to find a powerful ally to deter those who harbored ill intentions toward him. Yet, after reflecting on this, Maffei resolved not to remain in hiding any longer. Given that he possessed substantial influence, he must craft a public persona. Even if it meant becoming the greatest antagonist in the NBA or across the entire blue planet, it would inadvertently provide him with a shield of protection. Old Mo, could you assist me in contacting the Federation Combat Association? Sure thing, Maffei. You're quite astute. You grasp the situation effortlessly. I truly fear you might be blinded by wealth. Maffei smiled brightly, for who does not cherish wealth? Is it not true that trouble looms on the horizon? One must seek a solid backing for support. Otherwise, should there come a day when you can no longer see me, how disheartening that would be. Both Marbury and Johnson simultaneously recognized the predicament that Maffei currently faced. At that moment, Motienga rushed over to engage in casual conversation. Upon overhearing their discussion about genetic enhancers, he interjected, "What use is the superlimited genetic agent? It's merely a gimmick for professional athletes. With that kind of money, one would be better off investing in life-extending genetic agents, which could at least add a few hundred years to one's lifespan." Goodness gracious! The three of them exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable. Is what you say true, Motienga? The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Motienga nodded affirmatively, explaining, "Indeed, it is true. However, terms such as exceeding limits in life genes are prohibited online. Otherwise, everyone would be aware. In this world, the average lifespan for the common folk is merely 120 years. Do you know how old the current wealthiest individual on Blue Star, Wang Dowling, is?" Maffei had indeed gossiped about the world's wealthiest individual, Wang Dowling, aged 115, with a total fortune of 156 trillion star yuan. Motienga scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, asserting that the information circulating online was merely intended for the masses. Taking it seriously would be a folly. In reality, Wang Dowling was a staggering 815 years old, with an astronomical net worth of 15.6 quadrillion. This revelation left Maffei and the others utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was such a statement not overly terrifying? Emosu interrupted their shock, affirming that what Tienga said was indeed factual, and moreover, Wang Dowling possessed 3 habitable planets in the galaxy that had yet to be accounted for in his assets. It took the group over half an hour to process such an overwhelming amount of information. Previously, Ma Buffon and Johnson may have clung to the remnants of their past glories, but with thoughts of borrowing another 500 years from the heavens. Every moment of delay now felt like an egregious waste of life. Ignoring the two of them, Maffei directly pulled Mosu to discuss the feasibility of affiliating with the Federal Combat Association and requested him to activate the over-limit mode for self-experimentation. In the end, Mosu only agreed to let Maffei experience the critical hits under over-limit mode in exchange for a golden membership card to the Star River restaurant. Subsequently, Maffei took a few companions to indulge in a sumptuous feast at the Star River restaurant. However, Maffei felt quite disheartened. After being struck by critical hits for 3 minutes, he received no energy points at all. It seemed that the system had effectively blocked this exploit. Although the energy points did not accumulate, Mosu's extensive connections proved invaluable, as he managed to resolve Maffei's need for allies within the span of a single meal. If one were to identify the mightiest faction in this star system, the federal government would undoubtedly claim the top position, followed closely by the Federal Combat Association. This association boasts millions of member organizations and over 1 billion registered professional fighters, with an impeccable reputation that far surpasses that of organizations like the NCAA, NBA, and FIFA, which hardly rank as mere subordinates. After negotiations between both parties, Maffei agreed to relinquish 40 of his shares in the Energy Pre-Packaged Meal Company in exchange for the title of an affiliated unit of the Federal Combat Association and a copper belt plaque for the Star River restaurant. The association recognizes 3 types of belts: the copper belt for establishments with 100 shops, the silver belt for those with 1,000, and the prestigious gold belt for businesses with 10,000 shops spread across various planets in the solar system. These belt-holding establishments enjoy the protection of the association, however. Star River Restaurant was still compelled to cease the sale of energy meals and could only prepare dishes with energy supplementation below 3, which is one of the unspoken rules of the Federation. Although Maffei lost 40 of his shares in the Pre-Packaged Meal Company, he gained other advantages. The The Federal Combat Association facilitated connections with student entrepreneurship banks, allowing Ma Fei to secure a low-interest loan of $100 billion by mortgaging shares of the energy prepackaged meal company. The next day, Ma Fei hired Du Yun, an experienced general manager in the prepackaged meal sector. After registering the company, he instructed Du Yun to liaise with the Combat Association to handle all necessary arrangements. Chapter 43. Young David Stern's several days passed in a blur. On December 25th, the original World's Christmas, a globally anticipated lottery ceremony, was to be held. Likely candidates for next year's NBA draft lottery, Barkley and Thomas, would participate in the NCAA Global Grouping Lottery ceremony in Yen City. Due to the heightened interest surrounding this event, Ma Fei also received an invitation. This lottery would categorize 256 college teams into 64 groups, each comprising 4 teams, with the group winners directly securing a spot in the final 64 of the NCAA. At 6 p.m., Ma Fei promptly met up with Barkley, McGrady, Thomas, Kinney, and others before entering the dining area of the Watercube Sports Center, where McGrady and Thomas were still teasing Ma Fei. Ma Fei, are you certain you haven't undergone cosmetic surgery? Your transformation over these past few days has been remarkable. Ma Fei arrogantly surveyed the crowd, tapping his chest as he proclaimed, "Are you not aware that one's environment or aura can transform a person's demeanor? I am merely somewhat handsome at present. In due time, I shall be strikingly captivating." Maddie interjected with a peculiar tone, "I always said that fate is blind. You, a scoundrel, should simply continue acting as you were. Yet now you have adopted the guise of a domineering CEO?" Ma Fei is absolutely delighted. Every day brings a new transformation. She is evolving towards the epitome of perfection, embodying the allure of a charming and rebellious deity. One wonders what magnificent form she will ultimately assume, and whether she will transcend the heavens. As Ma Fei was preening, Thomas pointed in astonishment at a young man with golden hair. "Wait, fellows, is that David Stern?" he exclaimed. "Thomas, must you be so dramatic? I am merely reflecting on how this little old man seems to have regained his youth." McGrady appeared as if he had discovered a new world. "Goodness, is that a joke?" Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of McGrady's voice, and indeed, a bald young man with a sinister smile was conversing with David Stern. Ma Fei instantly recognized this fellow, a quintessential double-standard individual. Even in the new world, he remains a baldy. One wonders how many matters occupy his mind each day. Ha. Upon hearing Ma Fei's jest, everyone burst into laughter, though, in truth, none of them harbored the slightest fondness for this character. Ma Fei nudged Kenny, intending to unearth some secrets. Where is this joke going to unfold? Surely, it won't lead back to David, will it? Kenny, observing Ma Fei's subtle expressions, replied, "No way. Do you think this world still has room for him? Most of the NBA owners are from your summer clan now. I've heard that guy is the director of basketball operations at the Wizards." Thomas exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, still an NBA team? That bald fellow sure knows how to spin a tale." Kenny nodded. "Indeed, though he's a bit unsavory, he possesses a certain level of competence. Hey, apologies. I must go and meet those fellows first." With that, Kenny discreetly slipped away. Ma Fei shook his head upon realizing that it was a few fellows from TNT who had arrived. Within 5 minutes, the others had dispersed to mingle with guests. While Ma Fei remained indifferent, after all, he was acquainted with many, albeit not intimately, and their interactions merely consisted of nods, devoid of any need for flattery. Casually, he grabbed a plate and filled it with an array of delicacies, accompanied by a glass of red wine. Indulging in both food and drink while observing the scene around him, his gaze was naturally drawn to the former NBA superstars. Most of those he had ever heard of in his past life were now within sight. Jordan, Pippen, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, O'Neal, James, Yao Ming, Duncan, David Robinson, Olajuwon, Ewing, Karl Malone, Peyton, Kidd, Nowitzki, and of course, the long-awaited Stephen Curry. Currently, Curry was projected to be the 32nd pick in the NBA draft according to various websites. Although many held a skeptical view of Curry, it was undeniable that his shooting prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Surrounded by such luminaries, Ma Fei couldn't help but wish he could absorb their skills. At present, his only notable move was a hip check, while his other offensive techniques paled in comparison to that extreme level of aggression. Ma Fei took a bite of roasted meat, wiped her mouth with her scarf, and fixed her gaze on Curry, eager to discern his level of friendliness. Ding! Stephen Curry's friendliness level, -10. Alas, she did not anticipate such a low score. It appeared that she had made quite a poor impression on him. However, it was hardly surprising, for in the current NBA environment, Hostility towards Curry was palpable. His optimal playing conditions belonged to a bygone era when the slightest infraction was penalized. Given the current brutal style of the NBA, one could only wonder if Curry could even manage to complete a half. With hope for Curry dwindling, she swiftly shifted her attention to O'Neal. Ding. Shaquille O'Neal's friendliness level, 50. Mafe smacked her forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "This insufferable glutton has appropriated so much of my material to edit 5 great blunders." Yet his favorability rating is utterly dismal. She resolved to assess all the players she could find. Ding. Yao Ming's favorability stood at 75, Bill Lamar at 50. Michael Jordan at -50, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at -30, Magic Johnson at -50, Tim Duncan at -10, David Robinson at -15, and Larry Bird at -20. Mafe could hardly fathom the extent of her misfortune. Among those she considered, only Yao Ming managed to pass. While the only ones who could be deemed positive were Lambier, Olajuwon, and Mutombo. To her dismay, the remainder were all marked as negatives. Although this outcome was somewhat anticipated, the revelation that so many individuals, with whom she had no real connection, could garner such unfavorable assessments was undeniably vexing. Currently, Mafe had meticulously recorded these individuals in her little notebook, while she did not necessarily plan for retribution. She was resolute in the intent to confront them fiercely should the opportunity arise. Lifting a glass of red wine, she savored a delicate sip. And just as she intended to set the glass down, she caught sight of a young man sharing laughter with a companion as they ambled past her. Mafe let out a cold laugh, observing the 2 individuals who passed before him. The saying truly held merit. Colluding in mischief, they were hardly virtuous beings. If Mafe's memory served him correctly, the young man who had just walked by was none other than M.O. Lazy, a despicable creature indeed. How amusing. With a sinister glint in his eye, Mafe gazed at their receding figures, yearning to find a dark corner to deliver a blow to these 2 scoundrels. Yet, this world was rife with prying eyes. He must not act foolishly. Nonetheless, devising a way to vex these 2 wretches was certainly within his capabilities. Mafe directly opened the communication to examine the identities of Shawa and Mori during this time period. Shawa is currently associated with the Wizards, whose owner is a genuine member of the Sia ethnic group. Surprisingly, Mori also serves as the operational director of this team. Mafe pondered for a moment, realizing that the boss had been deceived. It seemed necessary to take measures to make these 2 wretches uncomfortable, ensuring they would first lose their jobs. The adage that wealth can influence even the most stubborn of forces remains an unwavering truth in any realm. Mafe directly revealed some information to a public relations firm and invested a small amount of money, preparing to ruthlessly tarnish the reputations of these 2 individuals starting tomorrow. It is believed that these 2 scoundrels will soon be swept away. Ironically, this bald man now appears quite radiant, incessantly socializing with various NCAA and NBA officials. His obsequious demeanor almost provoking Mafe to retch. After a brief interlude, the ceremony is set to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Lizi, and this is Zhao Qi. Welcome to the Yin City Water Magic Sports Center. The time now is precisely 7 p.m. Yin City time. Today, we will be live broadcasting the NCAA Global Group Drawing Ceremony. As we can see, esteemed guests have arrived, including Mr. Zodishing, the Federal Chief, Mr. Dang Yu, the President of the NCAA, Mr. David Stern, the Executive President of the NBA, along with representatives from various consortiums, sports stars, and film celebrities. Among the most noteworthy are the NCAA's rising stars. In front of us is a row of illustrious players from various NCAA teams, including Jordan, Yao Ming, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Tracy McGrady, LeBron James, and Magic Johnson. Amidst the cheers, Chief Zodishing delivered a brief speech, reminiscing about the history of the NCAA, reflecting on the present, and envisioning the future. The drawing ceremony is about to begin, and we invite Mr. Dang Yu, the president of the NCAA, to draw the first seed team. The NCAA president, a composed middle-aged man, strides confidently amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers, approaching the glass enclosure for the drawing. He casually picks up a glass ball and opens it. Group 1, University of North Carolina. Next, we invite Mr. David Stern, the president of the NBA, to draw the second seed team. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walks briskly, sporting a friendly and humble expression. Despite the overwhelming chorus of boos he faces as he approaches the glass enclosure, he picks up a glass ball and opens it. The screen displays Group 15, I-City Industrial University. At this moment, viewers around the globe, especially those unfamiliar with the situation, are bewildered by the boos directed at David Stern. Confusion reigns in the comments, with many questioning who he is and why he is being booed. Some speculate that he must have done something wrong, as evidenced by the crowd's reaction. Others express their bewilderment, stating that booing David is a tradition on our home planet. Come on, this has been our norm for decades. Don't be so shocked. One commenter remarks, David, I just want to ask, after being booed for a lifetime in your previous life, must you endure the same treatment here as well? Gratitude is extended to Mr. David Stern. Now, let us invite Mr. Michael Jordan to reveal the upcoming seeds. As Jordan takes the stage, the arena erupts in applause, leaving the indigenous spectators momentarily bewildered, oscillating between boos and cheers. What is the meaning of this? With an air of confidence and coolness, Jordan approaches the glass box and unveils the first draw, the 16th seed, Oklahoma State University. Following him, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar steps up to draw the 62nd seed, Yale University, while Hakeem Olajuwon selects the 20th seed, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Shaquille O'Neal reveals the 42nd seed, Shanghai Jiao Tong University, and Yao Ming draws the 39th seed, University of Munich. Larry Bird picks the 34th seed, University of Utah, and Patrick Ewing draws the 13th seed, UCLA. Gradually, all the seed teams are announced. The drawing rules dictate that the first round consists of 64 seed teams selected by prominent and ranked or influential basketball players. The second round involves representatives from last year's top 64 institutions, the third round features entertainment industry celebrities, and the final round includes representatives from NBA teams. Meanwhile, the basketball team from Agricultural and Forestry University is summoned by Don Nelson to observe the drawing ceremony in the projection room. However, the seed for Agricultural and Forestry University remains unannounced, casting a shadow of anxiety over the gathered spectators. Next, we invite Isiah Thomas to draw the subsequent seed placement. A chorus of boos fills the arena once again, catching the host off guard, while the live broadcast becomes increasingly lively. How can this individual be met with the same disdain as the NBA commissioner who preceded him? The bad boys finally have a banner to rally around. The unique cheers for the king of scrubs resonate throughout the venue. Thomas, with a mischievous grin, seems to revel in the crowd's discontent. With all 64 seed teams drawn, an eerie silence descends upon the venue as everyone gazes in disbelief at the list. In the projection room, Don Nelson's frustration boils over, and he slams the table in anger. No words of comfort can quell his outrage. The official live stream is abuzz with excitement, teetering on the brink of chaos. How can Agricultural and Forestry University not be a seed team? This is outrageous. Is it not evident that the faces of the dignitaries in attendance have turned pale? Hilarity ensues as the audience can no longer contain themselves. At this moment, the expressions of the dignitaries are grave. None wish to face Agricultural and Forestry University in the preliminary rounds. Meanwhile, the star players from Agricultural and Forestry University stare in disbelief at the seed list. How utterly absurd that our team is not a seed team. Thomas, with a sly smile, remarks, "Hey guys, someone is bound to shed tears shortly, but we remain unfazed. Let them do as they please." With narrowed eyes, McGrady scanned the room filled with esteemed individuals, anticipating the misfortune of certain contenders. Barkley, incensed, flung his hat aside, exclaiming, "Get lost, Shaq. You'd better pray to the heavens that our team isn't grouped with yours. I am not jesting." Kinney, too, furrowed his brow in concern. The playful banter that had filled the air moments before vanished, replaced by a palpable tension. O'Neal surveyed the hushed crowd, spreading his arms in a gesture of bewilderment. Look at this intriguing scene. The Agricultural University has astonishingly failed to secure a seed position. The criteria for such seed rankings remain a mystery to us. Yet an air of discomfort envelopes everyone as they await the forthcoming lottery draw. Maffei, however, remained utterly indifferent. This year marks the first time that Agricultural and Forestry University has advanced to the Sweet 16 of the summer tournament, and it is quite reasonable that they did not secure a seed. Barkley displayed a peculiar smile and remarked, "Gentlemen, this is rather normal. If the suspense dissipates too early, what remains to be enjoyed? Let us maintain our composure and savor the unfolding drama, shall we, Kinney?" Kinney shrugged and replied, "Indeed. It's not as if Agricultural and Forestry University is the most unfortunate. We shall see who bears the brunt of misfortune during the upcoming draw." Once the second seed teams had completed their draw, the audience gasped in horror as a Spanish university unexpectedly entered the 16th group. This, after all, is the team of the Gasol brothers, featuring players such as Rubio, Ibaka, and Calderon. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Oklahoma State University. where Durant's expression had darkened to an almost menacing shade. Although many held high hopes for the team composed of the original Thunder Five, Durant was acutely aware that his squad did not possess a significant advantage. Since arriving in the current world, several members of the original Thunder Quintet had relied on past glories, showing little development, which left Durant feeling quite frustrated. Meanwhile, West University appeared surprisingly composed, contrary to what others had anticipated, leaving everyone perplexed. As the third round commenced, we invite Mr. Maffei, the historical record holder of the melon toss competition, to draw the first team of this round. Upon hearing the name of the individual conducting the draw, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Maffei was utterly astonished to find himself allocated to the entertainment industry, and even more so to be the first to draw lots. As he ascended the stage clad in a suit that had cost him a staggering 50,000 yuan, a thunderous uproar erupted, followed by a cacophony of boos that nearly shook the venue to its foundation. The overwhelming jeers almost sent Maffei tumbling off the stage. The audience's audacity was astonishing. Why such disdain? He had not wronged them in any way. Yet, below the stage, figures like Thomas and McGrady were laughing uncontrollably. Each member of the audience was seething. It was one thing for Maffei to have been plain-looking in the past, but now, his striking handsomeness was simply unbearable. In truth, their reaction stemmed from envy and admiration. Witnessing his remarkable transformation was a sight that could not go unchallenged. The live broadcast was inundated with comments. Wow. You newcomers truly know how to entertain. Who did that scoundrel offend? I'm in love with this look. So manly. Scoundrel, are you even human? Has he undergone plastic surgery? Could it be that the scoundrel is the most dazzling of them all? Meanwhile, at home, Tin Xiaoling, the owner of Heisa Heavy Industries, was taken aback to see Maffei make his entrance. Her cheeks flushed with surprise as she recalled the unexpected connection they shared, now magnified by his striking appearance, stirring emotions within her that she had not anticipated. Chapter 45, the final verdict. Maffei disregarded the cacophony of jeers and swiftly approached the glass display. With a flourish, she seized the glass sphere, revealing its contents with a mere glance before exiting the stage without a backward look. As countless spectators beheld her extraction of 16 sets from the Kangaroo Country University, a thunderous uproar erupted, nearly dislodging the very ceiling of the sports hall. Kangaroo Country University. The team of luminaries such as Ben Simmons, Bogut, and Mills may be perceived as the weakest in this group by reputation, yet none dared to underestimate their prowess. At that moment, the official live streaming platform was inundated with fervent chatter. The evidence was irrefutable. A conspiracy was afoot. The Thunder Five were lamenting in the restroom. This maneuver left everyone bewildered. What was there to comprehend? Seriously, have you all lost your wits? This ploy is glaringly obvious. If you fail to grasp it, perhaps a thorough re-education is in order. Clearly, the final team in this group will be Agricultural University. Misjudge it, and you might as well eat your words in a handstand. This group is merely missing one contender from the top 64 of Huaxia. With only Agricultural University and Zhejiang University yet to make their appearance, is further analysis even necessary? Agricultural University. It's a foregone conclusion. This is undeniably a setup by Agricultural University. Haven T. Harden and Parker aligned themselves with the top contenders? Well then, your futures have been irrevocably severed. Imagine if Agricultural University were to eliminate Oklahoma. They would face Ice Engineering University next. How would everyone respond? In the TNT studio, Barkley chuckled mischievously. Kenny, did you see that? Many netizens are speculating that the last spot in the 16th group belongs to our Agricultural University. Shaq joined in the jest. Kenny, your team is in a precarious position. I have a hunch you're destined for the 16th group. Kenny, now completely at ease, looked at O'Neal with amusement. To be honest, based on the grouping patterns across continents, it's already clear that either Agricultural University or Zhejiang University has landed in this death group. This presents minimal pressure for us and affords us greater visibility and engagement. Indeed, one could observe that Kenny was keen on joining this group. Why, you ask? We have our sources. While it may appear that the Oklahoma State University Five are formidable, several of them are still riding on past glories. Just look at their previous records. O'Neal took over the conversation, his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the screen. What I'm saying is, if Agricultural University enters this group, then first and foremost, congratulations Charles and Kenny, you've already advanced. In fact, the strongest team in this group is undoubtedly Agricultural University. Without question, the third group has completed its draw, and Agricultural and Forestry University has already been ensnared in the scheme. The moment of excitement is about to arrive. And at this juncture, Earl Johnson exuberantly exclaimed, The draw for the fourth group is commencing, and if Agricultural and Forestry University is not placed in this group, it would indeed be a miracle, O'Neill remarked with a mischievous grin. This delighted the audience in the live broadcast room, igniting their anticipation for the genuine arrival of Agricultural and Forestry University. As the draw began, when the first name was announced, and it was not Agricultural and Forestry University, the prominent figures below sighed in relief. It wasn't until the 15th guest was drawn that Agricultural and Forestry University was finally called. Just as netizens had predicted, all 16 groups featured Agricultural and Forestry University, and this revelation sent the Zhejiang University contingent into a frenzy of joy. Upon witnessing the 16th group, Oklahoma State University, Melbourne University, and the University of Spain alongside Agricultural and Forestry University, everyone went wild. The official live broadcast room was ablaze with comments. How comical. How could the outcome be discerned after merely 3 groups had been drawn? One might inquire about Harden's emotional distress or Tony Parker's psychological impact. Harden is likely at home weeping now. At this moment, Harden, resembling a frenzied rabbit, was vehemently cursing the lottery officials. Even in the previous world, Harden had never displayed such volatility, but ever since joining Oklahoma State University, he has truly faced hardship. He had believed that joining the 5 little ones at Oklahoma State University would guarantee an effortless victory. Yet, since his arrival, only Durant, Peyton, and himself have been fervently training, while the rest seem preoccupied with enlightening the world. Now, to find themselves grouped with Agricultural and Forestry University has infuriated Harden. In the projection room of Agricultural and Forestry University, Nelson has shed his initial grievances and gazes at the team allocation with an enigmatic expression. The thought of Harden and Tony Parker's defection makes this grouping seem scripted. According to the principle of elimination by proximity, Groups 1 to 2 and 3 to 4 will yield a place in the top 32, and Nelson is convinced that Group 15, Ice Engineering University, will certainly advance. The others from Agricultural and Forestry University harbor little anger. Rather, they welcome the situation. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. The crucial aspect is that, following the draw ceremony, Agricultural and Forestry University has transformed into a sensational team, capturing global attention for their basketball program. Notably, throughout the entire draw ceremony, 3 instances garnered boos, one of which involved the NBA commissioner, while the other 2 pertained to Agricultural and Forestry University, further igniting collective curiosity to delve deeper. However, with fame often comes the desire for attention. Shortly after the draw, the following day, a player from Melbourne University, Bogut, launched an attack, declaring that the individual in question is utterly despicable. He suggested that everyone should watch his training videos. What I wish to express is, wow, what? Agricultural and Forestry University is formidable. No, our Magic University can effortlessly vanquish them. Indeed, you heard me correctly, it is I, Bogut, who asserts that I shall reduce Maffei to a lifeless swine. As Maffei observed the Kangaroo Nation player being interviewed, he noted that 2 out of 3 sentences mentioned him. This individual, whom Maffei faintly recalled, was once part of the same team as Yi Jianlian in his past life, and he considered him quite a worthless character, thoroughly dealt with by Yao Ming. Yet, his foul-mouthed nature remained unchanged. The people of the Kangaroo Nation could be succinctly described as descendants of robbers, unable to endure anyone surpassing them. And the country was notably xenophobic. On the 27th, at the Agricultural and Forestry University Training Hall, the basketball team no longer faced disdain as they had in the past. The area outside the arena was teeming with people, reporters, scouts, fans, and onlookers. The president of Agricultural and Forestry University was currently basking in newfound fame. Although he had been humiliated by Maffei, he had become an overnight sensation, a viral figure. The university had never experienced such glory before, all thanks to his immense pressure to recruit Don Nelson and the strategic decision to empower the signing of numerous superstar talents. The president, witnessing the throngs of people, wore a beaming smile that nearly smoothed away his wrinkles. He promptly mobilized robotic security to maintain order at the scene and arranged a dedicated interview room for the press. It seemed he intended to reside in that room, continuously representing the university's team in interviews, having long since forgotten any grievances with Maffei. Nelson, on the other hand, remained indifferent to the media, harboring a deep-seated aversion to journalists. In Chapter 46, titled The Tycoon, Maffei had become the center of attention on the training grounds of Agricultural and Forestry University. Swish, swish, swish. 3-pointers rained down through the net. Kenny, who was feeding him the ball, nodded in approval, acknowledging the improvement in his shooting percentage. "Hey, not bad, Kenny. This is the fruit of my daily training," Kenny agreed, recognizing that perhaps only number 24 from Los Angeles could rival this training fanatic. At that moment, Barkley approached, inquiring, "Mafe, was it you who orchestrated the joke involving Maury?" Mafe touched his forehead and remarked, "A joke in Maury? Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. How are they faring now? I've completely forgotten about this matter." Kenny gave Mafe a sharp slap on the backside, exclaiming, "You rascal, how could you not inform us? TNT thrives on such opportunistic mischief. We missed a splendid chance to garner attention." Barkley, filled with exasperation, added, "Those two fellows made quite a name for themselves online yesterday, and by this morning they had already been apprehended. It is said that they are undergoing subconscious dream testing. And if any issues arise, they will be sent directly to the Biological Research Institute for the development and testing of hair growth and fat reduction medications." Mafe shook her head, remarking that those two fellows brought it upon themselves. They could have simply hidden away, but they insisted on showing their faces. Even if she chose not to intervene, others would certainly deal with them. After all, these two characters were unlikely to last beyond 3 episodes. At that moment, Johnson had completed his warm-up and clapped Mafe on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, how's your association going? I genuinely worry about you." Hearing Johnson's concern touched Mafe deeply. Although the negotiations and contracts over the past 10 days had been quite vexing, the outcome was favorable. Now, every store of Star River Lou carried a brass belt plaque at its entrance. If previously it was an infant cradling a gold ingot, now it was an infant standing atop the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, complete with railings, daring anyone to tease the dragon's whiskers. "Rest assured, my friend, no one dares to make a move now. The Federal Fighting Association has publicly announced it on their official website. And the presence of the belt plaques in our stores serves as a deterrent. Some nefarious figures wouldn't dare approach." With the outside matters settled, the focus turned to enhancing basketball skills. Mafe possessed numerous abilities but lacked some specialized skills, such as footwork techniques like the hesitation step, Euro step, and butterfly step. He also craved offensive skills, including the pull-up jumper reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, Michael Jordan's fadeaway, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. However, he had yet to even master McGrady's pull-up, let alone the signature moves of others. The players at Agricultural and Forestry University were buzzing with excitement. The recent exposure for the team had brought them numerous benefits, and the traffic alone was enough for the players to profit handsomely. Even more lucrative were the ventures of Mafe, Barkley, Marbury, Thomas, McGrady, and others. Among the NCAA, only Agricultural and Forestry University, Shanghai Jiaotong University, and Dongguan University had managed to incorporate advertising within their arenas, and these 3 universities boasted the most vibrant team atmospheres. At the Oklahoma State University basketball training facility, the team was engaged in scrimmages. D'Antoni wore a frown, despairing as he observed a few players lounging idly. He felt utterly hopeless as he watched Westbrook and Sean Kemp, whose antics had troubled him greatly. Since arriving in this world, these fellows had been in search of the essence of life. While they could earn some money from past basketball videos, their expenses were exorbitant. Westbrook should have been thriving. Yet upon arriving here, he found himself surrounded by muscular giants. His slight frame barely caught anyone's attention, and few were eager to emulate him. Conversely, Gary Payton had indeed profited from his defensive instructional videos, but the ever-drunken Kemp often visited Payton for a handout, squandering his earnings on alcohol, leading to both of them languishing at the bottom of the team standings. Durant glanced sheepishly at James Harden, saying, "Buddy, I feel I've brought you misfortune. I never anticipated the team would end up like this." Harden sighed. "It's all right, Kevin. This is not your fault. I suppose this is simply fate. To be candid, my decision to attend Oklahoma State University was not impulsive, but rather a product of careful consideration. I perceive no potential for growth at the Agricultural and Forestry University. The chaos there is simply overwhelming. Tony Parker's choice to go to Liaoning University likely mirrors my own reasoning." Durant nodded in agreement, admitting he had never regarded the Agricultural University as a rival. Harden picked up a basketball and, candidly, admitted that initially he had intended to join Yao Ming. But a friend informed him that Jiaotong University was already at full capacity, prompting him to come to you immediately after receiving your message. Durant looked at Harden with astonishment, questioning why he would seek out Yao Ming when surely it would be more prudent to align with Olajuwon. Harden chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Kevin, our people spend money like it's flowing water, but when it comes to making money," he shook his head, "you ought to know this Yao people. They have an uncanny ability to earn rapidly. Do you remember our former boss? That was a Isiah individual who was both industrious and exceptionally hardworking, qualities we simply cannot match. I know the Isiah people are adept at making money, but what advantages are there in joining them? Durant inquired. The advantages are substantial, my friend. If they recognize your potential, they will assist you. Just look at those fellows from Jiaodong University and the Magic City. Do you honestly believe that Francis, Battier, Lowry, and Livingston were able to establish their businesses so swiftly without their own capital and connections? My goodness, Kevin, you are so naive. Have you considered how much initial capital we possess? We have barely scraped by with earnings from past videos and our own instructional content. Do we have any other business acumen? Do you know the current valuations of Battier's Presidential Pizza, Francis's Sis Burger, Livingston's Hot Dogs, and Lowry's fast food enterprise? Durant was taken aback, exclaiming, seriously? Those guys have opened up shops? They must be incredibly wealthy. However, it has only been 6 months. Their valuation can't be more than $1 million, right? Hardin rolled his eyes at Durant's naivety. Huh? Those guys are already living the high life. You have no idea how many stores they've opened, raking in cash daily. They have already surpassed 10 million. Upon hearing Hardin claim that the players from Jiaodong University were all millionaires, Durant was left utterly stunned. Is that true? That seems somewhat exaggerated. Kevin, it is not exaggerated in the slightest. Do you know who the wealthiest player among us is? Durant shook his head in confusion. Hardin sighed. Currently, the richest player is Ma Fei from the Agricultural and Forestry University. His prepared meal company and Xinghe Lao chain restaurant are practically gold mines. Friends at the nightclub have mentioned that many are eyeing acquisitions. Its market value has already surpassed 100 billion. Wow, Durant gasped. Are we talking about valuations in terms of billions? At that moment, Durant felt a desire to play the role of a loyal aide, seeking to connect with such wealth. Hardin, acting as the onlooker, remarked, what do you think? The drinks crafted by Barkley and Old Nelson are sold in Ma Fei's establishments. As Xinghe Lao expands, those two will undoubtedly become exceedingly wealthy. Chapter 47. Global Eradication. Reflecting on the disparities between individuals, Hardin found himself devoid of enthusiasm for conversation. He reclined on the sofa and remarked, this journey into this world has illuminated the truth. The true paragons of excellence are undoubtedly the Isiah clan, born of the same lineage as the Blue Star Federation. Alas, your words have stripped me of confidence. They begin their ventures with billions, while I struggle even to gather a mere 100,000. Kevin, let us merely consider this a fleeting experience in our university lives. Let us adopt a calm mindset. We shall endeavor to win to the best of our abilities. Durant leaned back firmly against the sofa, closing his eyes. Indeed, let us strive to do our utmost. At the Agricultural and Forestry University training facility, Ma Fei concluded his training session and, after a massage, prepared to return to his apartment. However, upon exiting the venue, he was besieged by reporters. Hello, Ma Fei. May we have a moment for an interview? I am a reporter from BBC. I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I represent the Isiah Sports. We would like to conduct an interview. Ma Fei gazed at the reporters in silence and gestured the number 3 with his hand. According to the league's regulations, student athletes are prohibited from being interviewed off the court. However, I find myself unable to leave at this moment. Just 3 questions, and then we shall disperse. He indicated towards a journalist from Xiaju Sports. The first question was directed to Xiaju Sports. All right, Ma Fei, I would like to inquire if your team, the Agricultural and Forestry University, is confident about advancing to the next round? That is an excellent question. Both I and the Agricultural and Forestry University team are indeed confident about progressing after nearly 6 months of hard work. It is time to reap the fruits of our labor. After responding, Ma Fei pointed to a blonde beauty. Next, the blonde lady. Hello, Ma Fei. I am a reporter from Kangaroo Country Television. Recently, Bogut from Melbourne University stated that he would turn you into a monkey. What is your response to that? In an instant, Ma Fei's expression darkened. These individuals are truly repulsive and brazen. Are they not afraid that the natives will make them disappear? Moreover, I watched that video myself. Bogut claimed he would turn himself into a dead pig, yet in this woman's words, it was immediately transformed into something else entirely. Ma Fei sneered. If that fool named Bogut dares to appear before me, I could easily beat the very essence of him from his mouth. And you, foolish journalist, I shall blacklist you and your Kangaroo Nation. Do not show your face to me again. Suddenly, a blonde beauty began to roar. You cannot treat me this way. I am a journalist, and I have the right to interview. I shall sue you. Ma Fei, weary of engaging with this insufferable woman, retorted with disdain. urging her to depart and indulge in her own folly, who granted her the audacity to offend the people of the Isiah clan. She ought to cleanse herself thoroughly and await her comeuppance. At that moment, the female journalist had already severed any semblance of civility, turning away to compose a scathing piece aimed at tarnishing the reputation of the Agricultural and Forestry University and its despicable representatives. Surrounding journalists were now in a frenzy, transformed into mere spectators, captivated by the unfolding drama. What a sensational story! Maffei vehemently confronted the Australian journalist, boldly proclaiming intentions to blacklist her. Such arrogance! Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Hello, Maffei, I am a reporter from TNT. Ben Simmons from Melbourne University stated that your Agricultural and Forestry University thrives solely on the resources of Yen City, claiming that had he been in Yen City, he would undoubtedly surpass your achievements. What is your perspective on this assertion? Maffei spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps, who can say? His success or failure bears no consequence to me. Even if he thrives in Yen City, can he truly earn the acknowledgement of others? In any case, I do not recognize him. What is he, after all? Such is the matter. Maffei brushed past the reporters and departed, yet while she may have left, the storm was only just beginning. The female journalist from the land of kangaroos returned home and began typing furiously, embarking on a relentless pursuit of the truth. Upon returning to his apartment, Maffei promptly enlisted the services of a public relations manager online, intending to establish a consulting firm. He had come to realize that such matters might frequently arise in the future, and all he needed to do was gather evidence for the company to handle. The NCAA group matches were set for January 5th, just 9 days away, and he was eager to boost his energy levels in preparation, hoping to maximize his primary attributes. That evening, a video of Maffei passionately confronting a female journalist surged to the top of the official trending list, prompting a flurry of comments from netizens. Who gave this woman the audacity to be so repugnant? She is bound to face consequences. The scoundrel is far too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Let us punish the scoundrels and uphold a clean league. It was evident that a fierce battle of public opinion was unfolding online, with participants from the former Kangaroo Nation, along with the Setting Sun Nation and the Beautiful Nation, clashing against the Isiah ethnic group. As the vitriolic remarks proliferated, the voices from the Kangaroo Nation dwindled, leaving the Isiah people increasingly vocal, which raised eyebrows had they been silenced. At that moment, the Kangaroo Nation journalist, Velis, was fervently typing her vitriolic commentary on her screen when suddenly, with a loud crash, 2 robotic police officers burst into the room. They extended their fingers, discharging electricity, and swiftly incapacitated her, whisking her away in a sack. This harrowing scene was unfolding globally. On the morning of the 28th, representatives from the Kangaroo Nation's television network visited to check on Velis, only to discover she had vanished. After filing a police report, the authorities conducted a perfunctory investigation, which incensed the Kangaroo Nation's citizens. They quickly took to social media to demand accountability from the federal government regarding Velis's whereabouts, speculating that Maffei was behind her abduction. This post propelled Maffei to the top of the trending list once again, much to the delight of onlookers. I suspect the scoundrel has met his match, or perhaps he has been outdone. What kind of vehicle are you driving, scoundrel? Use your brain. It's a valuable asset. But it appears you lack one. Have you even seen what this woman looks like? My roommate has also gone missing. She is from the Kangaroo Nation. My sister has vanished as well. I just reported it, also from the Kangaroo Nation. The internet was abuzz with news of numerous disappearances from the previous day, all demanding an investigation. In response, the official statement emerged. Our investigation has revealed that many individuals are missing, over 300,000, in fact. Given that they are citizens of the original Blue Star, the Kangaroo Nation, the Setting Sun Nation, the Beautiful Nation, and the Maple Leaf Nation, we are actively gathering evidence and hope for your understanding. And thus, a single line sufficed. No explanation was provided for the cause or the outcome. Yet, those who comprehended the implications felt a chill run down their spines, particularly those with discerning opinions. The online discourse erupted into chaos. Alas, must you continue your incessant chatter? Indeed, are you not as formidable as you claim? Come forth and engage us. As the arrival of January 1st approaches, the global celebration of the Spring Festival and New Year unfolds. This marks the inaugural Serene Spring Festival for Maffei in this new realm. The entire team from the Agricultural and Forestry University is on holiday, hosting a joyous gathering, while Maffei once again reaches out to the Poison Widow and successfully persuades her. Chapter 48. The Great Battle Against Melbourne University after several days of training. The NCAA group matches commence on January 5th, with Agricultural and Forestry University set to host Mobin University. This highly anticipated match has garnered live coverage from over 100 sports television networks and numerous media outlets, even receiving special promotion on the official website's homepage. According to the competition rules, Agricultural and Forestry University will play their matches in the following order: first at home, then away, and finally back at home. This arrangement greatly favors Agricultural and Forestry University, providing them with 2 home advantages. However, should they emerge as the top seed in their group, they may face the formidable Ice Engineering University in the elimination rounds, which would significantly heighten the difficulty of securing victory. At 6:30 in the evening, the arena of Agricultural and Forestry University is a vibrant spectacle, a veritable sea of flowers. Every home supporter entering the venue clutches a bouquet of multicolored peonies, the emblematic flower of the university. The expansive arena, with a seating capacity of 23,000, is filled to capacity, with many fans standing in the aisles. In the locker room, Mafe sits with eyes closed, immersed in music. Although the Mobin team had momentarily quieted down following previous incidents of discrimination, they resurfaced after the new year. Led by Bogut and Ben Simmons, the players from Kangaroo Nation may have refrained from uttering discriminatory remarks, yet they relentlessly targeted Mafe, critiquing his rough technique and labeling him a novice. Their insatiable thirst for attention has brought them immense joy as they unexpectedly reaped additional benefits. In this interconnected era of the galaxy, attention translates to monetary gain. Consequently, not only the players from Mobin University, but also those who harbor disdain for Mafe have joined in the verbal onslaught. Such is the nature of our entertainment-obsessed world. When a group gains advantage, they resort to reckless and fervent attacks without restraint. Mafe found herself at a loss, having not provoked anyone. Yet countless pests seemed intent on draining her vitality. She chose silence, aware that retaliating would only delight those who sought to undermine her. Thus, she resolved to let these individuals experience the true might of the king of trash on the court. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, the basketball arena at Agricultural and Forestry University was alive with anticipation. Good evening, esteemed spectators. Welcome to the Summer Clan Sports. I am Su Kun, and alongside me is Zhang Weiping. Thank you for tuning in to today's match. I trust you have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Now, let's switch to the live footage. Su Kun announced. Zhang Weiping remarked, "We are currently witnessing the opening ceremony. I must say, the atmosphere at Agricultural and Forestry University is quite electrifying. Indeed, in a strict sense, this match represents the true home game, as the previous 5 encounters lacked fervor." Zhang concurred with Su Kun, noting that today they faced a rival of considerable competitiveness. However, based on the roster we have received, Agricultural and Forestry University still holds a distinct advantage. The reason this group is dubbed the Group of Death is largely due to the intimidating reputation of the Thunder Five. Indeed, as Zhang just mentioned, many spectators have labeled the Thunder Five as mere paper tigers, Su Kun continued. Zhang chuckled, affirming, "It's true, the spectators possess keen insight." Now, let us observe the entrance ceremony for Agricultural and Forestry University. The DJ's booming voice filled the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Plant Center Gymnasium of Agricultural and Forestry University. Coming up next is the basketball match between Agricultural and Forestry University and Mobin University. Please take your seats quietly as we introduce our stars." The gymnasium fell into a hushed reverence as vibrant, multicolored projections illuminated the court. A deep male voice from the DJ passionately commenced the player introductions. Now entering the court is our team's center, our little shark, Eddie Curry. As the visuals showcased Eddie Curry's remarkable highlights, he exuberantly sprinted onto the court, seemingly cherishing the affectionate moniker bestowed upon him. Next, the DJ announced, presenting our slam dunk champion, Jason Richardson. Richardson beamed with delight, relishing the title, which he found far more formidable than that of Eddie Curry. Now, I invite everyone to lend an ear and place your hands to your lips to welcome our magnificent mad scientist, Tang Nelson. A resounding cheer erupted throughout the arena, akin to a tsunami. Standing in the entrance tunnel, Nelson was momentarily startled, genuinely believing a tsunami had arrived. As Nelson entered the arena, the cacophony of boos truly broadened his horizons. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that this was orchestrated by the esteemed president of the Agricultural and Forestry University, who felt that previous DJs had been woefully inadequate in representing the team. Thus, he specifically invited a super DJ from the Sandlet and nightclub. Now, open your mouths wide and raise your hands to welcome our illustrious quarterback, Tracy McGrady. The resounding boos continued to reverberate in everyone's ears as McGrady excitedly emerged, relishing this aura that he had once experienced in a past life, a decade and more ago. Let us extend our most sincere cheers for our magnificent Jet, Kenny Smith. Kenny relished the moment, thoroughly enjoying the impact of the DJ. Next, prepare to unleash your voices in a tsunami-like roar to welcome our great brother, Mafe. At that moment, a virtual projection hovered above the arena, showcasing the striking figure of Mafe wielding a colossal axe, adorned with a horned helmet. As he strode through the waves, the cacophony of boos intensified. Upon entering, Mafe exchanged fist bumps with his teammates, yet he was displeased, pondering who the fool was that had given him such a nickname without his consent. After this live broadcast, it would be impossible to rectify it. Upon seeing the projection above, Mafe buried his face in his hands, bemused by this absurd and endearing creation. The live stream was bustling with excitement. Wow. The Agricultural and Forestry University's entrance ceremony is truly spectacular, a devilish home ground. Great brother, allow me a moment of laughter. Is it just me? Or has Mafe had some work done? The laughter resounded. Great brother. It's so fitting, only great brother deserves the horned helmet. Now, I implore everyone to open their eyes and gaze skyward, to cheer for our aerial flying pig, the great Sir Charles Barkley. The sound dictated the fervor. And though Barkley's tsunami of sound was not as thunderous as Mafe's, the intensity spoke volumes, and Barkley reveled in the experience. Finally, let us extend the warmest of welcomes to our Agricultural and Forestry University's king of miscreants, the smiling assassin, Isiah Thomas. At this moment, the tumultuous boos completely drowned out all other sounds. Thomas basked in the kingly cheers, finding this experience far more exhilarating than during his time with the Pistons. Professor Zhang remarked, "What we just witnessed was the Agricultural and Forestry University's opening show. To be honest, I am genuinely envious. It was utterly breathtaking. Undoubtedly a devilish home ground." Sukun was equally astonished by the spectacle, recognizing that the Agricultural and Forestry University had effectively showcased both their campus beauty and traditions. Now, the question remained whether they could secure victory today. As the two teams commenced their pre-game warm-ups on the side of Mo Bin University, Bogut and Ben Simmons were filled with envy as they observed the entrance ceremony of the Agricultural and Forestry University, their eyes turning red with jealousy. They glanced at their own arena, finding it lacking in comparison, and thought, if I were there, I would undoubtedly perform better than that guy. Chapter 49, the return of the hip check. 5 minutes later, the warm-up concluded, and the starting lineups of both teams gradually took to the court. The starting lineup of Nonglin University underwent adjustments made by Nelson, featuring center Mafe, power forward Barkley, small forward McGrady, shooting guard Johnson, and point guard Thomas. As for Eddie Curry, Nelson shook his head and opted to forego his inclusion, while he intended for Marbury to assume the role of the sixth man, thereby allowing him to be separated from Thomas and Barkley. The starting lineup for the Magic consisted of center Bogut, power forward David Anderson, small forward Joe Ingles, shooting guard Ben Simmons, and point guard Patrick Mills. Beep. The game officially commenced. During the jump ball, it was Mafe against Bogut. As the referee elevated the basketball high into the air, Mafe swiftly leaped, reaching the ball first, and deftly tapped it to Thomas, granting Nonglin University the initial possession. As Mafe observed Thomas seize the ball, he swiftly positioned himself beyond the three-point line, preparing to execute a pick-and-roll with Thomas. After maneuvering past Mills, Thomas noticed Mafe's stance and seamlessly circled around his body, gliding effortlessly to the basket, where he elevated to score with finesse. However, David Anderson, who had rushed in to provide defensive support, was unable to halt his momentum and collided forcefully with Mafe. With a resounding thud, Anderson was dramatically propelled 3 meters away. Instantly, the arena fell into a hushed silence as everyone fixated on the grand virtual projection replay at center court, showcasing Anderson's exaggerated flight. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. "Are you here to perform?" they jeered. "Fool, with your physique, you think you can take on Mafe? My friend, you should consider a career in acting rather than on the court." Mafe stared in silence at Anderson, who had just flown away. This was merely the beginning. Yet his performance seemed rather exaggerated. Moreover, there is no such thing as a body hair foul in the NBA if you're attempting to deceive. At least familiarize yourself with the rules, all right? Anderson was left fuming. He acknowledged that his actions were indeed a bit theatrical, but what could he do? Although he had heard that this individual was exceptionally robust, he still wanted to test if he could give him a taste of his own medicine. To his surprise, he collided directly with a spring. The moment he made contact, Anderson realized the opponent's physicality, but his body instinctively reacted with exaggerated movements in response to the changes in his cells, which was understandable. The game continued as Mills advanced the ball into the half-court of Agricultural University, passing it to Bogut. Faced with Maffei, Bogut's eyes narrowed with animosity. He first executed a sidestep dribble, aiming to break through Maffei's defense. However, Maffei quickly moved laterally, bracing himself against the impact and forcing Bogut back. This left Bogut quite frustrated, as he hadn't anticipated Maffei's speed and strength to be so exceptional, far surpassing his own. Though he maintained a tough exterior, his body told a different story. Bogut was no fool. Seeing that Maffei had established his position firmly, he decided to relinquish the ball to Ben Simmons, who was positioned beyond the three-point line. As the 2016 first overall pick, Simmons considered himself a prodigy. Witnessing a scoundrel transform spectacularly into the backbone of Agricultural University drove him into a frenzy of jealousy. Why should he, with his talents, be overshadowed by this individual? Now, Maffei had left him far behind in both reputation and financial prowess, escalating his feelings to outright hatred. By any means necessary, Simmons was determined to bring Maffei down. When he noticed McGrady approaching to defend him, Simmons executed a between-the-legs dribble and surged past him from the side, while McGrady merely offered a token gesture of defense. Seizing upon McGrady's laxity, Simmons drove into the paint and launched a jump shot. Swish. The score was now 2-2. Marty found himself at a loss for words. T-Mac had always been like this, without a little encouragement. He seemed as if he had just emerged from slumber. It was only during critical moments that his lethargic disposition could be roused. As Maffei served, Thomas received the ball and pushed it into the opponent's half, delivering it to the strategically positioned Maffei. Unwilling to let this adversary have an easy time, Maffei recalled Bogut's insistence on transforming himself into a formidable force. Today, he was determined to make this opponent soar like a pig in flight. Contracting his abdomen and elevating his hips, he cautiously assessed Bogut's position. Once he gauged the distance, Maffei exerted himself, forcefully driving his backside into Bogut. With a resounding thud, Bogut was sent flying. Maffei swiftly pivoted and advanced towards the hoop, launching an attack. Boom. The dunk secured an additional 2 points, bringing the score to 4-2. Bogut, infuriated, shouted, "Referee. This guy fouled. He used his backside against me." The main referee, Lee Chong, glared at Bogut and retorted, "If you don't understand the rules, perhaps you shouldn't be playing basketball. Keep howling at me, and I shall issue you a technical foul." At that moment, David Anderson hurried over to restrain Bogut, saying, "Brother, this world does not prohibit hip checks. Don't provoke the referee further, or we shall be the ones to suffer." It dawned on Bogut that during his playing days, Barkley had long since retired, and the league had altered its rules. The Magic team launched an offensive, with Mills dribbling past half-court before handing the ball back to Ben Simmons. At that moment, Simmons attempted to replicate his past maneuver against McGrady. However, while McGrady had successfully evaded, the ball slipped from his grasp just after he passed McGrady. Regardless of Ben Simmons' thoughts, Maffei could tell from Tracy McGrady's demeanor that he was about to be outmaneuvered once again. Thus, he drew closer behind McGrady. As anticipated, Simmons indeed broke past McGrady, lunging forward with his long arm to snatch the ball. Upon securing it, he swiftly passed it to Thomas. Thomas, with the agility of a finely tuned engine, had already surged past the opposing defense before they could react, executing a powerful dunk to score an additional 2 points, bringing the score to 6-2. Ingles initiated the inbound pass, while Mills advanced the ball, once again entrusting it to Simmons for orchestration. At this moment, Simmons had undeniably become the cornerstone of the Magic University team. Displaying newfound wisdom, Simmons refrained from challenging McGrady directly this time. He gestured for Bogut to set a screen. As Bogut positioned himself at the three-point line, Simmons dribbled past his defender, McGrady, and charged in from Bogut's right side. Maffei was momentarily occupied by Bogut's presence. Yet just as Simmons bypassed McGrady, he noticed Thomas, like a thief in the night, abandoning his mark on Mills to attempt to steal. Simmons, safeguarding the ball on his left side, chose not to pass, for he observed that the interior defenders from Nonglin University had been drawn out. Resolute, he prepared to launch an aggressive attack. However, before he could elevate the ball in his hands, he felt a sudden lightness. The ball had vanished, snatched away by Maffei. This infuriated Simmons. His face flushed with anger as he seethed internally, feeling utterly humiliated by having the ball stolen from him twice in succession. Maffei advanced beyond the three-point line and, Upon seeing Anderson rush towards him, disregarded all caution to launch a three-pointer, knowing that Barkley was already sprinting towards the opponent's paint. Swish. With no pressure, the three-pointer was successful, bringing the score to 9-2. Chapter 50. The Grievance of Ben Simmons Beep. Seeing Nolan University score repeatedly, Emoda hastily called for a timeout. Don Nelson picked up the tactical board, refraining from unleashing his ire on McGrady, as this had become a daily occurrence. He glanced at McGrady, then at Maffei, and made some adjustments. Eddie Curry was substituted in for McGrady, instructing Maffei to take on the small forward position, with the primary task of closely marking Ben Simmons, ensuring he could not receive the ball or break through easily, thereby severing his connection with the team. Figure out the specifics of your defense on your own, he added. No problem, coach. That guy is filled with envy and resentment towards me. I intend to instill in him a sense of fear instead of admiration or jealousy. The players from Nolan University teased Maffei, laughing, You better step up. That guy is tough to handle. It would be best to shut him down completely. Just like Jordan taught his challengers a lesson. Beep. The game resumed. Beyond the three-point line, upon receiving the ball, Ben Simmons saw Maffei defending him and instantly grinned. You poor soul. Should I shoot a three-pointer or a two-pointer? As Maffei heard Ben Simmons' trash talk, he disdainfully curled his lip and said, Fool. Do you know that only women call me scum? And you won't score a single point. After declaring this, he pointed at himself, adding, I dare you to prove me wrong. In an instant, Ben Simmons' anger flared, his expression darkening as if his eyes were ablaze. The grinding of his teeth was audible, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards Maffei, a desire to consume him alive. Go ahead and try, and you'll meet your demise, he retorted. Seizing the ball and stepping forward to attempt to bypass Maffei from the left, Maffei swiftly positioned himself, using his body to block Simmons. In response, Simmons executed a swift dribble between his legs, transferring the ball to his right hand and initiating a drive from Maffei's right side. However, he soon felt the ball slip away, this time stolen by Thomas. This infuriated Simmons. Those two rascals had stolen from him 3 times already. The first 2 could be attributed to coincidence or his own negligence, but this time he was well prepared, only to be thwarted again by those 2 scoundrels. The crowd, however, was oblivious to Simmons' frustrations, erupting in cheers as, less than 5 minutes into the game, the Magic University team had been intercepted 3 times in succession. Thomas, transforming into a whirlwind, launched a fast break, crossing half-court before passing to Johnson, who finished with a layup off the backboard, bringing the score to 11-2. The Magic team continued to pass the ball to Simmons, intent on letting him redeem himself. Otherwise, his mindset might crumble. Simmons, gritting his teeth, glared at Maffei and said, If you have the guts, try to steal again. Your team is nothing but a bunch of scum. Fool, whether I steal or not. It makes no difference. You can't score. If you're so confident, shoot in front of me, or just shut up. Taking a deep breath, Simmons feigned a drive, but suddenly leaped into a jump shot, as if terrified of being intercepted. This provoked Maffei. Before he could finish his retort, Simmons attempted a sneak attack. Maffei quickly leaped to block the shot, but was a fraction too late to make contact with the ball. Swish. The score became 11-4 as Maffei inbound the ball to McGrady, who advanced into the half-court. Maffei paid no heed to Ben Simmons' earlier sneak attack, instead positioning himself directly in the opponent's paint. Ben Simmons, trailing behind Maffei, retorted with disdain, What happened, you pathetic excuse? You think you're so impressive? I just made that shot, yet you couldn't even intercept. Maffei shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, my apologies, you little coward. I couldn't care less about your ability to score. Only a coward would resort to such theatrics, and it was merely a 2-pointer. What are you boasting about? Your team still trails by 7 points. Well, now it's 9, he added. At that moment, Thomas elegantly executed a series of dance-like steps, penetrating the lane and finishing with a layup over Bogut, bringing the score to 13-4. He hardly regarded Bogut as a worthy opponent. The arena erupted in a tsunami of cheers for Thomas. Meanwhile, Ben Simmons felt a pang of imbalance within him as he swiftly received a pass from Joe Ingles and surged toward the half-court of Agricultural University. Maffei was the first to intercept Ben Simmons in the midfield, enveloping him within his defensive sphere like an octopus. As Ben Simmons perceived Maffei's defense, he charged forward aggressively, colliding with his body. However, Maffei remained unyielding, while Simmons was jolted backward, nearly losing his footing. Maffei observed that Ben Simmons was knocked off balance and swiftly extended his arm like a mythical beast, deftly snatching the ball away. Maffei dribbled the ball towards the opposing half of the court, while Ben Simmons quickly caught up after regaining his balance. Maffei deliberately lagged behind, awaiting Ben Simmons' arrival. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Simmons had caught up from behind, taking 3 swift steps to prepare for a layup. Simmons, consumed by fervor, recklessly charged from behind, intent on blocking Maffei, while Bogut, perceiving Maffei's advance, also lunged forward to mount a double team. Maffei, undeterred by the double team, leapt into the air for a resounding dunk. Observing this audacious move, Ben Simmons retaliated with a vicious punch to Maffei's lower back. While such an assault would have incapacitated most, Maffei merely felt a fleeting sting, quickly realizing Simmons had resorted to underhanded tactics. He deftly transferred the ball to his left hand, while his right arm instinctively swung back to maintain his balance, sending an elbow flying that caught Bogut squarely. With a thud, Simmons plummeted to the ground like a sack of potatoes, while Bogut was propelled away as if caught in a vehicular collision. The score stood at 15-4. Simmons had never encountered such humiliation. The impact left his ribs feeling as though they might fracture, a searing pain coursing through him. True to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, Bogut instinctively absorbed the impact, averting a potentially catastrophic injury. He quickly regained his footing, storming towards Maffei, indignantly accusing him of being a butcher, relying solely on his unscrupulous tactics. Maffei shot a glare at Bogut, scram. "You shameless wretch, if you dare to keep blabbering, I won't hesitate to unleash a long-lost technique on you." At that moment, the referee hurried over. Initially, Maffei hadn't paid much attention, but now he realized that this referee resembled the bald character from an animated series. Bogut glared at the referee, incessantly complaining, "Ref, this guy plays dirty. You must penalize him severely. He is utterly foul. Just check the video replay." The referee ignored him, merely separating the two players before proceeding to the replay monitor, scrutinizing the slow-motion footage from multiple cameras for details. With a sharp whistle, the referee confirmed the basket was valid and awarded an additional free throw. This decision ignited outrage among the players and coaches of the opposing team. "Are you blind, ref? Have you taken a bribe from the agricultural university?" Upon hearing this accusation, the bald referee immediately issued a technical foul against the opposing team, resulting in 2 free throws. He approached Bogut and warned, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will eject you from the game. Do you understand?" Chapter 51. Exasperation. Bogut dared not utter another word and instead glanced at Ben Simmons, who was now sitting up, to see if he had sustained any injuries. In truth, Maffei was already aware that Simmons was unscathed, as he had not exerted much force. Had he unleashed his full strength, the lightest outcome for Simmons would have been fractured ribs. As Maffei witnessed the bald referee issue a technical foul to Moda, he couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Well done, Baldy. It's about time you dealt with these rascals." The referee, the renowned NBA official Lee Chang, had been specially invited by the NCAA to officiate the group match. Hearing Maffei call him by his nickname left Lee Chang momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, he approached Maffei and gestured the technical foul sign, inquiring, "How did you know my nickname? Do you believe me if I say it was a guess?" Maffei was taken aback, realizing that his offhand remark had inadvertently led to a technical foul being called against him. This, in effect, nullified the foul, allowing Maffei to take a free throw. Bang! The free throw clanged off the rim, but Nolan University maintained an 11-point lead. Barkley swiftly positioned himself to seize the frontcourt rebound. Upon receiving the ball, Thomas orchestrated the play from beyond the 3-point line before passing it to McGrady. With a graceful one-handed catch, McGrady swayed his body, leaving Joe Ingles nearly losing his footing, then charged into the paint for a reverse dunk, adding another 2 points to the scoreboard. The score was now 17-4, further igniting the atmosphere in Nolan University's home arena. Ben Simmons advanced with the ball, but Maffei met him head-on, spreading his arms like an octopus to envelop Simmons. At this moment, Simmons found himself too distracted to focus. "You fool, why don't you pass? Or just shoot? At this rate, you'll run out the entire 24 seconds. Ben Simmons was taken aback by the incessant chatter. "Get lost," he retorted, creating a sliver of space to pass the ball to the awaiting Mills, who swiftly distributed it to Bogut. With the ball in hand, Bogut backed down Eddie Curry, pivoted, and attempted a jump shot, only to hear the resounding clang of a missed shot. As Maffei observed Bogut, who was evenly matched with Eddie Curry, he chose not to join the fray. He watched as Barkley effortlessly secured a rebound and passed it to Thomas, while he gradually made his way to the opponent's 3-point line, awaiting the play. At that moment, Ben Simmons approached, positioning himself closely beside Maffei, relentlessly pinching him with both hands, then executing a vigorous 360-degree twist, turning him into a fragile figure, causing Ma Fei to yelp in pain. "Referee, this guy is playing dirty, constantly pinching me." The bald referee, seemingly at a loss for words, merely shook his head and turned back to officiate the game. Noticing that the referee had overlooked his antics, Ben Simmons escalated his mischief by twisting the tender flesh at Ma Fei's waist. What a shameless act, Ma Fei thought, glancing at the referee who was not watching, and slyly raised his elbow, delivering a subtle jab. A loud cry of anguish interrupted the game. The bald referee approached, finding Ben Simmons sprawled on the floor. And after reviewing the play, he called a defensive foul against the Agricultural University. Bogut erupted in fury, shouting, "Are you out of your mind, referee? How could you miss such an obvious technical foul? That guy should be ejected for attempted harm." The bald referee glared at Bogut, warning him to choose his words carefully, or he would be the next to face expulsion. Bogut trembled with indignation. Meanwhile, Ma Fei, seemingly unfazed, stood beneath the basket, preparing for a magical free throw. With a beep, the Agricultural University made substitutions. Richardson replaced Ma Fei, and Kinney took over for Johnson. Nelson patted Ma Fei on the back, advising him to be cautious and avoid being called for a technical foul again. "Don't worry, that was just an accidental slip of the tongue. It won't happen again." Once Ma Fei exited the court, the game seemed to flow seamlessly, with both teams engaging in an offensive display of basketball. On one end, Ben Simmons faced Richardson, while on the other, Thomas exploited a mismatch against Anderson, resulting in an exhilarating exchange of plays. Among these, Ben Simmons' spectacular move left the fans of Agricultural University in awe. Barkley, Thomas, and others maintained a firm grip on the game's tempo, ensuring the score remained above a 12-point lead. 3 minutes into the second quarter, Ma Fei returned to replace Eddie Curry. Now, Nelson utilized Ma Fei as a free agent, assigning him to cover any position that required reinforcement. "Hey, you scoundrel, you finally made it. I can't wait for you to experience the thrill of real strength." Upon witnessing the amusing antics of Bogut, Ma Fei couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "You are utterly ridiculous. I have no desire to endure the stench of nonsense." Just as Bogut was about to retort, he was taken by surprise as the basketball soared towards him. Instinctively, he prepared to receive the ball, only to be met with nothing but air. A resounding smack echoed in the silence. Ma Fei seized the ball a step ahead. Bogut, gritting his teeth, pursued from behind. Yet being a center, his speed paled in comparison to that of Ma Fei. Ma Fei, while advancing with the ball, noticed Ben Simmons attempting to intercept him. With a swift step, he deftly maneuvered past Simmons' right side, leaving Simmons no time to react before he vanished from sight. Ma Fei observed that the area beneath the basket was entirely unoccupied. He soared into the air, executing a powerful tomahawk dunk. Thud. The score was now 35-20, granting them a 15-point lead. Ma Fei scored 2 points with a slam dunk. Meanwhile, Emoda swiftly initiated a pass, advancing past the halfway line to set up a play for Bogut, preparing to counterattack against Ma Fei. Ma Fei pressed against Bogut with one arm, for this fellow was a full 8 centimeters taller than him. He steadied his lower body, observing Bogut's next move. Bogut leaned back, realizing he could not budge Ma Fei at all. However, being half a head taller than Ma Fei, coupled with a longer wingspan, he effortlessly pivoted and executed a jump shot. In the span of nearly half a month, Ma Fei has consumed all 30 of the Lotus Clear Mist Eagle Eye pills, elevating her vision from 1.5 to an astonishing 10.5. Consequently, Bogut's movements were readily discernible to Ma Fei, who effortlessly tracked the trajectory of his dribbling. Anticipating Bogut's jump shot, as he turned to lift the ball, it was swiftly snatched away by Ma Fei. Frustrated, Bogut found himself cursing inwardly, labeling her a mere thief, one who only excels at stealing the ball. Ma Fei advanced into the offensive zone, directly distributing the ball to Richardson. With a graceful feint, Richardson evaded the defending players of the Magic and made a direct drive towards the basket, igniting the crowd once more. Meanwhile, Ma Fei swiftly retreated to his half of the court to bolster the defense. Ben Simmons, seizing the ball, advanced again, but this time refrained from passing to Bogut. Instead, he opted to showcase his skills, while the other players for the Magic began to reposition themselves. Bogut, stationed firmly in front of Ma Fei, started taunting him. "You pathetic loser. Is stealing the only thing you can do? You resemble a thief from a villainous tale. Why don't we settle this with a one-on-one duel?" Ma Fei was left speechless. He had now become a male god. Yet this group incessantly hurled insults, referring to him as scum and a dead kangaroo. They ought to express gratitude to their deity for the fact that their repugnant words were not recorded. Otherwise, they might find themselves subjected to medical research for drug trials. Chapter 52. Bogut's expulsion. Upon hearing those words, Bogut felt a chill run down his spine, but the resentment brewing within him only intensified. Scum, he thought. You better pray for your continued safety, for it is likely that millions now desire to feast upon your flesh. After uttering these words, Bogut seized the moment when all eyes were fixated on Ben Simmons and suddenly swung his elbow with ferocity, aiming a vicious strike backward. Upon noticing the sly antics of his opponent, Maffei swiftly recoiled, narrowly evading Bogut's menacing elbow. However, Bogut, propelled by excessive force, lost his balance, and Maffei's deft retreat sent him staggering backward like a collapsing tower. Maffei promptly sidestepped the impending chaos. The impact left Bogut in a state of disarray, grimacing in pain. This brief interlude did not disrupt the flow of the game. Ben Simmons executed a dribble followed by a jump shot that found its mark. Meanwhile, Barkley initiated a pass to Kenny, and Maffei swiftly advanced to the front court, calling for the ball. Observing that Bogut had yet to catch up, Kenny decisively passed the ball to Maffei. Maffei deliberately dribbled the ball, pausing momentarily to observe Bogut, who had positioned himself behind her to initiate defense. Maffei began to confront Bogut, the clown, exclaiming that his previous fall was utterly captivating. You have truly etched performance into your very being. Scoundrel, wretched scum. If you possess any courage, dare to strike me. Yet you resort to underhanded tactics. Thud. As Maffei turned during his back play, he deliberately elbowed Bogut. But this cunning fellow was too astute, anticipating Maffei's retaliation and swiftly retreating a step to evade the covert elbow strike. Maffei paid no heed to Bogut's defensive maneuvers behind him and charged forward with unrestrained force. Bang! Bogut was once again propelled away. Maffei effortlessly executed a slam dunk, adding 2 more points to the scoreboard. Bogut was infuriated, exclaiming, "Referee. The opposing player wearing number 99 has concealed illegal equipment within his shorts. You must investigate." Chief Referee Li Chang nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Maffei, stating, "Number 99, please come over for a check." Maffei Ming followed the chief referee into the players' tunnel for inspection, igniting a frenzy among the spectators and those watching the live broadcast. What could the referee possibly want with Maffei Ming? The narrative between the two was intriguing. Could there be a hidden conspiracy? Within 2 minutes, they re-emerged onto the court, and the referee blew the whistle to resume the match. Bogut found himself at a loss. Initially, he intended to merely annoy Maffei Ming by suggesting he was equipped with illicit gear, never expecting the referee to take it seriously. The Magic continued their offensive. Meanwhile, Bogut's eyes were now bloodshot. After being knocked down twice, he was determined to retaliate. Approaching the key, he raised his hands to signal for the ball. Upon noticing Bogut's demand, Ben Simmons passed it to him. Having learned from his previous encounter, Bogut opted not to unleash all his strength with an elbow this time. Instead, he slowly maneuvered backward, intending to push Maffei Ming beneath the basket before delivering a decisive elbow strike. Maffei would not, as Bogut hoped, simply use her body to obstruct him, rendering him immobile. Instead, she adeptly employed both hands to unleash a barrage of underhanded tactics upon him, earning the title of the King of Filth. This time, Bogut found himself in a predicament, grimacing in discomfort, yet powerless to retaliate. For Maffei's fingers were discreetly concealed within her attire, making it difficult to discern even upon reviewing the footage. Seizing the moment while Bogut was momentarily disoriented, Maffei deftly maneuvered from behind and snatched the ball away from him. Instead of opting for a personal attack, he swiftly passed the ball to Kenny, who, upon surveying the opponent's half-court and noticing the absence of defenders, took the opportunity to launch a 3-point shot from beyond the arc swish. The score now stood at 42-20, with Nonglin University boasting a lead of over 20 points. Referee, this is unjust. The grip of number 99 has left my skin bruised and discolored. Look. As he lifted his shirt, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Bogut's body was marked with dark patches resembling the aftermath of cupping therapy. Upon hearing that this jester had gone to lodge a complaint, Maffei immediately rushed over. Referee, do take a look. This fellow has also laid hands upon me, she exclaimed, lifting her garment to reveal the evidence. As Maffei lifted her garments, the entire stadium was engulfed in this scene. Wails of despair echoed throughout the arena. The referee glanced over, though not as pronounced as Bogut's. It was still a significant infringement. Quickly summon the 2 individuals over here. Listen attentively, both of you. If you wish for this match to continue, you must comport yourselves accordingly and refrain from any tricks. Do you understand? Maffei, with a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate underdog, nodded subtly towards the referee. Meanwhile, Bogut was seized by a strong desire to unleash his frustrations. Yet the thought of his own departure leading to the downfall of his team restrained him from voicing his discontent. He simply turned and walked away. "Timeout," roared the coach, igniting a flurry of emotions. Bogut, seething with indignation, removed his mouthguard and hurled his towel onto the floor with vehemence. Ben Simmons approached to offer some consolation. On the other side, the atmosphere became lively as Maffei finally exhaled in relief. Had he not defended himself, a technical foul could have led to his expulsion. With this thought, his gaze turned ominously towards Bogut and Simmons. From the bench, Bogut caught Maffei's glare and defiantly extended his middle finger, inciting fury among the fans from Agricultural University. A cacophony of boos erupted, shaking the arena. Bald-headed Chang nearly choked on his water upon witnessing the projection above, displaying Bogut's offensive gesture directed at him. In a fit of rage, he discarded his drink and stormed over to Bogut, issuing a technical foul while signaling for his ejection. The crowd erupted in chaos as Bogut was expelled, inciting a riot among the fans. "What does this mean? Why are you ejecting our player? Your officiating is flawed. We will file a complaint. You are a disgrace of a referee." And with that, another technical foul was issued. Mechanical security personnel rushed in to shield the referee. The entire arena erupted in laughter at the unfolding drama, reveling in the absurdity of the situation. Maffei did not anticipate Bogut's reckless behavior, but witnessing his ejection from the game was quite gratifying. That fool truly deserved it. Were it not for the constant protection from the heavens above, he would have undoubtedly faced a beating. "Aha, you brought this upon yourself." Upon hearing the commotion, Bogut turned to see Maffei, threateningly stating, "You scoundrel, just wait. I shall deal with you in due time." His fists clenched with a crack, and he promptly exited the court. Beep. The game resumed. Bogut's expulsion deflated the spirits of his teammates, shifting the balance of victory entirely in favor of the Agricultural University. Meanwhile, Maffei transformed into a formidable force, accumulating impressive statistics during the remainder of the second quarter, ultimately concluding the half with a score of 65-32. Greetings, everyone. This is the Summer Sports Network, and we are currently at halftime. Let us address some of the questions posed by our audience. Some say Maffei is merely a disruptor. Whenever he is on the court, the pace of the game noticeably diminishes. Now, let us hear Teacher Zhang's commentary on this. Chapter 53. Ben Simmons is baffled upon hearing Su Kun discuss the online comments from viewers. Zhang Weiping shook his head in disagreement. This assertion is somewhat excessive. Firstly, Maffei's defensive attitude is undoubtedly the finest at Agricultural University, as evidenced by his first-half statistics: 6 of 10 in 2-point attempts, totaling 12 points, and 2 of 2 in 3-point shots, amassing 18 points, 6 rebounds, 7 steals, and 3 assists. His performance was remarkably comprehensive. Furthermore, he effectively limited his opponents, as both Ben Simmons and Bogut averaged 4 turnovers each under Maffei's defense. Su Kun glanced at the live screen and chuckled, noting the comments about Maffei's robust physique, now comparable to that of LeBron James. During the match, when juxtaposed with Bogut, Maffei's build appeared even broader. Zhang Weiping recalled the earlier scene where Maffei lifted his shirt to prove his innocence to the referee, revealing impressive rhomboid muscles that rivaled those of LeBron James. Su Kun continued to observe the screen, noting that one viewer remarked that Maffei had become the Agricultural University's firefighting player, with Coach Nelson deploying him wherever there was a need. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement, acknowledging the astute observation. Indeed, Nelson treated Maffei as a critical asset, as Agricultural University was not without its flaws. Maffei was uniquely capable of filling in gaps, being the only player who could seamlessly transition from the point guard position to the center. Many may argue that playing all 5 positions is too simplistic for modern players, yet it is indeed increasingly challenging. I can assert with confidence that few in the entire league possess the versatility to excel in all 5 positions. Only a select few like Jordan, Johnson, Garnett, and James can be counted among them. Upon listening to Teacher Zhang's commentary, let us delve into the current state of the draft. Following the new year, the NBA draft seems to have gained considerable momentum. I have observed several draft boards undergoing constant fluctuations. To ascertain the specific issues at hand, we shall consult Teacher Zhang once more. The draft is indeed a matter of great interest to all. I notice that Xiao Su frequently seeks to establish rankings. Yet I must assert that it is still too early to determine who is rising or falling. It's best to simply enjoy the spectacle. Allow me to share an intriguing observation. This is merely something I have heard, and you may ponder it as you listen. Have you noticed a commonality among many rankings? As Zhang Weiping posed this question to the online audience, they appeared bewildered. Commonality? What could it be? ISNT Jordan always at the top? Yao Ming has recently secured a place in the top 20. What else could there be? The shared trait is that Tracy McGrady has remained unchanged at the 48th position. Zhang Weiping chuckled upon seeing the replies, realizing that most had overlooked this fact. It is indeed unreasonable for McGrady's position to remain static since his entry onto the board. The audience then came to a startling realization. McGrady is indeed ranked 99th. Yet the players he has defeated, such as Chi Man, still occupy the 83rd position. Is this not evidently problematic? I maintain that Djago cannot possibly be ranked so low. Look, Chi Man is at 83. And what about Bogut at 85 and Ben Simmons at 64? These are all players who have succumbed to McGrady. It appears there is a reluctance to compare. Zhang Weiping continued, it seems our audience possesses keen insight. They have grasped the situation. I have heard that McGrady's ranking has been suppressed. This year, clubs are engaged in a competition to strategically lower their standings to enhance their draft positions, and no one truly knows what pick they will secure. My understanding diverges from yours. It is rumored that McGrady is assured a place in the top 5. Some consortiums are even willing to bet on him as a foundational player for their teams, albeit discreetly, as they fear raising his rank could lead to complications for themselves. Is this truly the strategy being employed? It resembles tactics from previous NBA drafts. I remarked, why is it that McGrady, with his blue-collar playing style, remains a focal point? The discourse online often shifts, with any dissenting opinion swiftly met with hostility, gradually distorting the conversation. Now, the second half is about to commence. Let us observe if, after the intermission, the University of Magic can regain some momentum, as the current score gap stands at 33 points. As the third quarter commenced, the team from Agricultural and Forestry University launched an offensive. Maffei swiftly maneuvered within the confines of the opposing team's restricted area. In the absence of Bogut, the Agricultural and Forestry University completely dominated the paint. Before long, the ball found its way into Maffei's hands. With his back to the basket, he began to assert his position, but Ben Simmons, undeterred, aggressively engaged him. Despite the painful grip on his waist, Maffei summoned all his strength and forcefully thrust backward, propelling Simmons a good 3 meters away. With a fluid motion, Maffei turned and effortlessly executed a slam dunk, igniting a fervor within the Agricultural and Forestry University gymnasium. The very first play had sent their opponent's star player flying. The bench erupted in chaos, towels waving as the excitement spread. Others began to glance at Maffei's rear, while Thomas gleefully approached and playfully slapped Maffei's backside, exclaiming about its remarkable elasticity, capable of launching an opponent so far. It seemed the moniker of Flying Pig was destined to become synonymous with Maffei. This marked Maffei's inaugural encounter with Ben Simmons, who had repeatedly taken liberties in their defensive exchanges, often resorting to excessive physicality. Maffei disregarded the lewd gazes of those around her, casting a fierce glare at the fallen Ben Simmons. Just wait, I'll see if you dare to defend against me again. How does the thrill of flying feel? Ben Simmons, still somewhat dazed as he was pulled to his feet, muttered, "You scoundrel, just wait. Is that all you can resort to, underhanded tactics?" Upon hearing Ben Simmons' words, Maffei's expression darkened. "Since you are so fond of unscrupulous tactics, I shall demonstrate them to you shortly." Maffei originally intended to impose a punishment on Bogut, but that fellow had foolishly brought about his own demise and was ejected from the game. Now, with another challenger daring to confront him, it was imperative to make the arrangements crystal clear. Ben Simmons, in a moment of naivety, glanced back at Maffei but chose to disregard him, instead taking 2 steps to the side to receive the basketball and commenced his advance with the ball. As Maffei gradually approached Ben Simmons' offensive route, he had barely taken a couple of steps when Simmons, in a moment of disarray, lost control of the ball, allowing it to bounce precariously near his knees. Seizing the opportunity, Maffei transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly snatching the ball away. With a powerful stride, he surged towards the basket, executing a thunderous slam dunk just inside the free throw line. The arena erupted in cheers. Ben Simmons stood momentarily dazed, having committed a blunder. Chapter 54. Maffei's enigmatic smile after receiving a pass from his teammate. Simmons charged forward once more. However, while attempting to exploit a mismatch against Kenny, he lost his grip on the ball, inadvertently sending it crashing down onto his own foot. Shit. Simmons cursed under his breath as he hastily tried to reclaim possession. But fate intervened, causing his foot to trip over Kenny's. The towering Simmons, standing at 208 centimeters, lost his balance and fell to the ground, landing face-first with a thud. His nose crumpled upon impact. Simmons began to wail, prompting the referee to immediately call for a timeout. A medical robot rushed onto the scene to assess his injuries. And within a minute, another robot arrived. Together they hoisted Simmons onto a stretcher. The entire arena erupted with fervent cheers, fans waving their hands in celebration of Simmons' exit. Returning to the bench, Maffei observed the audience's enthusiastic response and noted that 2 key players from the opposing team had also left the court, allowing him to relax. He squinted, casting a sinister glance towards the University of Mabon players with a sly grin. However, fate was unkind, as this very expression was captured by the live broadcast cameras, particularly from the angle of the bald-headed commentator, and projected onto the arena's big screen. At that moment, the commentator lamented the misfortune of Simmons, who had managed to injure himself even while dribbling. Suddenly, he heard laughter from the crowd and looked up to see the virtual projection displaying Maffei's bizarre smile directed at him. Enraged, the commentator stormed over to Maffei, making a T gesture followed by a signal for him to leave the court, which silenced the entire arena. Boos erupted furiously, and numerous spectators began to voice their anger, igniting a tumultuous atmosphere within the venue. Maffei covered her head with both hands, staring incredulously at Bald Chong. "Have I killed your entire family or desecrated your ancestral grave? On what grounds do you expel me from the court?" she exclaimed. "Don't you have eyes? Look for yourself." As she spoke, Bald Chong gestured towards the scene currently being broadcast. Maffei was consumed by rage. Incensed that his home ground had been so brazenly manipulated, was this the act of an individual? In a fit of fury, he tore off his shirt and flung it to the ground, defiantly taking a seat on the bench and refusing to leave. In response, Bald Chong approached him multiple times, urging Maffei to return to his dressing room. Before long, 2 robotic security guards, summoned by Bald Chong, forcibly ejected Maffei from the arena. The entire team from Agricultural and Forestry University was left bewildered. Nelson, in particular, stared incredulously at the referee, shouting in a frenzy, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you give him a technical foul?" Bald Chong regarded Nelson with disdain, retorting, "Your player mocked the referee. What's wrong with my decision? If you continue to yell at me, I wouldn't hesitate to issue you a technical foul as well." Nelson's temper boiled over. He exclaimed in disbelief, "You're insane. Which of your eyes saw him mocking you? I have no obligation to explain myself to you. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint after the match. For now, silence yourself." Nelson slammed the tactical board down in frustration. Being ejected from the game would lead to an automatic suspension for the next match, a dire predicament for him, considering the upcoming confrontation against the University of Spain, featuring the Gasol brothers, as well as Rubio, Ibaka, and Calderon. The thought alone gave him a headache. He had to appeal after the game. Meanwhile, Maffei had been unceremoniously expelled from the court by the 2 robotic guards. In the locker room, he raged, cursing as he projected a video of his own smile onto the virtual display, hurling invectives at Bald Chong. At that moment, the editor responsible for capturing footage was flabbergasted. A live broadcast incident had occurred. As a staff member of the Federal Sports Broadcasting, he had intended to capture various angles of Maffei, but had carelessly copied a segment without review, resulting in this grave mishap. Outside, the president of Agricultural and Forestry University was furiously kicking the door, unable to tolerate this deliberate sabotage, even against the backdrop of the colossal Federal Sports Broadcasting. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly sought to remedy it by airing 6 different angles that fortuitously showcased Maffei's enigmatic smile. The match continued. Yet both teams were now disinterested, with 2 key players from Magic University withdrawing and Maffei expelled. Only Thomas and his group continued to dominate. Suddenly, 6 screens appeared above the court, displaying Maffei's mysterious smile captured from 16 different angles. This astonished the crowd, and upon witnessing the widespread footage of the bemusing smile, the spectators erupted in anger. Boos filled the arena once more, as it became evident that Maffei had not been looking at the referee, but rather at the Magic University bench. Bald Chong glanced up at the projection, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He truly had made an erroneous judgment. Though he recognized his mistake, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to officiate, steadfast in his resolve. The audience, witnessing the referee's obstinacy, began to boo with renewed fervor. "Damn that bald-headed fellow. He ought to be expelled. Isn't this absurd? The 2 inexplicable technical fouls inflicted upon that scoundrel are baffling. This wretched editor deserves to be dismissed." Furthermore, the 6 different smiles displayed by Maffei are exceedingly peculiar. Ranging from a sinister grin to a shy smile, leaving everyone utterly confounded. Despite the varying angles, how can there be such an array of expressions? Had Ma Fei been present, he would surely have understood the situation. It must be the work of that devilishly charming rascal. Nelson is truly tempted to eliminate this editor. Are you out of your mind? Do you not review the released footage? Thomas and his companions can only shake their heads in disbelief. Ma Fei has had an extraordinarily unfortunate day, incurring 2 bewildering technical fouls. Ma Fei should perhaps go burn some incense, as he is truly beset by misfortune, an embodiment of calamity. Kenny glanced at everyone and said, "All right. Let us wrap up the match. There may still be hope." McGrady smiled mysteriously, adding, "Indeed, Ma Fei has always been quite fortunate. Although Ma Fei can no longer play." The remaining players showcased what it means to be a superstar. McGrady's jump shot, Thomas's assassin-like footwork, Kenny's three-pointers, and Barkley's powerful moves provided the audience with a visual feast. Ultimately, Nonglin University triumphed over Mobin University with a resounding score of 132-92. Following the conclusion of the match, a press conference was imminent, and Mobin University's coach, Brett Brown, immediately launched into a tirade against the referees. "Yes, you heard correctly. The referees ruined this game. We had a chance. But the officials deliberately favored the home team." "Hello, Coach. I am an ESPN reporter. May I ask why you chose to have Ben Simmons guard Ma Fei instead of Bogut? It is well known that Ma Fei has never been outmatched in strength. Are you not concerned that Ma Fei might injure your 2 key players?" The response was, "I have been closely monitoring Ma Fei. If I did not deploy our 2 main players to contend with him, we would suffer a devastating loss. Hence, I devised a defensive strategy. As you've seen, that fellow is a true beast." Chapter 55. The Aftermath in the Nonglin University Press Room. "Mr. Nelson, do you have any comments regarding this match?" "Certainly. While I could forego discussing many aspects, who can elucidate the 2 technical fouls against Ma Fei? As everyone witnessed, the referee erroneously issued 2 technicals. I shall promptly file a complaint with the NCAA. I refuse to believe that there is no justice." The reporters, upon hearing Nelson's protest, did not mock him. Anyone in his position would act similarly. "Mr. Nelson, do you believe you have overused Ma Fei? I noticed he occupied several positions." No, I have not overused him. Do not label me as a player abuser. I merely encouraged Ma Fei to explore various positions and styles of play. After all, he is still relatively new to basketball and needs to gain diverse experience. All right, esteemed journalists, this press conference concludes here. I am no longer in the mood for interviews, for I must swiftly proceed with my appeal. With a remark directed at the reporters, Nielsen hastily departed. Immediately following the conclusion of the match, the highlights and content from the arena were prominently featured on the homepage of the official website. Notably, Ma Fei's enigmatic smile garnered an astonishing number of clicks, skyrocketing to the 10th position and rapidly closing in on the 9th. Nielsen was not merely speaking. He had meticulously prepared the complaint materials and promptly dispatched them via email to the NCAA arbitration office. "Knock, knock. Come in. Director Wong, is there something you need?" "Chairman Deng, this is a complaint from Coach Don Nielsen of Agricultural University." "Oh, handle it as per protocol. Why inquire further?" "Chairman Deng, I intended to adhere to protocol. Yet this matter pertains to the recent incident involving the newcomer, and I hesitate to make a unilateral decision. Thus, I sought your guidance." Chairman Deng briefly perused the materials. "What about Ma Fei? Is there a recording of the match?" "One moment, please. Let me pull it up." The match commenced. After 20 minutes, until Ma Fei was ejected, Chairman Deng found himself in stitches. "Haha, this fellow is quite amusing. Director Wong, rescind his 2nd technical foul. That tee was utterly unwarranted. We cannot allow the NCAA to bear the blame. By the way, hold off on the announcement. Let's release it tomorrow morning." By 10:30 that evening, Ma Fei's enigmatic smile unsurprisingly topped the trending charts. However, reaching the pinnacle of trending was merely the first step. Shortly thereafter, the 6th trending topic also pertained to Ma Fei. What exactly did he say to the referee before receiving that tee? The 8th topic, divine buttock strike, and the 10th, Ma Fei's cosmetic surgery, comprised 4 trending topics solely revolving around him, astonishing the stars of the entertainment industry. As never before had a celebrity from either entertainment or sports monopolized 4 spots simultaneously. Ma Fei swiftly became a household name globally, although he had previously trended. It was fleeting, unlike this time, where the public yearned for deeper insights into the news. Former entertainment and sports celebrities were equally taken aback. Eagerly attempting to ride the wave of this opportunity, such a chance should not be squandered. Meanwhile, the official live stream was showcasing the Spanish university challenging Oklahoma State University. The first overtime had concluded with the score tied at 124-124, and the competition was fierce. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience at Oklahoma State University. The players from both teams, preparing for battle, were startled, fearing an unexpected incident. Durant turned to D'Antoni and inquired, "Boss, what just happened? Why are the fans all conversing?" Harden chimed in, "Indeed. Something must have transpired. You should ask the fans." D'Antoni was equally bewildered, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, sensing that something significant had transpired. Otherwise, the fans would not have reacted so vehemently. Abandoning his tactical board, he approached the front row of fans and inquired, "Gentlemen, what is it that has stirred your excitement?" "Hey, coach. We just witnessed Maffei and Bogut from the Agricultural University being ejected." Thunderstruck, D'Antoni felt as if his mind had exploded, his excitement propelling him back to the coaching bench. Durant, noticing D'Antoni's return, beckoned to him for clarification. Internally, however, D'Antoni was far from calm. Upon hearing of Maffei's ejection, a foreboding sense washed over him. If they failed to secure a victory against the University of Spain, that institution would advance directly from this perilous group stage. D'Antoni understood all too well the pivotal role Maffei played for the Agricultural University. "Boss, do we have any intel?" Durant quickly inquired. Instead of addressing Durant's question, D'Antoni waved for all the players to gather around. Once they were assembled, he stated, "Gentlemen, we are in trouble. The Agricultural University has been decimated, and Maffei has been ejected." Buzzing with confusion, Durant, Harden, and the others were taken aback. Their coaching staff and intelligence personnel had previously provided insights regarding Maffei's significance to the Agricultural University. Now, learning of his ejection meant he would be absent for the match against the University of Spain. The Agricultural University, lacking Maffei, might not stand a chance against the Gasol brothers, effectively handing a victory to the University of Spain. Durant thumped his chest, glaring at the Gasol brothers across the court. "This is incredibly precarious. Thankfully, we still have a chance. We must vanquish those two bears from Spain." Harden nodded in agreement. "Brothers, we cannot allow those Spanish rascals to continue their arrogance. We must put a stop to them. Let's take them down." On the other side, Gasol observed the Homer State University players, who appeared invigorated as if they had been electrified. He thought to himself that trouble was brewing. Gasol had been closely monitoring the movements of Homer State University, and upon witnessing D'Antoni's return and the animated discourse among the players, he sensed urgency. He promptly patted Rubio on the shoulder. "Ricky, go over to the fans and find out what they are discussing." Rubio, taken aback by his captain's insistence on gossip during such a critical moment, felt hesitant to contradict him. Reluctantly, he tossed aside his towel and approached the stands to inquire. "Go away. We do not welcome you here. Do not come to eavesdrop. Return to your place." Seeing Rubio's unsuccessful attempt, Gasol felt a sense of helplessness. After all, they were the visitors. One could not simply wield a sword to compel the audience to divulge information. At that moment, Gasol felt a restless excitement stirring within him, particularly as he witnessed Homer State University suddenly becoming energized. An idea struck him, and he quickly approached the coaching staff, requesting, "Coach, may I see your phone?" The coach, rendered speechless, handed over his device, fully aware that players were prohibited from bringing communication devices or metallic objects onto the court. Gasol swiftly accessed the homepage of the official website, and upon glancing at it, he instantly understood the situation, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Guys, our opportunity has arrived. Gather around quickly. The game is about to commence." Chapter 56. The outcry against Maffei as everyone observed Gasol sitting there, fervently scrolling through the coach's phone. They were left puzzled about his intentions. Gasol, brimming with excitement, shook the phone at them and exclaimed, "Guess what I've just discovered? All right. I want to keep you in suspense any longer. Maffei from Agricultural and Forestry University has been ejected. This is our chance. If we can sink Homer State University, nothing will stand in our way." The players from West University immediately erupted with exhilaration. With Maffei absent from the paint, the interior defense provided solely by Barkley and Eddie Curry would be utterly inadequate to contend with the Gasol brothers, igniting a flicker of hope within the Spanish university. No wonder there had been such a commotion earlier. Thankfully, they had learned of this development. Had they remained oblivious, it would have been a grave injustice. "Now is our moment. Let's take them down. Let us take them down." Maffei could hardly believe it, for her trending topic had inadvertently ignited a fierce showdown between Homer State University and Western University. At that moment, Maffei felt utterly disheartened. Inexplicably ejected from the game, a predicament that would leave anyone in distress. Meanwhile, an electrifying spectacle was about to unfold, akin to a collision of celestial bodies. No one could anticipate that Maffei's actions had propelled this match into the spotlight. As spectators eagerly awaited the clash of the two formidable teams in the so-called group of death to discern which would emerge superior. This contest was to be broadcast live on TNT, with Shaquille O'Neal and Draymond Green set to commence their game on January 7th. Both keen to witness the duel between Durant and Gasol. They joined the live commentary alongside the familiar Earl Johnson. Gentlemen, the moment of reckoning has arrived. Today, these two teams are locked in a fierce battle, with the tension palpable since the first quarter, and a second overtime is imminent. This is precisely the spectacle we long to behold, is it not? Shaq, your earlier metaphor was misplaced. It is not merely a fierce encounter, but a cataclysmic clash. O'Neal looked exasperatedly at Draymond Green, saying, "Do you know why I harbor such disdain for you? You're incorrigibly argumentative. That was just a metaphor. Do you comprehend?" Earl Johnson swiftly interjected, "All right, let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. The second overtime is about to commence. What are your thoughts?" O'Neal, no longer jesting, focused intently on the screen, exclaiming, "Folks, the producer has just revealed explosive news. The entire world is now aware. Just look at these two teams we are broadcasting live. They appear invigorated, and the producer might even highlight that for us." Earl Johnson furrowed his brow, remarking, "Shaq, are you joking with the audience? The homepage of the official website is visible to all right? Fine, I shall cease this banter, but allow me a moment to laugh heartily. I can't help but burst into laughter. This hefty fellow Charles and Kenny have certainly backed the wrong horse, providing us all an unexpected opportunity. Wouldn't you agree?" Draymond Green could not contain himself, slapping the table in delight. This is so incredibly satisfying. I must say that bald referee has done humanity a service." Earl Johnson stared in disbelief at the two. "Gentlemen, is it truly necessary to revel in someone else's misfortune?" Maffei was merely ejected. "There is no cause for such jubilation." O'Neal countered, No. Right now, all NCAA institutions should rejoice, for this could potentially lead to Agricultural University's elimination." He rubbed his hands together in excitement. "What I fervently wish for is the Gasol brothers' victory." Draymond Green echoed his enthusiasm. "Indeed, I too hope for a Gasol triumph. That wretched flying pig and Kenny are destined for elimination." In the gaze of countless spectators, Draymond Green and Shaquille O'Neal exchanged a hearty slap of their palms in celebration, leaving the viewers in bewilderment. Why were they so ecstatic when Maffei had merely been ejected from the game? Especially the indigenous people were perplexed. During the NCAA draw, Maffei faced a chorus of boos from the crowd. Now, two seemingly unrelated individuals are celebrating Maffei's ejection. Although I have seen that charming fellow trending online, I merely chuckled at it. Countless spectators, eager for the spectacle, passionately engage in banter in the official live stream. Maffei has met his downfall. The scoundrel has faced his demise, all thanks to Bald Chang. A song of lament is dedicated to the scoundrel. My scoundrel is destined for a grim fate. Particularly, that backside is quite the spectacle. The online discourse has spiraled into chaos. Meanwhile, in the TNT live stream, Draymond Green and Shaquille O'Neal received a warning from the director, prohibiting them from disparaging any player during the broadcast. Earl Johnson cast a glance at the two, noting their evident delight. "I can tell you are fearful of Maffei and Barkley. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so unrestrained." O'Neal, with a bewildered expression, pointed to himself with his carrot-like finger, exclaiming, "Am I afraid of that fat guy and the scoundrel? You must be joking. I would never fear them." Draymond Green also glared at Earl Johnson, retorting, "Don't speak out of turn. When have I ever feared that flying pig and the scoundrel? Then why are you both so merry? If you have the courage, confront them directly. Are you afraid of being butted by Maffei?" O'Neal recoiled in disgust. No. It is immoral to butt someone with one's backside. "Oh, of course, Barkley's backside is fair game." Earl Johnson, taken aback by O'Neal's shamelessness, inquired, "Aren't you guilty of the same?" O'Neal, with a brazen gaze fixed on the screen, pointed to himself and proclaimed, "Of course, I would never resort to such behavior. Everyone knows I am a man of refinement." Ugh. Both Draymond Green and Earl Johnson were appalled. The live chat filled with enraged fans began to lash out at O'Neal. O'Neal has truly lost all sense of shame. He has never had any. O'Neal has extinguished the conversation. Shaq is truly inhumane. At this moment, None were aware that a conspiracy was brewing. A colorful VIP account belonging to Pippen suddenly appeared in the live chat. VIP Scottie Pippen, but hits are a bug. Particularly Maffei's, but hits. The league should prohibit them. This revelation sent the spectators into a frenzy. It was indeed Pippen. And such colorful VIP accounts are only permitted to post after official verification. VIP Carmelo Anthony. This technique should be abolished. It severely undermines the fairness of the game. This scoundrel should be incarcerated. VIP Kevin Garnett. This is indeed a bug. Just look at how he managed to push Ben Simmons 3 meters away. VIP Paul Pierce. I also use my backside, but do I need to elaborate on the nature of Maffei's backside? The league must eliminate this bug. A sudden tempest has descended, and former NBA stars from past eras have emerged from their silence, eager to seize the spotlight, almost wishing to tear Maffei apart. VIP Yao Ming. Are you all merely hypocrites? We all have backsides. Why should one not use it as a means of attack? Which regulation prohibits the use of one's backside in such a manner? VIP LeBron James. Let me clarify. I am not a hypocrite. Maffei's backside is indeed a flaw that the league must address. VIP Chris Bosh. If this is not deemed a flaw, then we might as well award him the trophy outright. The integrity of basketball is at stake. VIP Chris Paul. Indeed, this individual can guarantee a 100% success rate when using his backside to push others. Everyone else should step aside. It is evident that the online discourse has transitioned from subtle conspiracy to overt strategy, with a clear intent to abolish Maffei's unique backside technique. Chapter 57. Mars collides with Earth. The TNT studio fell into silence. Whether it be Draymond Green or Shaquille O'Neal, they sensed a palpable air of conspiracy. Both rely on their backsides to exert force against opponents. Although the league had previously modified rules concerning Barkley's backside maneuvers, this era promised unrestricted gameplay. Yet, unexpectedly, the plot against Maffei materialized swiftly. Barkley, feeling quite displeased, noted that while Maffei had faced penalties, the conspiracy was not solely directed at him. He too was implicated. VIP Charles Barkley. What I wish to convey is that the backside technique is entirely legitimate. If it were to be abolished, it would be a profound disrespect to the sport. Just observe the matches on other planets. Many are skilled in backside maneuvers. Should we then demand that they refrain from such tactics? O'Neal, having glanced at Barkley's online remarks, felt compelled to add his voice. VIP Shaquille O'Neal. Charles has articulated my sentiments perfectly. This technique must not be abolished. We cannot discard it due to isolated incidents. The live discussion did not falter. Rather, it intensified. VIP Dwayne Wade. This is a flaw, but we could simply eliminate Maffei's prowess alone. No one else poses such an absolute flaw. VIP Wang Zhizhi. What nonsense is this? You present your conspiracies so grandiosely, all aimed at Maffei. VIP Carmelo Anthony. If you could reduce the elasticity of Maffei's backside by 90, I believe no one would target him. VIP Tim Duncan. This fellow's backside is excessively elastic. Just look at the footage of Thomas striking it. Friends, the link is provided below. Everyone was taken aback. Duncan had actually compiled a video of Maffei's backside. VIP Isiah Thomas. Michael Jordan, cease your sordid schemes. Have you no shame? The crowd, eager for gossip, erupted in excitement as Thomas made his entrance. VIP Michael Jordan. What scheme have I concocted? That but slam is merely a bug. VIP Isiah Thomas. Can you not save face? Then you should refrain from using your fadeaway jump shot, as that skill is also a bug. VIP Michael Jordan. Why should I not utilize it? My skill is not infallibly dominant. VIP Isiah Thomas. What constitutes an invincible skill? Duncan's 45-degree bank shot. Wade's Euro step. Pierce's step-back jumper. Why not discard them all? In my view, they are all bugs. Upon Thomas's statement, a multitude of stars swiftly surrounded him. VIP Tim Duncan. Thomas, can you stop shifting the blame? I ask you, who would dare stand behind Maffei in the future? I certainly wouldn't. VIP Kevin Garnett. I wouldn't dare either. Just look at Ben Simmons, towering at 208 centimeters and weighing 110 kilograms, yet he was sent flying 3 meters away. I still wish to keep my life. VIP Dwayne Wade. With my petite stature, it's best to maintain my distance from him. Otherwise, everyone might be searching for my remains outside the court. At that moment, Maffei had just finished his shower and noticed a message pushed to his phone. Upon opening it, he was astounded to find a VIP account, just as he caught sight of those prominent figures attacking Thomas. VIP Maffei, what is happening here? So many people are ganging up on Thomas. I shall grab my notebook immediately. You all continue. The live stream fell into a sudden hush. with no one daring to speak. What if the league turns a blind eye to this matter? Would Ma Fei come seeking trouble? The mere thought of Ma Fei's but slam sent chills down everyone's spine. Only the onlookers relished the spectacle of numerous stars bickering. VIP Shaquille O'Neal, Ma Fei, your skill has exceeded the limits. Everyone demands its removal. VIP Ma Fei, what nonsense, Shaq. Is your skill not also over the limits? As long as you say no to the butt slam, I will follow suit. His words left the ever-curious O'Neal speechless. O'Neal, delete the skill. O'Neal, just delete it. O'Neal, for everyone's sake. O'Neal, for humanity. O'Neal, for your family. O'Neal went mad, merely watching others bicker. And in his eagerness to jest with Ma Fei, he inadvertently dragged himself into the fray. Ma Fei could not suppress his amusement. Although the legacy from Barkley was indeed highly effective, he was mentally prepared for the reality that such invincible skills could not be utilized indefinitely in the league. He firmly believed that as long as he diligently continued to challenge Barkley, he would inevitably master the back-to-basket skills. It was merely a matter of time. However, witnessing everyone discussing him in such a derogatory manner was quite displeasing. At 11:30, Homer State University and West University were locked in a battle of wits. Having already played 3 overtime periods, with the score tied at 152 to 152, the spectators were thoroughly entertained, and Ma Fei, seated on his couch, opened his communication device to watch the live broadcast. Beep. The fourth quarter of overtime commenced. West University initiated the play, with Marc Gasol inbounding the ball. After receiving the pass, Rubio advanced as Ibaka began maneuvering around the opponent's three-point line. Meanwhile, Gasol positioned himself near the paint, signaling for the ball. Although Rubio glanced at Durant behind Gasol, he decisively passed the ball to Gasol, who intended to take on Durant one-on-one. After receiving the ball, Gasol assessed Durant's positioning and attempted to surpass him with a spin move. However, after extensive training, Durant proved to be more formidable than Garnett, causing Gasol to relinquish the ball to the awaiting Ibaka. As a former member of the Thunder's notorious quartet, Ibaka was intimately familiar with their tactics. Upon receiving the ball, he wasted no time and executed a jump shot swish. 2 points scored, bringing the score to 154 to 152. Homer University quickly passed the ball to Westbrook, who had established his reputation through sheer physical prowess in his previous life. However, in this new world, his approach was ineffective, faced with numerous muscular opponents. Unaware of his limitations, he charged headlong into the paint. At that moment, Rudy Fernandez firmly positioned himself against Westbrook, while Rubio initiated a double team. In a moment of panic, Westbrook attempted to pass the ball to Harden, but Ibaka had already anticipated Westbrook's intentions and intercepted the pass with precision. This was a critical blow for Homer University. Harden relentlessly pursued Ibaka, while Peyton kept a close eye on Rubio, all the while cursing both Kemp and Westbrook. A crowd of prominent figures cheered for West University, all wishing to see Homer University eliminated from the tournament. A victory for West would effectively secure their advancement. Ibaka surged past half-court and handed the ball to Marc Gasol, who immediately went to work against Shawn Kemp. With a powerful move, he pushed Kemp back 2 steps, before spinning and attempting a dunk. Durant, having rushed over to provide support after Kemp's retreat, confronted Gasol, but Gasol, realizing he was at a disadvantage, opted for a delicate floater. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, while Peyton skillfully positioned himself to contain Gasol. Despite Peyton's slender frame, his defensive acumen was undeniably exceptional. Westbrook seized the opportunity to grab a rebound and charge toward the opposing court. Chapter 58, The Return of the Grim Reaper. This time, Peyton had no intention of allowing Westbrook to dominate. He swiftly pursued him for the ball. In the past, Westbrook would have fiercely retained possession. Yet he now recognized the necessity of humility, understanding that he had to play a supportive role. Thus, he relinquished the ball, with Peyton finally in possession. He exhaled in relief, observing Harden begin to maneuver, while Durant also found his position. Peyton knew that for Homer University to advance, it would hinge upon Durant. No one else could suffice. After obtaining the ball, Durant pivoted and executed a deft crossover, dribbling to the left and surging past Gasol. Upon witnessing Gasol being breached, Marc Gasol rushed to provide support, but Durant had transformed into a force to be reckoned with, performing a 360-degree spin to evade Marc's defense before soaring to dunk the ball, tying the score at 154. This electrifying moment ignited the Homer State University arena, unleashing a cacophony of fervent cheers that intensified the atmosphere of the match. Both teams escalated their defensive efforts, and the referee's lenient officiating rendered each offensive play akin to a brawl. For the next 3 minutes, neither side managed to score, engaged solely in a fierce struggle. With only 50 seconds remaining, Gasol attempted a layup, only to be brutally fouled by the irrational Shawn Kemp, resulting in a technical foul. Payton could scarcely believe the unfolding events, bewildered as he surveyed his teammates, astonished that this inebriated player had ultimately jeopardized Homer University's prospects. Harden, too, was unable to fathom the situation, collapsing to the floor in exhaustion. Gasol, composed and focused, took a deep breath and successfully made both free throws, bringing the score to 156 to 154. Following a West pass in, Gasol once again faced Durant in a one-on-one. This time, Durant's defensive ferocity amplified, as he employed his unusually long arms to overshadow Gasol. In haste, Gasol passed the ball to Mark, but as soon as Mark received it, he was besieged by Payton and the swiftly approaching Durant, who intercepted any potential passing lanes. Marc Gasol could only carve out a small space with his body before swiftly releasing the ball. Any hesitation would surely result in it being snatched away by Payton. Durant leaped effortlessly, securing the ball mid-air, refusing to pass it to anyone else. He dribbled past half-court and, with Gasol defending closely, launched a three-pointer right beyond the arc. Swish. The score stood at 157 to 156. Durant clenched his fists in exhilaration. This shot was pivotal, and only 26 seconds remained on the clock. At this moment, West University called a timeout. Though Gasol felt physically exhausted, his spirit soared. "All right, team, this is the moment of our final battle. Let us focus. We must triumph over Homer State University. West University, let us go. Let us defeat them." At this juncture, the last reserves of energy were dwindling, and it was time to take a gamble. Gasol's eyes gleamed with determination. Durant, too fatigued to utter a word, felt the weight of 4 overtime periods. These final seconds were agonizing. Observing the dwindling spirits of his teammates, he realized he would have to conjure a miracle on his own. Beep. The game resumed. Marc Gasol passed the basketball to Rubio, who, upon crossing the half-court line, began to dribble slowly, deliberately consuming time. With just 10 seconds remaining, the ball was handed over to Pau Gasol, who continued to dribble while backing down Durant. At that moment, Payton gritted his teeth and rushed over to double-team Gasol. However, Gasol, anticipating the impending defense, swiftly tossed the ball to Ibaka. Exhausted and trembling, Ibaka glanced at Harden, who was now merely offering token defense, lacking the energy to guard anyone else. With determination, Ibaka made a decisive dribble to break past Harden, leaping for a jump shot, fully aware that Durant would inevitably rush to defend. As expected, Durant leaped and managed to disrupt Ibaka's shot. Thud. The ball failed to find the net. The paint became chaotic as Marc Gasol, now fervently engaged, seized the rebound, nearly snatching it from his brother. Fortunately, Pau reacted swiftly and passed the ball back to Marc, who scored with a bank shot, bringing the score to 158 to 157, with just 3 seconds left on the clock. The fans at Homer State University were despondent, some burying their heads in their hands, others loudly cursing West State, creating a scene of utter chaos. Beep. Homer State University called their final timeout. Thud. Durant plopped down on the bench, observing his teammates, who appeared as lifeless as a school of dead fish, igniting a fierce frustration within him. D'Antoni was not faring any better, enviously eyeing Don Nelson, lamenting his own struggles. This was more challenging than the NBA of yore, filled with a cadre of formidable players. And this was merely the group stage. D'Antoni clutched his clipboard, strategizing, instructing everyone to create space for Kevin. "Kevin, this last shot is yours. Do we all understand?" Meanwhile, West State remained vigilant, with Gasol acutely aware that the final shot would undoubtedly be taken by Durant, prompting the coach to devise a special defense against him. Beep. The climactic moment had arrived. TNT's Earl Johnson proclaimed, "Let us witness whether the Grim Reaper, Durant, emerges victorious or if the Gasol brothers triumph. Regardless of the outcome, this game is destined to be legendary." Draymond Green and Shaquille O'Neal, at this juncture, chose silence, intent on savoring the greatness unfolding before them. The players of Homer State University began to position themselves frantically, with Durant flanked by defenders, clearly indicating they had deduced who would take the final shot. Suddenly, like a viper, Durant slithered out with a smooth step. Gasol immediately pursued, but Durant executed a cunning 360-degree spin, evading Marc Gasol. Payton's value shone through at this critical juncture, as he audaciously passed the ball over Marc Gasol's shoulder, landing perfectly in Durant's hands. In that moment, Durant truly embodied the Grim Reaper, his gaze fixed ahead as he faced the advancing Pau Gasol, releasing the decisive shot. As the ball soared through the air, the timer illuminated in red. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. What a stunning last-second victory. The Grim Reaper has returned, and Durant has delivered a decisive blow to Western University. In that moment, the Homer State University arena erupted into a frenzy, with Peyton, Harden, and others rushing to envelop Durant in a jubilant embrace, celebrating wildly. Meanwhile, the TNT broadcast studio was alive with excitement as Earl Johnson, transformed into a fervent Durant fan, began to exuberantly declare, "Durant, the Grim Reaper, has clinched the win against Western University." This left Draymond Green and Shaquille O'Neal in a state of bemusement. While Durant's game-winning shot was indeed spectacular, it was not the outcome they had hoped for. Draymond waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, my friends. It's merely a last-second shot. Let us not make a mountain out of a molehill. I've done it too, you know. Let us discuss the current dynamics of this group instead." O'Neal, not overly surprised, added, "It's just one last shot. The situation in this group is rather ambiguous. With Maffei ejected, the next game is crucial. If Western University wins, all is well. If they lose, given the strength of Homer State University's interior, Agricultural University could very well advance directly." Chapter 59, the league's analysis. Draymond Green nodded, stating, "This is not the outcome we wish to see. After all, Agricultural University with Maffei is exceptionally formidable. While Homer State University may seem impressive, if they were to face Agricultural University, I'm afraid Homer State would lose by 100 points. Earl Johnson chuckled at the two, observing that everyone seemed wary of Maffei. Yet, as players, they must not be selfish. Just because others possess extraordinary skills does not mean they should be denied their use. No, my friends. We are not saying they cannot be utilized. As Shaq put it, we mean that certain limitations can be imposed in specific circumstances, such as allowing Maffei to employ his buttocks strike no more than 3 times per game. I concur with Draymond. Truth be told, Maffei's buttock strike is indeed overpowered. We can impose some restrictions, and thus far, Maffei has hardly utilized this technique, only deploying it after Ben Simmons fouled him in frustration. Indeed, Shaq has a point. Let us not overreact. He has used it only a few times. And yet you all leap at the chance to criticize. That seems rather unfair. Earl Johnson swiftly concluded the topic, realizing that prolonging the discussion would lead to endless debate. "So, do both of you still believe Agricultural University will advance?" Green nodded, affirming, "Yes, Agricultural University will likely progress. According to the rules, points are the first criteria. And in the event of a tie, the win-loss record is considered, followed by point differentials." In a rare moment of agreement, O'Neal echoed Green's sentiment regarding Agricultural University's advancement. After observing the incessant bickering among the crowd, Maffei lost interest and decided to retire for the night. The day had been nothing short of spectacular. It began with Maffei's controversial rear-end collision with Bogut and Ben Simmons, followed by his enigmatic smile, culminating in a dramatic clash between Homer State University and West University. Durant, in the 4th overtime, delivered a performance that sent shivers down spines. Subsequently, a nationwide outcry against Maffei ensued, with numerous prominent figures conspiring against him. Such an abundance of events would have seemed implausible in a novel. Yet this was the reality of that day. While Maffei succumbed to slumber, the online realm erupted into a fervent war of words and disputes. The supporters of Maffei predominantly hailed from the Sia ethnic group of the past, alongside a significant female demographic. Conversely, the critics were primarily from countries like Kangaroo Nation and the Lighthouse Republic. This spectacle captivated the indigenous onlookers, who were astonished by the fervor of these newcomers, unaware that such a multitude of factions existed. Initially, many natives believed there were only a few races, assuming that the Sia group was akin to their own and supposedly part of the same lineage. Witnessing the uproar, the indigenous spectators seized the opportunity to jeer, including current NBA star Big Bull, who began to attack Maffei. In pursuit of clout, individuals no longer exercise discretion. After all, if one person occupies 4 spaces, who else would they latch on to? By 9 a.m. the following day, both newcomers and natives received a notification from the NCAA League announcing the cancellation of Maffei's second technical foul. This revelation was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Upon receiving the news, West University and Homer State University collectively filed an appeal, demanding additional penalties for Maffei, citing clear insults directed at the referees, complete with video evidence. The emergence of such evidence sent the onlookers into a frenzy, led by Jordan and Pippen. Former stars from the past rallied to petition for a ban on Maffei's rear-end technique. This moment ignited a global sensation. Everyone felt as though Maffei was on the verge of disaster. As spectators viewed Maffei's videos, they were taken aback by his audacious remarks. "Bald Strong did it beautifully," he proclaimed, igniting confusion among the audience as they questioned how he was aware of Bald Strong's nickname and dared to utter it. A group of indigenous individuals began commenting beneath the videos. "Are you seeking your own demise? Is Bald Strong someone you can call out? If not you, then who deserves punishment? Your self-destructive actions have led you here. You deserve to be penalized. Just look at how many people you've offended." At that moment, a kind-hearted netizen shared a link. "Have you heard of Bald Strong?" Upon the release of this link, numerous onlookers and locals eagerly clicked on it, only to be left in a state of astonishment upon encountering the character Bald Strong. The resemblance was striking. It was as if this animated figure had been crafted from the very mold of Lee Chong himself. Moreover, it was revealed that this animation was actually a relic from over a decade ago, originating from the New Humanity. This revelation ignited a fervor surrounding the Bears Adventures animation, as many locals were keen to uncover the true essence of Bald Chong. At that moment, Lee Chong could hardly fathom the surge of popularity he had unexpectedly attained. He was experiencing an unprecedented wave of fame, especially since he had not ventured outside yesterday due to his duties as a referee and was simply resting at home. Yet, his phone rang incessantly with calls from advertisements to media companies and economic firms, leaving him utterly bewildered. It wasn't until a family member called to enlighten him of the situation that he wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling that the incident had stemmed from a casual remark made by Maffei the previous day. It dawned on him that he had mistakenly misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, within the NCAA Alliance, Chairman Deng Yu was convening a meeting in a large conference room to deliberate on matters concerning Maffei. "First, I present to you the joint petition from several NCAA players requesting the prohibition of Maffei's hip check technique. I invite your thoughts and contributions on this matter," he announced, promptly opening a video file for viewing. At this juncture, the head of the Alliance's technical department interjected, "Mr. Chairman, this proposal is indeed reasonable. Maffei's hip check has reached an unparalleled level of dominance. I will now present footage from the matches, where you will observe players opposing him standing at heights of 2.13 meters and 2.08 meters, weighing approximately 110 kilograms. Such athletes are propelled a staggering 3 meters away with a single strike. I question who could possibly withstand that, particularly as we are a collegiate league where many players are just embarking on their professional training. Mr. Chairman, this player's skill undeniably disrupts the balance of our league. If we do not intervene, as the players have asserted, it would leave no room for suspense. We might as well award him the trophy outright." Another member of the Alliance added. "Mr. Chairman," another member chimed in, "while I agree that this skill should be prohibited, we must not allow ourselves to be led astray. Maffei has indeed compromised the suspense that the NCAA league upholds, ultimately undermining the interests of other outstanding players. Thus, in banning Maffei's technique, we must also consider some form of compensation, as it is, after all, his signature move." Observing the animated discussions among the league's administrators, Chairman Deng nodded in agreement. "I have just reviewed the footage, and it is evident that Maffei's prowess is formidable and must be curtailed. As Director Wang stated, prohibition is not the goal. We must not stifle our players' enthusiasm for developing new skills. Let us impose a specific ban on this individual. After all, he will transition to the NBA next year. Compensation is the way forward. Let us discuss potential compensation options." Chapter 60. Wishes fulfilled. At this moment, Director Wang adjusted his glasses and proposed, "Let me initiate a suggestion. I believe we should offer him 2 compensatory options from which he can choose, the first being 10 million star credits, and the second, a set of properties valued at 10 million. I concur with Director Wang's perspective. I am in agreement. I second that." At this moment, an elderly gentleman with graying hair interjected, "I wish to add that while our NCAA Alliance possesses no significant properties, we do have several unutilized islands. However, due to the exorbitant cost of development, few are inclined to invest in these islands. The new generation, however, may differ. Perhaps we should consider incorporating these islands into our proposals." Immediately, someone echoed, "I concur." Following the catastrophic tsunami of 2004, the research base of Ocean University has lain dormant for nearly 2 decades, and 2 years ago, it was transferred to our NCAA Alliance to settle debts. I agree. I second that. At this point, Director Wang nodded, expressing his agreement with the sentiments shared, but added, I am aware of the island known as Malay. Since we are using it as a compensation condition, why not contemplate selling that island to Ma Fei? I have heard he is one of the wealthiest among the new generation, owning numerous restaurants and having developed a company that specializes in energy-preserved cuisine. Backed by the Federal Combat Association. Is he truly that affluent? If so, would a compensation of millions not seem enticing? We could sell him the adjacent islands. Deng Yu leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, prompting an immediate hush in the conference room. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, let us follow Director Wang's suggestion, exchanging some properties for islands. If he opts for the islands, we shall find a way to sell them to him. The water quality in that region is excellent, and selling it for 10 billion would leave us in a favorable position. Ha ha. Laughter erupted throughout the conference room. Such an opportunity is rare to find. Most coastal beaches worldwide have been transformed into 5-star destinations, and currently, there is little desire to develop small islands. Deng's assertion is indeed correct. We can no longer allow that area to remain neglected. Selling it to this wealthy individual seems prudent. Deng Yu clapped his hands together, declaring, very well, everyone, let us proceed with this arrangement. However, the official correspondence should be delayed a bit. We must not allow these shadowy figures to manipulate our actions. January 6th could be considered the most exhilarating day for the onlookers, as the attacks on Ma Fei commenced early in the morning and showed no signs of abating. Even those minor internet celebrities sought to latch onto the Ma Fei phenomenon for a taste of the limelight. The most delighted among them was Durant, who, to his astonishment, found himself catapulted to the 3rd spot on trending topics after the return of the Grim Reaper the previous day. Ma Fei's trending presence dominated the forefront, inadvertently elevating Durant's profile among the indigenous people. This development, however, irked individuals like Westbrook, who felt that all the hard work they had put in the previous day was overshadowed by Durant's newfound attention, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Following the relentless barrage of media scrutiny, Ma Fei was nearly driven to madness. The press relentlessly pursued him, with numerous outlets obsessively covering his every move, even reviving stale narratives to keep the buzz alive. Upon arriving at the arena, Ma Fei finally exhaled in relief, only to find everyone gathered around Thomas, engrossed in the projection of an intelligent terminal. Guys, why aren't we training? What is going on here? Thomas chuckled. Hey buddy, do you realize how famous you are now? We are currently observing which female celebrity is supporting you. Let me jot this down so we can arrange a meeting next time. Are you kidding me? Ma Fei exclaimed upon hearing this. You guys are such bastards. Are you trying to steal my girl too? Quickly tell me who they are. Thomas hurriedly replied. Let me show you the list of female celebrities I have recorded. Don't worry, I'll leave you too. All right, enough of the jokes. Here's the list of people who are collaborating to get to you. Ma Fei, her face darkened, angrily received the note, and, after perusing its contents, tore it to shreds and discarded it. Now, apart from our team, the entirety of Magic City University seems to be conspiring against me. Is there even a need for records? Kenny, with a mischievous grin, remarked, haha, Ma Fei. This is what we call an undeserved calamity. You weren't seeking trouble, yet it found you. Isn't that unjust? Barkley lamented the unfortunate ban on his skills, which were his own exceptional techniques. Although Ma Fei had inherited them, they fundamentally belonged to him. You shouldn't take it to heart. You barely utilized those skills yesterday. In your hands, they are truly squandered. Just so you know, I won't teach you anymore. The mere thought of skill practice ignited Ma Fei's irritation towards Barkley. Get lost. You useless pig. Today, you must train with me, or else you'll have to cling to O'Neill's coattails. Barkley, eyes wide with indignation, pointed at himself. Me? Cling to that fatso? I see you've become quite arrogant. If I don't show you my true prowess today, you won't comprehend the might of Barkley. Ma Fei chuckled. This lazy pig must be provoked with words, or it will constantly seek ways to shirk its duties. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Fei. If you dare to employ that scoundrel of a defense, I shall certainly deliver a body slam upon you. With his body pressed against Barkley, Ma Fei confidently declared, Rest assured, you are not worthy of such tactics. I could easily overpower you. Oh, young lad, let us see how you plan to dominate me. With a powerful thrust of his back, Barkley utilized the momentum to pivot and execute a jump shot. Swish. Charles, if this is the extent of your opportunistic jump shooting, you shall find no further chances. This is a legitimate power forwards technique. Who employs such a brutish style as yours? This time, I shall demonstrate the prowess of Barkley's legendary footwork. With a series of back-to-back shoulder charges, he swiftly dribbled past Ma Fei, heading towards the basket. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Barkley's exclusive skill, back to the basket isolation. Just as Maffei intended to defend against Barkley, he abruptly halted. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Maffei's body, endowing him not only with Barkley's post-up techniques, but also with a wealth of post-up experience. In that instant, it felt as though Maffei had acquired 2 decades worth of post-up wisdom. The onlookers nearby were perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Observing Maffei's abrupt stillness, Barkley playfully prodded him with his hand, teasingly inquiring, "Surely you aren't intimidated by my post-up skills, are you?" Maffei shook his head and said, "Charles, what is the point of just the 2 of us competing? It would be far more entertaining to play a half-court game instead." Barkley also believed that a practice match would be more enjoyable than mere competition. "All right then," he continued, "I will team up with Thomas and McGrady, while you join forces with Marbury and Gasol. Let us engage in a thrilling 3-on-3 showdown." Maffei chuckled mischievously and said to Johnson, "Johnson, why don't you take on Charles? This fellow is perfectly suited for your wrestling skills. I shall keep an eye on Tracy. As for Thomas." Marbury glared fiercely at Thomas and declared, "This scoundrel must be handed over to me. How dare you pull me into the game without informing me? I refuse to match up against Marbury. That guy plays too dirty." McGrady began to vent his frustrations. At that moment, a few onlookers were drawn into the fray by Marbury and Barkley, with Nelson stepping in as the referee, effectively silencing those who had no desire to participate. Chapter 61. Purchasing an island. As the game commenced, Marbury found himself at a loss, observing McGrady meandering about. The man was refusing to even touch the ball. Meanwhile, Thomas and Marbury had engaged in a fierce battle. "Tracy, why aren't you taking the ball? Why not showcase a jump shot?" Marbury shouted anxiously at McGrady. McGrady disdainfully scoffed. "What a fool you are. Why should I perform a mere action anyone could execute? There's no need for a special display. Maffei certainly understands that any player can execute a jump shot, yet in the entire league, only Tracy McGrady can perform this maneuver with such elegance. Even Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant cannot rival his prowess in this regard. When it comes to aesthetically pleasing playing styles, only a select few in the league, Jordan, Kobe, McGrady, Allen Iverson, and Vince Carter, stand out. The distinctive sense of weightlessness and grace exhibited by these few greatly enhances their appeal, rendering them truly unimitable." Maffei and the leisurely Tracy McGrady were engaged in conversation beyond the 3-point line when, unexpectedly, Thomas tossed the ball to McGrady. Upon receiving the pass, McGrady was momentarily taken aback, as both he and Maffei were standing upright, engrossed in discussion, entirely devoid of any intent to play. Maffei had the opportunity to intercept the ball, but, upon seeing McGrady in possession, instinctively withdrew his hand. Reluctantly, McGrady began to dribble slowly towards the basket. Even Nelson was astonished, and Maffei did not impede him. Instead, he followed along. Barkley and Johnson exchanged bewildered glances as they watched McGrady leisurely approach the hoop for a layup. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the exclusive skill of the McGrady-style breakthrough. The leisurely Maffei came to a halt once more. What on earth is happening? It appears that even the system cannot tolerate McGrady's nonchalance. While McGrady is most renowned for his pull-up jump shot, the most formidable skill he possesses is undoubtedly the McGrady-style breakthrough. His ability to penetrate the defense is unparalleled, and only a select few in the league, such as Jordan, Giannis, Rondo, and Kobe, can execute it. This remarkable maneuver requires large hands, and with Maffei's hand length of 21 centimeters, he is indeed capable of grasping the ball with one hand. Throughout the morning, Maffei astonishingly acquired 2 exclusive skills, both of which are incredibly practical for real gameplay. With an upcoming matchup against the Gasol brothers, he could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase these newfound abilities. The following days were uneventful, prompting Maffei to refrain from any reckless behavior, opting instead to stay at home and avoid the spotlight, lest he attract the ire of other groups. However, on the eve of the January 9th game, a piece of news once again stirred the calm waters of the internet. The NCAA issued a ruling regarding Maffei's skills. Firstly, gratitude was extended to Mr. Maffei for his dedication to the development of new basketball techniques in a responsible manner towards all basketball players and the sport itself. And after thorough scientific analysis and substantial empirical data, the NCAA has decided to ban the hip check skill employed by Mr. Maffei. Henceforth, the use of this technique is prohibited in NCAA competitions. In light of this ban, the NCAA has announced a compensation for Mr. Maffei, allowing him to select one of the following: a sum of 10 million star points, or an island. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the globe. This marked the first instance of an announcement targeting an individual, especially one that forbade the use of a personal skill, an unprecedented severity. Nevertheless, upon seeing the compensation, many were left drooling, particularly at the prospect of 10 million star points, which sent everyone into a frenzy. When Ma Fei received the notification, she was momentarily taken aback. This group of seasoned individuals was indeed formidable. Their collaborative efforts to address this matter would surely be noted. However, upon reviewing the compensation, she found it quite beneficial. She promptly dialed the contact number provided by the NCAA Arbitration Center. Without hesitation, she stated, "Hello, this is Ma Fei. I would like to inquire about how I can receive my reward." Coincidentally, Director 1 answered the call of Ma Fei. "Greetings. I watched your match. It was quite intriguing." Haha. Ma Fei could not discern the true meaning behind the big shot's remark about it being quite interesting. Nevertheless, the urgency for the reward is indeed genuine. "Hello. Director Wang, I would like to inquire about the matter of the reward." Haha. "As for you, Ma Fei, there is no need for me to elaborate on the monetary aspect of the reward. The second reward is an island in the Southern Ocean, specifically the Malay Island, which spans approximately 1.6 square kilometers and boasts an exceptionally pristine aquatic environment." Ma Fei was taken aback. "Is it true that this is the capital of the Maldives? Is this really meant for my island?" Director Wang, "Aside from this island, what about the surrounding islets and maritime rights? Can I purchase them?" Upon hearing this, Director Wang sensed a potential opportunity. This wealthy individual indeed possessed substantial means. Ma Fei, the surrounding islets, territorial waters, and the economic maritime zone encompass approximately 200,000 square kilometers, totaling around 5 billion star coins. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei felt a tremor of anxiety. Was this truly a mere 5 billion? If he failed to secure it, he feared divine retribution. Moreover, it encompassed over 80,000 square kilometers of sea, surpassing the area of the Maldives from his previous life. "Director Wang, your price is exceedingly steep, and my finances do not permit such an expenditure. Might you consider a reduction?" Director Wang, upon hearing this, was elated. This tycoon was indeed wealthy, and he could not afford to frighten him away. "Very well, Ma Fei, for 5 billion. The islands and the associated economic waters shall all be yours." Ma Fei has already accepted this price, but a slight reduction would be appreciated. Moreover, it seems that the counterpart is particularly eager to sell to him. Although it is known that there is significant development happening on Mars, where 5 billion could purchase a plot as vast as a Bend Island, no one would ever complain about having excess funds. Director Wang, how about this? If you could lower the price a bit more, I would proceed with the purchase. Otherwise, I shall opt for the monetary reward, which requires no investment on my part. After a moment's hesitation, Director Wang made a resolute decision. The final offer is 3 billion, and upon agreement, we shall directly proceed with the transfer and handover procedures. Very well. Please hold on a moment, Director Wang. I will consult with my professional manager and get back to you shortly, with no further negotiations. Ma Fei promptly dialed a call to a gentleman named Sun Fong, who had been recommended by Johnson during a training session. It was said that he was formerly the vice president of an investment bank on Wall Street in a past life. Subsequently, Johnson also introduced Ma Fei to a plethora of individuals, aptly described as a bundle of talents from various industries, akin to a talent agency. When Ma Fei discovered the extent of Johnson's connections, he nearly slapped himself in disbelief and shook his head. While federal intermediaries proved to be quite effective, one must remain vigilant. With Johnson, a veritable jack of all trades, many from their previous lives were already well acquainted with the situation. Beep, beep, beep. What does the boss require of me? The figure of an 18-year-old youth from the Summer tribe came into view. Sun Fong, I just discussed compensation with the NCAA Alliance, but they are considering selling me the entirety of Mal Island and the adjacent waters. Do you think we can secure this deal? Sun Fong was taken aback. Although he had seen the island rewards on the official website, he never anticipated it would be Mal, let alone the entire surrounding maritime expanse. Boss, we must secure this. This is an exceptional asset. We could develop tourism and swiftly recuperate our investment. Shall I respond to them then? One last question. How much are they asking for the package? I just negotiated with one of their directors, and the final price is set at 3 billion. Damn. I truly loathe to utter profanities, but this is unavoidable. Boss, this is an unparalleled opportunity. The price is utterly staggering. Additionally, We currently do not possess such funds in our investment company account. We only have 20 million in cash. However, we can secure a low-interest loan of $1 billion by leveraging shares from our energy-prepared meal company. After thoughtful consideration, Maffei concluded that there were no significant issues. Presently, the revenue of the prepared meal companies reaches 200 million daily. Acquiring a loan of 100 billion seems effortless. This advantage stems from their association with the Federal Combat Association, which places daily orders for prepared meals amounting to 10,000 portions, each priced at 20,000 yuan. Additionally, the pig forage, designated as number 666, which was planted at the Hunayan base of Agricultural and Forestry University on the 12th of last month, has also been harvested. Maffei has entrusted the Agricultural and Forestry University to conduct experiments aimed at eliminating certain substances, and results are expected within the next few days. Please handle this matter. If signatures are required, contact me directly. Subsequently, I am eagerly awaiting the acquisition of a winery. Chapter 62. The diving industry after hanging up the phone. Maffei could no longer maintain her composure. An opportunity presented on a silver platter must not be squandered. She redialed the NCAA Alliance Arbitration Center. Hello, Director Wang. This is Maffei. I have confirmed with my manager that we are prepared to purchase all islands, territorial waters, and economic zones surrounding Mare Island. Excellent. Let us discuss when we can formalize the agreement and transfer the ownership. Well, Director Wang, rather than postpone, let us finalize it today. I can prepare the funds within a week. Oh, are you in such a hurry? Director Wang was taken aback by Maffei's urgency. Indeed, Director. I have some time today, but our team has a match tomorrow, and training for our opponents begins the day after. Director Wang slapped his forehead, having forgotten that Maffei was in the midst of a crucial competition period. Very well. I had overlooked that. I will instruct our center's staff to prepare. We shall conduct the signing and transfer at 2 p.m. Since the announcement from the league, Maffei skyrocketed to trending status, with the foremost topic being her skill ban announcement, a historic milestone, as this was the first time the NCAA had issued a sealing notice against an individual. Maffei's name firmly established itself in the hearts of the locals, especially among women, all of whom now harbored a singular curiosity. They wished to gauge the extent of her prowess that could launch a basketball player 3 meters away. The 10th trending topic also featured Maffei. Which reward would she ultimately choose? As soon as this speculation arose, onlookers began to weigh in on her potential selection. Is there even a choice? It must be money. If it were me, I would choose the islands. Only a fool would select the islands. There are 5-star beaches everywhere. What use are those shabby isles? Choose money. Choose money. Meanwhile, the former NBA bigwigs were gnashing their teeth in frustration, intending to suppress Maffei, who had been rather audacious. Instead, they inadvertently triggered a ban. Let the ban be a ban, they thought. But what compensation is necessary? Are they worried that she lacks funds? That afternoon, Maffei and Sun Fong participated in the signing ceremony, ultimately acquiring Mare Island and the surrounding 200,000 square kilometers of maritime rights for the staggering sum of $4.3 billion. Boss, the transfer is complete. The next step is development. How much will that require? Sun Fong pondered, considering the current material costs on this planet. At least $5 billion will be needed. Furthermore, we are not merely purchasing the islands. We are also acquiring several economic fishing grounds, which will necessitate substantial investment. Therefore, the initial investment will likely require around 10 billion. Upon hearing the figure of 10 billion, Maffei gasped in astonishment, although she was aware that her daily turnover exceeded 100 million. This did not imply she earned such an amount each day, especially considering the necessity to allocate 40% elsewhere. Let's not rush into this, Sun Fong. Our financial burden is quite substantial. We should focus on the development of equine-related ventures, primarily ensuring that our infrastructure is solidly established, and gradually refine our operations. That sounds feasible. Boss, our cash flow remains robust, allowing us to consider loans for investment. Maffei nodded, expressing that a loan could indeed be arranged. Furthermore, she had stumbled upon an intriguing project at noon, which could seamlessly integrate with their Maldives initiative. Sun Fong, taken aback, inquired, "What project?" "Ah, Sun Fong. You might find this hard to believe. A diving project." Sun Fong appeared perplexed. A diving project? Indeed, my friend. Although the indigenous people have this venture, the participation is minimal. Had it not been for the rewards associated with my Maldives project, I would have never discovered it. Sun Fong gazed at Maffei in disbelief. Is this for real? Boss? The launching federation is far more advanced than we are. How can it be that no one is diving? No, no, my friend. It's not that there are no divers. Rather, diving in this world is primarily service-oriented. The indigenous folks engage in diving infrequently. Sun Fong's eyes lit up. Boss, wait. I will return and search for relevant information. We should acquire some factories to produce diving equipment. In my past life, the Maldives was a veritable diving paradise. We can continue to develop this concept and transform it into a diving haven, attracting the locals to indulge. Exactly. You have fully grasped the essence of profit-making. However, if we are to pursue this, let us do so with flair. We should host a grand selection, recruiting 1,000 diverse beauties for diving training, and then design several locations to serve as camping sites. In this world, mobile homes are more prevalent than conventional vehicles. Sun Fong, his eyes gleaming, remarked, "So, boss, you mean to operate similarly to that country in my past life known for renting wives?" Ma Fei chuckled with excitement, exclaiming, "Hee hee hee. The winter vacation is just around the corner. While we are enveloped in winter here, Mal basks in summer. It is the perfect opportunity to organize a diving training camp. I am confident that Thomas's educational training group will go wild over it. Not only can we rent out the campsite, but we can also offer the services of diving instructors." Sun Fong nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Boss, this idea is excellent, but it is easily replicable by others. Within 6 months, we may lose our competitive edge." Of course, Ma Fei is aware of the potential for plagiarism. Yet she remains resolute in her endeavor to bring this project to fruition. Even if the profits are modest, it matters not. A modest gain will suffice. Currently we, as a new generation, do not enjoy a favorable existence. Many young women find themselves unemployed, and if we can create even a single opportunity, it will be worth our efforts. This time, we must find ways to recruit more members from the Xia ethnic group. At this moment, Sun Fong recalled something and spoke up. "No problem, boss. We will certainly prioritize our Xia compatriots. However, I must remind you that although Xinghe Liao is developing rapidly and enjoying substantial net profits, we do not possess control over our raw materials, which places us in a precarious position. We must be cautious not to find ourselves in a situation reminiscent of our past life, where we were constrained." Hearing this, Ma Fei's expression turned grave as she reflected on Sun Fong's words, realizing the necessity of addressing this issue with utmost seriousness. Xinghe Liao's operations require a significant supply of meat and vegetables. Should we find ourselves restricted, it would spell trouble, placing our very survival in the hands of others, a scenario Ma Fei cannot allow to unfold. "Sun Fong, speak freely. I wish to understand your thoughts." "Boss, the crux of our operations at Xinghe Liao hinges on meat and vegetables. While vegetables can be easily sourced from numerous wholesalers, the majority of meat is predominantly controlled by a few large conglomerates." Ma Fei cast a disheartened glance at Sun Fong. Are these large conglomerates united in their efforts, or do they operate independently? "Boss," he remarked, "though these consortiums do not formally band together, they possess the means to counter us if they choose to." "Fear not." The boss replied, "Our Star River venture has yet to reach the point where these conglomerates exploit us. We must seize this window of opportunity to secure the ranches and farms. Do you have any promising acquisition targets at present?" "Currently, there are 2 farms available for sale, both situated in the northern part of Sri Lanka. One spans 1 million hectares, featuring low-lying woodlands, rivers, and fertile pastures, renowned for producing top-quality meat. With a livestock capacity of 300,000 heads, priced at 5 billion. The other is located in the eastern part of the island, covering 650,000 hectares. Also endowed with rivers and lush grasslands, supporting a livestock capacity of 200,000 heads, available for 5 billion. Chapter 63. Preparations for development. Upon hearing of the 2 ranches for sale, Ma Fei pondered, "Is this location not the fabled country of gems from my previous life?" "Indeed, you are correct," the boss affirmed. "I have gathered some information. This island boasts only one super city, devoid of villages or counties." Ma Fei nodded, acknowledging that this location was in close proximity to his own horse farm. He decided to purchase the Northern Plain Ranch, opting for a payment plan spread over 12 installments rather than a lump sum. "Excellent, boss. Once we secure the farm, we will achieve self-sufficiency in meat and seafood, eliminating any fear of external pressures." He continued, "We can procure vegetables from the Siberian gene greenhouses, and we are already self-sufficient with the other seasonings." "What exactly are these Siberian greenhouses?" the boss inquired. "Boss, The majority of the vegetables consumed globally are cultivated in greenhouses with Siberian and Alaskan genetic strains, he explained. That may be so, Sun Fong, but I do not care who cultivates these vegetables. Our priority is to avoid being vulnerable to external pressures. Do you understand? Rest assured, boss. These greenhouses operate differently from conventional farms. They are managed by small-scale farmers. Should you wish to cultivate vegetables in the future, you could also invest in some greenhouses. Upon hearing the news, Ma Fei finally felt a sense of relief. As long as she acquired that vast farm, all her troubles would be resolved. At 6 p.m, an announcement regarding NCAA compensation appeared on the official website's homepage. When the public learned that Ma Fei had opted for an island, they were left astonished. Did this individual truly have a lapse in judgment, choosing a solitary isle? It was over. The beloved idol had undoubtedly lost his mind. The verdict was in. The online community erupted once more. Yet in reality, this announcement merely indicated that Ma Fei had selected the island as a reward, offering no further details regarding the name of the island or subsequent transaction specifics. Meanwhile, the internet's critics and mockers reached a crescendo, eagerly suggesting that Ma Fei showcase her new island to the world. Ma Fei has been observing the happenings online, sensing that an unseen hand is orchestrating certain events. While he is certain that Jordan is involved, he does not believe that Jordan possesses the requisite influence. Ma Fei remains indifferent to the endeavors of others, as long as they do not encroach upon her own affairs. Should anyone choose to antagonize her, she would go to great lengths to ensure their utter ruin. Upon perusing online comments, Ma Fei shared an image accompanied by a breathtaking view of the horizon where the sea meets the sky, announcing the upcoming opening of her newly acquired island resort, welcoming diving enthusiasts to visit in a month's time. The bewildered locals derided her as a spendthrift. Yet, the new generation was left utterly confounded. Malay? The Maldives, indeed. Their discontent deepened as they realized that, within less than a year, while they had only just managed to secure their basic needs, she had already transformed the Maldives into her second home. Such a disparity was intolerable. In an instant, a torrent of vitriol flooded the comments beneath her post. The trending topic skyrocketed, swiftly overshadowing the NCAA's announcement, as it ascended to the pinnacle of popularity. Former NBA stars, led by the likes of Jordan and Pippen, unleashed a fervent barrage of criticism against Ma Fei on the official website, accusing her of unscrupulously seizing the league's assets. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Ma Fei was immediately incensed and took to the internet to respond defiantly. She firmly stated that throughout her journey, she had persevered alone, devoid of any financial conglomerate's assistance, nor had she ever resorted to unscrupulous means to acquire the league's assets. Everything she possessed was earned through her own expenditure. She challenged anyone who doubted her to confront her on the court, admonishing them not to bicker online like petulant children. As this post circulated, it sent shockwaves throughout the NCAA league. Prominent figures such as Jordan, LeBron James, Garnett, and Duncan swiftly called for sanctions against Ma Fei. Meanwhile, the online spectators were captivated by the spectacle of a myriad of former Titans embroiled in a dispute with Ma Fei, turning the situation into quite a lively affair. It was akin to the legendary three heroes confronting Lu Bu, yet now, countless individuals were rallying against Ma Fei. However, she remained unfazed, knowing that her earnings stemmed from the very patrons they sought to protect. The following afternoon, Ma Fei arrived at the arena with an air of nonchalance. Having foregoed morning training in anticipation of their away game against West University, which required additional travel time. Upon boarding the school's charter bus, McGrady greeted her with admiration, exclaiming, "Ma Fei, you truly are remarkable. You managed to secure the Ma Dai." With a chuckle, Ma Fei replied, "Indeed, it was purchased with genuine currency. In a few months, once I have established the infrastructure, I invite you all to come and enjoy. I plan to recruit hundreds of skilled staff to ensure everyone has a delightful experience when they arrive." The group, intrigued by her preparations, began inquiring about the types of entertainment she was envisioning. After Ma Fei settled in, she turned to look at everyone, reassured that everything necessary would be provided. As you all understand, Ma Fei winked at the group, adding that she was currently preparing for diving. The acquisition of diving equipment was already underway, and news would follow soon. Kenny nodded in response, recalling his previous visit to the Maldives, remarking that the island was quite small, with planes landing on the adjacent newly constructed islet. Your land reclamation project is no small feat. Otherwise, there would be no space to park flying cars. Indeed, Kenny. Ma Fei replied, the technological advancements in this world are astonishing. A flying car can reach the Maldives from nearby major cities in just over an hour, which eliminates the need for an airport. However, a flying car park is essential, and it will undoubtedly be larger than the airports of my past life. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to accommodate so many visitors. Nelson chuckled mischievously. Ma Fei, all the money you've made recently will be invested in this project. Take your time. Once it's completed, we will have a splendid place to enjoy. That's inconsequential. Earning money is merely a means to spend it, especially when it's for our own benefit. In the future, it will continually yield golden opportunities. Ma Fei turned to Thomas and said, by the way, I proposed yesterday that our educational group initiate a winter diving camp. With the winter break approaching, it would be an opportune time to establish a diving course specifically targeting high school and college students. We should design the flyers to be particularly enticing. You know what I mean. Since Ma Fei acquired a stake in the educational group, it has been steadily expanding. Ma Fei holds a 40% share, while Thomas and Kinney each possess 30%. Thus far, they have established branches in 10 major cities, focusing on basketball training, after-school care, and various interest-based classes for elementary to high school students, leading to substantial profits. Suddenly inspired, Kinney and Thomas exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. Ma Fei, this is brilliant. Let's quickly prepare the diving equipment. We shall launch this project immediately. Ma Fei chuckled, declaring, this is indeed a lucrative venture. Rest assured, I have already tasked Sun Fong's team with the acquisition. This is our unique project, but you must find ways to amplify our distinctive features. Upon witnessing Ma Fei's lecherous gaze, Thomas and Kinney instantly grasped his implication, chuckling to themselves. Let us recruit more voluptuous newcomers. What do we have to fear from those local lads? At that moment, everyone shared in Ma Fei's joy, acknowledging how effortlessly he had transformed a mere idea into a thriving industry. Moreover, considering Ma Fei's previous assistance to them, each individual envisioned their own enterprise, believing that with an additional 500 years borrowed from the heavens, hope would surely abound. Chapter 64, Warm-Up. Meanwhile, the Agricultural University was aboard a flying bus en route to West University, while David Stern of the NBA was decidedly displeased. To put it plainly, the NCAA is a collegiate association, whereas the NBA operates as a commercial league. The NCAA had compensated Ma Fei. Was it reasonable for Ma Fei to enter the NBA without compensation, facing a ban instead? Reflecting on the recent news surrounding Ma Fei, David Stern felt a headache coming on. He recognized him as a stubborn thorn in their side, and it was imperative to persuade the owners of the various teams. With a bitter smile, he began to communicate with the other NBA club owners. The game was set to commence at 7 p.m., but by 3 p.m., the Agricultural University had arrived at the home ground of West University, the Spanish Sports Genetics University Arena, which boasted a capacity of 25,000, slightly larger than their own venue. The team began to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and engage in warm-up activities. An hour later, they returned to the hotel, while Eddie Curry stealthily slipped out. Ma Fei gazed out at Eddie Curry, feeling rather speechless. Johnson, where has Eddie Curry gone? Why is he acting so mysteriously? That fool has gone to purchase a lottery ticket and is also stopping by the dessert shop opened by the Gasol brothers. I had intended to go as well, but the game is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei became intrigued, for Chinese cuisine and Western dishes are indeed distinct. After the competition, let us venture together. I wish to evaluate Gasol's establishment as well. At this moment, Kinney also joined the conversation, expressing his intention to accompany us after the match. Why not proceed to Messi's Argentine barbecue restaurant? It is said that the flavors are quite delightful. Upon hearing the name Messi, Ma Fei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A legendary football star from a previous era. Is it truly possible to see him in person? Kinney cast a sidelong glance at Ma Fei, suggesting that it might be a matter of luck. After all, that is merely one of his franchise locations, much like your own. Have you ever visited your own establishment? Ma Fei awkwardly touched his nose, seemingly recalling a dinner gathering at a restaurant during the group stage matches against the Xia ethnic region, which he had not attended since. At precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, the gymnasium of the University of Spanish Sports Genetics was filled to capacity, with colorful flags fluttering above. This arena has witnessed the triumphant ascent of the university to NCAA championship glory on 3 occasions. However, the locker room of the university was notably silent, as the players exhibited neither excitement nor eagerness. The exhausting first match against Homer State University had drained their energy, and the unexpected news that Ma Fei's technical foul had been rescinded incited profound anger among the players, akin to the bitterness of an unwelcome surprise. Had they known the foul would be revoked, they would not have exerted themselves so fiercely. Despite their efforts to appeal and submit a video of Maffei chastising the referee to the league remained unresponsive, as if the incident had never occurred. It was evident to all that such actions would not affect Maffei. They had to rely solely on their prowess on the court to contend. Anyone who had witnessed Maffei dominate the indigenous Chi-Man would find it hard to muster a spirit of resistance. Coupled with the impending matchup against Bogut and Ben Simmons, the situation seemed overwhelmingly one-sided, with a defensive intensity harsher than that of Bill Russell. After several days of recuperation, the physical condition of the university's players had returned to peak form, yet their spirits remained diminished. As the players from Agricultural and Forestry University awaited the entrance introduction of the University of Spanish Sports Genetics, the atmosphere was palpable. Once the entrance ceremony for all players concluded, they commenced their pre-game warm-up. Maffei discovered that Eddie Curry had yet to return. She nudged Johnson, remarking that Eddie's absence might soon provoke Nielsen's ire. Johnson, furrowing his brow, murmured to himself as he surveyed the surroundings, "I wonder where that fellow has wandered off to. Could he possibly be lost?" Just then, Eddie Curry entered, arms laden with an assortment of items. The players from Agricultural and Forestry University stared at him in bewilderment, while those from Western University erupted in laughter. Nielsen, incensed by the antics of this bumbling, portly figure, bellowed, "Where have you been? What on earth are you carrying?" "Don't be angry, boss. I brought snacks for the team." In this world, where genetic technology is remarkably advanced, athletes no longer fret over maintaining their physique and condition. As long as funds are sufficient, they can effortlessly slim down, leading many athletes to abandon any notions of moderation or self-restraint. Marbury usually gets along best with Eddie Curry, for he is the most carefree individual. He quickly walks over and pulls Eddie Curry to the bench to inspect what snacks are available. Maffei approached and took a bite of an egg tart. I remarked, "This egg tart is delightful. Where did you purchase it?" Eddie Curry chuckled and introduced, "This is from the dessert shop run by the Gasol brothers. It's absolutely delicious." Johnson, somewhat incredulous, looked at Eddie Curry and said, "Did you really take so long just to buy these snacks?" "Of course not," Eddie replied. "I went to buy some Euro-American lottery tickets. I purchased 10 tickets in total, and I have a strong feeling that I might win a grand prize." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 tickets from his pocket and waved them in the air. Maffei regarded Eddie Curry with a look of incredulity, as if he were a simpleton. Why not simply purchase it online? He mused. Must you go through the trouble of making the trip yourself? If you're not berated by the boss for this folly, consider it a stroke of good fortune. As soon as Maffei finished speaking, he noticed that everyone was not laughing at Eddie Curry, but rather, they all regarded him with looks of utter bewilderment. Even Nelson's gaze appeared quite peculiar. Maffei was taken aback, glancing around and stating, "What are you all staring at? If you have something to say, just say it." Nelson, holding his head, looked at Maffei and replied, "Before you lecture others, perhaps you should first grasp the situation. In this world, lottery tickets cannot be purchased online. They must be bought at a lottery shop." Maffei was perplexed. Isn't everything available for purchase online? Why can't one buy lottery tickets on the internet? Kenny shrugged his shoulders, stating that it was simply the established rule, and we have no idea why. "I suspect it's due to the fear that purchasing lottery tickets online might lead to excessive obsession, making those with a propensity for gambling even more susceptible to addiction. There is some truth to that." Maffei cast a disapproving glance at Eddie Curry, remarking that with his luck, he should be content with merely playing as a game. Eddie Curry chuckled foolishly, asserting that it merely provided him with a glimmer of hope. What if he won? He had heard that the current jackpot exceeded 100 million. Upon hearing this, the others from Agricultural and Forestry University lit up with excitement. Such a vast sum. Let us buy some tickets after the game and test our luck. Maffei secretly despised these individuals, viewing them as a group of foolish gentlemen, easily deceived. She truly wished to convey to them that they were overestimating themselves. Following this brief interlude, everyone commenced their earnest preparations for the impending battle. Maffei arrived at the three-point line to commence her shooting practice, effortlessly sinking three-pointers one after another. As Maffei maneuvered to the corner, he successfully sank a few three-pointers. Just as he prepared to take a shot from the free-throw line, he was startled by the frenzied curses directed at him from behind. "Goodness. It appears I have once again encountered foolishness." I spotted 2 young white men in the front row, seemingly lost in their own madness. It seems one can encounter such trash anywhere. Maffei touched the communication device on her wrist, only to realize that it had been surrendered upon entry. Otherwise, these 2 imbeciles would undoubtedly not have been able to leave the arena. Noticing Maffei's apparent gesture of reaching for the communicator, one of them immediately escalated his insults with even greater fervor. Maffei has already sentenced these two fools. The match later will be quite a spectacle for you all. Maffei paid no heed to the two fools, confident that a splendid performance would soon unfold. Turning, he dashed to the corner of the court to continue his shooting practice. Chapter 65, Battle against the Spanish University. At this moment, numerous television networks were preparing to broadcast the match live, as Maffei's popularity had soared to unprecedented heights. It would be remiss not to capitalize on this surge for the benefit of their advertisers. However, channels like TNT, ESPN, and Shazoo Sports opted out, having accurately predicted that the game would lack both difficulty and excitement. Surviving unscathed against Maffei would prove more challenging for the Spanish University's formidable duo than winning the championship itself. Beep. The game commenced. The Spanish University fielded a starting lineup featuring Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Serge Ibaka, Fernandez, and Rubio. Meanwhile, Nolan University retained its season lineup of Barkley, Maffei, McGrady, Johnson, and Thomas. As the teams prepared for the jump ball, Maffei was already radiating strength. Having consumed all necessary supplements, his stamina had reached a perfect score of 100, marking 4 attributes at maximum capacity. The jump ball was decisively won against Marc Gasol, who was easily outmatched, allowing Maffei to pass the ball to Thomas. Upon crossing half court, Thomas delivered the ball to Maffei, who was being guarded by Pau Gasol. With a simple back-to-the-basket move, Maffei pushed Gasol several steps back, then turned and drove into the paint, executing a thunderous dunk that sent the score to 2-0. As Maffei descended from the rim, the entire basketball hoop trembled in response. Gasol, who had never relied on sheer strength in his previous career, found it impossible to withstand Maffei's power. Conceding an easy score, Gasol quickly returned to the baseline to inbound the ball, while Rubio initiated the offense. Maffei fixed his gaze on Gasol, observing him standing motionless beyond the three-point line. Maffei dared not relinquish his attention, for this man possessed the prowess to score from long range. Maffei approached, curious to see how Gasol was faring with his Chinese, especially since most players had become quite adept at the language. She playfully remarked, "Sister-in-law, why are you standing here motionless?" Gasol shot her a glare and retorted, "Oh please, you're the one who asked the sister-in-law. Your entire family is." Maffei was surrounded by thunderous roars. "You can speak the language of summer, yet you ignored my call just now?" she queried. Gasol, indifferent to her, merely turned his head away. Maffei continued to chatter away, indifferent to whether he was acknowledged or ignored. Do not presume that silence equates to the absence of trouble. In our Xia clan, you are referred to as sister-in-law. Unable to endure any longer, Gasol exclaimed in frustration, "Get lost." Maffei smiled. This fellow finally uttered a word. "You Europeans are truly hypocritical, appearing exceedingly amiable on the surface while engaging in sordid deeds behind the scenes. You from the Summer tribe are no different. Must you always mock the second? Damn it, I never imagined Gasol could retort so effectively. Well then, let us speak of something else. Who taught you this Mandarin? And why does it carry an accent?" Upon hearing this, Gasol quipped, "You know nothing. An accent is what accentuates one's individuality, while a fool like you can only utter meaningless drivel." Maffei furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of irritation. "Well, setting aside the language issue, let me ask you, do you know Messi?" Gasol, watching Maffei with a wary gaze, replied, "Of course I know him. What is your intention?" "I heard he opened a barbecue restaurant, and I plan to visit it after the match tonight. I truly admire his football skills. I wonder which team he is playing for now. I believe I know that. It seems he is with the BAS Radina club." Maffei was criticized for his confusion, questioning what Bas Radina even was. Gasol was no longer inclined to converse with this fool, who seemed utterly oblivious, akin to the Barcelona of a previous life. At that moment, an oddly surreal scene unfolded on the court. Maffei and Gasol, neglecting the game entirely, ambled about the arena like a couple strolling leisurely, engrossed in their animated conversation, oblivious to the match at hand. The players from both teams had also forgotten about them, while McGrady and Barkley had found their rhythm, racking up points. And on the other side, Marc Gasol and Rubio were equally determined, keeping the score tight. As the first quarter dwindled to 2 minutes and Maffei was substituted out, he found himself in a daze, wondering, what on earth was I doing this first quarter? Just idle chatter? Sitting on the bench, Nelson glared at him fiercely, demanding to know what he was discussing with Gasol, questioning whether he had completely forsaken the game. Maffei smiled brightly, noticing the dark expression on Nelson's face. "Look at you. I was merely teasing that guy. Rest assured, I will surely widen the score gap soon. Nelson pouted slightly but ultimately refrained from responding. He had intended to voice his concerns, as it was evident that Ma Fei's mind was not entirely focused on basketball moments ago. 3 minutes into the second quarter, the score stood at 36-32, with Agricultural University leading. Beep. Nelson called for a timeout, substituting Barkley, McGrady, and Thomas for Ma Fei, Marbury, and Kenny. Kenny approached and playfully patted Ma Fei on the backside, urging him to perform well this quarter so they could finish early. Ma Fei was at a loss for words, urging to hasten the pace without any delay. Receiving a pass from Marbury, Ma Fei surged forward with the ball, seamlessly breaking through to the other side of the court. Upon crossing the halfway line, he noticed only Ibaka standing in his path. With unwavering determination, Ma Fei propelled himself towards Ibaka. The sudden advance startled Ibaka, who had previously experienced the force of Ma Fei's physique firsthand, having been effortlessly knocked aside. It was evident just how formidable Ma Fei's strength truly was. Ma Fei effortlessly maneuvered past Ibaka and executed a shot off the backboard, bringing the score to 38-32. On the sidelines, Marc Gasol, taking a break, shook his head in disbelief upon witnessing Ma Fei's seamless basket, muttering to himself, "What a monster." In that moment, Ma Fei transformed into a little beast, rampaging through the paint, leaving the interior defense of West University in disarray. Beep. West University called for a timeout. Following this, they substituted in Gasol. But Ma Fei chose not to engage in conversation with him. Instead, he diligently resumed his efforts on the court. Marc Gasol has always held a disdain for his brother's overly civilized and passionless style of play. Witnessing his brother being mercilessly bullied by Ma Fei, Marc felt an overwhelming urge to hide his face in embarrassment. Wishing to disassociate himself from the situation, it was simply too humiliating. After being subjected to 3 consecutive plays by Ma Fei, Marc could no longer bear to watch. Although he recognized that he was no match for this formidable opponent, he understood the importance of standing up and confronting him. However, he couldn't fathom why his brother wasn't taking the initiative to charge forward. If scouts observed this, surely his draft position would plummet. Once more, Ma Fei prepared to advance with the ball, his feet poised on the edge of the key, executing a between-the-legs dribble. Meanwhile, Marc had already positioned himself ahead of Ma Fei, arms outstretched in defense, while Rubio was readying himself to double-team Ma Fei from behind. Ma Fei swiftly opted for a decisive drive past Marc Gasol. With a deft dribble between his legs, he maneuvered seamlessly past Gasol's flank. Marc Gasol, realizing he could no longer intercept, simply turned around and grasped the fabric of Ma Fei's garment. Hiss. Upon hearing the sound of fabric tearing, Ma Fei was startled. Halting abruptly and turning around to prepare for a free throw, convinced that the referee would certainly call a foul. However, the garment remained unscathed, while Marc Gasol approached him, directly reaching for the ball from his hands. Ma Fei was taken aback by Marc Gasol's relentless grip on the ball. In an instant, she seized the ball and forcefully flung Marc Gasol aside. Chapter 66, Dada's Underwear. Bang! Marc Gasol was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The referee promptly called for a jump ball. Ma Fei was thoroughly distressed as he observed the approaching players from West University. Maintaining his composure, he scanned the crowd for any potential provocateurs. The referee promptly intervened, separating both parties to prevent the situation from escalating further. The players from West University remained remarkably calm. Though they appeared furious, they exhibited exceptional control over their emotions. In stark contrast, 2 unruly spectators from the stands continued to hurl insults, likely aware that their antics could be captured by the cameras nearby, resorting to personal attacks. With his vision at 10.5, Ma Fei could perceive every movement of the 2 miscreants in his peripheral view. At that moment, Marc Gasol also rose to his feet, and the referee initiated a free throw at the foul line. With the enhancement of Ma Fei's springman skills and explosive power, he leapt ahead, deftly passing the ball directly to Marbury stationed at the 3-point line on the flank. Bang! After dribbling, Marbury gestured with his arm towards Ma Fei, signaling for him to come over for a pick and roll. Ma Fei dashed forward to serve as a wall whenever Marbury seized the ball and charged towards the paint. It was nearly a one-way endeavor, rendering the presence of others virtually invisible. Suddenly, Rubio attempted to pursue Marbury but was effortlessly flung aside by Ma Fei. However, as Marbury maneuvered past Ma Fei with a screen, Ibaka lay in wait behind Ma Fei, launching himself to swat the basketball away from Marbury. At that moment, Ma Fei's eyes gleamed with realization as he noticed the ball soaring straight towards the gap between the two trash bins in the front row. In an instant, a surge of adrenaline propelled him towards the ball, only to witness it soaring beyond the boundary. Such an opportunity, bestowed by fate, was one that Ma Fei could not possibly let slip away. With the ferocity of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward, arms outstretched as if to retrieve the ball. However, his elbows collided forcefully with the faces of two spectators in the front row. A piercing cry of anguish echoed through the arena. The two enthusiastic young men, caught in the moment, found themselves unceremoniously dispatched, their noses flattened, faces swollen, hair disheveled, and bloodied as they crumpled to the ground. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, directed at Ma Fei. Marc Gasol, Rubio, and Ibaka surrounded the referee, demanding the expulsion of Mahinmi. The official, number 99, intentionally assaulted a fan. Such reprehensible behavior must be penalized. This wretched scoundrel must face consequences. Marbury and Johnson were equally unwilling to yield. Were you blind to the situation? That was a rescue attempt, not an intentional foul, understood? As the tension between the two teams escalated, the referee promptly called for a timeout and initiated a meticulous review of the incident. At this moment, Marbury remained remarkably composed, confident that even the action movie King Johnson could not convince the officials of any malicious intent. Indeed, less than half a minute later, the referee declared the game to continue, providing no clarification regarding Marbury's rescue attempt. This decision incited considerable ire among the players of West University. However, with the referee's ruling final, further protestations were futile, and the two unfortunate players were swiftly attended to by the medical robots. The second quarter subsequently transformed into Marbury's dominion, whether it was Pau Gasol or Marc Gasol. Anytime the two dared to engage him in close quarters, Marbury delivered an ample dose of retribution. While not as egregious as the notorious King of Trash, his actions were nonetheless sufficient to leave the duo reeling. By the end of the second quarter, Marbury had amassed an impressive 26 points, 8 rebounds, 3 steals, and 4 assists, astonishing the fans with his titanic performance. As the first half concluded, Agricultural University led with a score of 65-43. In the third quarter, 2 possessions had already transpired. Ma Fei received a pass from Thomas and executed a deft under-the-leg dribble, advancing with the ball in his left hand past Marc Gasol on his right. Marc, undeterred, made a quick lateral shuffle, positioning himself to brace against Ma Fei's thigh, his right hand poised to grasp Ma Fei's tender waist. Such tactics are essential maneuvers for any center in this realm. However, he missed the flesh entirely, managing instead to grip Ma Fei's shirt. At that moment, Ma Fei was preparing for a layup when he stumbled, tripped by the towering Gasol in the paint, and found himself toppling like a collapsing mountain. Observing the impending fall, Marc, in a moment of goodwill, tugged forcefully at Ma Fei's shirt, intending to lift him back up and prevent the fall. Unfortunately, Rubio, trailing behind, attempted to wrap his arms around Ma Fei to draw a foul, but instead managed to clutch his pants, resulting in a most unfortunate twist of fate. Consequently, Ma Fei's shirt was torn asunder by Marc, while his shorts were yanked down to his knees by Rubio, leading to an embarrassing encounter as Ma Fei's face collided with his own behind. In a bewildering turn of events, Rubio's head was propelled upwards by the impact. In an instant, Ma Fei found himself sprawled on the floor, entangled by Gasol's foot and his own shorts, now reduced to a striking pair of crimson boxers adorned with an image of a muscular man playing basketball, accompanied by the bold characters proclaiming, "The more you wear, the more bouncy." This eye-catching design captured the attention of the live audience, with the editor swiftly incorporating the image into the virtual projection of the live broadcast. A wave of laughter erupted throughout the arena, reverberating to the point of nearly shattering the ceiling. The broadcast chatroom was flooded with viewers in stitches, tears streaming down their faces. "This guy's rear is genuinely impressive. What a sight," they exclaimed. "Is Ma Fei's 20 centimeters measurement exaggerated? Is this a ploy to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my fortune?" The sudden advertisement for the identical Dada brand underwear Ma Fei wore led to an astonishing sales phenomenon, with 1 billion pairs sold within just 10 minutes, solidifying its status as a commercial legend. Meanwhile, Marc Gasol was in stitches, uncertain what to do with the torn jersey he held. Discarding it felt inappropriate, yet keeping it seemed like retaining a piece of trash. On the other hand, Rubio was utterly alarmed, realizing he had just stripped a veritable beast. The sight of those intimidating muscles on Ma Fei's upper body was enough to send chills down his spine. He wondered if he could survive a confrontation with such a formidable figure. After Ma Fei was tripped, the uproarious laughter that filled the arena signaled impending disaster. Upon realizing that he was clad in nothing but his underwear, a wave of fury engulfed him. He turned his gaze toward Rubio, ready to pounce and deliver a thrashing. Utterly humiliated, with a thunderous roar, Ma Fei lunged forward, shouting, "You bastard, perish!" Fortunately, Kenny, Barkley, and Thomas arrived just in time to restrain him. Otherwise, no one would have been able to hold him back. "Calm down, buddy. We're in the middle of a game. If you incur another technical foul, you'll be sidelined for the next match." The moment he heard Kenny's words, Ma Fei's mind cleared, yet the venomous glare he cast upon Rubio made him tremble. The coach from West University was sweating profusely from laughter and promptly called a timeout, deciding to substitute Rubio out of the game, likely ensuring he wouldn't return for the remainder of the match. Ma Fei sat on the bench in a fit of rage, glaring fiercely at Rubio across the court. Utterly humiliated today. Chapter 67, The Law of Causality. In truth, the team from the Agricultural and Forestry University was laughing more heartily than the team from Shida. Yet they could not afford to mock Ma Fei in his presence. Nelson offered a token gesture of consolation before substituting Ma Fei to allow him a moment of composure, though it was evident that Nelson had been the most amused of all just moments prior. At that moment, Ma Fei was clad only in his underwear, having completely forgotten to change, and was preoccupied with pondering whether there was indeed a semblance of causality to his relentless endeavors. Otherwise, why did unforeseen circumstances consistently arise? The more he engaged in audacious acts, the more uncontrollable factors seemed to emerge. I would prefer to think I am being overly cautious. Yet the enigmatic smile from my earlier performance in the red underwear in this match suggests a recurring pattern of misfortune. It remains uncertain whether this is truly a matter of causality. Perhaps after a few more games, clarity will be attained. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Fei decided not to dwell on it any longer. Let it be, for her reputation had already been tarnished, and her persona shattered. Turning back was simply impossible. Resolving to let go of such concerns, she boldly took a bottle of water, downing it in 3 swift gulps before tossing it into the trash bin. At that moment, the referee approached with a cheerful demeanor, addressing Ma Fei. "Though your physique is quite striking, I shall grant you a minute. If you choose not to don attire, then so be it." Stunned, Ma Fei shot a glare at the referee, thinking, "Do you not realize my clothing was torn by my opponent?" She then turned to don the spare jersey prepared by Kenny. The referee, seeing Ma Fei dressed, chose not to press the issue further and continued with his officiating duties. However, the audience was outraged. Why should this individual be allowed to wear clothing? He should run bare, as this is an affront to all women. Consequently, the atmosphere of the basketball game shifted dramatically. Ironically, the two teams became increasingly animated due to Ma Fei's substitution. Throughout the match, Ma Fei showcased a physique that rivaled anyone's, commanding the interior of West University and making the Gasol brothers look quite foolish. Since the incident involving Ma Fei's red underwear, the allure of the game had diminished significantly. At that moment, the owner of the Dada brand underwear was celebrating with champagne, reveling in a triumphant turnaround. Coincidentally, the design on the underwear resembled Ma Fei, capturing his likeness during a particularly memorable moment at Nonglin University. This resemblance had been noted by the owner of the Dada apparel company, who found Ma Fei to be quite intriguing, prompting the designers to create the now popular Dada underwear featuring Ma Fei's image. The underwear had been a gift from the Poison Widow, who claimed that red underwear warded off evil spirits, believing the design suited him perfectly. The quality of the fabric and craftsmanship was commendable, leading her to purchase 10 packs. All these events unfolded through a series of remarkable coincidences and absurdities. Beep. The match concluded with Agricultural and Forestry University triumphing over their opponents with a score of 113-98. Following an incident where his trousers were forcibly removed, Ma Fei was benched by Nelson, as there was no longer a necessity to deploy the nuclear weapon. Players such as Barkley and Eddie Curry were more than capable of handling the competition from Shida. After this game, everyone was taken aback by the prowess of Agricultural and Forestry University, realizing that even without Ma Fei, they remained a formidable force. Likewise, Rubio was also sidelined by Shida, fearing that if he were substituted in, Ma Fei would take the opportunity to dominate him on the court. As soon as the game concluded, the incident involving Dada's underwear skyrocketed to the top of trending topics. The sheer popularity of Ma Fei, coupled with such a sensational and humorous event, made it impossible for it not to gain traction. Upon clicking on the trending topic, everyone erupted in laughter, many even purchasing a stack of underwear for good luck. The Dada Underwear official website experienced a meteoric surge in sales, astonishing everyone given that it was merely underwear. Concurrently, a wave of individuals emerged online to attack Rueling Sports, the sponsor of Maffei's attire, due to NCAA regulations prohibiting any engagement or sponsorship of student athletes. All athletic apparel sponsorships are directly negotiated with universities. Currently, the top 3 sports apparel companies, Rueling, Bialong, and 365 Flash, were fiercely competing. With such a scandal unfolding, Bialong and Flash were certainly not going to pass up the opportunity to undermine Rueling Sports. Critiques were rampant. Rueling is terrible. Maffei merely fell. Just look at the quality of the clothing and pants. I'm hesitant to purchase anything from them. And Rueling is atrocious, using materials akin to plastic. No explanation needed. Those who buy from them are blind. There were cries of injustice for Maffei, who was wronged by such inferior clothing. While the underwear manufacturers were raking in the profits, a group of individuals began to vehemently disparage Rueling Sports. In the midst of this turmoil, Rueling Sports president, Zhang Yuqian, was in his office, furiously smashing objects in a fit of rage. After venting, he initiated a meeting, connecting with all department heads. 5 minutes later, the projection screen was filled with faces. Zhang took a sip of water to calm his frayed nerves and began the meeting, addressing the recent events. As you've all witnessed, we are under attack from the other 2 companies. Let's hear your thoughts. President Zhang, our immediate priority should be to mobilize our online presence to counteract this, suggested a member from the sales department. Zhang, seeing it was a sales team member speaking, responded, "This is merely a temporary fix. I want to hear from others." President Zhang, we cannot simply allow them to tarnish our reputation. We must also take the initiative to discredit them. Another chimed in. How about we shift the blame onto that person named Maffei? Just look at him. His physique resembles that of a demigod. Any jersey or shorts he wears would encounter similar issues. Zhang Yuqian rubbed his temples, feeling exasperated by the incompetence surrounding him. The only strategy worth its salt came from the sales department, while the rest seemed to be spouting nonsense. Particularly infuriating was the individual who suggested shifting blame. Zhang Yuqian would gladly dismiss him on the spot. Maffei was a prodigious talent sought after by 3 companies. And to think of deflecting responsibility was absurd. 2 competitors would relish such a misstep. Just the thought of it gave him a headache, as the company's market value was poised for another significant decline. At that moment, a hesitant voice emerged from the planning department manager, further irritating Zhang Yuqian. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "If there is something to discuss, bring it to the table instead of mumbling beneath your breath." The planning department manager, a middle-aged man, was startled by Zhang's booming voice and began to sweat profusely as he tried to pass the buck. "Zhang." It was our new colleague in the planning department who was whispering. Zhang Yuqian, his patience waning, demanded the whisperer to step forward. "Let me see who has the audacity." A remarkably young person from the Xia ethnicity then appeared on the screen, a clear indication of his novice status due to his youthful appearance. "What were you just murmuring about?" Zhang inquired sharply. The newcomer, undeterred, replied, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Zhang Liuhua. In my previous life, I was the president of NAIC China. I must clarify that I was not mumbling. I was speaking openly. It was this person who covered my mouth to silence me," he added, pointing at a young man beside him. Zhang Yuqian was taken aback. This newcomer truly exhibited the audacity of a calf unafraid of tigers. "Speak then. I am listening," he commanded. I found the strategies discussed quite perplexing. Why is everyone focused on countering current public opinion instead of contemplating how to deepen brand development or guide public discourse? Zhang, unable to comprehend, responded, "What do you mean by that?" The others shared his confusion. Did they truly need to convene a meeting to explore deeper development? The youth clearly lacked awareness of their precarious situation. "I simply wish to know how we can weather this storm, not how to advance further." Zhang lightly tapped the table, silencing the room. "Continue, young Zhang." "Yes, Mr. President. Given the incident with Maffei today, I anticipate a significant drop in the company's stock tomorrow. However, the crisis before us presents both danger and opportunity, depending on how we choose to navigate it. Firstly, we must extract the video featuring Maffei. Let us take a look," Zhang Lihua proposed. He proceeded to show the footage, revealing that the torn clothing belonged to Marc Gasol, while the shorts were removed by Ricky Rubio. With a wry smile, Zhang posed the critical question, "Now, how do we explain our product?" All senior executives at Rueling Sports were captivated by Zhang Weihua's eloquence. including President Zheng Yuqian, who listened intently to his explanations. Zhang glanced around the room, noting the collective confusion, and decided to forego any suspense. We shall treat this video as a promotional piece. Buzz. Before he could finish, the conference room erupted in chaos. Are you out of your mind? Using student-athletes for advertising? Aren't you concerned about league sanctions? Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with league regulations first. Zhang Youqian's expression darkened as the crowd began to attack before Zhang could complete his thoughts. Silence. Allow Xiao Zhang to finish. Zhang Weiwa nodded toward Zhang Youqian and continued. We will proceed with this advertisement, but we shall slightly alter the likeness. Approximately 70 similarity will suffice. Additionally, we will replace the segment of Marc Gasol tearing his shirt with Ma Fei doing the same. Everything else remains unchanged. The final product will convey the following message. He is the king of the court, an unstoppable force, even when his jersey is torn. Yet, our shorts will withstand the challenge. The background will feature Ma Fei tearing his shirt, followed by footage of him tripping while his shorts are pulled away, culminating with the original scene of Ma Fei falling dramatically. However, we must employ some online influencers to create buzz, ensuring the impression that our clothing is exceptionally durable. Even if other brands succumb to tearing, our shorts are robust enough to endure extraordinary wear. Applause erupted, and Zhang Youqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped for Zhang Weiwa's brilliant proposal. That was splendid. Xiao Zhang has articulated this remarkably well. Everyone should take notes. Once this advertisement is released, it will undoubtedly be a sensation. Zhang Youqian added. Moreover, all attention will be directed toward the shorts and Ma Fei's final fall. Who will care whether the jersey was torn by Ma Fei or someone else? There are countless instances of torn jerseys in sports every year. Let us follow Xiao Zhang's plan. Zhang Youqian rapped his fingers on the table and proclaimed, I hereby announce that Zhang Weihua is promoted to the head of the planning department. He cast a sidelong glance at the current head of the planning department. You will submit your resignation letter to my desk tomorrow. Furthermore, you are prohibited from disclosing any details discussed in today's meeting. Do you understand? The planning director turned pale, realizing he had effectively been dismissed during the meeting. I understand. I will write the report immediately. Zhang Youqian severed the connection with the planning director and reinstated Zhang Weihua's meeting link. All right, Xiao Zhang, you may continue. I still have a question. Why must we film with a 70 resemblance to Ma Fei rather than simply casting another individual? Certainly, President Zhang. The rationale is straightforward. The filming must be expedited. If we delay any longer, we risk losing our opportunity. A sudden cough interrupted the conversation, and Zhang Weihua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. What I mean is, we should use this video to slightly diminish the image of Ma Fei, and then tear the clothing away to pair it with the background, effectively transforming it into an advertisement. This way, we can not only capitalize on the trending topics but also reverse the unfavorable public opinion. As for why we are still using the image of Ma Fei from the 70s, it is all part of our forthcoming strategy. Everyone, including Zhang Youqian, appeared bewildered. Yet intrigued by Zhang's confident demeanor, they inquired, what is the next plan? Could you elaborate? Certainly, Mr. Zhang. Our intention is to produce an advertisement featuring the 70s Ma Fei image to subtly align ourselves with the NCAA alliance. We have neither directly engaged in a transaction with Ma Fei nor utilized his likeness rights. In fact, we do not acknowledge any such involvement. Even if the alliance were to be aware of our maneuvering, they would likely remain silent. As the three sports apparel companies have an unspoken understanding that as long as we do not overstep our bounds, everything will be permissible. Immediately, objections arose from the group. What you are suggesting raises concerns. The alliance may turn a blind eye, but Ma Fei could very well drag us to court. The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. Ma Fei would undoubtedly pursue legal action vigorously. After all, he was a wealthy individual. Zhang Youqian, equally perplexed, asked Xiao Zhang, what if Ma Fei does sue us? That would place the company in a precarious position. Mr. Zhang and esteemed colleagues, we would actually welcome a lawsuit from Ma Fei. The longer he litigates against us, the better. We would relish daily headlines as he incessantly brings us into the limelight, rendering our advertising unnecessary. Gasps of shock resonated through the room. Is that truly a viable strategy? What if the court orders us to pay significant damages? We would be financially devastated, potentially facing losses in the billions. Furthermore, the alliance would not overlook any financial exchanges between us. How would we navigate that? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. Ma Fei is an affluent individual from our Xia clan, currently operating nearly 100 hot pot restaurants, consuming an enormous quantity of meat and vegetables daily. He will undoubtedly seek to acquire farms or ranches to reduce his operational costs. We can leverage our resources to identify such assets. We should gather information from our shareholders to see who might be willing to part with their resources. We can negotiate lower prices and sell them to Ma Fei. Ideally, we would reach an out-of-court settlement, which would essentially constitute a transfer of benefits without any financial entanglements. The assembly was taken aback, staring at Zhang Weihua in astonishment. They collectively inhaled sharply. Are we truly of the same race? You newcomers from the Xia clan are extraordinarily cunning, employing such intricate schemes. Zhang Weihua, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to Zheng Yuqian and asked, Mr. Zheng, this is the general outline. Do you have any additional insights to contribute? Zheng Yuqian could no longer be described merely as excited. Instead, he exuded a certain grandeur, marveling at the presence of such a formidable talent within his company. He felt no fear in facing the fierce competition posed by Biao Long and 365 flash speed. Splendid, he thought. Let us proceed as Minister Xiao Zhang suggested. Everyone must exert their utmost effort to secure victory in this endeavor. After speaking, he cast a keen glance around at the senior executives, warning them not to let it come to his attention if anyone were to lag behind. The advertisement must be completed before the stock market closes tomorrow, and the contents of today's meeting are to remain confidential. Should even the slightest whisper of a leak occur, you shall witness the power of thunder. The Blue Star Federation places immense value on promises and integrity. Anyone who transgresses will be ostracized by all. Chapter 69. Ma Fei complains at this moment. Ma Fei paid little heed to the chaos unfolding online. After the competition concluded, she, along with her teammates and coach from Agricultural and Forestry University, ventured to Messi's barbecue restaurant, savoring their meal for a delightful hour and a half. Unexpectedly, they encountered the Gasol brothers during their dining experience. Upon seeing Mark Gasol, Ma Fei felt an overwhelming headache, particularly due to the lecherous gaze of his younger counterpart, which provoked an urge in Ma Fei to deliver a punch. Not only did he tear his own clothing, but he incessantly chattered about how he had propelled Ma Fei into trending topics, suggesting that he ought to treat him to a meal, among other things. Ma Fei cast him a glance, realizing that this fellow was truly inflating his own importance, utterly devoid of self-awareness. The arrival of Ma Fei has drawn a significant influx of patrons to Messi's barbecue restaurant, with many gathering outside to observe Ma Fei and others dining. Unfortunately, after such a lengthy wait, they have yet to catch a glimpse of the football king, leaving Ma Fei rather disheartened. At this moment, Eddie Curry approached and remarked, Hey, there's a lottery vendor nearby. Would you like to place a few bets? Ma Fei peered outside and indeed spotted a lottery booth. Yet upon noticing the throngs of onlookers surrounding it, she instinctively shrank back. A group of students from Agricultural and Forestry University clamored enthusiastically to purchase tickets. Although Ma Fei held no illusions about her chances of winning, she nonetheless joined the crowd and purchased a randomly selected lottery ticket for 10 yuan. Upon purchasing a lottery ticket, Ma Fei immediately found herself surrounded by a throng of eager individuals, all clamoring to partake in the same endeavor. The crowd at Agricultural and Forestry University, witnessing such a gathering, felt a surge of panic and swiftly made their escape. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was quite late, and one by one, they retreated to their rooms for slumber. Just as Ma Fei was about to drift off to sleep, her communication watch emitted a persistent buzzing sound. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Sun Fong. Furrowing her brow, she wondered why he was calling at such an hour. Sun Fong, is there something urgent? She inquired. Boss, have you not scrutinized that trending topic concerning the red shorts? He exclaimed. I have. What's the fuss? They're just ordinary red underwear, she replied. My goodness. Boss, are you truly unaware that you've been sold out by someone and are now helping them count their profits? That icon is unmistakably you. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei was taken aback in astonishment. This is impossible. How could it be me? Sun Fong was infuriated to the point of laughter. Boss, he exclaimed. Some internet users have uncovered the company behind those red underwear. According to a staff member from the design department, it was the boss who spotted the watermelon pattern depicting the principal's head being struck during the ceremony at the Agricultural and Forestry University. He specifically instructed the designers to print it on the underwear. Damn it, Ma Fei thought, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was unmistakably a depiction of himself. It is no wonder that both the principal and I have found ourselves in an unpleasant situation over this matter. It is strikingly reminiscent of my own experiences. How dare this despicable company play games with me? Sun Fong hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss, such a tone is utterly intolerable. That company sold a staggering 1 billion pairs of underwear within an hour of your revealing the red panties, generating over 10 billion star dollars in revenue. As of now, these red panties remain a sensation, with sales reaching 30 billion pairs. As for how many more will be sold in the future, who can say? How many more indeed?" Ma Fei took a deep breath, astonished by the mere fact that in such a short span of time, sales had reached hundreds of billions. And when it comes to underwear, the cost barely amounted to a single yuan. 100 billion as a starting point. Sun Fong, is there any way out of this? I am at a great disadvantage. Boss, for the sake of the situation, tomorrow morning as soon as you rise, go to the NCAA Alliance to file a complaint. Inform them of the circumstances surrounding your predicament. Let the league uphold justice. If you fail to extract your due from this company now, you may miss your chance entirely. At this moment, Ma Fei was seething with anger, his teeth clenched in a curse. Goodness, son, this damned underwear company dares to scheme against me. If I do not retaliate fiercely this time, they will not comprehend my prowess. The next morning, after returning to school with the team, Ma Fei drove directly to the NCAA headquarters in Yin City. Upon reaching the entrance of the arbitration center, he found Director Wang organizing documents. "Director Wang, you must advocate for me." Director Wang, who was tidying up documents, was startled by Ma Fei's loud voice. Ma Fei embarked on her lamentation journey, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I have been deceived by Dada Apparel. They have emblazoned my likeness upon their undergarments. Initially, I believed it was not me, but yesterday, someone unmasked the truth that the owner was indeed the individual I had confronted at the Agricultural and Forestry University's anniversary celebration, leading to my visage being printed on those undergarments. This incident had caused considerable discord between the principal and me, but only recently have we managed to mend our relationship." Upon hearing this, Director Wang shook his head and chuckled. I am aware of this matter, but yesterday's occurrence was indeed an unforeseen event, lacking the feasibility for repetition. It can merely be categorized as an accident." Ma Fei pouted, resembling a delicate figure. "Boss, although this was an accident, they have intentionally magnified the incident, which reveals their malicious intent. Do you know how many pairs of underwear they sold yesterday, capitalizing on the hype? They sold 3.5 billion pairs. How much?" Everyone, including Director Wang, was astounded. By heaven's conscience, they truly sold 3.5 billion pairs. You can verify it on their website. Director Wang trembled with fury, slamming his hand on the table. This planet has hundreds of billions of people. It is indeed plausible to sell 3.5 billion pairs amidst the fervor. How audacious. To bully our alliance. Ma Fei, brace yourself. I'm calling the chairman right away. Upon returning to his office, Director Wang dialed Chairman Deng's number. "Chairman Deng, this is the situation. How shall we proceed?" "Let's not concern ourselves with that. Just allow Ma Fei to file a lawsuit in court, citing infringement of portrait rights. That company wouldn't dare retaliate. Otherwise, they would find themselves without a place to stand. Moreover, Ma Fei is a cherished asset of our alliance, bringing us immense attention. It is only natural for us to tilt our resources in his favor." Director Wang grasped Chairman Deng's intentions to support Ma Fei. That infringing company would indeed think twice before harboring any ill intentions. If other enterprises acted similarly, the rules would cease to be upheld. In truth, Deng Yu had not mentioned that initially, both the alliance and he wished to elevate Michael Jordan. The sight of that nearly mythical basketball player from a past life brought him great joy. However, since the last incident when those individuals attacked Ma Fei, Deng Yu felt irked. Their narrow-mindedness made them oblivious to the grander picture, fixating solely on trivial matters while they became mere pawns on the chessboard. Oblivious to the fact that their opponents were far from incompetent. Moreover, judging by the public discourse at that time, it was evident that so many were targeting one individual, devoid of any semblance of the dignity befitting a basketball deity. It is likely that many perceived it similarly. Once revered figures were now reduced to instruments opposing Ma Fei. Chapter 70. Reconciliation. Ma Fei departed from the NCAA Arbitration Center, having secured the league's endorsement, and subsequently arrived at Sun Fong's registration and information consulting firm. Sun Fong arranged for several lawyers to come forth, briefing them on the particulars of the situation and instructing them to draft the lawsuit. The contemporary world is no longer akin to past eras where words were painstakingly typed by hand. Now, it is a realm where words flow effortlessly from the mouth. Within the span of an hour, a comprehensive lawsuit was eloquently composed. After this, Ma Fei had little further involvement. All that remained was to await updates regarding the court proceedings. As Ma Fei hurried home, a media outlet broke the story, revealing that she had appeared at the NCAA Arbitration Center at 10 a.m., tearfully recounting her plight for nearly an hour before being persuaded to leave. Subsequently, reporters discovered that Ma Fei's company had submitted a lawsuit to the Yin City Chaodong People's Court. The internet erupted. Who was Ma Fei planning to sue this time? It was evident she was surely targeting Rue Lin. What a laughable garment. Couldn't it have been torn apart by Biao Long and Shan Su? What nonsense. She was merely seeking to appeal. It had nothing to do with clothing. This was about confronting the underwear company. In the office of Dada Clothing Company, a corpulent middle-aged man sat before a grand chair, engrossed in trending topics. Although the thrill of excitement had waned, he continued to relish the fruits of his labor. This man, Zhao Jingrui, was an anomaly in today's society where obesity is rare. He had steadfastly maintained his rotund figure. The underwear company had belonged to his late wife, and it was on the brink of collapse. Zhao Jingrui had even contemplated selling his island in the South Ocean and the clothing company to immigrate and establish his family's foothold on a mineral star in the galaxy. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him when he spotted his favorite player during a game. Yes, that player was Ma Fei. Witnessing her triumph over the president of Agricultural and Forestry University nearly sent him into fits of laughter, especially since he too was an alumnus of that institution. Deepening his sense of connection, this prompted Zhao Jingrui to swiftly devise a plan. Thus, the barrage of comments regarding the underwear introduction is attributed to this rotund individual. Despite his ample physique, this fellow possesses a keen self-awareness. It is inconceivable that he would treat the league as a mere pawn. Therefore, upon witnessing the reports of a lawsuit filed by Ma Fei against his own company, he felt a surge of delight. This indicated that the league intended to observe the situation rather than intervene directly. If one performs admirably, the league may choose to overlook certain transgressions. However, should one provoke Ma Fei, it is likely that the league's higher-ups would emerge to rectify the matter. Although the NCAA is not a major league, it still holds considerable influence within Blue Star. It is worth noting the remarkable efficiency of the courts. A hearing notification arrived the very next day, scheduling a mediation meeting for January 12th at 9 a.m., which is tomorrow. Given the economic nature of the case, mediation would precede any potential appeals. The following day, after nearly 2 hours of mediation, no information was disclosed. At 11 a.m., Zhao Jingrui entered his flying car, glanced at his watch, and soon after, Ma Fei emerged. Media reporters, noticing Ma Fei's presence, surged forward, startling him, prompting him to swiftly enter Zhao Jingrui's flying car and depart. After Ma Fei hurriedly climbed into the car, she patted her chest and exclaimed, "I was terrified. These reporters are utterly relentless." Zhao Jingrui, witnessing Ma Fei's flustered demeanor, burst into hearty laughter. "You'll get used to it," he reassured her. "These reporters are merely trying to make a living." He then shifted the conversation, saying, "Now that we have signed the memorandum of understanding, let us proceed with the handover." Ma Fei felt a sense of admiration for the rotund man, who displayed remarkable decisiveness and candor in his actions. At the very outset of the mediation, he rose to acknowledge that the incident was indeed orchestrated based on Ma Fei's prototype, and expressed his willingness to compensate for the associated losses. Zhao Jingrui's proposed compensation left Ma Fei utterly astounded. He was willing to transfer 2 islands in the South Ocean, along with a clothing company, to Ma Fei without hesitation. It turned out that the Zhao family was engaged in the mining industry, and last year they had intended for Zhao Jingrui to inherit a mining star in the galaxy. Unfortunately, Zhao Jingrui's grandfather, along with his wife and brother-in-law, had met a tragic fate at the hands of an interstellar fugitive during their journey, leaving Zhao Jingrui engulfed in grief for an extended period. Thankfully, his child had not accompanied them, or the situation would have been dire. Each time he beheld his wife's company, sorrow washed over him, prompting his resolute decision to sell it. As for the islands, they were a hereditary possession of the Zhao family, of little interest to anyone else. Moreover, Zhao Jingrui had already prepared to emigrate to his mining star, making it improbable for him to return. Thus, he decided to offer them to Ma Fei. This revelation left Ma Fei in disbelief. Upon viewing the islands, his heart raced uncontrollably. One of the islands was named Mauritius, the same place referenced by the comedian as the prince, while the other was Réunion, located 160 kilometers away. Mauritius boasted a grand castle estate and was home to numerous dodos, a species long thought extinct. Ultimately, the agreement reached stipulated that Zhao Jingrui would compensate the clothing company and pay 1 billion in damages, while selling Mauritius, Réunion, and other associated maritime rights for 100 billion to Ma Fei. Additionally, Zhao Jingrui would personally compensate the NCAA Alliance with 1 billion star coins. However, the cash from the clothing company would be transferred to Zhao Jingrui's personal account by the end of the month after tax deductions, leaving only a shell company along with the 1 billion in compensation. Fortunately, the contract stipulated that the initial payment of the 100 billion would be 40 billion, with the remainder to be paid over 60 months at 10 billion per month. Otherwise, Ma Fei would not have dared to produce such a sum at once. Suddenly, Ma Fei recalled something and asked, "By the way, Mr. Zhao, is the dodo easy to raise? To be honest, in my previous life, this bird had long been extinct." "Aha. Rest assured, my friend, this bird is quite easy to nurture. I will organize the information and send it to you. I remember enjoying it frequently in my childhood. The taste was simply exquisite. However, as I grew older, it lost that childhood flavor." Upon hearing the word food, Ma Fei immediately perked up. "Is it tastier than chicken or duck?" Zhao Jingrui grinned widely. "Of course. Dodo meat is incredibly tender, far superior to chicken or duck. They are not even in the same league." Confused by the praise for dodo meat, Ma Fei wondered, if it is so delicious, why aren't more people raising them? "Well, let me explain. Many islands used to raise dodos, but as their numbers increased, the market value plummeted. Raising dodos is quite resource-intensive, requiring substantial fodder and insects, which led to soaring costs. Eventually, with the population explosion, few continued to raise them, as there was hardly any space for breeding insects," Zhao Jingrui explained, shrugging his shoulders. Now understanding the situation, Ma Fei felt optimistic. Speaking of insect breeding, there had been plenty of maggot and fly farms in his previous life. Any type of insect could be acquired for the right price. After all, the 2 islands were his. He could easily designate a section for cultivation. Subsequently, Ma Fei followed Zhao Jingrui to a building called the City-State Tower, located in the 3rd ring of Yanqing's north. They ascended to the 16th floor of Dada Clothing Company Limited, where Zhao Jingrui and Ma Fei signed the island transfer agreement, along with contracts related to the clothing company and factory. Chapter 71. The Super Tycoon. At that moment, President Deng Yu was promptly informed of the reconciliation agreement between Ma Fei and Zhao Jingrui. Upon reviewing the agreement, he was astonished to discover that Ma Fei was to pay an astronomical sum of billions, marveling at the fact that he was indeed a super tycoon. Zhao Jingrui possesses quite a bit of audacity. Perhaps this company deserves some support. After all, by next month, it will belong to Ma Fei, so he should be rewarded. Meanwhile, Ma Fei enjoyed a midday meal at Zhao Jingrui's home in Yanqing, featuring stir-fried dishes made with dodo meat. Although the cooking was not exceptional, the bird's meat left Ma Fei salivating. The flavor was utterly delightful. Looking at Ma Fei with amusement, Zhao Jingrui asked, "So, how's the dodo meat?" "Absolutely delicious. The meat is indeed incredibly tender. I had no idea dodo meat could be so delicate. I truly appreciate Mr. Zhao for preparing this splendid meal for me." "Haha, don't be so polite. I, too, am a lover of good food. I plan to immigrate to the Mining Star next month, so I intend to indulge myself this last month." Ma Fei raised his wine glass and toasted, "Here's to you, Boss Zhao. May your fortunes flourish and may you discover a mineral star. You will truly be a person of wealth." "Haha, with your auspicious words." Although the environment on a mineral star may be less than ideal, the potential for profit far exceeds that of our planet. With just a bit of mining, one could easily unearth purple gold and earn effortlessly. Ma Fei was perplexed. "Zhao, what exactly is this purple gold coin you speak of? Aren't we exclusively trading in star coins?" "Haha, even if you hadn't asked, I would have shared this with you. Have you caught a glimpse of the spacecraft in the communication watch? Worth hundreds of billions, no less?" Ma Fei enviously remarked. Indeed, at that time, I was quite envious, wishing fervently to possess a ship of my own. Haha, the vessel you see is called an interstellar cargo ship, the most rudimentary class of spacecraft, merely capable of meandering within this star system. The higher-tier ships are utterly beyond your sight. 1 purple coin equates to 10,000 star coins. Do you grasp this concept? My goodness, thus 100 million purple coins amount to 1 trillion star coins? No wonder you mentioned that earning money on our ordinary planet is a slow endeavor. Ma Fei, since we can consider ourselves friends, let me confide in you. Money is a universal currency, and within this universe, there exists but one form of material resource. Those who lack resources resort to seizing them, while those devoid of funds strive to acquire capital. Of course, our understanding of seizing is essentially synonymous with earning. This implies that you must employ every possible means to procure resources or wealth. Once you possess such assets, many doors previously unknown to you will swing open. Zhao Jingrui continued. For instance, the spacecraft I mentioned, those of higher caliber even include ships capable of warp travel. Yet you currently lack the qualifications to even behold them. Do you comprehend? To gain such qualifications requires an immense fortune. Furthermore, consider the gene serums that your kind, the new humans, incessantly yearn for to extend life. In truth, with sufficient wealth, living for a millennium is trivial. Thus, the importance of money cannot be overstated. In summary, you must adopt a long-term and expansive perspective. Do not fixate solely on the blue star. The cosmos teems with countless planets. Just within the Milky Way alone, there are an overwhelming number of habitable worlds, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. Even if you earn $1 trillion here, once you venture beyond, your purchasing power diminishes significantly. Upon hearing Zhao Jingrui's words, Ma Fei couldn't help but feel astonished. Is it truly the case that the earnings from his tireless efforts over the past half-year on launching amount to nothing more than pocket change? Zhao Jingrui erupted into hearty laughter, affirming that indeed, it is mere pocket money. Alas, there is no other way, Mr. Zhao. I was born on this planet, and my pursuits revolve around basketball, with a foundation in the culinary arts, focusing solely on living well. Ma Fei, you have not grasped my intent. What I mean to convey is that you must expand your ventures beyond this planet. Do you understand? Haha. Now that you mention it, Mr. Zhao, I certainly do understand. Expansion is indeed my aim. However, the current accumulation of resources is insufficient and requires time for proper digestion. Well, it is good that you understand. Remember to contact me when you venture beyond the solar system. Though I may lack significant resources, I can certainly assist in connecting you with the right individuals. Thank you, dear Zhao. In a few days, I have another game to play, followed by the round of 32, so I may not find the time for anything else. I will try to carve out a few days during the transition at the end of the month. Haha, you focus on your endeavors. I, for now, do not plan to engage in other activities. I intend to spend a few days at the Castle Manor in Mauritius, relishing the joys of my childhood while accompanying my child to watch you play. This is indeed a wonderfully carefree and poetic existence. After finishing her lunch, Ma Fei hurried back to Agricultural and Forestry University as there was a training session scheduled for this afternoon. Ma Fei, you have finally arrived. The crowd at the Agricultural and Forestry University immediately gathered around Ma Fei, asking, "How did your mediation go today?" Ma Fei felt a sense of joy upon seeing the concern of her numerous teammates. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Today, she had successfully reached an agreement with the owner of Dada Clothing Company and signed a contract. She had acquired 2 islands, in addition to the compensation from the clothing company and the monetary settlement. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback by the sheer volume of information. Kenny expressed his astonishment, asking for clarification on how she managed to obtain 2 islands all at once. The others were equally perplexed, their minds filled with questions. Ma Fei let out a peculiar chuckle, exclaiming, "Hee. The island sold to me by the clothing company is none other than the Mauritius of my previous life, while the adjacent isle is the enchanting our Union. I invested a staggering 100 billion. Goodness, am I truly a tycoon, spending 100 billion without a care?" The members of the Agricultural and Forestry University team were utterly astonished by Ma Fei's extravagant expenditure. Eddie Corey, with a hint of innocence, exclaimed, "Wow, you are indeed a golden thigh. I must cling to your robust leg." Mady gazed at Ma Fei in bewilderment, questioning, "Ma Fei, with your daily expenditures of several billion and even hundreds of billions, is your cash flow sustainable?" At this moment, everyone began to tease Ma Fei, reassuring Mady, "Rest assured, my team has secured the finances. I currently have daily revenues exceeding 100 million. Those banks are eager to lend me money." Indeed, it was evident that such impressive financial standing would leave any bank drooling. Just then, Eddie Curry patted Ma Fei on the back and inquired, "By the way, Ma Fei, did you win the lottery? The online buzz is quite lively, claiming you are a reincarnation of a lucky star." Ma Fei retrieved a lottery ticket from her pocket and compared it against the winning numbers, only to find that she had not even won the smallest prize. With a slight grimace, she raised the ticket and declared to everyone, "This cannot be taken seriously." She then added, "All right, everyone. Once I receive these assets by the end of the month, our team shall embark on a collective vacation for a few days." Upon hearing this, McGrady and Thomas, along with the others, were filled with excitement. "Ma Fei, you have done something wonderful, but we are still unaware of the island you mentioned. How is it?" "Rest assured, My friends, I have heard that the island boasts a splendid environment. I intend to develop it into a haven for tourism, entertainment, and gastronomy. Once the acquisition is complete, I will take you all on an excursion. Chapter 72. Continuing the scandal. At that moment, Kenny approached and patted Ma Fei on the shoulder. By the way, you must not have seen the news this morning. It is currently inundated with reports about you. Two particular incidents have propelled you to the top of the trending searches. Upon hearing the news, Ma Fei nearly toppled over in disbelief. I had merely spent the morning mediating with the clothing company, hardly engaging in any significant activity. Why must everything be attributed to me? As I opened the trending topics on the official website, I was confronted with two headlines concerning myself. The first was an advertisement launched by Rueline Sports at 10 a.m., which had completely taken the internet by storm. Every netizen who encountered this advertisement gasped in astonishment. Realizing that Rueline was playing quite the game, it was blatantly targeting Ma Fei. Although the individual depicted bore a slight resemblance to me, the content was unmistakably a replica of my competition. The most striking aspect was the audacious declaration made in the advertisement: "Only we can stop Ma Fei." While the method employed was rather shameless, the advertisement's sheer entertainment value is undeniable. It effectively intertwined the audience with the brand from the very outset. Now, it was the turn of Rueline's rivals, Biao Long and 365 Flash, to express their outrage. The executives of both companies were not only slamming their tables in frustration, but also waging a fierce online battle, accusing Rueline of undermining the rules of the game. Yet, Rueline chose not to engage. Since the previous day, when Rueline's stock plummeted by 30, Zheng Yuqian had rallied a considerable number of shareholders to aggressively purchase shares on the secondary market. By today, Rueline had not only recovered the 30 loss, but had surged an additional 50. It was evident to all that Rueline was on the brink of a remarkable resurgence. This advertisement was astoundingly bold, not only yielding substantial profits for Zheng Yuqian and his associates, but also significantly enhancing the brand's visibility and image, subtly conveying the impression that Rueline was destined to become the titan of the sports goods industry. After reading it, Ma Fei felt quite displeased. Yet another instance of opportunism, this time from a sports equipment sponsor, which posed quite a headache. Such sponsors are typically colossal entities, and confronting them can be exceedingly daunting, considering they wield significant influence. However, Ma Fei was undeterred. Should one dare to exploit the situation, they must also be prepared to face the repercussions. After all, he had the backing of the Federal Fighting Association. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted in chaos. Just when a resolution was reached with one opportunist, another emerged. It seemed everyone was captivated by Ma Fei. This individual had to seize the opportunity. What would today's resolution bring? Who could say? I simply wish to inquire. With Ma Fei's level of popularity, who could possibly compare? In an instant, Ma Fei lost all interest in the advertisement for staged accidents and turned her attention to the trending topics below. The ensuing hot searches left her utterly bewildered. Ma Fei, the celestial blessing has arrived. I shall erect a longevity tablet in her honor. Upon clicking, she discovered that it was about a gathering last night where Ma Fei and her teammates indulged in a barbecue, hosted by Messi. In the spirit of camaraderie, they decided to purchase a few lottery tickets. Consequently, onlookers, seeing the stars partake, joined in the frenzy. Remarkably, within just 10 minutes of Ma Fei's purchase, over 50 individuals emerged as winners, including one grand prize winner who claimed a staggering 180 million, 3 second prize winners with 9.05 million each, and an abundance of third prizes and smaller winnings. These fortunate winners eagerly shared photographs of their tickets in the comments section of the trending topic. When everyone realized that all tickets were purchased from the same lottery outlet, and within that brief 10-minute span, they marveled at the extraordinary luck of these individuals, pondering how one could achieve such fortune through mere admiration of celebrities. The comments section became a lively hub of activity. I told you, Ma Fei is a harbinger of good fortune, and good things revolve around her. Isn't it just coincidence? Indeed, perhaps it is the work of the divine. I believe it's Thomas. The proof is Ma Fei. Ma Fei gazed with a sense of frustration at the fortunate winners, pondering that if she were indeed a deity of fortune, those who triumphed would undoubtedly not be others. Disregarding the trending topic, she placed a call to Sun Fang, instructing the company's attorney to prepare yet another lawsuit on her behalf. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, the NCAA announced the settlement agreement involving Ma Fei and Dada Clothing Company, thrusting her once more into the spotlight of trending discussions. This development incited envy among numerous celebrities within the sports entertainment realm who relied on traffic to sustain their visibility. The idea that Ma Fei could consistently dominate trending topics, particularly those that captured the public's fascination, made them seethe with resentment, some even harboring thoughts of wishing her harm. It is worth noting that these sports entertainers thrived on gossip, while Ma Fei's trending was inherently captivating. When the masses discovered that Ma Fei had acquired 2 islands, they were utterly bewildered. Truly, Ma Fei had lost her mind, indulging in the whimsy of island ownership. An island enthusiast. This is Mauritius. This individual is undeniably affluent. Prince Ma, do you require more subjects? I humbly seek your favor. Your Highness, I am gentle and unassuming. In the conference room of the NCAA headquarters, President Deng Yu took his place at the forefront and commenced his address. Esteemed colleagues, have you seen today's news? Another company has attempted to provoke us, testing the boundaries of our League's regulations. It is imperative that we refine our existing rules. For instance, let us examine the advertisement from Rueilin Company, he stated, initiating the playback of the advertisement. After a moment of silence, Deng Yu continued, as you can see, Rueilin is fully aware that we cannot take significant action against them. However, their recent actions have crossed the line. The incident involving Dada Underwear was an unforeseen event, while Rueilin has deliberately sought to provoke us. Although, to a certain extent, this may be an effort to salvage their company, our league does not condone such behavior. Let us deliberate on potential improvements to our regulations. Soon, numerous executives from the alliance began to meticulously scrutinize the relevant regulations and identify the gaps that required immediate rectification. They explicitly outlined the potential benefits that could arise from the opportunistic actions of the Rueilin Company. Deng Yu felt a sense of relief as he glanced at the supplementary regulations devised by his subordinates. He tapped his fingers on the table and instructed Director Wang to send a letter to all sponsors and associated enterprises, stating that any recurrence of similar opportunistic behavior would result in the revocation of their sponsorship qualifications. Ma Fei has now decided against personally attending to every matter. As a proprietor, one cannot solely engage in all tasks. After all, the purpose of employing so many subordinates is precisely to delegate such responsibilities. He has entrusted the case of the fraudulent encounter to the lawyers working with Sun Fong. Recently, Ma Fei has finally succeeded in producing the coveted Xian Shinjiao. In a bid to reconcile with him, the president of Agricultural and Forestry University personally arranged for the university's esteemed research team to assist in isolating the substance from pig feed 666, and even presented the rights to cultivate the prestigious super melon variety as a gesture of goodwill. Today, Ma Fei has finally obtained the finished product of Xian Shinjiao. This time, due to its experimental nature, only 10 acres were cultivated at Miyun's base, yielding a harvest of 10,000 kilograms of pig feed 666, resulting in a total of 5,000 bottles of the brewed Xian Shinjiao. The current batch of Xian Shinjiao has undergone rigorous quality inspection and regulatory scrutiny, and is now ready for market launch. However, Ma Fei feels compelled to personally sample the liquor to ascertain whether it truly possesses the qualities ascribed by the system. Sip. After a small sip of wine, Ma Fei was instantly taken aback as a gentle energy enveloped her body, inducing an intoxicating sense of comfort, and particularly a feeling of clarity that was utterly captivating. Indeed, the divine elixir lived up to its name, for it truly possessed the power to elevate one to celestial realms. Chapter 73. An unconventional thought process. The final match of the group stage will see Agricultural and Forestry University host Oklahoma State University. This encounter will determine which team advances from the group, and Oklahoma State University has comfortably triumphed over the Bogotless Magic University, with both teams currently boasting 2 victories each. Time swiftly passed. On January 15th, in the Summer Sports Live broadcast room. Greetings, everyone. The last match of the group stage is about to commence. I am Su Kun, accompanied by Su Jiqing. As is customary, the final matches of each group begin simultaneously. Therefore, today we present to you the clash between Agricultural and Forestry University and Oklahoma State University. Given Ma Fei's immense popularity, failing to broadcast this would surely invite a backlash. Indeed, as Su Kun mentioned, Agricultural and Forestry University is extraordinarily popular, particularly Ma Fei. One can observe the plethora of news and information regarding her trending on the official website. It is fair to say she accounts for a staggering 30% of global attention. Yes, Su Jiqing's observations are spot on. There are certainly other matches worthy of attention today. Yet we acquiesce to the demands of the audience to broadcast this critical face-off between Agricultural and Forestry University and Oklahoma State University. Now, let us invite Su Jiqing to provide insights on both teams, allowing our viewers to grasp their relative strengths more intuitively. Su Jiqing nodded and chuckled, suggesting that both teams are already well known to the audience, and perhaps discussing their gossip would be more entertaining. Su-kun laughed in agreement, acknowledging that the gossip surrounding these two teams might indeed be more anticipated than the match itself. Su Jiqing glanced at the fans' inquiries on the table, noting that many were curious about Johnson's intentions regarding the draft. I recall asking this question during an exclusive interview with McGrady. Johnson explicitly stated he would not enter the NBA draft nor join another team to play basketball. Su Jiqing continued, to my knowledge. Johnson and Maffei have established a film company named Cinema Films, which is currently in the preparatory stages and has already signed several actors. Fans were intrigued to learn that Johnson has ventured into the film industry, with Maffei involved as well, leading to much anticipation about their future projects. Su-kun chuckled at some fan comments, where one humorously teased Harden, suggesting he picked up a small opportunity but discarded a golden one, hence his moniker Dengua. Su Jiqing laughed heartily, stating that while he too did not grasp a significant opportunity, Harden is not alone in relinquishing a promising chance. We know that Tony Parker and Horry also turned away from Maffei to embrace Tim Duncan. Su-kun also analyzed, indeed, it is evident that Harden has made a misjudgment. However, whether Tony Parker has similarly erred remains inconclusive and warrants further observation. Now, dear audience, the entrance ceremony is about to commence. At this moment, the Agricultural and Forestry University's basketball arena is a sea of spectators, with fans waving banners adorned with the school's emblem. Numerous supporters are brandishing cardboard cutouts displaying the jersey numbers and grand portraits of the university's players. The DJ's voice begins to resonate, welcoming our esteemed and exuberant scientist, Tang Nielsen. Next, let us extend a warm welcome to our jet, Kenny Smith. Following that, let us cheer for our magnificent airborne pig, Charles Barkley. One by one, they make their entrance, an exhilarating and breathtaking spectacle. However, when it comes to Maffei, the atmosphere takes a turn. Let us raise our hands and gesture 666 to welcome our illustrious butcher of scoundrels, the Prince of Mauritius, Maffei. At this moment, a virtual projection fills the arena, revealing the dashing Maffei wielding a colossal axe, adorned with a horned helmet and a feathered poncho, riding forth on a dodo bird. After watching, Maffei was utterly astonished, staring in disbelief at his own image projected before him. This DJ had managed to outdo himself since Maffei had previously forgotten to confront him, and now he had escalated the absurdity. And what on earth was that absurd sight of a plump dodo bird being ridden? The audience erupted in laughter, drowning out the earlier, thunderous sound of the tsunami. The principal, initially filled with pride over the breathtaking scene he had crafted, found himself swiftly disillusioned. His grand design thoroughly undermined by the DJ's unnecessary embellishments that obliterated the entire ceremony. With sleeves rolled up, the principal was now prepared to address this troublemaker. The DJ continued unabated, ultimately introducing our university's very own king of mediocrity, Isiah Thomas. The grand entrance of Maffei not only disrupted the atmosphere of the event, but also skewed the sentiments online. The DJ from Agricultural and Forestry University displayed remarkable boldness in jesting about Maffei. This institution truly nurtures extraordinary talent. One cannot help but wonder if Maffei bears any psychological scars from this. Does the young prince lack embellishments? I must inquire, which institution reigns supreme? What avian creature does the prince ride? An enlightening explanation would be appreciated. At this moment, the spectators, including McGrady and Barkley, erupted in laughter. Reflecting on the unique and whimsical nature of Agricultural and Forestry University, where even the DJ exhibits such playful creativity, Maffei also joined in the criticism, questioning whether this was truly an entrance ceremony rather than a press conference. The representatives from the Agricultural University began to cover their faces, utterly embarrassed by the situation. As the pregame warm-up commenced, Maffei started shooting hoops. Swish, swish, swish. His shooting form appeared quite promising. Meanwhile, Westbrook stealthily approached, nonchalantly swatting Maffei's shot away with the basketball. Maffei gazed at the individual who was famously dubbed the Muscle Devil, perplexed by his peculiar behavior. To her surprise, he seemed utterly unfazed as he picked up the ball and began playing by himself, showing no remorse for disrupting other shots nor uttering a word of apology. Maffei shook her head, disregarding the man, and continued to take a few shots at the ball. Thud. The ball was once again knocked away midair. This time, Ma Fei was incensed. She strode over and glared at Westbrook, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? If you are, then seek treatment. If not, allow me to administer some." Westbrook, with a haughty demeanor, cast a fleeting glance at Ma Fei, retorting, "I was merely ascertaining whether the ball you threw is distinct from those thrown by others. What accounts for your overwhelming popularity?" Ma Fei was taken aback, pondering if she had encountered a lunatic. Could it be that what I threw away was crafted from gold, while what you discarded was merely made of leather? Ma Fei harbors a profound aversion to engaging with such patients. He resolutely refrains from participating in their discourse, effortlessly leading the conversation astray. Ma Fei shot a glare at Westbrook, picked up a basketball, and resumed practicing his dribbling, all the while keeping his eyes fixed on him, wondering if he would dare to throw the ball at him again. To his surprise, this fellow was also warming up with dribbling, staring at Ma Fei with wide, fish-like eyes. The two exchanged intense glances, leaving Ma Fei baffled as to what this guy was up to. However, Ma Fei's patience had worn thin. If this man continued to act foolishly, Ma Fei would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. "What are you looking at? What do you want? Try looking again, and I'll make you regret it." Before long, their faces were nearly touching. Just then, Harden rushed over and quickly pulled Ma Fei away, gesturing towards his head. "Buddy, don't engage with him. There is something off about him. What is going on here?" I've never heard of Westbrook having issues before. Though this guy tends to be impulsive, that doesn't imply he lacks sense. Chapter 74, Ma Fei's betrayal. After Ma Fei responded to Harden, he resumed his practice. However, within less than a minute, he noticed an individual staggering up from the bench of Homer State University. This person approached Westbrook, brushing past Ma Fei, and took a basketball to begin shooting. A pungent odor overwhelmed Ma Fei, making him quite uncomfortable. Wasn't this Shawn Kemp? His physique appeared undeniably robust. Yet the overpowering scent of alcohol was perplexing. The stench was detectable from quite a distance. Ma Fei returned to the bench and remarked to Kenny, "My friend, I just spotted Shawn Kemp. Goodness, he reeked of alcohol. This fellow has been a drunkard in his past life, and it seems he hasn't shed that vice even here. Huh, he drinks on the court, and no one can stop him. I've heard that D'Antoni has clashed with him several times." Richard chuckled, choosing not to indulge further in gossip. "If he enjoys his drink, how does it affect you? Moreover, the league has no regulations prohibiting smoking or drinking. One might as well focus on warming up." Beep. The warm-up concluded, and the game commenced in earnest. Kemp and Barkley faced off for the jump ball. With a resounding clap, Kemp tapped the ball to Peyton. The entire agricultural university was taken aback. Barkley, unable to outjump a drunkard? Durant was equally astonished. The inebriated Kemp had claimed the jump ball without protest from Durant, who had relinquished it to him. Peyton, surprised, glanced at the basketball in his hands and pushed it past half-court, only to see Kemp actively requesting the ball. This was indeed a novelty. The entire Homer State University team gaped at Kemp, as he had never before shown such initiative, even when facing the Gasol brothers in their initial group match. Receiving the ball, Kemp executed a powerful back shove, displacing Barkley, and swiftly transitioned into a ferocious axe dunk. The fans and spectators were bewildered, while the players and coaches on the court were even more perplexed. Was this really Kemp? Had he taken some super-strength pill? It was known that he had been thoroughly outmatched by the Gasol brothers in the first game, yet now he was bulldozing Barkley aside. Was this all just a scene from a movie? Barkley felt no significant fault in the play. During his prime, Kemp was indeed as robust as an ox. He received the ball and passed it to Thomas. Thomas advanced past Westbrook, reaching the three-point line, while Barkley positioned himself in the paint. Thomas executed a bounce pass to Barkley, who attempted to back down Kemp, but to his surprise, he could not budge him. Instead, he turned for a jump shot, only to be met with a resounding block from Kemp. Barkley was momentarily dazed, and the agricultural university team was left reeling. At this moment, Kemp appeared almost as if transformed into a superhero. As Westbrook acquired the ball, Ma Fei immediately stepped up, using his body to shield him, while the other players began retreating to their half of the court. Having crossed half-court, Westbrook saw Ma Fei approaching and decided to accelerate past him. However, Ma Fei swiftly moved to obstruct Westbrook's path, who attempted to maneuver around him with a wide dribble. This allowed Ma Fei to seize the opportunity, extending his arm to swiftly knock the ball away. Grasping the ball, he surged towards the front court, noting that Barkley and Kemp remained motionless beneath the basket, staring at him in disbelief. Unfazed by their gaze, Ma Fei executed a powerful axe dunk to conclude the play. However, what followed was the sound of the referee's whistle and a crowd of astonished fans. Ma Fei gazed at the referee in disbelief, exclaiming, I did not commit a foul. The referee, regarding her as if she were foolish, replied, you did not foul, yet you assisted the opponent in scoring, before subsequently signaling that the goal was valid. Ma Fei was utterly bewildered. How could I have assisted the opponent in scoring? Just a fleeting glance left him in a state of shock. It was indeed his own goal. Everyone at Nonglin University was equally confounded, and the fans were at a loss, questioning what had transpired. Was this some sort of betrayal? Ma Fei was left dazed by Westbrook's dazzling maneuvers. Ma Fei awkwardly apologized to everyone, not having seen clearly. My apologies, folks. The audience in the live stream can now revel in the amusement. Ma Fei has transformed into an alumnus of Homer State University. I simply adore that bewildered little expression. Alas, it seems Ma Fei has indulged a bit too much. The game continues as Peyton brings the ball past the half-court, noticing Westbrook calling for the ball. He swiftly turns away as if he hasn't seen him and directly passes the ball to Harden. At this moment, Harden faces McGrady. To be honest, both are of the same ilk, relying solely on defensive stares. After a few dribbles, Harden suddenly executes a deceptive move, causing McGrady to falter, and then steps back for a shot. Swish. The score is 6-0. Ma Fei then served the ball to Thomas, who, before crossing half-court, was intercepted by Westbrook. In a swift motion, Thomas passed the ball, delivering it into the hands of McGrady. McGrady accelerated towards the three-point line and, without hesitation, released a jump shot. The sound of the ball striking the rim echoed through the arena. At this moment, Ma Fei and Barkley were still en route. Much to the delight of Homer State University, Harden retrieved the rebound and passed it to Peyton, who once again surged forward. In a matter of moments, the ball found its way into Kemp's hands. At this juncture, due to Homer State University's positioning, a mismatch was created, allowing Kemp to exploit Ma Fei's defensive stance. Upon receiving the ball, Kemp forcefully backed into Ma Fei, realizing that his efforts were futile, which he had anticipated. However, what followed left everyone astounded. Kemp executed a stunning maneuver, turning away from the basket to launch a hook shot without even glancing at the hoop, exuding an air of nonchalance as if to say, I'm done playing, you all take your turn. The other 8 players on the court were left bewildered, except for Ma Fei, who was not merely confused but rather dazed. As the ball ricocheted off the backboard and landed in his hands, an overwhelming urge to dunk surged within him. He leaped into the air, transforming into a half-man, half-god figure, and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Beep. The whistle echoed once more. Players on the court, along with those on the sidelines, gazed at Ma Fei in utter astonishment. Finally, Ma Fei emerged from a state of bewildering fantasy. Noticing the crowd's gaze fixed upon him, he shouted at Barkley, what are you staring at? Hurry up and pass the ball. The arena erupted in an uproar. It was evident that he was oblivious to his recent actions. Coach Nelson from Agricultural University immediately called for a timeout, perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. The team members quickly surrounded Ma Fei, bombarding him with questions. Ma Fei, what is wrong with you? What happened? Why did you dunk on your own hoop? Ma Fei, perplexed, furrowed her brows and pointed at herself. Did I just score on our own hoop again? McGrady swiftly approached and gently ruffled Ma Fei's hair. You don't seem to have a fever. Nelson hurriedly glanced at Ma Fei. What is going on with you? Why did you score 2 points in our own basket? Ma Fei gazed in silence at Nelson, expressing his bewilderment. Chief, I cannot fathom why today feels so peculiar. Just moments ago, I was filled with fervor and ended up demolishing our own hoop. In Chapter 75, Ma Fei takes a drink. Upon witnessing Ma Fei's destruction of their own basket, Thomas hurried over, voicing his concern. Could it be that he has been cursed? Sean Kemp's behavior today is exceedingly unusual. Don't you all find it troubling? The others were left in a state of confusion. Thomas, that seems highly improbable. Such supernatural claims are utterly unreliable. If he possessed such abilities, he should forego playing altogether and simply have someone hand him the championship trophy. After a moment of contemplation, Nelson replied, All right, Ma Fei, step down and take a breather. Eddie Curry, you take the court and switch places with Barkley. Keep a close watch on Kemp. He is indeed acting strangely today, managing to challenge Barkley, which is quite astonishing. One must remember that Barkley is among the elite in strength for power forwards. Furthermore, during their match against West, Kemp was thoroughly outmatched by the Gasol brothers. The transformation in just 2 games is simply unfathomable. Even if he were to consume performance-enhancing substances like candy syrup, it would be impossible for him to attain such prowess. At this moment, Ma Fei felt a foggy confusion enveloping her mind, as if today as competition was peculiarly bizarre. Within just a few minutes, she had inadvertently subjected her own hoop to two unfortunate mishaps, leaving her with the impression that she had been cursed. Were Shaquille O'Neal to witness today's match, her two blunders would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 5 comedic blunders in basketball history. Mafe gazed at the opposite side where Camp was sipping from a bottle of wine, and then he bizarrely turned to her with a smile. Mafe now finds himself somewhat unsettled. Could it be that there are others in the world possessing systems? Yet, if Shawn Kemp were to have a system, he would refuse to believe it, for if he truly had one, he would not have been subjected to massages by the Gasol brothers. Nor would he have been assigned to a team lacking Andrew Bogut. Nevertheless, the situation is indeed perplexing. In previous lives, there have been numerous players who have made blunders with their own baskets, but to this day, he remains the sole individual to have committed such errors twice in a single game or even within a single quarter. In Mafe's memory, 2 individuals from his previous life stood out, the audacious hacker Shawn Marion and the illustrious Yao Ming. Now, he found himself engaging in such bewildering antics. During his recent 2 dunks, he had indeed felt somewhat disoriented. The first instance was when Westbrook, after crossing half-court, spun around him, leaving him in a daze. The second time was due to Kemp's nonsensical shot, which left him feeling bewildered, not by any supernatural influence, but rather by the peculiar aroma emanating from Kemp's physique. At that moment, Mafe mused quietly to himself, only to witness Kemp brazenly seize a bottle and begin to drink. This spectacle astonished the players from Agricultural University. "Boss, does the league allow players to drink on the court? Is D'Antoni really so indulgent?" Nelson shook his head and patted Mafe on the shoulder, saying, "If he treats the alcohol as mere refreshment, it's permissible and no one will intervene. However, he must not indulge in drunken revelry, or else he risks suspension." Upon hearing Nelson's response, Mafe recalled the divine spirits from his own establishment. How could he let such a prime advertising opportunity slip away? Yet, considering Nelson's thorough understanding of the rules, he felt compelled to seek clarification. "Boss, doesn't this amount to advertising for the brewery? Would the league approve of this?" Nelson chuckled. "Of course, he cannot use a labeled bottle. Did you not notice that the bottle Kemp is drinking from bears no label? This is a nuanced interpretation of NCAA regulations. It's unfortunate that such cleverness is being applied in this manner. Boss, I need to step out for a moment. Please keep an eye on things. I shall return shortly." Nelson was taken aback, unable to react as Mafe dashed out of the arena. The spectators and viewers alike, upon suddenly seeing Mafe exit, were left bewildered and quickly inundated the chat with inquiries. Is Mafe no longer playing? He doesn't seem injured. Has he lost his mind? What on earth is happening? Why did he leave? Nelson, too, was left in a state of confusion, wondering what had just transpired as he watched Mafe flee as if his rear were aflame. Mafe, indifferent to the opinions of others, promptly exited the gymnasium and returned to her dormitory, carrying a case of 38-degree fragrant liquor and a bag of pre-prepared dishes. Making her way back to the arena, passing by the campus convenience store, she noted that the prices for liquor in this parallel world were indeed exorbitant. There were no drinks available for a few or a dozen coins as in her past life. The cheapest option was beer, starting at 8 or 9 yuan, while even the least expensive spirits began at 50 yuan. However, she did spot several varieties of spirits from her previous life, including Wani liquor, Julianjai, and Fingio, indicating that even in this alternate reality, fine commodities were not overlooked by the affluent. After glancing at the Wani liquor priced at 3,000 yuan per bottle and the Julianjai at 2,000 yuan, Mafe shook her head, opting instead for a bag of mixed 5-spice peanuts and a sticker. The atmosphere in the gymnasium was lively, with a spirited back-and-forth match between Nonglin University and Homer State University. Yet, the absence of Mafe left the spectators in the stands somewhat disgruntled, leading them to engage in idle chatter. When they spotted Mafe entering with her peculiar assortment of items, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Their curiosity piqued regarding her peculiar acquisitions. Kenny, with a smile, glanced at Mafe and inquired, "Who are you planning to honor with that?" "Old Nelson doesn't even drink beverages." "Get lost. What do you mean by honoring anyone? What beverages? This is for my own consumption. I'm just trying to see if a few sips can help me feel more alert," Mafe retorted, seeking an excuse. At that moment, players and coaches alike turned their attention towards Mafe, particularly Shawn Kemp, whose eyes widened in confusion over her peculiar haul. D'Antoni clapped his hands and called out to the crowd, "Everyone, stop focusing on this individual and concentrate on playing your own game." Meanwhile, Nelson, intrigued, watched Mafe and remarked, "Are you buying all these drinks as a form of atonement?" "Atonement for what?" Mafe replied, "Boss, I was just subjected to a hex by that drunken Kemp. Our summer clan has methods to counter it. As long as I drink, I can disinfect and cleanse," she explained. Nelson, astonished, stared at the 6 porcelain bottles, which resembled vases rather than liquor containers. "You're saying that drinking will cancel out a hex? You're just making things up." Ignoring Nelson's complaints, Maffei uncapped a bottle of divine liquor and took a hearty swig. The fragrant sauce flavor was quite agreeable. And at 38 degrees, it was tolerable for him. Had it been 53 degrees, his physique would likely succumb to the effects after just 2 bottles. At that moment, Maffei began to feel a surge of energy. Indeed, the combination of a sip of liquor and a handful of peanuts was invigorating. And there seemed to be an impression of being impervious to intoxication. Observing Maffei indulging, Nelson hurriedly approached and seized the bottle, scrutinizing it closely. There was no label to be found. "What on earth are you doing? Who drinks while playing basketball?" he exclaimed. "Boss, why are you taking the bottle?" "I'm becoming increasingly alert with each sip. Rest assured, I've covered the logos of the bottle and peanuts with stickers," Maffei replied. Nelson was at a loss for words. As the first quarter was drawing to a close with the score tied at 30, he contemplated substituting this character to prevent him from drinking on the sidelines, which would reflect poorly. Maffei reopened a bottle and handed it to Nelson, saying, "Boss, give it a try. This wine is truly exquisite, invigorating, and refreshing. I would never indulge in that insipid liquor." Nelson furrowed his brow but took a gentle sip, and his eyes immediately sparkled with delight. "Well, this wine is fantastic. It utterly surpasses those energy drinks." At that moment, Nelson no longer forbade Maffei from drinking. Even Marbury and Kinney, sitting on the bench, took a bottle cap each and sampled the drink. Those who tasted it were captivated, longing for more. Chapter 76. The drunken dual camp observed Maffei and Nelson each clutching a delicate blue and white porcelain bottle, sipping it daintily. They certainly did not appear to be consuming a mere beverage. Noticing that they even had snacks to accompany their drinks, he could no longer contain himself. As the first quarter concluded, he swiftly exchanged pleasantries with the players from Homer State University and dashed out of the arena to procure some snacks. In the second quarter, Maffei was directly substituted onto the court. Everyone was astonished to see him walking with newfound vigor, prompting them to inquire whether he had taken performance enhancers. Thomas seized Maffei and exclaimed, "You've been drinking, and you still intend to play?" Maffei chuckled, reassuring Thomas, "Rest assured, I shall deal with that drunken scoundrel. Kemp, that fellow truly deserves a good thrashing. When you take a break later, indulge in a drink. It will be far more delightful than any energy beverage." The others covered their heads, unwilling to engage further with him, as it was evident that his thoughts had become rather erratic after a few sips of alcohol. Maffei paid no heed to the situation. Upon witnessing Barkley preparing to serve, he immediately fixed his gaze and extended his hands for the ball. Barkley found himself at a loss. Confronted by someone so unreasonable and audacious, he simply handed it over. The moment the ball landed in Maffei's grasp, Westbrook swiftly approached. And even the most oblivious could discern that Maffei had recently indulged in libations. Who else could he target? Surprisingly, Maffei ignored Westbrook entirely. When he lifted his gaze and beheld the hoop across the court, it appeared as grand as a circus ring. So much so that he felt he could score with his eyes closed. Without crossing half-court, he leaped and launched the ball into the air. Everyone stood astonished. Was he jesting? Or had he truly overindulged? Nelson went into a frenzy, bellowing at Maffei, "You scoundrel! What on earth are you doing throwing from beyond half-court? Have you had too much to drink?" Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The home court of Agricultural and Forestry University coming alive once more. Goodness, is this reality? Am I dreaming? A drunkard casually tosses the ball, and it goes in. Does inebriation enhance shooting accuracy? The players from Homer State University were far from pleased. It seemed they too had their own drunken player who somehow managed to score. Durant initiated an offensive play, while Maffei clung to him like an octopus. "Hey, Book, have you been sipping on Scarlett's bathwater?" The spectators are eagerly awaiting. Upon hearing this jab at his past misfortunes, Durant's countenance darkened considerably. "Scum, you should tend to your own affairs. At this rate, I suspect you'll fall asleep on the court before the game concludes. Book, you underestimate me. Just watch. If I don't make Kemp regret his actions, I shall change my surname. How dare he provoke me? The stench of that drunkard is making me dizzy. It must surely be a bioweapon he concocted." Durant, now intrigued, leaned in. "Wait, are you implying that Kemp has wronged you? You better provide evidence and not slander." Maffei indignantly remarked, "Are you not tired of your incessant chatter? This fellow has embarrassed me twice. If I do not confront him, how can I maintain my dignity? At that moment, Durant's eyes sparkled with mischief. Do you truly find amusement in this? Bullying a drunkard hardly demonstrates prowess. Why not challenge Jordan instead? You need not provoke me, Durant. I assure you. I will confront Jordan, but this rogue Kemp must face my retribution. With a swift motion, Durant passed the ball to Harden. Maffei. Enlighten me on what Kemp has done to warrant your wrath. Maffei chuckled foolishly and remarked, do not attempt to extract information from me. The stench of alcohol emanating from that drunkard, Kemp, is undoubtedly a biochemical weapon. Just moments ago, I foolishly managed to send the ball into my own hoop twice, leaving me dazed on the sidelines. Did you not notice Barkley furrowing his brow while playing? Even if Kemp is vigorous, he could at best only match Barkley evenly. There is no way today's situation would have arisen otherwise. Durant shook his head. In truth, the entire state university had grown quite averse to the odor of alcohol that clung to Kemp, yet after more than 6 months of acclimatization, they had grown accustomed to it. However, today, facing agricultural and forestry university, Kemp's stench was particularly overwhelming, clearly indicating he had not bathed in quite some time. Bam! Harden missed a shot, while on the other side, Barkley positioned himself to seize the rebound and continued to pass the ball to the eager Maffei. Maffei disregarded the defense posed by Durant, launching the ball towards the hoop from a mere 2 to 3 meters beyond the three-point line. Witnessing Maffei's erratic movements and reckless shot, Nelson from the Agricultural University and the bench players couldn't help but cover their faces. Swish! Another three-pointer, bringing the score to 36-32, a 4-point lead. Everyone was in disbelief. Had the more he drank somehow made him more accurate? Who could withstand this? The on-site fans were elated, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. At that moment, Kemp, clutching the cheapest bottle of white liquor and some snacks, finally arrived at the bench. He was impoverished, having spent his meager pocket money on a bottle of 62-degree liquor priced at $50. He twisted the cap off a bottle and downed a third of it in one go, coughing violently as the potent alcohol nearly choked him. After drinking, he felt an exhilarating fire igniting within him. Now, he was ready to take on Maffei. Coach, let me in. I can handle Maffei. At this point, D'Antoni had completely given up on remedying Kemp's situation. Even now, he was drinking? Though Maffei was indeed exhibiting some peculiar prowess today, D'Antoni didn't believe Kemp had any means to counter his opponent. Nevertheless, Kemp's undeniable thirst for victory was palpable, compelling D'Antoni to gamble on what seemed a desperate hope. Once D'Antoni sent Kemp onto the court, Maffei ignored Durant entirely, heading straight to confront Kemp, undeterred by the lingering odors surrounding him. This delighted Barkley, who was relieved to escape the stench, practically ready to call Kemp father. You drunken fool, how daring of you to assault me with biochemical weapons. Kemp, wearing a bewildered expression, responded, biochemical weapons? When did that happen? I had no idea. As Maffei gazed upon Kemp's foolish demeanor, she discerned that he was indeed inebriated. Enough of this, you old drunkard. It is time for you to abstain from alcohol. What you are drinking is not wine. It is a concoction more repulsive than the refuse from a sewer. Upon hearing the word wine, Kemp's spirits lifted immensely. Do not speak such nonsense, you scoundrel. Alcohol is far more fragrant than any refuse. Maffei could no longer tolerate the inebriated mindset of the drunkard. Over here, Durant successfully challenged Barkley once again. The score standing at 36-34. Barkley executed a swift inbounds pass, and Kenny advanced with the ball, spotting Maffei beyond the three-point line. He noticed Kemp closely guarding him. Reluctantly, Kenny passed the ball to Maffei, who, rather than dribbling or passing, simply pivoted and took a jump shot. Swish. The hoop appeared as expansive as the ocean. No matter how he threw, the ball found its way in. The crowd erupted in jubilation. With 3 attempts from beyond the arc, Maffei had made them all, showcasing an extraordinary display of skill. The score was now 39-34. Chapter 77, The Drunkard Showdown 2. D'Antoni called for a timeout. He could not allow Maffei to maintain his fiery rhythm. Upon returning to the court, Kemp uncapped another bottle of liquor, swiftly consuming a third of it. The players from Homer State University sensed something amiss. Glancing towards Maffei to gauge whether he had the audacity to engage in a drinking contest with the drunkard. Indeed, Maffei was observing Kemp, who was obliviously indulging once more, eliciting a chuckle from him. This relentless drunkard had an astonishing capacity for alcohol, knocking back the liquor as if it were mere water. Maffei would never foolishly engage in drinking contests with a bunch of drunks. Instead, she deftly opened a snack bag and began to savor energy dishes along with peanuts. followed by delicate sips of celestial wine. The bewildered fans on site, along with the onlookers in the live stream, were taken aback. Observing the trio of intoxicated individuals, each clutching a bottle, it was evident that Kemp from Homer State University was in the midst of twisting open another bottle. Indeed, Kemp proceeded to uncork a second bottle with a resounding pop. Maffei was taken aback. Is this a form of dimensionality reduction? Is this how one drinks? Observing Kemp's drinking style, Maffei felt a sense of helplessness. He truly couldn't compete with this imbiber, who turned out to be rather reckless. It was no matter. If one cannot compete, one cannot compete. Losing in a drinking contest is hardly a source of shame. One ought to maintain a modicum of elegance. After all, drinking like a fool would indeed render one a fool. He then raised his bottle, clinking it with Nelson's, and began to savor the drink in small sips. He unwrapped a pack of five-spice peanuts, relishing a peanut alongside each sip of liquor. As he drank, Maffei felt a delightful warmth enveloping him. The more he imbibed, the more invigorated he seemed. Lost in thought, he scarcely registered what Nelson was saying. The game resumed. This time, Durant was on the offensive, while Barkley effectively wrapped him up. In Barkley's mind, Durant could potentially become a lifelong rival, deserving of utmost seriousness every second. Nowadays, a lifelong rival is not singular. One must identify at least 10 to earn such a title. For Maffei, his lifelong rivals encompass the entire league, marking anyone harboring animosity towards him as a rival for life. Durant executed a crossover dribble, accelerating past Barkley, only to find his path blocked. Realizing the opportunity was slim, he passed the ball to Harden, who, in this match, was merely a bystander, lacking enthusiasm. Yet, witnessing Kemp's performance today sparked a flicker of anticipation within Harden. He hadn't expected this drunken character to possess such depth. Had he known, he would have nurtured him better. Harden tossed the ball to Kemp, eager to observe how these two imbibers would play. Kemp, backing into his opponent, realized he could not budge him and exclaimed, "You brute, your strength is simply overwhelming. Have you been feasting on swine feed?" Maffei fiercely confronted Kemp from behind, exclaiming, "You drunken fool, with such feeble strength, how dare you attempt a backshot? Have you lost your senses in your inebriation?" Kemp, once again leaning against Maffei, harnessed the momentum of the rebound to pivot and shoot. Thud. He struck the iron with a resounding force. Maffei couldn't contain her laughter, striding forward to effortlessly seize the rebound. "You, a mere drunkard, dare to attempt a shot? Even if the hoop were placed right before you, you wouldn't be able to score." Kemp, undeterred, retorted, "If you possess the skill, prove it by making a basket. You're just as much a drunkard as I am. What makes you any better?" Maffei dribbled the ball and charged towards the opponent's half, halting just a meter away from the three-point line, with Kemp closely guarding him. Gazing at the approaching Kemp, he thought to himself, "You stubborn fool. Do you doubt my ability to make the shot?" Kemp defiantly retorted, "I don't believe you. If you have the skill, then go ahead and shoot." Maffei smiled enigmatically at Kemp, suggesting, "How about we place a wager?" Upon seeing Maffei's smile, Kemp sensed mischief and promptly declined, saying, "I'm afraid I never partake in gambling." Maffei spat out a mouthful of blood. "We do not gamble. We wager with liquor." "Do you dare?" "Well, a bet with liquor." Kemp stared blankly at Maffei. "What do you mean?" "I shall make my shot. If I succeed, you must immediately down a bottle of white liquor. If I fail, I will drink one myself." Kemp chuckled, feeling a surge of joy within. How audacious of this young one to challenge me to a drinking contest, unaware that I am a deity of wine. "I accept your wager. Go ahead and take your shot. I do not believe you can succeed." Maffei was filled with elation, acutely aware of the fiery warmth radiating from his hands, amplified by the mastery of the lethal strike technique he had acquired from Kenny Smith. In a sudden burst of inspiration, he launched the ball towards the hoop, leaving Kemp no time to leap for a block. Swish. The score soared to 42-34, sending the crowd into a frenzy as Maffei had just sunk 4 consecutive three-pointers. Kemp, momentarily disoriented, snapped back to reality when Maffei gave him a gentle shove. He shot Maffei a fierce glare before hastily retreating to the sidelines, where he seized a bottle and downed it in one go. At this moment, Maffei had completely lost interest in competing with Kemp in drinking. The latter was merely a glutton for alcohol, and he was curious to see just how much this fellow could consume. The spectators at the stadium were left bewildered by Kemp's flamboyant antics. Was he attempting to dull his senses with drink in the face of defeat? The players from Homer State University had ceased to pay any heed to Kemp and were eager to witness how this inebriate would fare against another inebriate. At this juncture, the referee approached and issued a warning to Kemp. The game had not yet concluded, and he had wandered off to quench his thirst. Such behavior was unacceptable, and should it occur again, a technical foul would be enforced. As it was Homer State University's turn to serve, the ball found its way back to Peyton. Upon noticing Camp's demand for the ball, Peyton promptly passed it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Camp pivoted his body, positioning himself directly facing Maffei. Suddenly, he executed a bounce dribble to the left, and Maffei sensed a surge of strength emanating from Camp. To his astonishment, it seemed that the alcohol had invigorated Camp's performance. Instantly, Maffei positioned himself to block the open space on his right, but Camp swiftly drew the ball in and, utilizing his body to shield Maffei, executed a complete 360-degree turn to bypass him. "Damn," Maffei muttered under his breath, realizing that his momentary lapse in concentration had allowed this drunken fool to glide past him effortlessly. Following his breakthrough, Camp made a bank shot, scoring and bringing the tally to 42-36. The spectators remained largely indifferent, yet the players from Homer State University were exhilarated. It was clear to all that Maffei's defense had noticeably faltered, indicating that the effects of alcohol had indeed taken their toll. As Maffei nonchalantly continued to demand the ball in the second half, upon receiving it, he was determined to target that drunken fool. With a rhythmic motion, he dribbled a few times before executing another jump shot from beyond the arc. Curiously, today, Maffei's accuracy was remarkable. Every shot he took found its mark, as if the hoop were an expansive sea. Countless fans marveled at Maffei's exceptional precision. Swish. The score stood at 45-36. Leaving the team from Homer State University quite irked, it was astonishing how accurate he remained even after indulging in drink. One could only wonder what Peyton whispered in Kemp's ear. As Homer State University advanced into the half-court of Agricultural University once more, Kemp cast a sinister glance at Maffei. Maffei paid no heed to the fellow's gaze, yet he swore that today he would impart a severe lesson upon him. After receiving the ball, Kemp faced Maffei head-on, suddenly performing a tiptoe motion akin to a shooting gesture, which nearly caused Maffei to leap in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Kemp swiftly bounced the ball to Peyton, who charged into the paint and executed a layup. The score stood at 45-38. Chapter 78. A clash of drunks. Nonlean University resumed possession, and Kenny brought the ball past half-court before passing it to Maffei. At this juncture, Maffei's hands were scorching hot. Instead of backing down against Kemp, he squared up to him directly. "Is that all you've got, drunkard? Do you only pass to others? Watch me. I'm going to shoot right here. Do you dare to wager?" Kemp glared at Maffei, contemplating a bet, still the same stakes as before, a bottle. But it had to be consumed during a timeout, lest he face penalties. Before Kemp could finish his sentence, Maffei felt a gust of wind behind him and heard a warning shout, "Watch out." As Maffei deftly maneuvered the ball, his elbow swung horizontally, producing a resounding thud. With a sharp whistle, the referee halted the game, revealing Peyton sprawled on the ground, having been sent flying several meters by Maffei's elbow. Motionless. This incident ignited a powder keg among the players from Homer State University, who gathered around, declaring him a criminal, insisting that he must be ejected for his flagrant foul. "Referee, that was a malicious foul," they clamored. Yet, the players from Agricultural and Forestry University were equally defiant. "What a ridiculous call, referee. This was merely an unfortunate incident where an opponent was inadvertently injured while attempting to steal the ball. I suspect the opposing player is feigning injury for sympathy," they argued. Ignoring the outcry from both sides, the referee approached the video assistant referee, scrutinizing the slow-motion replay 3 times before returning to the center of the court. He decisively ruled that the offensive play was valid and awarded Agricultural and Forestry University 3 additional free throws for a defensive foul by Homer State University. This decision incited outrage among Homer State's players. "How can you call that? It was clearly Maffei's elbow," they protested. "This is an undeniable flagrant foul." The referee pointed to his eyes, asserting, "I have observed 3 times and confirmed my decision. Do not underestimate my judgment. If you believe my ruling is erroneous, feel free to challenge me, but anyone who continues to debate this matter will receive a technical foul." Meanwhile, Peyton slowly rose to his feet. In truth, Maffei had not exerted force but merely altered his hand position. Initially, the referee intended to penalize Maffei, but upon witnessing Peyton's exaggerated reaction, being propelled several meters, his irritation grew. "Are you attempting to coerce me into issuing a technical foul against number 99 on the opposing team?" Consequently, the referee awarded Agricultural and Forestry University 3 free throws. Swish. The score now stood at 48-38, with Agricultural and Forestry University leading by 10 points. After the free throws, Maffei approached Camp, playfully patting him on the back. "You should head off for a drink, drunkard." Kemp shot a furious glare at Maffei, retorting, "Get lost. You haven't even made a three-pointer." Maffei awkwardly scratched his head, as if he truly recalled that they had indeed mentioned throwing a three-pointer. At that moment, Homer State University called for a brief timeout. Maffei returned to her seat, feeling much more alert now. It seemed that the recent exertion had expelled the alcohol from her system. Glancing across the table at Kemp, she noticed that the scoundrel had indeed picked up the bottle and started drinking. Maffei lifted a bottle of wine, nodding slightly toward Kemp across the table as a gesture of encouragement, and took a small sip. At that moment, whether it was the live broadcast cameras, the gaze of the fans, or the players on the court, all eyes were fixed on these two imbibers. Nelson, feeling the effects of the drink, decided to let loose on the court, and as the timeout ended with a beep, the game resumed. As soon as he stepped back onto the court, Homer State University executed a quick throw-in. Peyton received the ball and passed it to Durant, who had been relatively uninvolved until now. Facing Barkley's defense, Durant began to dribble, swaying his body in search of an opening, and suddenly made a retreating jump shot. Thud! It clanged off the rim. Barkley had effectively secured his position in the paint, allowing Maffei to easily grab the rebound and charge towards the Homer State half. The university dared not allow Maffei another three-pointer, having been unnerved by his previous 4 consecutive attempts. Kemp and Peyton attempted to trap him, but Maffei was unfazed. Upon seeing Kemp approach, he launched a shot just past the half-court line. Swish! Another three-pointer found its mark. This infuriated the Homer State players, who were at a loss watching Maffei shoot so carelessly. Was he toying with them? Was it really that easy to throw the ball with such nonchalance? They were caught off guard, and it felt utterly unreasonable. The score was now 51-38, steadily widening. Kemp passed the ball to Peyton, who crossed the midcourt line and then handed it off to Durant before repositioning himself. The hope for Homer State's resurgence rested on Durant's shoulders. Facing Barkley, Durant executed a deceptive move that misled Barkley, allowing him to step past him effortlessly. Spotting Maffei under the basket, he paused briefly before taking a jump shot. Thud! Another clank off the rim. Durant was bewildered, having missed 2 consecutive shots in quick succession. With effortless grace, Maffei seized the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Thomas. Observing the opponent's defense beginning to regroup, Thomas steadied himself, waiting for all players to position themselves before delivering the ball to McGrady. Upon receiving the pass, McGrady executed a deceptive feint that left Harden behind, advancing into the paint where he executed a hook shot over Kemp, scoring effortlessly. The arena erupted in a cacophony of excitement. This play was truly invigorating, characterized by elegance and flair. Moreover, the continuous scoring from Agricultural University had significantly boosted their morale, while State University struggled to find the basket. Kemp initiated the inbound pass from the backcourt, but his tactics had grown predictable, consistently tossing the ball to Peyton. Consequently, Maffei positioned himself within 3 meters of Peyton, lying in wait. As anticipated, Kemp threw the ball to Peyton. Without a moment's hesitation, Maffei darted forward, startling Peyton, who managed to secure the ball but immediately raised his elbow, charging towards Maffei. Yet, Maffei was resolute in his desire to claim the ball, enduring a sneaky elbow strike as he forcefully wrested the ball from Peyton's grasp. With Peyton still clutching the ball, Maffei inadvertently lifted both Peyton and the ball off the ground. Thud! Peyton hit the floor hard, landing painfully. After securing the ball, Maffei didn't even glance at his opponents, launching a shot straight away. Swish! A three-pointer. At this moment, Maffei was in a state of shooting frenzy, making every attempt with ease, leaving no room for modesty. Beep! The referee signaled for an invalid basket. Upon witnessing Peyton's fall at the hands of Maffei, Homer State University erupted in outrage. "Referee, are you blind? Did you not see number 99 bring our player down?" They protested. "Referee, I ask you, is this basketball or a free fighting match?" Meanwhile, Agricultural University stood firm, insisting that the shot should not have been deemed invalid, asserting that there was no foul. At that moment, Kemp approached Maffei and whispered in his ear, "You scoundrel, that was a foul. If you have the guts, play without these petty antics." Maffei cast a silent glance at the fellow, exclaiming inwardly, "I have committed no foul. Are you blind?" It was Peyton who failed to seize the ball from me. At that moment, the referee intervened to separate the two teams, calling for a jump ball. Durant, visibly displeased, grumbled from the sidelines, "Isn't this blatantly favoring Agricultural University?" The referee, now exasperated, issued a warning, "I advise you to cease your incessant chatter, or I will call a technical foul." This elicited joy from Agricultural University, witnessing the referee's stern rebuke of Durant. During the jump ball, Maffei skillfully directed the ball to McGrady, who, upon noticing Peyton leaning against his waist, felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the fact that he had managed to put Peyton in such a predicament. McGrady advanced steadily across half-court, passing the ball to Thomas, who effortlessly maneuvered past Westbrook, executing a pick-and-roll with Maffei, ultimately sinking a jumper from the paint. The score read 53-38. Chapter 79. The Drunkard's Dual Beat. Homer State University called for another timeout. At this rate, they might as well clock out for the half. Frustrated, Durant threw his towel to the ground, realizing that continuing this way left them with no hope of victory. Thoughts of the opponent ignited a fire within him. He needed to devise a strategy to get that player off the court. Durant leaned in towards Peyton, asking, "How can we remove that guy from the game?" Peyton frowned. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Unless we can get that drunkard to challenge Maffei to a drinking contest. But I'm not sure if Kim has the offensive prowess for that. Durant nodded in agreement, pondering whether Kemp could indeed persuade Maffei to indulge further in libations. Peyton quickly summoned Kemp. "How many more bottles can you handle, buddy? We need to find a way to incapacitate that scoundrel, or else victory will elude us." Kemp glanced at Peyton. "I'm not certain, but I can manage 7 or 8 bottles without issue, though I can't guarantee I'll be able to make any shots." Peyton's eyes sparkled with hope. Kemp had only consumed a little over 2 bottles thus far, leaving ample room for more. He patted Kemp on the shoulder. "I never realized you had such a talent for drinking. We are now at a pivotal moment. While I may not hold this NCAA tournament in high regard, it is still a significant chapter in our lives. So let us push forward and find a way to bring down that monster." Kemp wandered around the court until he spotted Maffei comfortably seated beside Nelson, sipping on a drink and enjoying peanuts and snacks. Inspired to play the hero, he recalled Peyton's instructions, filling him with determination. Beep. The game resumed. Kemp initiated the play, and Peyton, securing the ball, confidently brought it to Agricultural University's half. Kemp positioned himself just outside the paint, signaling for the ball, which Peyton adeptly tossed to him. "Scoundrel, are you willing to wager? Whoever loses must down a bottle. This shot is guaranteed to go in." Maffei was taken aback by the audacity of Kemp, who, despite having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, dared to challenge him. It was as if he had no knowledge of the concept of danger. "Come on, you drunkard. I wager you cannot make that shot." Without hesitation, Maffei began to physically press against Kemp, attempting to push him away. Kemp stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and quickly retreated a step to regain control of the ball. However, Maffei would not grant him any opportunity, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. He intercepted the ball with precision. Seizing the moment, he executed a swift one-handed diagonal pass. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady surged toward the opponent's half, powering through the defense of Durant to successfully bank the shot into the hoop. Maffei prodded Kemp with his hand, exclaiming, "Buddy, the alcohol awaits you." Kemp glared at Maffei in anger, rebuking him, "You scoundrel, you're violating the rules. We agreed that only if you miss the shot, you drink. What does your stealing the ball imply?" Maffei was taken aback, astonished by the sheer audacity displayed before him. "Are you implying that a wager only counts if a shot is taken? So, blocks and steals hold no weight?" Kemp nodded, his reasoning undeniably sound. Maffei stumbled, exclaiming how remarkably sensible that was. "So, by your logic, we might as well rely solely on free throws. Who would still wager with you then?" Kemp, aware of Maffei's exceptional free throw accuracy, sought to irritate him. "Hence, your theft of the ball would not lead to an attack on the hoop, leaving us equally incapable of wagering." Maffei had grown weary of engaging with this lunatic, resigning himself to the notion that he would no longer indulge in the charade. Noticing Maffei's dwindling patience, Kemp sought to drag him back into the fray. In this scenario, aside from stealing the ball, any other tactic could be employed. Would that suffice? At that moment, the two returned to the half-court of the Agricultural and Forestry University, with Kemp receiving a pass from Peyton. Maffei once again used her body to push Kemp out, daring him, "Come on, you old drunkard. I shall surely drink you under the table today." After receiving the ball, Kemp leaned back slightly, then suddenly twisted his upper body to the left. At this moment, Maffei was intensely focused, clearly recognizing that this individual was merely feigning movement. There was no shift in the ankles, only the upper body swayed, an illusion that could not deceive Maffei, who had consumed the Lotus Mist Eagle Eye pill. Maffei subtly pretended to pivot his body in sync with Kemp. As anticipated, Kemp suddenly exerted force, twisting his upper body back in an attempt to bypass Maffei. However, despite Kemp's well-conceived strategy, reality dictated that Maffei effectively obstructed him with his body. Recognizing the failure of his plan, Camp swiftly executed a jump shot. Although Maffei attempted to block him, he was still a moment too late in responding to the sudden strike from Camp. However, as he leapt into the air, his fingers grazed the basketball. Swish! The ball skimmed the net and soared out of bounds. Ha ha ha. Silly Camp, go grab a drink. At that moment, Maffei couldn't contain his excitement. The other players on both teams stared in bewilderment at the two drunken fools who had been competing fiercely moments before. Camp, feeling frustrated, slapped his face and thought to himself that he could drink during the timeout. But right now, drinking water was against the rules. Maffei nodded slightly. Let's save it for now. It's my turn to shine. Camp glared furiously at Maffei. Don't get too cocky, scoundrel. I shall reclaim my position shortly. This time, Maffei also stood outside the free throw line, arms outstretched, signaling for the ball. Thomas understood the implication. Their earlier exchange had been audible even to the referee, rendering it no longer a secret. Upon receiving the ball, Maffei executed a powerful back shove. Boom. Camp's heart began to lament as he exerted all his strength to withstand the force, only to be pushed back 2 steps by Maffei's sheer might. Maffei had no intention of continuously pushing for points beneath the basket, as that would utterly extinguish Kemp's desire to dominate the game. After colliding with Kemp, he swiftly executed a pivot and unleashed a precise shot reminiscent of Thomas' assassin-like strike. Swish! The basketball found its mark with impeccable accuracy. Kemp gritted his teeth. This could not continue, and he had to retaliate, or he would be in jeopardy by the end of the day. As the team switched sides, the players dispersed in perfect harmony, setting the stage for a duel between the two. The audience present, as well as those watching the broadcast, erupted in cheers at the thrilling spectacle. This time, Kemp positioned himself deeper, nearly at the free throw line. Upon receiving the ball again, he opted for a tactical deception. Yet this time he abandoned the subsequent directional shifts, merely turning halfway before launching a jump shot. Thud. Unsurprisingly, although he had misled Maffei's defense, the awkward shooting posture led to a diminished success rate. Beep. Nelson expertly timed a timeout, though Kemp had a penchant for drinking. Being forced to take a break was far from pleasant. However, those who indulge in spirits understand the importance of camaraderie. Grabbing a bottle of white liquor, he began a spirited display, downing 2 bottles in quick succession. The intensity of his drinking left him seeing double. Maffei never expected that Camp would drink so fiercely, as if he were determined to drink himself to death. He looked up at Nelson and asked, "Boss, if we were to drink Camp to death on the court, would we get into trouble?" Nelson shook his head and reassured him, "Drink without worry. He won't die. The medical conditions in this world are beyond imagination. If we can bring our souls into this realm, do you really think it would be difficult to save a person?" Chapter 80. The Battle of the Drunkards Indeed. As Nelson stated, as long as there is a breath left, one cannot truly perish. With that thought, Maffei ceased worrying about Camp and instead savored his drink with a bite of food, raising his bottle in a gesture towards Camp. Camp, imitating him, had realized he had been drinking too recklessly and quickly grabbed some peanuts to temper his consumption, then began to gulp down his drink heartily. At that moment, D'Antoni had no choice but to substitute Camp for a breather. Otherwise, if he continued to gamble with Maffei over drinks, they would soon find themselves without a center on the court. Before long, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded before the onlookers. 2 individuals were indulging in their libations on the sidelines while 10 players on the court fought desperately for the basketball. Thus, these 2, now both substituted out, frequently raised their glasses in mutual admiration. Maffei evidently struggled to withstand the cloying effects of the alcohol, primarily because she seldom indulged in drinking. However, abstaining from spirits does not imply an inability to consume them. A few days prior, when the divine wine was newly released, Maffei had partaken of 2 bottles, although she felt slightly unsteady in her steps afterwards. It was certainly a far cry from the debilitating dizziness she had experienced in her past life. Moreover, Maffei was undeterred by Camp. She sipped on her 38-degree liquor, while that drunken fool opted for a staggering 60-degree spirit, an endeavor only a simpleton would attempt. Maffei deliberately slowed his pace of drinking, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the alcohol. What a scene it was, glasses clinking amidst laughter and banter. The competition raged on, a fierce battle on the field. While off the field, another kind of duel unfolded under the influence of spirits. After consuming 3 bottles, Camp found himself unable to continue. After all, he had opted for a potent 62-degree liquor. Though inexpensive, its high alcohol content was taking its toll, leaving him sweating with the remnants of the alcohol. In contrast, Ma Fei was indulging in medicinal wine, with even the lowest grade at 38 degrees priced at $3,600 per bottle, far surpassing the total cost of all Camp's drinks combined. Camp, in a foolish manner, gulped down bottle after bottle until he finally reached his limit. Meanwhile, Ma Fei appeared remarkably vibrant and rosy, but when he glanced up to see Camp staring at him like a simpleton, he couldn't help but chuckle. When Ma Fei was purchasing wine, he had already taken note of this particular bottle, observing Camp consume it as if it were mere water. Ma Fei was utterly convinced that Camp had nearly finished the entire contents, with remnants of the wine beginning to trickle from the corners of Camp's mouth. He straightened his posture, resembling a triumphant general upon noticing Ma Fei's gaze. Ma Fei gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, Ma Fei truly admired this fellow for his authenticity. He had already consumed 2 bottles, and now he was about to down 3 more. It was astonishing how those spirits seemed to vanish without a trace. One wouldn't he dare to drink water with such abandon. At this moment, Camp's face had taken on a dark crimson hue, while D'Antoni stood beside him, fervently encouraging Camp and dispensing motivational platitudes, hoping that soon they could wager on drinks and render Ma Fei incapable of continuing. However, Ma Fei had only consumed a single bottle thus far. Given his current constitution, a slow pace could easily accommodate another 3 or 4 bottles without issue. Observing D'Antoni whispering in Camp's ear, Ma Fei leaned over to Nelson and remarked, "Chief, do you think D'Antoni is foolish? Even if Camp manages to knock me out, we would still emerge victorious. With Camp's scoring efficiency, what are they thinking?" Nelson, smiling, nodded in agreement. The truth was, D'Antoni was in a bind. Their interior strength was indeed lacking. Camp, when sober, could pose a threat as a power forward. Yet as a center, he fell considerably short. Our team bore similarities to theirs, but you, my friend, can excel in any position. If you aren't sidelined, our interior defense would be severely compromised. Furthermore, our perimeter has the dubious presence of Thomas, a player who requires caution from anyone who encounters him. Did you not notice how Harden and Westbrook generally circumvent Thomas? I hadn't particularly paid attention to how formidable this rogue truly is. Nelson chuckled with pride. What do you think? Don't let Thomas's erratic demeanor fool you. He has indeed had his share of encounters with Jordan, and that is an undeniable fact. The most crucial aspect is that he plays dirty. Fortunately, Thomas was presently engaged in battle on the court. Had he known 2 individuals were conspiring against him, he would undoubtedly have stormed over to showcase his talents. Beep. The halftime whistle blew. The home team, Agricultural University, led 69-52. Upon hearing the halftime buzzer, the players from State University promptly assisted Camp to the locker room, presumably for a restroom break. Otherwise, he would be unable to continue his duel with Ma Fei. Meanwhile, Ma Fei leisurely rose to his feet, celebrated with the departing players, and began making his way toward the locker room. It was imperative to hurry. He had consumed an excessive amount of alcohol that needed to be released. Yet, upon reaching the player tunnel, he was obstructed by a throng of reporters and media personnel. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Fei was startled. If surrounded, it would be impossible for him to extricate himself in under 10 minutes. Swiftly, he covered his face with a towel and charged forward, startling the journalists present. Such a formidable figure rushing towards them could easily overpower even elite athletes. A mere brush could leave them injured, and a collision might very well send someone sprawling. With a sudden commotion, a path was cleared for Ma Fei. Finally, he felt at ease. Shaking off the tension, he returned to the locker room and collapsed onto the massage table, surrendering himself to the soothing sensations of the massage while drifting into slumber. However, mere minutes had passed before he was summoned. The second half was about to commence. Greetings, everyone. I am Sukun, and welcome back to our live broadcast. The second half is set to begin shortly. Let us first turn to Professor Su for his insights on the strengths and weaknesses displayed by both teams in the first half. Su Jiqing smiled and replied, "Indeed. I just attempted to intercept Ma Fei, but he charged straight at the media, startling everyone. I suspect he might have indulged a bit too much and was holding in his need to relieve himself." Sukun chuckled. Indeed, some netizens tallied it up. Ma Fei consumed merely 1 bottle of liquor in the first half, whereas Camp had over 5. Furthermore, the viewers noted the brands they drank. Ma Fei's was an unidentified brand. But judging by the exquisite blue and white porcelain bottle, it surely wasn't inexpensive. In contrast, Camp was drinking a local, no-name liquor, retailing at 50 yuan a bottle, which is the cheapest white spirit in the world, and notably, it has a remarkably high alcohol content. Su Jiqing erupted in laughter. Many netizens are jesting about how a wealthy individual is sharing drinks with a pauper, and it seems they've developed a genuine camaraderie. Now, let us return to Professor Su for his analysis of both teams' performances in the first half. Su-kun prompted. Su Jiqing took the floor, stating, "First, let us discuss the State University. To be frank, they have surprised us today. I did not anticipate that Camp would unveil such a hidden talent, especially against Ma Fei. It's possible that Camp's draft stock might rise, as players who can consume 5 bottles of white liquor and remain unscathed are a rarity. I'm certain several team owners would gladly trade a second-round pick for a drinking companion. In his previous life, Camp was a remarkable player, only to be destroyed by alcohol. However, in this life, considering advancements in medical technology, it is highly likely that someone would offer a second-round pick for him. Now, regarding the others, Durant has played steadily, while Peyton's defense has been nothing short of relentless. I witnessed him being tossed to the ground by Ma Fei. Such tenacity will undoubtedly attract the attention of many teams. As for Harden, let us be honest, if he continues to perform this way, his draft position will undoubtedly decline, as his defensive efforts are woefully inadequate. And then there's Westbrook, who currently lacks the abilities he once possessed, playing without a shred of strategy, making him a probable third-round pick. Chapter 81. The Drunken Duel. Su-kun nodded in agreement with Teacher Su's perspective. The current ranking of Harden and Westbrook has indeed shifted. While some ascend alongside the Rockets, others find themselves descending. This is entirely contingent upon whether one has honed their physique over the past 6 months. It is essential to recognize that the bodies we possess are akin to those of 18-year-olds, many of whom have yet to complete their physical maturation. Hence, numerous teams can discern who has exerted greater effort. Indeed, Su-kun's assertion holds true. Diligence dictates the height of your potential. If one lacks effort, no amount of innate talent can compensate, much like the case of Ma Fei. One might question the extent of Ma Fei's prowess, and indeed, while his strength is now formidable, one must remember that he began as a rather unremarkable figure. Initially, Ma Fei appeared no more extraordinary than the average individual. However, the key factor is that this individual is a veritable training fanatic, not only in his dedication to training, but also in his relentless pursuit of wealth. Regarding the financial success of Ma Fei, as noted by Teacher Su, countless netizens are curious about his current wealth. Su Jiqing chuckled, admitting that he had not meticulously verified the figures, yet he could provide an estimated valuation. Firstly, excluding his shares in the Thomas and Kinney Education Group, as well as the stakes held by Johnson and others, we focus on the enterprises wholly owned by Ma Fei. Notably, there is Xing Halal, a hot pot restaurant chain I have frequented numerous times. Do not mistake this for an advertisement. Xing Halal undoubtedly excels in taste compared to other chains, leaving patrons yearning for more. Presently, it boasts over 100 direct-operated establishments, generating tens of millions in daily revenue. Additionally, there is the Maldives, which Ma Fei acquired from the league for $4.3 billion. It is noteworthy that this Maldives encompasses an economic maritime area exceeding 80,000 square kilometers compared to our previous world. Furthermore, the recently revealed clothing company, along with assets on Mauritius and Reunion Island, preliminarily amounts to over 150 billion. Once Ma Fei successfully manages these holdings, their value is poised to rise to 300 billion or even more. Upon hearing of Ma Fei's considerable wealth, netizens collectively gasped, astonished that this individual has amassed such a substantial empire within less than a year of his rebirth. Time has flown by, and we are on the verge of commencement. Let us examine the final question from the netizens. The inquiry pertains to the potential victory of Agricultural and Forestry University, which would likely lead them to face off against Isiah Engineering University, truly a clash of titans. I will ask Teacher Su which team he favors should these two meet, and to provide a brief analysis of their rosters. Su Jiqing scratched his head, admitting that he had yet to delve into this issue. However, based on appearances, it seemed that Agricultural and Forestry University held a slight advantage, although Isiah Engineering University was not to be underestimated. Ultimately, the outcome would depend on the performance of both teams on the day of the match. I find myself leaning towards Agricultural and Forestry University for victory, as Ma Fei's ability to determine the outcome is exceedingly strong. As the conversation unfolded, the second half commenced. Upon entering the arena, Ma Fei was startled to find Camp glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. After 10 minutes of easing the tension, Ma Fei felt somewhat more relaxed, taking a seat at his designated spot with his drink, while Camp passively observed him imbibe. At this moment, Camp yearned only for a chance to win on the court, leading to both players remaining on the sidelines throughout the third quarter. What Kemp could not have anticipated was that the 6 bottles of alcohol Maffei had brought had long been consumed by others. What he was now drinking was merely water from a bottle. Meanwhile, the match was unfolding spectacularly, with a fierce competition between McGrady, Thomas, Barkley, Durant, Payton, and Harden. Each team exchanging blows, yet State University consistently failed to close the gap in the score. When Nelson observed that Agricultural and Forestry University was still ahead by a substantial 15 points at the end of the third quarter, he extinguished any thoughts of substituting Maffei into the game, allowing him to gradually sober up. However, Kemp was genuinely struggling to keep pace. After being shamelessly urged by Maffei to drink half a bottle from a distance, he began to feel the effects of intoxication. Maffei hurried back to the dressing room to relieve herself, and upon returning to the court, she found Kemp resting his head on his palm. Clearly on the verge of slumber, Maffei approached Nelson, urging, "Let me take the field. It's time for us to clock out." Nelson nodded enthusiastically. And upon witnessing Kemp's dazed expression, he understood that the outcome was all but decided. On the sidelines of the State University, Coach D'Antoni furrowed his brow, glancing at the bench players with a resigned sigh. Alas, though the starting lineup of the State University appeared formidable, the substitutes were markedly lacking. After observing Kemp's staggering state, he no longer entertained the notion of having Maffei outdrink him. Given the current roster of Agricultural and Forestry University, it was uncertain if his own team could even hold their ground. In the fourth quarter, when Maffei was called to the court, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Although the audience could see Maffei indulging in beverages on the sidelines, they remained eager to witness the game. D'Antoni, upon seeing Maffei enter the fray, reluctantly roused Kemp, saying, "Sean, it's your turn to step onto the court. Whether you can bring that scoundrel to his knees now rests on your shoulders." Kemp, still somewhat disoriented, patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Fear not, it's in my hands. There is no one I cannot outrank." The two once again faced off, igniting a frenzy among the fans, who relished this unconventional spectacle. Maffei cast a disdainful glance at Kemp, exclaiming, "How can you still be on the court? Is D'Antoni hoping to see you perish out there?" Kemp smacked his lips, releasing a foul odor, and retorted, "Do not incite me. I am here to wager with you. Our bet remains unresolved." Maffei pressed his forehead in disbelief, pondering how extraordinarily foolish one must be to cling so fervently to such notions. If the game had not paused for halftime, allowing for a potential swap, it could have been seen as a matter of sportsmanship. Yet, having already retreated to the locker room, what difference does it make? Akin to the watering down of wine during a wedding toast? He himself could not ascertain whether Kemp had indeed diluted his drink, and yet this fellow still yearned to gamble on the outcome. Come. If you wish for your demise, I shall take care of your burial." Kemp received the pass once more, this time not bothering with any feints, but instead launching directly into a spinning jump shot. Thud! The basketball once again clanged against the rim. Maffei gazed at Kemp with a smile, exclaiming, "Another bottle, indeed." Kemp muttered indistinctly, "TCH. Just wait, let us keep a tab first." Maffei shook her head, acknowledging that keeping accounts was feasible. However, it appeared that your box contained merely 6 bottles, and you had already consumed over 5. How, then, are we to resolve this mathematical conundrum? Must we resort to approximations? What nonsense is this? An approximation? Am I truly one to quibble over such a trivial amount of wine? I assure you, I will not be shortchanged by even a single penny. Maffei clapped directly for Kemp, a resounding applause. You, my friend, despite being a drunkard, possess a commendable demeanor. I salute you. Now, let us see how you will handle this. By the time he finished speaking, Thomas from Agricultural University had already received a pass from Barkley and surged into the opponent's paint, scoring effortlessly. Chapter 82, Advancement. The Homer State University team initiated their offense. This time, Kemp refrained from requesting the ball, and Durant had no intention of passing. He seized the ball and made a direct drive against Barkley, only to have Kenny, lurking on the side, disrupt the play, sending the ball out of bounds. Seizing the moment, Kemp dashed to the bench, summoning the resting Harden to procure a case of liquor. After all, among the entire State University, Harden was the wealthiest, owning a nightclub. Harden stared at Kemp with disbelief. "You want me to buy liquor at my status? Are you out of your mind?" However, upon noticing D'Antoni's flickering expression, Harden relented. "Sean, my communication device is in the locker. To unlock it, I must return there. Since the game is ongoing, it would be more convenient for you to borrow a device from the coach." D'Antoni, catching Kemp's gaze, bit his lip and handed a communication watch to a substitute, instructing him in hushed tones to procure the drinks. The game resumed. This time, Durant, upon receiving the ball, sought no breakthrough but instead faced Barkley and executed a quick high jump shot. Swish. A two-pointer. 91-75. Agricultural University launched their offense, and it was Maffei's turn. Upon receiving the ball, he faced Kemp and asked, "Are we betting on this shot?" Kemp, with a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "I bet you one team make it." Whoosh. Maffei accelerated, effortlessly breaking through Kemp's defense. It was important to note that his explosive power, strength, and speed were all at peak levels. Kemp simply could not keep up. Maffei opted not to persist in challenging Durant's defense, but instead chose the simplest of jump shots to conclude this possession. Swish. The assassin strike is no trifling matter. Under such conditions of being unguarded and in close proximity to the basket, Maffei could achieve an astonishing shooting percentage of nearly 80, coupled with today's exceptional rhythm. It would be nothing short of miraculous for the shot to miss. Swish. 93-75. Maffei fell silent, merely gesturing a two towards Kemp. Kemp, feeling utterly helpless, realized he was no match for this formidable opponent. Yet, maintaining his facade was paramount. Even if it meant kneeling, he had to persist. For the collapse of his persona would spell the end of his opportunities. In the fourth quarter, Maffei did not disappoint the hometown fans, continuing to showcase his exceptional shooting prowess with audacious attempts. By the time the State University returned with refreshments, Agricultural University had already established a commanding lead of 20 points. During a timeout, Kemp seized the basketball and 2 bottles of liquor, downing them with fervor. However, Maffei possessed keen observational skills, noticing every detail on Kemp's face, even the pores. The slightest movement of his mouth while drinking would betray him, yet after consuming such a quantity, Kemp exhibited no signs of inebriation, an impossibility unless the bottles contained some imperial elixir. Once Kemp finished his drink and regained composure, Maffei resolved not to grant State University another chance. Should Kemp continue to indulge, Maffei would undoubtedly keep the momentum going. However, with the iconic moment of marriage now unfolding, further wagers on liquor seemed futile. With an exhilarating rhythm, Maffei's shooting became unstoppable. Every shot found its mark. And with just the right amount of alcohol coursing through him, he faced no fear, not even from the occasionally fearsome Durant. As the match lingered on, Harden discreetly approached Maffei, chiding him, "You truly lack decency, relentlessly tormenting our team." Maffei gazed at the chubby boy in silence, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Of course, who else would take on this task if not you? After all, you were the one who sought to cling to the coattails of the State University. Harden looked at Maffei with an innocent expression, shrugging his shoulders. "Can you really blame me for that? At the time, I didn't even know you." Maffei was merely jesting. Once the State University was eliminated, it ought to be disbanded. Furthermore, discussions regarding the university have lost their significance. Well, regardless, you are soon to join the NBA, where opportunities abound and legs will be at your disposal. With the score trailing significantly, Harden had lost interest in the game, transforming into a chatterbox as he sought conversation with Maffei. "Are you free tonight?" he inquired. Maffei stared at Harden, puzzled. "What do you mean? Are you inviting me to celebrate?" she asked, slightly embarrassed. Harden smirked mischievously. "No worries. It's for my newly opened nightclub. Come support me tonight." "Goodness. This business suits you perfectly. But wait, why have you opened a venue in Yin City when you're from Oklahoma?" Maffei questioned. Harden rolled his eyes dramatically. "You make it sound as if I'm the villain. I have a place in Oklahoma as well. This is merely an expansion." Maffei gave Harden a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are remarkable. You might very well be the first among us new generation to establish a nightclub chain. I'll gather our team shortly. Are you certain you're footing the bill? Let us not fall into that trap where you invite me and I end up paying. Rest assured, my friend, I wouldn't dare take advantage of you. Your presence is a favor to me." Before he could finish speaking, the referee blew the final whistle. Beep. The match concluded with Agricultural and Forestry University triumphing 121-105 in their last group game. Thus, on January 20th, in the time of Yin City, they will face off against the already qualified Ice Engineering University in the 64-32 knockout stage at the Ice World Sports Arena. The atmosphere at Agricultural and Forestry University was electrifying, as this marked their inaugural entry into the NCAA Global Top 64, an immense honor. Fans and students erupted in celebration, with confetti swirling in the air and a vibrant virtual projection of the magnificent school emblem towering in the sky. As Maffei revels in the jubilant cheers of victory, a brief celebration ensues before the press conference is set to commence. Given that this is the final match of the group stage, with the elimination rounds on the horizon, all the prominent teams are eager to amplify their influence. Consequently, the league has opened up player interviews, allowing athletes to engage with the media during the press conference. When Nelson arrives at the venue accompanied by Maffei, Barkley, McGrady, and Thomas, the hall and corridors are brimming with media reporters. Nelson promptly addresses the assembly. "All right, folks, let us have your questions quickly. We still have a celebration to attend." One reporter interjects, "Congratulations to Nonglin University for advancing. But I must ask about the incident on the court where Maffei and Kemp were seen drinking. Does this not violate league regulations?" Nelson, clearly anticipating this inquiry, responds, "Let me remind this journalist that we are currently in the Blue Star Federation, and neither the Federation nor the NCAA has stipulated any prohibition against drinking. In fact, there are no legal statutes that forbid consumption of alcohol on the court." Another reporter poses a question. "I would like to ask Thomas. It seems that Maffei has been quite the center of attention lately, potentially overshadowing your own visibility and fan base. Do you have any thoughts on this? Considering you two are a notable figure in this realm?" Maffei was inwardly cursing, perceiving this as a blatant attempt at sowing discord. Thomas chuckled softly. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Our team is exceptionally united. The choice of whom fans favor is entirely theirs. Moreover, each star has a specific audience. It is impossible for everyone to adore them." Chapter 83. Media Blackout. "Mr. Barkley, we are aware that the hip check technique was imparted to Maffei by you. However, due to this technique, Maffei has garnered significant attention in the Maldives. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Maffei's countenance has darkened considerably, revealing the truth behind his intentions. These shameless media reporters. Upon witnessing Maffei's grim expression, Barkley couldn't help but chuckle. "You have made an error. The Maldives were not acquired by Maffei, but rather purchased with his own funds. I firmly believe that technology should not incur patent fees. If every innovation necessitated a charge, we might as well abandon the sport entirely. Mr. Maffei, may I inquire why, during your contest for the ball with Peyton, you did not first ascertain whether Peyton was injured before proceeding with the game? Instead, you recklessly executed a dangerous maneuver, which seems rather lacking in grace and sportsmanship. Does it not?" Maffei had grown weary of this individual, realizing that the group of journalists present today was likely here to provoke trouble. "Which organization do you represent? State your affiliation," she demanded. The male reporter, his face flushed and neck stiffened, retorted, "I am from the Sun newspaper." "Excellent," she replied. "I shall personally ensure that your Sun newspaper is banned. Henceforth, you are prohibited from entering the Agricultural and Forestry University gymnasium. Be gone." Maffei pointed at the journalist, and the clerk took note of the reporter and his organization, ensuring that he would be barred from entering the press hall in the future. An uproar erupted among the media representatives. It was utterly audacious and excessively tyrannical. Maffei's arrogance surpassed their wildest expectations. Maffei rose and departed, her spirits dampened by the reporter's presence. "You worthless journalists should just stay out of sight. It's utterly embarrassing, don't you realize?" The group of reporters protested, for this was their lucrative livelihood at stake. "No, you cannot leave. The league has regulations that mandate you must partake in an interview." With an expressionless visage, Maffei addressed the multitude of reporters, asserting, "I shall reiterate this once more. Do not employ your so-called double standards to incite trouble. Retribution shall befall you. Just wait and see, you worthless individuals. Moreover, those who partake in sustenance only to scorn it afterward shall be unequivocally blacklisted. I have meticulously noted down their names, and none shall evade consequence." The venue erupted in uproar, and overwhelming fervor surged. It was audacious, astonishingly audacious. He must be dealt with. Maffei has nonchalantly fled the scene, leaving Nielsen and McGrady in a predicament. Although these individuals are quite astute, they could not withstand the flames ignited by Maffei, ultimately leading to their exposure during an interview. At this moment, Harden was already waiting in the corridor for Maffei. Upon seeing him, he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly dare to confront them. Are you not afraid of those reporters reporting you to the league?" Maffei laughed heartily. "Am I to fear those worthless individuals? I have already prepared a little notebook to jot down their misdeeds. Soon, I shall report their sordid affairs to the Alliance. Just wait and see if we will encounter these people again." "Hiss, you are truly ruthless. They merely seek a livelihood, yet you seem intent on extinguishing their very existence." Maffei shrugged her shoulders, expressing her indifference to others profiting from her, yet she insisted on moderation. If they were willing to sacrifice their dignity, they might as well relinquish their humanity. Meanwhile, the group of media personnel continued to clamor about how to manage Maffei. After a wait of about 10 minutes, Nielsen and his companions finally emerged. Upon spotting Maffei, they couldn't help but vent their frustration, remarking, "You left us to deal with this bunch of trash. How utterly inconsiderate of you." Maffei nonchalantly shrugged, exclaiming, "Isn't it true that the capable bear more responsibilities? Furthermore, the proficiency of your Mandarin seems to be increasingly impressive." After gathering the crowd, they headed straight to a newly opened nightclub in Sanlitun, named Haha Dang Dang. Upon entering this establishment, everyone was awestruck by its grandeur. The entire hall resembled a miniature concert venue, pulsating with a resounding beat. The exhilarating sound effects sent everyone's adrenaline soaring. The virtual projections of young women dancing infused the nightclub with a vibrant youthful energy. While Maffei was reveling in the nightclub's exuberance, an insidious plot against him commenced. By 11 p.m., the official hot search headlines were once again dominated by Maffei, as a video surfaced showing him effortlessly sipping a drink on the basketball court, exuding a carefree attitude that seemed to mock the state university. This footage thrilled the onlookers, presenting an unprecedented spectacle in the annals of basketball history, particularly due to the unusual nature of two individuals sharing a drink. Soon, a comment from Pippen was discovered in the comments section as VIP accounts boasted colorful, eye-catching text that could be pinned to the top. VIP Pippen remarked, "Maffei deserves to be sanctioned. It's evident he disregards others' well-being after seizing the ball. Such a lack of integrity is unbecoming of an exemplary athlete." VIP Popovich concurred, stating, "Indeed, Maffei exhibits a profound lack of sportsmanship." VIP David Robinson added, "I stand with Pippen. Sanctions against Maffei are warranted due to his poor character." VIP LeBron James expressed his support for Pippen, asserting that a foul should have been called on that play. VIP Carmelo Anthony echoed this sentiment, stating, "I support Pippen. This individual lacks morals and should face suspension." VIP Wang Zhizhi questioned, "Did Maffei disturb your ancestral graves or something? Are you all proclaiming yourselves as model workers?" An increasing number of celebrities joined the fray, with even stars from the entertainment industry making their presence known. Meanwhile, Maffei, caught in a whirlwind of revelry, indulged himself to the fullest. The following morning, he remained nestled in bed, drifting in and out of slumber, when a persistent buzzing sound interrupted his peace. His phone was ringing. Maffei answered the communication with irritation. "Who is this? It's early in the morning." "It's you, Maffei, still asleep? Last night, you were yet again caught off guard." Maffei suddenly awakened. Glancing at the time, it was only 8 o'clock. "Thomas, don't you ever tire of your incessant gossip? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to spend this time sleeping?" "Sleep? Nonsense. Maffei, you were once again embroiled with those petty individuals last night. My goodness, the online community is relentlessly condemning you." Maffei could hardly muster the energy to move, struggling to open her eyes. "Do these netizens have any relevance to me? At best, they are mere rabble. I have never feared such trash. Every penny I earn is the result of my relentless efforts. What do they have to do with me? They are merely black fans seeking to inflate their presence. Without such traffic, I would still thrive." Thomas fell silent. He found her perspective refreshing. However, just yesterday, Pippen had reemerged, and this individual was utterly repugnant. "Thomas, don't overthink it. Pippen is merely a pawn of some consortium, intended to stir the pot. To be honest, this could serve to amplify my visibility." Thomas tapped his head, realizing the truth. "Indeed, your news is ubiquitous online, yet it would be wise to remain discreet. Everyone is watching you, and the moment you slip, they will magnify your missteps with a proverbial magnifying glass." "All right, Thomas, I understand. I, too, am a victim of circumstance. They will attack you. Even in the absence of fault, they will claim otherwise. As the saying goes in our Isiah clan, 2 fists cannot fend off 4 hands. However, evasion is futile. One can only confront their adversaries until one party falls." Chapter 84. Rectification on the morning of January 16th at 9 o'clock. An announcement jointly issued by the Blue Star Federation and the NCAA Alliance Center was unveiled. As all new humans opened this announcement, a wave of dread swept over them. In light of certain ethnic groups among the new humans, concerning humanoid and related issues, the Blue Star Federation has initiated a cleansing process. This includes the shutdown of 323 media outlets, with all associated personnel subjected to dream space testing. A staggering 135 200 individuals exhibiting severe psychological issues will be dedicated to enhancing and advancing the development of federal medical experiments. Furthermore, numerous players within the NCAA Alliance have received stern warnings. Those attempting to launch online attacks against others will be blacklisted. Boom. At this moment, whether ordinary netizens or celebrity moguls, a profound chill enveloped them all. Particularly, those prominent figures from Europe and America were genuinely frightened. This was a clear message. You may voice your dissent, but beware of the consequences. Especially when it comes to sordid insinuations. Upon reflection, it was indeed the case. With hundreds of billions of individuals on Blue Star, 90 belong to the Xia clan, merely existing in parallel spaces. And Ma Fei is currently the favored prodigy of Blue Star. Daily assaults on her character. What could this possibly signify? While it may be framed as a difference of opinion, it could also be interpreted as a rebellion. Our Blue Star Federation does not exhibit such tyranny. What do you intend to accomplish? The result was a tempest of fury, with over 100,000 pieces of refuse repurposed for medical contributions, thereby placing a definitive period on the matter. By the time Ma Fei learned of the outcome online, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The sight of the cleared debris was entirely within her expectations. Ma Fei had instructed Sun Fong to dispatch individuals to gather information, which was no trivial task. One could imagine the volume of refuse, as there were several cabinets filled with such data. However, witnessing the silence of those prominent figures brought her immense satisfaction. Those who had previously reveled in their antics were now reduced to mere names on a list. Particularly notable was the revelation that Pippin had fallen out of the first round, landing at the 43rd pick, while David Robinson and Garnett also experienced a similar decline. This clearly indicated that not all natives held a fondness for those who engaged in idle gossip. In the afternoon at the Agricultural and Forestry University training facility, Ma Fei was elated to see Thomas arrive. Have you seen the latest draft rankings online? Your rival Pippin has dropped out of the first round. Isn't that delightful? Haha. Thomas laughed heartily, reveling in the folly of one who was unwittingly used as a pawn, perpetually taking the blame. Not only had his wife been unfaithful with Jordan's son, but now, should he find himself blacklisted, it would surely become an amusing spectacle. Hearing about the cuckolded Pippin, Ma Fei chuckled softly and remarked, "To be honest, Thomas, I do feel some sympathy for him. Given his abilities, even without Jordan's prowess, he could still serve as a capable second-in-command. Yet, why does he behave like a servant? Constantly covering for Jordan? Enough of the gossip. You must understand that these individuals are all of a similar ilk. As your Xia clan would say, birds of a feather flock together." Thomas waved his hand dismissively, clearly no longer wishing to discuss the matter. Ma Fei nodded slightly. "Shall we continue our practice?" Thomas squinted his eyes and warned, "Do not presume that your physical strength grants you the liberty to act recklessly. I, Thomas, have yet to properly teach you the importance of respecting your elders. Prepare yourself." With that, Thomas seized the ball and charged forward, activating his swift footwork as he raced toward the hoop. Ma Fei chuckled. "Truly an indomitable spirit. I would bestow upon you the title of the great god of dregs." The following morning, the court summons jolted Ma Fei awake. The speed at which the notice arrived left her utterly astounded. She had no intention of letting the Rue Lin Company off the hook. While the Dawes incident had been an unfortunate mishap, theirs was a deliberate act of deceit. As she rose from her slumber, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to lightly tap her forehead. She had indulged in alcohol the previous night. Yet, her current state of mind was remarkably invigorated. Reflecting on the effects of the celestial liquor, which purportedly alleviates insomnia while enhancing mental acuity and reflexes, she noted that after several days of consumption, she felt undeniably more vibrant. 6 hours of sleep now sufficed where 8 had once been necessary. The benefits of the celestial liquor had indeed manifested, and the factory matters had been resolved a couple of days prior. Now, only the raw materials were lacking. As for sourcing the pig grain 666, Ma Fei had formulated a plan. With Reunion Island still in its pristine state, home to the breeding of dodos, it presented an ideal site for cultivating the grain. This type of sorghum, akin to a mere weed, posed no threat of being consumed by the dodos. As long as it remained off the market for livestock, no one would interfere. With this thought in mind, she promptly dialed Sun Fong. "Boss, what can I do for you? I just received the information regarding the court session with Rue Lin Company. Please arrange for someone to represent me. I shall refrain from joining the fray. Also, see if there are any farms or lands available for the cultivation of grain." "Is this for the celestial liquor?" "Indeed. Everything is in place. We merely lack the planting land. The associated distilleries, purification plants, and decomposition facilities are all ready. There is little left to be added. Rest assured. There are still lands available for cultivation, and the conditions for growing pig grain are exceedingly simple. I will arrange it shortly. Ma Fei nodded. Now we have the wine, seafood, and vegetables, but we are still lacking in meat. Regarding the meat, I have received information that the Rue Lin Sports you are accusing may be involved in some underhanded dealings, possibly seeking to facilitate profit transfers. The two ranches I mentioned to you last time, one of them, spanning 650,000 hectares to the east of Sri Lanka, had its owner inquire whether I was interested in purchasing. That ranch owner is a shareholder of Rue Lin. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei chuckled. It seems these fellows are not lacking in wit. Boss, if court proceedings commence tomorrow, do not be lenient with that Rue Lin. We must acquire that ranch at all costs. That is indeed a straightforward matter, yet will Rue Lin be willing to bear such an exorbitant expense? After all, the ranch is valued at 4.5 billion. Boss, do not let your compassion sway you. This planet differs vastly from our former world. The standards of value here are not the same as what we once knew. In this realm, sports stars endorse athletic goods, often for contracts worth several hundred million, if not exceeding $1 billion. Is it truly the case that the natives possess such wealth? Can mere endorsements yield such sums? Certainly, boss. This world encompasses more than just one planet. Our own harbors over 10 billion inhabitants, not to mention Mars. Therefore, it is essential for you to familiarize yourself with some fundamental knowledge to avoid being deceived. No problem. By the way, Sun Fong, a few days ago, I authorized a loan. Do we have any remaining funds? I need to procure some items. Boss, 2 days ago I secured a low-interest loan of 500 billion with your authorization. Of that, 400 billion was allocated for the down payment on an island. The remaining funds were utilized as follows: 3 billion to acquire a diving equipment company, 5 billion for a winery, 2 billion for a material decomposition company, and 5 billion to establish a marine enterprise. There are no concerns regarding the funds for the ranch, and we can opt for an installment payment plan. The remaining 40 billion can be reserved for your investments. Upon hearing that there remained such a substantial sum of money, Ma Fei was elated, realizing that she could soon spread her wings and seize opportunities anew. Indeed, with this 4 billion, she had ample resources at her disposal. Chapter 85 schemes. The following day, Sun Fong personally attended the court hearing, where he encountered a representative from Rue Lin Company, a man named Zhang Weihua. Remarkably, the two were acquainted from their previous lives, each standing firm for their respective interests. As Sun Fong had anticipated, the man had come bearing gifts. Ultimately, Rue Lin Company agreed to sell to Ma Fei for the sum of 2 billion, effectively reaching an understanding akin to a half-sale, half-gift arrangement. As for how the benefits would be conveyed to the NCAA alliance, that was of no concern to Ma Fei. With Rue Lin's public relations prowess, such trivial matters would surely be resolved, lest they sully the reputations of the 3 major sports brands. Although this news did not propel Ma Fei back into the trending topics, it nevertheless sparked envy and admiration among the global audience. A veritable tycoon, he possessed both islands and farms. We were no longer on the same plane as this individual. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On January 20th, the much-anticipated NCAA single elimination tournament commenced, thrilling the masses. Several matches garnered particular attention, notably the clash between the ICE Engineering University and Agricultural University, as well as the contest between MIT and Philadelphia University, alongside the showdown between Shanghai Jiaotong University and Yotoei University, featuring players such as Ben Gordon and Luol Deng. Thanks to Ma Fei, the atmosphere surrounding the pre-game events was electric, with both teams engaging in verbal sparring. The once low-profile individuals from ICE Engineering University, previously known as the Old Monsters, now appeared as if they bore a deep-seated grudge against Ma Fei, emerging to stir up trouble. Among the most vocal were George Gervin and Bruce Bowen. The self-proclaimed Iceman and the notorious Bowen incessantly capitalized on Agricultural University's potential victory, proclaiming that they had devised a strategy to counter Ma Fei, while simultaneously casting aspersions on her, accusing her of unsportsmanlike conduct. In response, Ma Fei merely chuckled, choosing to remain silent. However, her allies, Thomas and McGrady, were far less temperate. McGrady, in particular, invoked the famed McGrady moment, asserting that the ICE Engineering University crew could never triumph over them, as long as he was present. The online realm had transformed into a battleground for the two teams. With fan disputes raging until the 20th, Agricultural University arrived in Liaoqing 2 hours ahead of schedule. As they disembarked from their chartered bus, Ma Fei instinctively tucked her chin into her scarf, tightly wrapping it around herself, for the biting cold threatened to freeze anyone who dared to linger outdoors. Everyone hurried inside to warm themselves.